Chapter 1. Rebirth. Everything is still possible. Under the blazing sun, a brilliant flash cleaved the sky, slicing it open like a silver serpent, followed by a resonating roar. Crack! At the moment the lightning struck, time appeared to freeze around Jiang Haiyang. The searing pain that tore through him felt almost numbing. His gaze was vacant as he stared ahead. The fleeting images of his brief existence flitted through his mind like a silent film. Reflecting on his life, he recalled the early loss of his parents, growing up in a village, and achieving academic excellence to gain admission into the premier university in the capital. With unwavering pride, he married the beautiful and affluent campus goddess, and they welcomed a delightful child into their lives. What should have been a blissful journey turned tragic due to his arrogance and the betrayal of so-called friends. He squandered his fortune at the gambling table and succumbed to alcohol addiction. In a state of perpetual intoxication, he fled from reality, ultimately forced to return to his rural hometown with his wife and daughter. After boarding the train, he succumbed to drunkenness, sprawled out like a lifeless pig. When jolted awake, his world collapsed. His daughter was abducted by human traffickers, and as his wife pursued them, she was tragically pushed off the train to her death. Awakening to the harsh reality came too late. Jiang Haiyang's remaining days were spent desperately searching for his daughter's whereabouts. As his eyes slowly closed, a beautiful visage emerged in his mind, his late wife, Chu Shanhua. It had been 35 years since their marriage, a cherished milestone known as the Coral Anniversary. Many aspects of life, much like the weather, gradually grew cold, and by the time one notices, an entire season has passed. If life could start anew, I would devote everything to atone for my wife and daughter. I would cherish and protect them with all my heart. Jiang Haiyang's body slowly crumpled to the ground. The people and surroundings whirled by like a fast-moving carousel. 2021, 2010, 1999. 1989, damn it. Are you eating shit in there? How long is it going to take? I can't hold it much longer. Outside the train's restroom, a burly man kicked the door violently, cursing profusely. Inside, a flushed-faced man, reeking of alcohol, leaned against the door, snoring loudly. Suddenly, as the train took a curve, the man lost his balance and toppled to the floor. In that instant, a searing pain coursed through him, as if struck by lightning, splitting him in two. Lightning struck. Jiang Haiyang bolted upright. The roaring sound of the train filled his ears. The stench of vomit assaulted his nostrils. He was in the train's restroom. He had been reborn. Jiang Haiyang felt his heart pounding against his chest, gasping for breath. From initial bewilderment, his pupils dilated in shock. The fleeting joy on his face morphed into an unprecedented turmoil and ferocity. Damn it! The restroom door burst open. Jiang Haiyang's eyes flared with rage, bloodshot and intense. His entire being was taut, emanating a terrifying malevolence, as though he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. The coarse words of a burly man caught in his throat, instinctively causing him to step aside. Jiang Haiyang hastily made his way towards the carriage where his wife and daughter were seated after exiting the restroom. Inside the carriage, a cacophony of whispers filled the air, with murmurs of kidnappers, drunkenness, and the sobs of a woman barely discernible. The seats where his family sat were now occupied by two strangers, a man and a woman. "Who are you?" The man before him trembled at the sight of the imposing Jiang Haiyang, suddenly aware that this intoxicated man was the husband of the woman occupying his seat. He gulped and stammered, "What do you want?" That woman ran off after a kidnapper. "The seat is vacant." Jiang Haiyang's heart plummeted, and he stumbled back, memories of his daughter being abducted and his wife being pushed from a vehicle to her demise flashing through his mind once more. His eyes bulged as he seized the man's collar, veins protruding from the back of his hand. "You! Which direction?" Each word trembled from Jiang Haiyang's parched lips, his voice a low, hoarse whisper tinged with desperation. "Which way did she go?" The timid man could barely muster a reply, his voice faltering. Back there, toward the back." "You must hurry." A shrill voice cut through the air. Instantly, the carriage erupted with voices, all directing Jiang Haiyang. "Young man, to the left. Hurry, your wife just went after her." With a swift turn, Jiang Haiyang clenched his fists and sprinted forward. Faster, he urged himself. This time he must not be too late. "Hey, comrade, no running on the train?" "Damn it, I'm in a race against time." The narrow aisle of the train saw him darting past, startling fellow passengers who instinctively recoiled, murmuring their complaints. Oblivious to their words, Jiang Haiyang was consumed by thoughts of his wife and daughter. There was still time, he was certain of it. Yet, as he approached a wall of people blocking his path, his pace faltered, his mind buzzing with anxiety. Whispers from the crowd reached his ears, but his brain instinctively filtered out their meanings. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, his clothes drenched as though he had just emerged from water. He gasped for breath, each step growing heavier. 1 step, 2 steps. Closer now. His trembling hand spoke with an undeniable authority. Please. Make way. The crowd turned, startled by his fierce demeanor, and instinctively parted to allow him passage. He pressed through the throng, spotting several individuals in train guard uniforms confronting someone. Coral. Shout away, comrade. There are robbers ahead. You cannot pass. A hand shot out from behind, gripping his arm firmly. Jiang Haiyang's body tensed as he turned to face the one restraining him. His lips quivered, struggling to contain the emotional turmoil threatening to overwhelm him. His voice a hoarse growl akin to a cornered beast. My wife and daughter are ahead. The man was taken aback by Jiang Haiyang's appearance, his hand falling to his side. Jiang Haiyang turned around, his gaze resolute, and continued to walk forward. Chapter 2. Save me. Xiao Kuei. Daddy is here. The atmosphere was taut with tension. The serious confrontation between the train guards and the merciless threats of the robbers tugged at the heartstrings. Well, Mama. Xiao Kuei, be good, don't cry. Mama is here. Please, spare my daughter. She's only 2 years old and knows nothing. If you must take someone, take me. The desperate pleas of the woman and the pitiful whimpers of the child resonated sharply in Jiang Haiyang's ears, piercing him with anguish. He pushed past the guard in front of him, forcing his way to the front. The sight before him made Jiang Haiyang tremble, his heart nearly stopping. In the empty carriage stood a slender, petite woman, her disheveled ponytail cascading over her shoulders. Her hands were slightly outstretched in front of her, suspended helplessly in the air as she reacted to the movements of the person before her. One foot tentatively edged forward. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll strangle her. Stop a train, hurry. I won't come closer, I won't be gentle, she hurts. Chu Shanhua retracted her foot, her voice choked, her trembling body on the verge of collapse. Jiang Haiyang's heart ached as he looked at his wife, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Kui. In front of Chu Shanhua, 2 men and a woman stood close to the carriage door, their expressions vigilant and fierce. A scruffy, thin man held a sobbing, chubby baby in his arms. That baby was her daughter, Jiang Xiaokuei. The man's eyes glinted with malice as one hand gestured menacingly around the girl's neck, threatening to tighten his grip. Tell the train conductor to stop the train, or else. I can't guarantee how long this little neck will hold up. Huh. Jiang Haiyang's pupils constricted, his face paling. The veins in his clenched fists bulged, and he gritted his teeth. Comrade, please remain calm. First, hand over the child, and we can discuss everything else. The words of the guard beside him were abruptly cut off by a shrill female voice. Stop talking nonsense. Make the train halt. The overweight woman tugged at the train door handle while waving her other hand in the air. Unintentionally, her long nails scratched the delicate face of Jiang Xiaokuei, leaving 2 tiny cuts. The child immediately cried out in pain, and the woman cast a disdainful glance at her. Stop crying. You're making too much noise. Don't hit my daughter. Chu Shanhua cried out, instinctively lunging forward at the woman's movement. At that moment, an incoherent, drunken voice echoed inappropriately. Alcohol, where's my drink? Someone, bring me a drink. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Shanhua froze, turning to look back. Upon seeing the figure, her tear-filled eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips trembled, ready to exclaim. Jiang Haiyang appeared dazed, his face flushed, stumbling awkwardly as he approached. Comrade, return. You must not proceed further. The guards behind him shouted and tugged, attempting to pull him back. However, the intoxicated Jiang Haiyang, displaying an astonishing strength, effortlessly broke free from their grasp. Leave me be, I desire my drink. Hick. He stumbled forward, colliding with nearby tables and chairs, scattering their contents across the floor. As he passed by Chu Shanhua, he paused momentarily, releasing a drunken belch. leaning against a nearby chair with one hand. He placed the other on her shoulder, swaying precariously as he moved forward. With a sudden push, he sent Chu Shanhua, who was momentarily stunned, tumbling into a nearby seat. Jiang, hick, where have you hidden my alcohol? Come, brothers, let us drink together. Jiang Haiyang gestured dismissively with one hand behind his back. Upon witnessing this, Chu Shanhua fell silent. What a drunken fool. Hurry, get him away. The middle-aged man among the three, who had remained silent, spoke up cautiously as Jiang Haiyang approached. Upon hearing him, Jiang Haiyang stumbled forward 2 steps, crashing to the ground just 5 paces away. He tried to push himself up, but slipped again, landing heavily. His head struck the arm of a chair with a sharp crack as he sprawled out, legs splayed. With a tilt of his head, he closed his eyes and began to snore. The nearby bandits and the vigilant Chu Shanhua, along with the guards, held their breath, eyes fixed on his every move. They exhaled in relief upon seeing him fall asleep on the ground. However, the tense standoff resumed. The middle-aged man, still wary, nudged a plump woman by the door, instructing her, "Go check if he is truly asleep." The woman grimaced, covering her mouth and nose. Ugh, this man must have crawled out of cesspit. The stench is unbearable. You, woman, I'm holding a child. The plump woman pushed him away, exclaiming, "Go on." The lean man stumbled forward a couple of steps, clutching the child tightly. Tentatively, he extended a leg to kick at the slumped Jiang Haiyang. "No, don't disturb him." Jiang Haiyang snorted, weakly waving his hand. He rolled over, facing them, one leg bent. Then cough, cough. Jiang Haiyang hunched over, expelling a puddle of yellow liquid, followed by a fit of violent coughing, as a foul odor wafted through the air. The guards in the back grimaced at the intolerable smell. Chu Shanhua's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Haiyang, her concern deepening as she witnessed his violent retching since he had fallen. A sense of dread entwined her heart, and tears silently streamed down her cheeks. The daughter remains in the clutches of the villain, and yet he finds himself preoccupied with concern for this man. But what did his earlier gesture truly signify? Could it be that the 3 closest ruffians to Jiang Haiyang are on the verge of becoming nauseated? The corpulent woman fanatically swats at the air before her, her lips spewing vitriol. The middle-aged man furrows his brow tightly, one hand rubbing his nose in frustration. Damn you! The gaunt man clutches the child with one arm, using the other to cover his nose. With disdain, he delivers a forceful kick to Jiang Haiyang, who is sprawled on the ground, his half-closed eyes betraying a state of confusion. Baba, Jiang Xiaokui, with her chubby little hands, rubs her eyes in distress. Upon recognizing the figure on the ground, a crisp note of bewilderment escapes her throat. What? The 3 ruffians momentarily halt, taken aback. Chu Shanhua's face reflects sheer terror. At that moment, Jiang Haiyang abruptly opens his eyes, a fierce aura enveloping him, radiating an air of ferocity akin to a wild beast leaping forth to pounce on the diminutive man before him. Ege, Haiyang. Chapter 3. How wonderful. My wife and daughter are still alive in a flash. Jiang Haiyang leaped forward, confronting the diminutive man. Before the latter could react, Jiang seized Jiang Xiaokui from his grasp, lifting a leg to deliver a fierce kick to his abdomen. At that moment, Chu Shanhua rushed forward as Jiang Haiyang made his move. In an instant, several security personnel from the back row surged towards them. After Jiang Haiyang's kick sent the slender man flying, a plump woman screamed in terror. The middle-aged man's expression hardened, realizing they had no way out and must fight back. Casting a glance at the approaching guards, he seized the opportunity when Chu Shanhua reached Jiang Haiyang's side. As Jiang held the little girl tightly, the man swiftly advanced, grabbing Chu Shanhua, who was about to reach for her daughter. With a violent tug, he pulled her forward unexpectedly. Shanhu, Mommy. The guard arrived behind Jiang Haiyang, just as he entrusted Jiang Xiaokui to one of his comrades. The officer immediately turned and retreated with the little girl into the crowd. Jiang Haiyang's gaze turned steely as he focused on the man holding Chu Shanhua hostage. Let her go. The middle-aged man sneered at Jiang Haiyang, his expression growing increasingly arrogant. Ah, this young brother is quite the performer. You saved the child, but let us see if you can save the adult. As he said this, he produced a small knife from his pocket, pressing it menacingly against Chu Shanhua's neck. Jiang Haiyang clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. His face flushed with rage, contorted in a terrifying grimace. His body trembled with fury, teeth gritted, his voice cold as ice. I said, "Let her go." His fierce demeanor thickened the air with tension. The overweight woman helped the man who had been kicked to his feet, huddling against the doorframe. The middle-aged man's expression faltered, his hand trembling slightly as the sharp blade grazed Chu Shanhua's neck, drawing a faint trickle of blood. "Don't scare me, kid. I'm a coward. If I'm not careful, this knife might slice right in, ha ha ha. You dare." Upon seeing the crimson drop on Chu Shanhua's neck, Jiang Haiyang's eyes blazed with fury. The haunting image of Chu Shanhua lying on the ground in a pool of blood, eyes closed, surged back into his mind. Darkness clouded his vision as his heart raced, blood rushing to his head, feeling as if his very brain might explode. Chu Shanhua, initially terrified, now looked at Jiang Haiyang with evident concern, her brow furrowed, anxiety etched on her face. She reached out towards him, softly calling, "Haiyang, Haiyang. Shut up and don't move." The middle-aged man, witnessing the terrifying, frenzied expression on Jiang Haiyang's face, felt a chill run down his spine. His hair standing on end, cold sweat trickling down his back. Hearing the woman's voice in his arms, he regained his composure. "Release the hostage. You have no retreat left. The ocean, the ocean." The voice of Chu Shanhua stirred ripples in Jiang Haiyang's heart. Shaking his head, Jiang Haiyang's eyes cleared, dispelling the madness that had previously consumed him. "Kneel down, if you wish for your woman to live. Then prostrate yourself and bark like a dog for me, ah." The middle-aged man, seeing Jiang Haiyang's transformation from a fearsome figure, grew audacious once more. His words dripped with malice. The small, emaciated man beside him joined in the mockery, squinting as he scrutinized Jiang Haiyang. "No, Haiyang, no." This was the man she had admired for 4 years, proud and resilient. Although his behavior had disappointed her since their marriage, he was still her husband. Chu Shanhua's eyes brimmed with tears as she repeatedly shook her head at Jiang Haiyang. He gazed at his wife, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a foolish grin. This was his wife, a pure soul who relied on him, even worrying for him when his life was threatened. A little woman, anxious for his pride, which she deemed worthless. Jiang Haiyang loosened his clenched fists, lowering his gaze. Gradually, he bent at the waist, inch by inch. Just as his hands grazed the ground and his knees began to bend, he thought, "No, I, Jiang Haiyang, shall not kneel to heaven or earth. I will be my own master. I will rise above others, ha." Though the man before him appeared disheveled, Chu Shanhua found him more captivating than ever, reminiscent of the spirited youth from her memories. A surge of courage welled up within her. She clenched her fists, her expression resolute. She thrust her elbow forcefully toward the man behind her and kicked at his lower body. The middle-aged man, still reveling in Jiang Haiyang's misfortune, was caught off guard by Chu Shanhua's kick. His face turned pale from the pain as he shoved her toward the overweight woman beside him, roaring, "Push that filthy woman out." In an instant, Jiang Haiyang sprang upright and rushed forward. The plump woman, instinctively obeying the middle-aged man, opened a train compartment door. With a gaze of animosity, she forcefully pushed Chu Shanhua toward the open door. "Shanhua!" Jiang Haiyang shouted, his heart racing to his throat. He reached out, grasping her arm tightly, pulling her back into his embrace. Jiang Haiyang fell to the ground, holding Chu Shanhua close. He gently rested his head on her shoulder, eyes shut, gasping for breath. Thank goodness I made it in time. I did it, I truly did it, haha. In this life, both my wife and daughter are alive. They are alive." Tears streamed down Jiang Haiyang's face as he laughed. "In the days to come, Mrs. Jiang, I will cherish your guidance. I will love you, pamper you, and protect you and our daughter for a lifetime." Meanwhile, the guard subdued and bound the 3 assailants. As the 2 passed by, a knowing smile graced her lips, and she refrained from disturbing them. The guard led the criminal away, and the passengers in this section of the carriage, who had initially been apprehensive, visibly relaxed. Conversations began to blossom, and one by one, they made their way back to their seats. As the surrounding noise gradually escalated, Chu Shanhua surveyed her environment. Gently patting the man who held her close, she softly remarked, "Haiyang, it's time to go meet Xiao Kuei." Jiang Haiyang released his embrace of Chu Shanhua and helped her to her feet. His gaze fell upon the mark on her neck, and his expression darkened. "It's fine, it doesn't hurt," Chu Shanhua replied, a look of understanding illuminating her face. "I'm sorry." Taken aback by the man's hushed apology, Chu Shanhua quickly responded, "It's not your fault." Jiang Haiyang's eyes remained fixed on his wife, his throat tightening as he struggled to swallow. "I meant for what happened before. I'm truly sorry." Chapter 4. Marrying a chicken, following a chicken, marrying a dog. Following a dog, Jiang Haiyang silently trailed behind Chu Shanhua, resembling a large guardian dog. The numerous misdeeds of his past had left an indelible mark of hurt in the heart of the petite woman, one that only the passage of time could erase. However, he was undeterred. He had been reborn, and his wife and daughter were still alive. He had a lifetime to prove himself and to make amends. The train attendant had applied a simple dressing to the wound on Chu Shanhua's neck. After expressing their gratitude, the couple made their way back, cradling their peacefully sleeping little one. The cherubic face of their daughter rested against her mother's shoulder, long, curled eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Her soft pink lips were slightly parted, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping. The more he looked, the more she resembled a little angel, melting Jiang Haiyang's heart. "Shanhua, let me hold Xiao Kuei," he offered. However, Jiang Haiyang was oblivious to his wife's hesitance. He was eager to shower his darling daughter with affection. As he reached out to take her in his arms, the little one fluttered her eyelashes and, with her grape-like large eyes, stared wide-eyed at him. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, she scrunched her nose and covered her mouth and nose with her tiny hand. "Stinky, poopy smell," she exclaimed, turning her head to the side while her other chubby hand pushed against Jiang Haiyang's chest. Jiang Haiyang was momentarily frozen in shock. Chu Shanhua laughed at the sight of her dazed husband, taking their daughter from his arms and moving ahead. "Go tend to yourself," she suggested. At her words, Jiang Haiyang finally recalled how disheveled he truly was. Having passed out in the restroom for several hours, he woke to a state of perspiration and nausea. The odor emanating from him was akin to that of decaying refuse, unbearable even to himself. "What does that smell? It's rancid, ugh." The murmurs and expressions of disdain from those around him reached his ears, prompting an awkward smile. He couldn't help but feel a wave of sweetness wash over him at the thought that his wife had not scorned him even after holding her for so long. The train was nearing its destination. Jiang Haiyang tore a piece from his sweat-soaked shirt, fashioning it into a makeshift sling for his daughter. He gently lifted her into his embrace, threading the fabric under her arms, crossing it behind her back, and tying 2 secure knots around her waist. After ensuring it was tight, he lifted her little bottom slightly, gazing at the inquisitive expression on her face as she blinked her large eyes. "Xiao Kuei, be a good girl and hold on tight to Daddy's neck," he instructed. Roar. Xiao Kuei had grown quite dependent on Jiang Haiyang, clinging to him like a small octopus. Her plump hands wrapped around his neck, her short legs pressed snugly against his chest. After verifying that the sling was secure once more, Jiang Haiyang rose to his feet, lifting their luggage with one hand. "Give me Xiao Kuei. I'll carry her," he said softly. "Does Xiao Kuei want Mama or Daddy?" he asked, leaning down toward his daughter nestled against his chest. "Mama is tired. Can Daddy hold her?" Giggling, "I want Daddy. Mama is tired." Jiang Haiyang raised an eyebrow at the petite woman before him, indicating his approval of his daughter's choices. Chu Shanhua shot him an annoyed glance and reached out to snatch the luggage from his grasp. With a swift movement, Jiang Haiyang evaded her, holding the bags aloft as he circumvented her. "Mommy, why are you so tired?" "Because little Kuei is heavy and little Piggy is just one." "Ah, I'm not like a little pig." Listening to the exchange between the father and daughter ahead, Chu Shanhua felt a warmth in her eyes, taking a deep breath. She rubbed the corners of her eyes and hurried to catch up with them. After disembarking from the train, the trio boarded a bus to Hongxia town. In her arms, their daughter had already succumbed to slumber, her tiny head nestled against Jiang Haiyang's chest. "Shanhua, I have put you through so much Jiang Haiyang said with deep affection, his voice hoarse. Chu Shanhua wore a serene expression, embodying the adage of adapting to one's circumstances. Jiang Haiyang felt a pang in his heart, as if something lodged in his throat. Is that you, Haiyang? Is it really you? A robust voice resonated. Uncle Niu, a middle-aged man, approached them, driving a bullock cart. It truly is Haiyang. And is this your wife? She is quite lovely. Uncle Niu, this is my wife, Chu Shanhua, and this is our 2-year-old daughter, Jiang Xiaokui. Hello, Uncle Niu. Hello, little girl. Uncle Niu beamed with delight. Noticing the child still asleep in Jiang Haiyang's arms, he lowered his voice. You've been away for years. I hardly recognized you. Are you back for good now? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Jiang Haiyang reflected on how, after losing his parents at a young age, the villagers had looked after him as best they could. In those times, when families struggled to feed their children, they had shared whatever little they could spare to ensure he could grow strong enough to work. Being the only college graduate in the village had been a cause for celebration, yet he had not returned to visit since graduating. Uncle Niu, we are indeed back to stay. Chu Shanhua chimed in with a smile. That's wonderful. Home is where the heart is, no matter what the outside world may hold. Jiang Haiyang felt tears welling his eyes as he took a deep breath and grasped Chu Shanhua's hand. Let's return home now. All right then. You shall ride in my bullock cart. Let's head home. Yes. Sound good. Jiang Haiyang loaded their belongings onto the cart and helped his wife up beside him. With a crack of the whip, Uncle Niu called out, Old fellow, let us go home. In the distance, the mountains rose and fell, while a few eagles circled lazily in the sky. A gust of wind stirred the dust from the yellow earth. Blue skies, oh the blue skies, a cloud drift by. Today my brother sets off on a journey. Uncle Niu's voice soared, infused with the sincerity and warmth of the people of this era. The rhythmic sounds of the cart's wheels and the old bull's labored breaths harmonized in the air. Jiang Haiyang cradled his daughter in one arm while tightly clasping his wife's delicate hand with the other. Upon arriving at Lulin village, they were greeted warmly by familiar faces, uncles and aunts alike, who enthusiastically welcomed them back, chattering about Jiang's return. They expressed their eagerness to visit once the family had settled in, hoping to share in the joyous reunion. After thanking Uncle Niu, Jiang Haiyang led his wife and daughter towards their home. After several years apart, Jiang Haiyang opened the door to his childhood abode. Inside, the courtyard was divided into 2 distinct areas. One side housed a small vegetable garden, now abandoned, while the other featured a well for drawing water, with the kitchen situated to the left. Directly facing the entrance was the main hall, flanked by 2 side rooms. Since Jiang Haiyang had been the sole occupant for so long, the space was largely devoid of clutter, appearing quite empty. The prolonged absence of residents had allowed dust and cobwebs to accumulate, and as the door swung open, a musty odor wafted through the air. Chapter 5 unfolds with a tenderness reminiscent of the past. As Chu Shanhua yearned to offer assistance, Jiang Haiyang gently placed Jiang Xiaokui into her embrace. With the door firmly shut, he effectively ushered both mother and daughter into the courtyard, having already caused turmoil in the life of his affluent wife. He had followed her to this impoverished countryside, embroiled in a multitude of shameful affairs. How could he allow his wife's delicate hands to engage in such laborious tasks? Mommy, the puppy, can we feed it something to eat later? The sweet, gentle voice of a child mingled with the playful barks of a small dog, conjuring a warm tableau in his mind. Shanhua, I've tidied up a room. After such a long journey, take Xiaokui inside to rest for a bit. Zhu Shanyu, cradling her daughter, found herself momentarily entranced by Jiang Haiyang. Once a genuine daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital, she had defied her family for this man, drawn to him by an innate pride that belied his humble origins. He was not a spoiled scion, nor a man of entitlement. He cherished and respected her deeply. In the early days of their marriage, his concern for her selective eating prompted him to secretly learn culinary skills for half a year. However, the dual specters of gambling and alcohol had plunged their household into a quagmire. She had longed for the return of the Jiang Haiyang she once knew, one who need not love her with the same fervor as before, but could instead share a life akin to that of an ordinary family, with him as the breadwinner and her as the homemaker. Before her stood Jiang Haiyang, clad in a white tank top with his pant legs rolled up to his calves. The fabric clung to him, revealing the contours of his chest, while a gray towel rested on his shoulder. His gaze sparkled with brightness and warmth, imbued with profound affection. The fading sunlight cast a soft glow upon him, softening his rugged features, rendering him as gentle as he had been in days gone by. Chu Shanhua's delicate nose crinkled, her eyes stinging with unbidden tears, reluctant to blink for fear of awakening from this dream. "Mommy, sleepy," murmured Xiao Kui, who had been dozing throughout the journey. Though still quite young, the little one had struggled to find comfort while being held. The tiny fists clenched and a yawn escaped her lips. "All right, let's go to sleep." Once the mother and daughter were settled inside, Jiang Haiyang turned his attention to tidying the courtyard. His gaze was drawn to a black dog before him. Initially dismissing the barking as belonging to a neighbor's pet, he now scrutinized the animal closely. The poor creature appeared emaciated, as though it had not enjoyed a hearty meal in ages. It bore no resemblance to a dog kept by villagers. Could it be a stray? The black dog barked once at Jiang Haiyang before turning to leave, only to glance back at him with a penetrating gaze. "Oh, do you wish for me to follow you?" Jiang Haiyang sensed an imploring plea in the dog's eyes, as if it yearned for companionship. With a flick of its tail, I instinctively followed the black dog as it trotted ahead, not exiting the courtyard, but rather making its way to the kitchen. A faint, feeble meow reached my ears. Woof! Following the sound, I arrived at a corner of the kitchen where a small, frail kitten curled up, trembling incessantly. Its eyes were half closed, revealing one blue and one surprisingly green. A black dog stood protectively in front of the little cat, emitting a series of mournful whines. Was it urging me to save this tiny creature? I wondered if the black dog understood my thoughts, for upon uttering them, it ceased its vocalizations. Instead, it moved aside, beginning to dig with its front paws. Before I could intervene, it unearthed something from the ground and dropped it at my feet, nudging it with its paw when I didn't react. Having grown up in the countryside, I was well aware of the intelligence possessed by rural dogs. Was this meant for me? I bent down to stroke the black dog's head and gazed at my feet. There lay a crystal-clear, azure orb, reminiscent of a child's glass marble. The black dog, evidently growing impatient, tapped the ground with its paw. I chuckled softly, preparing to pick up the orb. The moment my hands touched the sphere, 3, 2, binding successful. Jiang Haiyang, male, 24 years old, a native of ancient Earth, owner of the abandoned planet number 8. Jiang Haiyang was transported into a space known as the abandoned planet number 8. Beneath my feet was a soft lawn, and not far away sprawled an expansive landscape. More astonishingly, cows soared through the sky, and chickens and ducks had become colossal. Even the pigs, no longer lumbering, showcased lightning-fast agility. An introduction to the abandoned planet No. 8 gradually unfolded before me. This planet had been utilized by interstellar botanists and zoologists for the cultivation of extinct species from ancient Earth. However, after numerous failures, it was deemed abandoned and discarded. My vision darkened as I read the large red letters. The binder must pay an interstellar energy tax of 300 million Federation credits annually. Having returned home to farm and poverty, I now bore an inexplicable debt of 300 million. Gritting my teeth, I continued to read. Any interstellar extinct flora and fauna cultivated on planet number 8 could be traded for recovery, yielding Federation credits that could be exchanged. Suddenly, a transparent panel appeared before me. The wild boar was valued at 10,000 Federation credits, a rooster at 5,000, vegetables at 500 per pound, and eggs at 150 each. The exchange values were astonishingly high. Gradually, my heart calmed, and I began to contemplate my strategy. Though I had been reborn with the foresight and wisdom of the future, it was now 1989, and I found myself in a rural setting where resources were scarce. Many were still hesitating at the threshold of the economic reforms recently initiated by the country. Having returned to this life, I felt compelled to make the most of my second chance after living for so many years. Thus, if one can seize the opportunity at present, a bountiful fortune is undoubtedly within reach. Upon my initial return, I found myself with but a few coins in hand. However, I have now afforded myself a chance. The primary reason for the failure of interstellar cultivation lies in the absence of viable crop seeds and healthy animal offspring. According to the information available, the energy present on this planet facilitates the rapid growth of both flora and fauna. This serendipitously works to my advantage. Jiang Haiyang's resolve remains robust, and he promptly embraces this new reality. In the renaming section, he taps twice. Is the renaming of abandoned planet number 8 to sea anemone farm space confirmed? Confirmed. The next step involves addressing these peculiar creatures to clear space for future cultivation and husbandry. Jiang Haiyang presses the red button, inscribed with the word slaughter. Beep. Chapter 6. Exquisite delicacies. Is my wife feeling shy? As Jiang Haiyang stepped out of the spatial realm, he found himself in the kitchen. The black dog, spinning in circles, rushed to his feet upon seeing him. Standing on its hind legs, it placed its front paws on his arms, sniffing him curiously. With a smile, Jiang Haiyang gently patted its head. Big Black, from now on, you and Little White will be part of our family. Tomorrow, I'll give you both a bath and make a cozy nest for you. Jiang Haiyang, lacking creativity in naming, arbitrarily chose their names based on their colors. Big Black opened its mouth, panting eagerly. Jiang Haiyang crouched down and scooped the little cat from the corner. Little White did not resist, curling up in his palm and licking his thumb. The lightweight cat felt more like bones than flesh in his hands. A thought crossed his mind, and he conjured a portion of freshly slaughtered and skinned rabbit meat. After retrieving 2 bowls from the cupboard and rinsing them with water, he turned around to find both the dog and cat fixated on the meat in his hands. Their eyes sparkled with desire, particularly Big Black, whose drool couldn't help but spill from its mouth. Jiang Haiyang divided the meat into the 2 bowls and placed them in front of the eager animals. Eat up, woof. Meow. Big Black devoured its meal with gusto, while Little White delicately nibbled piece by piece. Jiang Haiyang rummaged through his belongings and pulled out an enamel basin, filling it with rabbit meat cut into small chunks. He then carried it outside. Though the peculiar animals on the planet were inedible for interstellar beings, they were perfectly suitable for humans. Moreover, the meat was free from pollution and harmful substances capable of strengthening the body. Initially concerned about the disposal of the slaughtered animals, he now found that not only could he keep them fresh, but he could also consume them. Despite the inexplicable annual debt of 300 million federal coins, this spatial utility proved exceedingly convenient. When utilized wisely, it not only simplified tax obligations but also created greater value, enabling his wife and daughter to lead a better life alongside him. Carrying the basin, he knocked on the door of the neighboring house. His neighbor, Aunt Hu, had been his closest support since the passing of his parents. Aunt Hu, are you home? Not long after, he heard movement from within. Who is it? It's Haiyang. Aunt. Before he could finish speaking, the door creaked open. Aunt Hu examined him from head to toe, her face lighting up with a smile. Haiyang, it really is you. Come in, come in. She hurriedly grasped his arm and pulled him into her home. Jiang Haiyang allowed her to lead him, walking straight into the living room where Aunt Hu finally released her grip. Let me have a good look at you. It's been so many years. I almost didn't recognize you. Aunt Hu placed her hands on his arms, scrutinizing him closely. Jiang Haiyang set the basin down on the table. Just as in my childhood, I stand upright before her. Ah, I've grown sturdier and more handsome, ha ha ha. Aunt, I have returned with my wife and daughter, and I intend to reside in the village henceforth. They were weary from the journey and are now resting at home. Tomorrow, I shall bring them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Very well, bring them along, and I shall prepare a feast for them. Aunt, what of Uncle Hu? How are Jianya and Xinghua faring these days? Uncle Hu has not been well lately and has already retired for the evening. Xinghua has married a man from the town, and now the entire family works at the textile factory there. Jianya laughs. Aunt Hu sighed, observing the sorrow etched on Aunt Hu's face upon the mention of Jianya. Jiang Haiyang refrained from inquiring further. Nevertheless, he resolved to learn more about his childhood companion. The taciturn Jianya, at a more opportune moment. Aunt, I came to ask if I might borrow some rice and oil, as we have just returned. Before Jiang Haiyang could finish his sentence, Aunt Hu interrupted him. What need is there for politeness? Such trifles do not require borrowing. Wait here while I fetch them for you. With that, she hurried off to the kitchen. Jiang Haiyang followed her, carrying a basin. Aunt, please take this basin of rabbit meat. Consider it a trade between us. Aunt Hu's eyes widened in surprise. You, child. Aunt Hu, it is getting late. I shall take my leave now and visit you and Uncle Hu again tomorrow. Jiang Haiyang placed the basin of rabbit meat on the stove. He waved farewell while holding the basket Aunt Hu had given him and prepared to depart. Just as he stepped out the door, Aunt Hu chased after him, firmly thrusting 3 eggs and a handful of greens into his arms. Watching Jiang Haiyang's retreating figure, Aunt Hu returned to her home only after he had walked some distance. This impudent boy, bringing such a large basin of rabbit meat. I wonder if he saved any for himself. No, I must cook some tomorrow to send over to them. Upon returning home, Jiang Haiyang went straight to the kitchen. After a thorough cleaning, he deftly stoked the fire and prepared rice for congee. He took out a large chunk of prepped rabbit meat and chopped it into small pieces. Heating oil, he began to saute it. Spotting 2 fiery red chilies in the basket, a smile crept across his face. Aunt Hu remembers that my favorite is a spicy cuisine to the point of craving it. After serving a small bowl of the sautéed rabbit meat, Jiang Haiyang washed and chopped the 2 chilies, adding them to the pot. Once the congee began to simmer, he lifted the lid and tossed in a handful of washed greens. The rich aroma wafted through the air, enticing him to swallow repeatedly. After tasting a spoonful, Jiang Haiyang was left in disbelief. Had he not personally cooked the rabbit meat, he would have thought it was prepared by a master chef. The meat was tender and flavorful, sending waves of happiness coursing through him as it satisfied his hunger. He then sampled a spoonful of the vegetable congee, which was rather bland. It seemed the issue lay with the ingredients. To his astonishment, the meat of the interstellar species proved to be extraordinarily delectable. This revelation left Jiang Haiyang utterly astonished. At the threshold of the kitchen, Chu Shanhua awakened, lured by the enticing aroma of meat shortly after Jiang Haiyang's return. Rising to her feet, she approached the kitchen door, witnessing the man immersed in his culinary endeavors. Covering her mouth with her hands, she refrained from disturbing the enchanting scene before her. The events from the train to the present felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Haiyang, has he truly returned? Can I genuinely place my trust once more? Upon noticing his tearful wife leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Haiyang's heart tightened. He feigned nonchalance, chuckling softly. Darling, it's getting late. I prepared some vegetable porridge and sautéed rabbit meat. It's been a while since I last cooked, so I'm unsure if my skills have dulled. For now, please bear with me while I practice again. Chu Shanhua sniffled, her gaze cast downward as she quietly approached the stove to scoop the porridge. As she neared him, her steps faltered momentarily. In a hushed tone, she murmured, I don't mind, before hastily retreating outside. Jiang Haiyang was taken aback, noticing the flush creeping to the base of her ears. Could it be that she felt bashful? With a grin spreading across his face, he quickly closed the distance between them. As Chu Shanhua turned to walk away, Jiang Haiyang maneuvered to her other side. My dear, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling warm? You are truly infuriating, she retorted, laughter spilling forth from both of them. Chapter 7. The Break. Half of my wife vomited a steaming pot of vegetable porridge, and 2 plates of stir-fried rabbit meat sat untouched before Jiang Haiyang, who simply observed in silence. His wife, Chu Shanhua, blew softly on the porridge in her spoon before feeding it to their little daughter. In the intervals between the child's slow swallowing, she managed to take a bite for herself. When she brought a piece of rabbit meat to her lips, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she hastened her pace. Before long, the plate of non-spicy rabbit was nearly empty. Chu Shanhua burped contentedly, her face flushing as she gazed at the empty bowls before her. The rabbit meat was so delectable that she had unwittingly consumed twice her usual portion. The little one was also quite satisfied, her small mouth smacking in delight. Yummy, delicious, Jiang Haiyang chuckled. Little pig, Daddy will cook meat for you every day. Yay! Chu Shanhua glanced up, stealing a look at her husband, who was laughing heartily, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Where did you get all this rice, oil, and vinegar? From Aunt Hu next door. She has watched me grow up, and I just borrowed a bit from her. Chu Shanhua nodded in response, pulling out a small cloth bag from her pocket and offering him 5 yuan. You can return it to her tomorrow. No need, he replied. You keep the money. Supporting the family is my responsibility. I'll repay her once I earn some. Chu Shanhua froze momentarily, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed into his eyes. In the past, whenever he sobered up, he would rummage through the house for money to buy alcohol, prompting her to hide their remaining funds carefully. Thankfully, despite his past irresponsibility, he had never taken his frustrations out on her, which was why a flicker of hope still lingered in her heart. Now, he was speaking of providing for the family and earning money. For the past few days, Chu Shanhua had oscillated between surprise and fear. Finally, unable to restrain herself any longer, she broke down in tears. "Wu, Jiang Haiyang, you scoundrel, have you truly changed? Please don't give me hope only to." In her arms, Jiang Xiaokuei looked at her mother, who had suddenly burst into tears, her little mouth pouting before she joined in, wailing. Jiang Haiyang was taken aback, helplessly watching the two sobbing women before him. He quickly stood up, nearly tripping over the chair leg, and pulled them into his embrace. Gently stroking the small woman's back, he murmured soothingly, There, don't cry. You're all grown up yet still crying like little Kuei." Filled with guilt and tenderness, Jiang Haiyang's resolve solidified. "I, Jiang Haiyang, vow, from this day forward, I shall never do anything to betray my family or Chu Shanhua. If I do, may the heavens strike me down." Chu Shanhua, hearing this, became anxious and quickly covered his mouth, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. Her voice choked. "Pooh, don't say such things." Jiang Haiyang extended his large hand to envelop her delicate one, planting a gentle kiss upon it. His gaze filled with deep affection. "Coral, trust me, I will ensure a prosperous life for you and little Kuei." As our gazes met, a fervent warmth ignited between us. Jiang Jiashan's dear little Kuei nestled in her mother's embrace, her large, gem-like black eyes blinking curiously at the two adults before her. Jiang Haiyang's expression darkened as he slowly leaned down, his large hand covering the little one's eyes, before kissing his wife's plump, rosy lips. He intended to keep it brief, yet he overestimated his own restraint. Like an insatiable beast, he devoured the soft whispers of his petite wife. Just as Jiang Haiyang became lost in the moment, he suddenly felt a struggle, as his wife pushed him away with surprising force. With flushed cheeks, Chuan Shinshu shot him a glare before quickly turning her face away to retch. Jiang Haiyang, taken aback by his wife's reaction, found himself frozen in place. After a deep breath, he inhaled, recalling that it had been ages since he indulged in the pleasures of life due to his previous disappointments. Did his wife now find him distasteful? A sense of grievance began to stir within him. "Daddy, it stinks." It burst. Watching his wife in discomfort, Jiang Haiyang set aside his self-pity. He hurried to fetch a bowl of warm water, gently patting her back in concern. As Chuan Shinshu gradually calmed down and rinsed her mouth, she glanced at him, her eyes downcast. "I'm not disgusted by you. I'm just feeling a bit unwell." Her soft voice reached Jiang Haiyang's ears, dissipating his grievances. Upon hearing her discomfort, he instantly became anxious. He picked up the little one and urged her to return to her room for rest. The little one, obedient as ever, would fall into a gentle slumber within minutes of being placed on the bed. After a moment of hesitation, as Chuan Shinshu prepared to return to their room after a simple wash, Jiang Haiyang finally spoke. "Coral, how much money do we have left?" Chuan Shinshu paused in her steps. What did he intend to do? Their household funds were dwindling, and with his job in the countryside still uncertain, how would they continue their lives? Jiang Haiyang scratched his head, his face flushing with embarrassment. He realized he had not been a true man. After succumbing to his addiction to alcohol, he had quit his job. For over a year, they had solely relied on his wife's earnings. He had even asked her for money when he ran out for drinking. Looking at her slender figure, he inwardly cursed himself. "Coral, please don't misunderstand. I'm not asking to buy alcohol. Ugh, I promise I will never drink again." He rushed to explain. "There is a piece of land in our yard, and behind it, there is an acre for personal use. I was thinking of purchasing some seeds to plant. This money would be a temporary loan from you." Chuan Shinshu interrupted him, pulling out 10 yuan from her pocket. "We are husband and wife. There is no need for borrowing." After saying this, she bypassed him and opened the door to their room. "Dear, perhaps you should wash up and rest a little earlier." Jiang Haiyang gazed at the slightly ajar door, a surge of warmth enveloping his heart. After hastily refreshing himself, he tiptoed into the room. Once he had removed his shoes and settled onto the bed, he noticed that although his wife lay there with her eyes tightly shut, the fluttering of her lashes and the quickened rhythm of her breath revealed that she was, in fact, awake. He gently lifted the small child sprawled in the middle of the bed and placed him against the wall. Then he lay down beside his wife, wrapping his arms around her rigid form. You mustn't act recklessly. Chu Shanhua's eyes remained closed as she pushed against his chest. Jiang Haiyang's voice was husky as he replied, "Calm down. All I desire tonight is to hold you while we sleep." The body in his embrace softened, and he could hear her breathing gradually steadying. Opening his eyes, Jiang Haiyang beheld the small woman nestled against him, her face flushed with a soft hue in her slumber. The natural beauty of her features was accentuated by this delicate blush, and her slightly parted lips seemed to beckon for a gentle kiss. Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of tension within him, as if a flame were igniting. The little one turned in his sleep, pressing closely against his wife's back. Jiang Haiyang let out a heavy sigh, reflecting on his previous foolishness. Instead of embracing the fragrant warmth of his wife, he had foolishly clung to a bottle of liquor that reeked of despair. Now, contemplating the lingering wariness his wife still harbored, he realized the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Chapter 8. The Baby Smells Sweet. While the poop is stinky, the gentle voice of a child stirred Jiang Haiyang from his slumber, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a small, pudgy body collided with his face, obstructing his mouth and nose. Jiang Xiaokui, how many times must I remind you not to sit your little bottom on your father's face? Phew, you're still laughing. Was that a fart I just sensed? Stinky. The baby smells sweet. Jiang Haiyang extended his hand, lifting the mischievous little one who had caused such a ruckus on his face. The almost 3-year-old resembled a soft little dumpling, with fine hair styled into a fluffy top knot. Beneath long, thick eyelashes, her round, sparkling eyes curved into crescent moons. Her delicate, rosy cheeks bore 2 charming dimples, and when she smiled, she resembled a little angel. Our little Kuei is indeed an angelic baby. Even her farts smell sweet. Jiang Xiaokui kicked her chubby legs and giggled uncontrollably. Chu Shanhua looked at the playful duo on the bed with a hint of exasperation. Yes, your daughter's poops are fragrant too. Stinky, stinky. The little one wrinkled her nose in disdain, her pudgy hands flapping in front of her nose in a comical fashion. Chu Shanhua chuckled, teasing, "Your daughter says you smell. Hurry up and wash yourself. The leftover porridge from last night is heated up. Once you've eaten, we'll head into town to see what we need to buy." All right. Listening to the incessant chatter of his wife about the household supplies that needed replenishing warmed Jiang Haiyang's heart. He scooped up the rolling little dumpling and pulled her close to his shoulder. The warm sunlight poured in, enveloping them in a cozy atmosphere. At 2 in the afternoon. Still at this end, I await your arrival. All right, Mr. Li, thank you. After some pleasantries, Jiang Haiyang assisted his wife and daughter down from the tractor. Although the economy had opened up and life had improved for many, few families in the village owned vehicles. Thus, to go to town for shopping, one either walked or shared a ride on the village tractor, costing 30 cents per person, departing in the morning and returning in the afternoon. Hongsha Town was where Jiang Haiyang attended both middle and high school, having not returned in several years. He had the chance to take in the sights upon his arrival yesterday. Today, however, he observed the substantial changes in the town. While it lacked the gleaming buildings and broad roads of larger cities, the rows of wooden storefronts exuded a rustic charm. The walls were adorned with slogans of the era, promoting family planning and emphasizing the importance of child education. Coincidentally, it was market day, bustling with people coming and going. After experiencing the fast-paced, prosperous life of the modern world, returning to 1989 with a wife and daughter, Jiang Haiyang found rural life to be even more appealing. He purchased various daily necessities needed for the household, carrying a basket as he followed behind his wife, who held their daughter in her arms. As they walked, Chu Shanhua paused to examine a large red poster affixed to the wall. Recruitment. A textile factory is seeking to hire an accountant, requiring a high school diploma. Candidates will undergo an assessment, and upon acceptance, they will transition to formal employment with a monthly salary of 45 yuan. Chu Shanhua felt a stir of interest. The recent expenses for daily necessities had taken a toll, and her savings were dwindling. Jiang Haiyang, noticing the longing in his wife's eyes, felt a pang of pain in his heart. His wife, a graduate of a prestigious university, was originally a woman of privilege, but their family discord had altered their circumstances. Their current life should have been radiant, yet here she was, clinging to a meager livelihood, compelled to toil for a mere 45 yuan. Shanhua, with Kuei still so young, it's best you stay at home. Let me handle the responsibility of providing for our family, Jiang Haiyang urged. Chu Shanhua hesitated, ready to retort. At a noodle shop, Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua sat across from a young couple clad in the deep blue uniforms of the textile factory, playfully entertaining their child, Kuei. I just visited Aunt Hu yesterday and mentioned that you were working at the textile factory. I never expected to run into you today, Jiang Haiyang remarked with a smile. The short-haired woman before him was Hu Xinghua, Aunt Hu's daughter, now employed as a worker at the factory. Beside her was her husband, Zhang Jun, a modest workshop supervisor, distinguished by his gold-rimmed glasses. Brother Jiang, you return with such a lovely sister-in-law and an adorable child. I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Shang Yun the Malks. As they exchanged pleasantries, for bowls of noodles were placed before them. Zhang Jun had the egg in his bowl and shared half with Hu Xinghua, who reciprocated by offering him some of her noodles. Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of the affectionate young couple. Where is your elder brother? Xinghua. Shanhua and I plan to settle down in our hometown. We should invite your brother to gather soon, Jiang Haiyang inquired, recalling Aunt Hu's hints from the previous day. Hu Xinghua paused her chopsticks, letting out a soft sigh. My sister-in-law is insisting on a divorce and has taken the child back to her parents' home. My brother is currently trying to persuade her. A divorce? Jiang Haiyang was taken aback. I estimate my brother will return in a couple of days. My sister-in-law is determined to divorce, and my brother will not be able to change her mind this time. Zhang Jun gently patted Hu Xinghua's back in comfort. Perhaps it's for the best. My brother is so honest, and the turmoil caused by that woman over the years has been exhausting. It's better for him to move on and find someone new. Hu Xinghua sighed again. The crux of the matter is that my brother is reluctant to part with his son. That woman is running off with a wealthy man and doesn't he allow sure to stay with my brother. Sigh. Jiang Haiyang grasped the situation and chose not to delve deeper. After feeding their daughter, Chu Shanhua turned her attention to Hu Xinghua. Xinghua, is your factory hiring accountants? I was thinking. No, you're not, Jiang Haiyang interrupted before she could finish. Chu Shanhua shot him a sharp glance. It was the first time Hu Xinghua witnessed Jiang Haiyang so apprehensive around someone, and her frown vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Sister-in-law, Brother Jiang is truly concerned for you, Zhang Jun remarked with a bright smile directed at Chu Shanhua. Our factory is indeed in search of an accountant. Although the remuneration may not compare to that of larger cities, the workload is relatively light. Given that you are a college graduate, it's likely that you wouldn't even need to undergo an assessment for the position. Chu Shanhua nodded, her desire to immediately secure employment growing stronger. After their meal, Hu Xinghua and Zhang Jun exchanged contact information with them before preparing to return to work. Chu Shanhua waved goodbye to them, holding her daughter's chubby little hand. Auntie, goodbye. Hu Xinghua planted a gentle kiss on the little one's fair cheek, bidding farewell to Xiao Kuei. With the hours still early, Jiang Haiyang took his wife and daughter to the largest agricultural market in town, intending to procure some vegetable seeds to experiment with in their farm space. As it was late August, the variety of vegetables suitable for planting was limited. After a careful selection, Jiang Haiyang purchased 3 types: autumn cucumbers, coriander, and a water radish. Having spent 2 yuan of the 10 yuan his wife had given him, he planned to buy some chicks and ducklings as well. Once they boarded the tractor for their return journey, everyone on the vehicle appeared utterly exhausted. However, Jiang Haiyang felt invigorated. Indeed, he could have easily mustered the energy to herd cattle up the mountains. Are you tired, Xiao Kuei? Would you like Daddy to hold you to sleep? He asked, playfully poking Chapter 9. As long as you improve, I am willing to endure hardship. As the courtyard gates swung open, 2 figures swiftly darted before them. One large and one small, they obediently settled in a neat row. Meow. The little creature, upon spotting the 2, began to bounce excitedly in Chu Shanhua's embrace, eager to join them in play. Shanhua, this is Jiang Dahe and Jiang Xiaobai. I found them pitiable and decided to keep them at home. What do you think? The two little beings possessed a certain intelligence, seemingly aware that their fate rested in the hands of the enchanting woman before them. Dahe promptly lay down, resting his head on his front paws, gazing up at Chu Shanhua with an expression that conveyed, "I will be very obedient." Meanwhile, the frail Xiaobai leaned against Dahe, emitting pitiful mews that melted hearts. "Mommy," meow Chu Shanhua playfully flicked Jiang Xiaokui's nose. "Well, these two little fellows do seem quite perceptive. A dog can guard the house, while a cat can catch mice." "Woof," Dahe chimed in. "Choose me for guarding. It's my forte." "Meow." Xiaobai trembled mice. Upon hearing they could stay, the two instantly straightened up, brimming with enthusiasm. "All right, Dahe and Xiaobai will henceforth be members of our family. You must listen carefully to your mistress." "Woof woof." Dahe playfully nudged Xiaobai aside and snuggled closer to Chu Shanhua, vying for her affection. "Mistress, that little one is quite timid. Not only can I guard the house and catch mice, but I can also protect you." Chu Shanhua couldn't help but laugh at the antics of the two little performers. Just as she reached out to stroke Dahe's head, Jiang Haiying interjected, "Shanhua, you and Ko'er should head inside to rest. Since we're keeping these two, I will take them to the river for a wash first." With that, he picked up the little white cat and placed it on Dahe's back. Dahe repeatedly turned his head to glance back at Chu Shanhua, while Xiaobai mewed uncertainly. Jiang Haiyang chuckled, observing how quickly these two little creatures adapted, seemingly forgetting who provided them with sustenance. Just yesterday, they had appeared on the brink of starvation, yet today they seemed particularly spirited. Contemplating this, Jiang Haiyang's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Ensuring no one was in sight, he slipped into the spatial realm. An idea struck him, and upon reappearing, he found Dahe and Xiaobai still dazed in their spot, and he brought them into the space with him. Detected recyclable terrestrial species, emaciated dog, ailing cat. Recycle? No. Jiang Haiyang understood. It appeared that flora and fauna from the outside world could also be recycled and exchanged within the spatial realm. Once inside, Dahe and Xiaobai, filled with curiosity, sniffed around. Jiang Haiyang had intentionally saved some seeds he had previously purchased in his pocket. With limited time and a mindset geared towards experimentation, he directly buried the untreated seeds into the soil. After a brief moment, he made his way to the storage room. This storage room had materialized after he had harvested the interstellar creatures within the space. The remains of those creatures were neatly categorized. His earlier suspicions were nearly confirmed upon seeing Dahe and Xiaobai. The meat possessed remarkable efficacy. One need not possess extraordinary culinary skills to create astonishingly delectable dishes. The essence lies in the ability of these meals to invigorate the spirit and dispel fatigue. Regrettably, the appearance of these creatures is so striking that, if presented publicly, they would not only fail to yield profit, but also invite suspicion. Consuming them at home might lead to an insurmountable surplus, which is equally unfortunate. Therefore, Jiang Haiyang turned his thoughts toward opening a restaurant. In this rural village, they relied on the mountains for sustenance. In previous years, the area was so impoverished that even roots and tree bark had been stripped bare. However, the current view of the lush greenery on the mountainside presented a different scene altogether. He contemplated bringing back the peeled and dice game, claiming it was freshly hunted, while waiting for his chickens, ducks, and pigs to mature, thus establishing a reputation. Yet, constrained by a lack of funds, he realized that progress must be gradual. Opening a restaurant seemed impractical, but selling boxed meals at the factory entrance might be a viable option. With a plan forming in his mind, Jiang Haiyang stepped out of the storeroom. His gaze fell upon a vibrant green sprout emerging from the dark, fertile soil, captivating his attention. To his astonishment, a fresh green shoot had broken through the soil where he had just sown seeds. Overwhelmed with joy, he was suddenly jolted forward by a push from behind, stumbling 2 steps as his foot inadvertently crushed a tender sprout. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, as he turned to see the black, lean dog sprinting away. A sudden craving for dog meat surged within him. Looking down, he noticed that the crushed shoots were standing upright once more, their leaves unfurling gradually. After regaining their form, they appeared even more robust than before. With laughter echoing in the air, Jiang Haiyang returned home with two freshly cleaned creatures. Upon entering, he was greeted by the voice of Chu Shanhua. A black and white blur dashed into the house. His wife emerged from the main room, accompanied by a familiar figure. "Aunt Hu, what brings you here?" "I was just about to take Shanhua and Xiao Kuei to your place." Aunt Hu, cradling Xiao Kuei in her arms, beamed with joy. "Well, whether you come or I come, it amounts to the same. The rabbit meat you left for me yesterday was simply divine. Uncle Hu and I savored it so much that we nearly swallowed our tongues. That old fellow wasn't he feeling well, but after indulging in the meat, he polished off 2 bowls of rice and now seems as fit as a fiddle. I specifically brought some cooked meat for you to taste." It appeared that while gifting meat once or twice was fine, doing so too often might raise suspicions. "Aunt, we still have meat at home. You need not bring any for us. It would suffice to take some back for Uncle, who is a side dish. I cannot take back what I brought. That little bit left at home is enough for your uncle. You young folks ought to eat well." Observing the happiness of their family, Jiang Haiyang felt a warmth in his heart for them. However, sensing the worry etched on her face regarding Hu Jianya, he offered a comforting word in a low voice. "Aunt, rest assured that everything will be all right." Sigh. The little one, Jiang Xiao Kuei, was puzzled as to why her beloved grandmother suddenly appeared forlorn. It reminded her of the times her mother wore a similar expression. With her tiny hand, she gently caressed the furrowed brow and then pressed a soft kiss upon her face. Aunt Hu was amused, remarking on the girl's thoughtfulness, in contrast to her mischievous son. Sure too, as night fell, the little one slept soundly in her bed. Chu Shanhua, however, was restless, her mind lingering on work-related matters. Jiang Haiyang nestled closely behind her, enveloping her in his embrace. "Shanhua, I have devised a plan to earn a living. Trust me. Grant me half a month, and I shall not disappoint you again. You have endured so much suffering by my side. I cannot bear the thought of you toiling in a factory. You are meant to be cherished." Turning towards him, Chu Shanhua buried her face in his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I intend to become an accountant, and I do not perceive myself as too delicate to confront financial challenges." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Haiyang, as long as you improve, I am willing to endure any hardship." Tears welled in Jiang Haiyang's heart, the warmth of her emotions soaking through. He placed a gentle kiss atop her head. The night deepened. Chapter 10. Oh no, wild boar. The rescue of 2 little ones. As dawn broke, Jiang Haiyang quietly descended from his bed. After feeding the 2 small creatures, he slung a basket over his back and grasped a sickle, ready to venture out. He believed that any task should be performed with elegance, and today he intended to explore the back mountain. He aimed to observe the changes in the landscape, and, on his return, transfer some meat from his spatial storage. "Woof, what's this? Do you wish to join me?" Dahei circled around his legs, appearing determined to accompany him. "Very well, let us wander the mountain together." Dahei joyfully dashed ahead, reaching the door first. He scratched at it impatiently, urging Jiang Haiyang to open it quickly. Just as Jiang Haiyang was about to shut the door, a small white figure darted through the crack like lightning. It leapt gracefully onto Dahei's back. Meow, its blue and green eyes brimmed with indignation, as if to say, "How could you have fun without me?" Jiang Haiyang playfully poked its furry forehead. "Are you planning to tag along merely to serve as bait for attracting prey?" Little Bai stiffened at this, its tail fluffed up in alarm. "Woof!" Dahei, dissatisfied, tugged at Jiang Haiyang's pant leg, signaling him to cease his chatter and lead the way. Thus the trio, a man, a dog, and a small white cat perched upon the dog's back, set off to the back mountain. In the early morning, mist frolicked among the trees. As the sun rose, the morning fog slowly lifted like a delicate veil. The back mountain was lush with greenery, the trees towering overhead, offering a refreshing coolness that belied the heat of the day. The air was crisp, and Jiang Haiyang felt utterly content. While many yearned to escape to bustling cities, few realized that the countryside was the true sanctuary for the soul. In the future, farm stays and pastoral retreats would lure busy urban dwellers, enticing them to seek solace in nature. As he strolled, Jiang Haiyang carefully observed his surroundings. He foraged for edible wild vegetables and mushrooms, gathering a few to store in his spatial storage. After wandering for quite some time without encountering any game, he decided to place half a chicken, already cut into pieces, into his basket in preparation for his return. Suddenly Woof, Dahe, who had vanished into the woods, came rushing back from the left. "Where's Little Bai?" Jiang Haiyang glanced around, but the small white figure was nowhere in sight. "Woof, master, hurry. Follow me. The little one is hurt." Dahe's paws pounded the ground anxiously. Barking fervently, Jiang Haiyang recalled the first day he had returned, when Dahe had exhibited the same frantic demeanor. A sense of dread washed over him. Something must have gone awry. "Lead the way." Dahe immediately took off ahead, guiding him. "What should we do?" The little cat fell. At the edge of a small slope, two children peered down, their heads barely visible. "Yaya, I'm going down to take a look. You stay up here and watch the basket. Wait for me," the older boy declared, setting down the basket and sliding down the slope. "Be careful, brother." After the boy descended, he picked up the little white cat he had injured with a slingshot and began to climb back up the slope. "Your cleanliness suggests you must belong to a household, yet I have never encountered you before. How embarrassing. I mistook you for prey." Upon sensing the boy's lack of malice, the little white cat retracted its sharp claws and obediently allowed him to cradle it in his arms. "Yaya, I have rescued the kitten." "Brother." Behind. "Brother, quickly." The young boy glanced at his sister, whose eyes were filled with terror, and instinctively turned around. A wild boar. Terrified, the boy scrambled up, using all his strength to climb higher. "Yaya, run." Yaya, frightened, fell to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a strenuous climb, the boy grasped his sister's hand, urging her to flee. The two frightened children, trembling, rolled and crawled forward in a desperate bid for survival. The wild boar, snorting, drew nearer, just as it was about to charge. "Woof, you two quickly, get down." At the sound of a man's commanding shout, the siblings instinctively obeyed, collapsing to the ground. A scythe sliced through the air, aimed at the wild boar. In an instant of contact, both Jiang Haiyang and the boar vanished from sight. When they reappeared, the boar had collapsed with a thunderous crash. Jiang Haiyang exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he was in time. Just as the scythe grazed the boar, Jiang Haiyang had willed it into his spatial realm, pressed the slaughter button, and then brought it back out. In no more than a minute, even Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of fear. He approached the fallen boar, delivering a few more strikes with the scythe before inserting it between the creature's eyes. Once everything was taken care of, Jiang Haiyang turned to the two little ones, helping them to their feet. "Are you both all right?" The children, sitting on the ground, glanced at the lifeless boar behind them and burst into tears. "Woof." Meow. Dahe noticed the little white cat lying nearby, nudging its body with his paw. Observing the injury on its thigh, he licked the wound and then lay down in front of it, gently lifting it onto his back. Rising, he approached Jiang Haiyang, vigilantly watching the sobbing boy. The boy quickly ceased his weeping, wiping his tears. "Uncle, my name is Tang Xiaoqiang, and this is my sister, Tang Yaya. Thank you for saving us." After speaking, Tang Xiaoqiang took his sister's hand and bowed slightly to Jiang Haiyang. "Thank you, uncle." Tang Yaya, still sniffling, echoed her brother's gratitude. Jiang Haiyang affectionately patted their little heads. "It is far too dangerous for you two to venture into the mountains without adult supervision. You must not do this again." The siblings, still shaken, nodded in agreement. "Uncle, is this kitten yours?" The boy noticed the little white cat on Dahe's back beside Jiang Haiyang. With her head bowed low, the small face was suffused with embarrassment. "Just a moment ago, I had mistakenly perceived the little white cat as prey and had injured it with a slingshot." Upon hearing this, Jiang Haiyang glanced at the little white cat, noticing a wound the size of a pebble on its leg, now oozing blood. Brother did not intend to hurt it. He even went down to rescue the kitten. Tang Ya hurriedly interjected on behalf of her brother. They were not malicious children. This uncle was truly remarkable. He single-handedly vanquished a wild boar and saved them. They did not wish to incur his displeasure. Tang Xiaoqiang and Tang Yaya held hands, their faces still marked by tears, their large eyes simultaneously fixed upon Jiang Haiyang. Since it was unintentional, and Xiaoqiang had also descended to save the kitten, Would it be acceptable to apologize to it? Little cat, I'm sorry. Tang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of guilt as he gazed at the injury on the little white cat's leg, reaching out to gently stroke its back. The little white cat looked at Tang Xiaoqiang, then leaned in to lick his hand as he caressed it. Uncle, the kitten licked me. It has forgiven me. Tang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in delight, turning to Jiang Haiyang. Xiaoqiang is a good child. The little cat has indeed forgiven you. Overjoyed, Tang Xiaoqiang and Tang Yaya leaped into the air, gathering around the large black dog, eager to converse with the kitten. Woof! Did no one notice me? Is it because I'm not adorable? Chapter 11. Excavation. The invaluable golden herb. Xiao Bai's contribution before him lay a wild boar, weighing approximately 200 pounds. Jiang Haiyang instructed Tang Xiaoqiang and Tang Yaya to return to the village and summon others to assist in carrying it back. Once the two children had run off, Jiang Haiyang, to prevent the bleeding boar from attracting other beasts, temporarily stored it in his spatial pocket. He then plucked some mugwort leaves, crushed them, and applied the poultice to Xiao Bai's leg. Meow! Xiao Bai stretched its leg and playfully tapped Big Black's head with its paw. After a brief bark, Big Black lay down. Xiao Bai, having regained its footing, took small steps forward, turning back to meow at Jiang Haiyang. Big Black, go ahead and keep watch. If anyone approaches, call us. Woof! Xiao Bai settled on a hillside, gazing downwards, its tail sweeping across the ground. Jiang Haiyang tucked it under his arm and slid down the slope. Once Xiao Bai was on all fours, it dashed toward a patch of green leaves. Meow, this cat can eat. I want it. As they approached, Jiang Haiyang brushed aside the wild grass and discovered the leaves. Squatting down, he began to excavate the soil around the roots. With each inch of earth he uncovered, his heart raced. It was actually sanchi, also known as the golden herb. Though not as rare or precious as ginseng, it is nonetheless an exceedingly valuable medicinal plant. This small patch of sanchi had likely gone unnoticed due to the overgrowth and its location on the hillside. Jiang Haiyang hurriedly began to dig. The wild sanchi appeared to have some age to it. He contemplated selling part of it while reserving some for planting in his spatial pocket, achieving a dual benefit. Xiao Bai, I'll credit you for this. When we return, there will be plenty of meat. Meow. The sound of barking echoed nearby. Jiang Haiyang placed some of the sanchi into his backpack, covering it with a layer of grass, and deftly climbed back up the slope with Xiao Bai. He faintly heard the voices of several men approaching. He relocated the wild boar back to its original spot. Where's the boar? There really are wild boars in this back mountain. Did one person take it down? Goodness, that's impressive. That uncle saved me and Yaya. He's truly formidable. You, young man, have grown proud, running around with Yaya. Just wait until we return. I'll teach you a lesson. Jiang Haiyang promptly made his way towards them. After descending the mountain, Tang Xiaoqiang and Tang Yaya reported the wild boar incident to their parents. The men of the Tang family quickly mobilized, and 3 of them followed Tang Xiaoqiang back up the mountain. Due to her small stature and the fright she had experienced, Tang Yaya did not accompany them. Uncle! Tang Xiaoqiang exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Haiyang, his eyes shining with admiration. With a flushed face, he rushed to his side. Uncle, I call my dad my uncle. Well done, Xiaoqiang. Jiang Haiyang praised him, affectionately ruffling his hair. It's you, Haiyang, who is remarkable. Ah, young Jiang has returned. We were all speculating about the unfamiliar face he mentioned, and it turns out to be you. The village chief of Lulin, surnamed Tang, has 4 sons. The 3 individuals before us are Tang's sons, Tang Fushan, Tang Yongshan, and Tang Baoshan. Tang Xiaoqiang is the 3rd son, Tang Baoshan's child. Tang Yaya is the daughter of the youngest, Tang Jinbao, and is the only girl in the Tang family across 3 generations. Ocean, today we owe you a great debt. If it weren't for you, both our families would have faced calamity with my little Chong and the youngest Yaya. Tang Baoshan, visibly agitated, tightly grasped Jiang Haiyang's arm. As he spoke, he bent his knee, intending to kneel. Oh, Brother Baoshan, please don't. Jiang Haiyang exclaimed in alarm, quickly preventing him from doing so. Young Jiang, we are truly grateful to you. You are a benefactor to our Tang family. Indeed, Haiyang, it was merely a fortunate encounter. However, it was extraordinarily perilous. Xiaoqiang, you must not venture into the back mountains alone again. Tang Xiaoqiang bowed his head, still trembling from the brush with death. I understand my mistake. When we get home, I'll have a word with you, you little rascal. Tang Fushan, the eldest, glanced at the wild boar behind him and spoke. This boar has bled profusely. We should assist young Jiang in carrying it back. Otherwise, we may attract other wild beasts. Very well. Without further ado, they bound the wild boar tightly with ropes to a sturdy wooden pole. 1, 2, 3 lift. Together, they hoisted the pole onto their shoulders, carrying the boar down the mountain. Goodness, this wild boar must weigh at least 200 pounds. Ocean, you single-handedly took it down. How impressive. Tang Yongshan gave Jiang Haiyang a thumbs up, exclaiming, Uncle is truly remarkable. With a swift stroke of the sickle, the boar fell to the ground. Young Tang Xiaoqiang, ever eager to boast about his admired Uncle Jiang, immediately sprang to life, chattering excitedly. Jiang Haiyang could only smile in silence, feeling a hint of embarrassment at the extravagant praise from a boy. Fortunately, the conversation was taken over by Tang Baoshan. Ocean, do you intend to keep the boar for yourself, or are you considering selling it? If you're selling, I can connect you with some restaurants. Tang Baoshan is renowned in the village as a skilled butcher. During festive occasions, families hosting grand feasts often summon him for his precise and efficient work. If you're looking to sell, I can negotiate a fair price for you. Jiang Haiyang had already devised a plan in his mind. The arrival of this wild boar was remarkably timely. Selling it was certainly out of the question. Upon returning home, he would cleverly substitute it with the pork stored in his space. He would prepare braised pork to sell in lunchboxes at the factory entrance in town. He was confident that with the quality from his space, this small venture would yield his first earnings since his rebirth. Brother Baoshan, I have decided against selling this meat. I intend to keep it for another purpose. Sai, very well. The four of them, panting and exerting themselves, carried the wild boar down the mountain, heading straight for Jiang Haiyang's courtyard. Villagers they encountered along the way were drawn by curiosity. Upon learning that Jiang Haiyang had single-handedly hunted the beast, they were filled with awe and admiration. Naturally, there were some envious murmurs about public property, but they were quickly silenced by retorts. Dahei, carrying Xiaobai, had already descended the mountain and returned home. When Chu Shanhua woke up and did not see Jiang Haiyang, she noticed the herbal poultice on Xiaobai's leg. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped her, and she waited at the door, holding Jiang Xiaokai. Mom, a pig. Xiaokai exclaimed excitedly in her embrace, pointing ahead. Spotting her husband, Jiang Haiyang, among those carrying the wild boar, Chu Shanhua hurried to greet him. Haiyang. Chapter 12. The concerns of a little woman, the Tang brothers helped Jiang Haiyang carry the wild boar into the courtyard. Just as they were about to leave, he stopped them. My dear brothers from the Tang family, you've been such a bother today. It's nearly mealtime. Why don't you stay and rest at my home? With such a large wild boar, I must treat you to my culinary skills at noon. Haiyang, we are grateful enough. We cannot accept a meal from you for such a small effort, replied Brother Fushan. Consider it a homecoming. Let's all enjoy some merriment together. Chu Shanhua, holding her daughter, stood beside Jiang Haiyang, listening to their conversation with her heart in her throat. Did her husband truly hunt this wild boar alone? Such a large creature. Had he sustained any injuries? With so many people around, she hesitated to voice her concerns. Frowning, she scrutinized her husband's body from head to toe, her gaze intense and probing. Perhaps her worried gaze was too piercing. Jiang Haiyang took hold of her delicate hand, looking at her gently as he spoke in a low voice. Do not worry. I am fine. I am not hurt. Chu Shanhua said nothing more, merely shooting him a glare. Even if he had not been injured, this reckless behavior was unacceptable. Hunting a wild boar alone was fraught with danger. Yet, with others present, she refrained from voicing her frustrations, instead smiling warmly at the Tang brothers and Tang Xiaoqiang. Haiyang's cooking rivals that of the finest chefs in the capital. You must stay and savor it. Upon hearing Jiang Haiyang's wife extend the invitation, the three Tang brothers ceased their pretense. Since our sister-in-law has spoken, we shall not be polite. We will relish the meal. Ha ha! This was the first time Tang Xiaoqiang had seen such a beautiful lady, and her soft-spoken nature captivated him. He gazed at her, feeling a bit shy when she looked his way. Hello, Annie. Chu Shanhua had a fondness for children and had noticed the small boy early on. He was bright-eyed and lively, and though she adored her own daughter, a slight regret lingered in her heart. Jiang Haiyang was an only son. His parents had passed away early, and with the family planning policies in place, the hope of bearing him a son seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. "Hello there," she said, stepping forward to wave at him while holding her daughter's tiny hand. "Xiaokuei, greet your brother and ask him his name and age, all right?" Since the wild boar had been brought back to the courtyard, Jiang Xiaokuei's attention had been captured by the oversized creature. At the sound of her mother's voice, the little one turned her head, her grape-sized eyes fixating on Tang Xiaoqiang for a while. A smile broke across her face, her eyes narrowing with delight, revealing the charming dimples on either side. In the presence of the gentle and beautiful aunt and the adorably charming baby, Tang Xiaoqiang felt a warmth bloom on his cheeks, his words tumbling out like spilled beans. I am Tang Xiaoqiang, 5 years old this year, and I live at..." The three men of the Tang family could hardly suppress their laughter. This little rascal, usually as mischievous as a monkey, had suddenly transformed into such a well-behaved child. Tang Baoshan playfully patted him on the back. "You little scamp, are you composing an essay here? Go home and let your family know that we will be dining at Uncle Haiyang's place for lunch." Embarrassed, Tang Xiaoqiang took off running at the command. "Hey, Xiaoqiang, when you come back, bring a bottle of wine." "Got it," came the cheerful reply, followed by hearty laughter filling the courtyard. Tang Baoshan turned around with mock annoyance. "This little monkey." Jiang Haiyang chuckled heartily. "Brother Baoshan, boys should be spirited like this when they are young." Eventually, Tang Baoshan volunteered to take on the task of slaughtering the pig, executing the task with swift precision. He drained the blood and cleaned the pig's hair, then proceeded to eviscerate it. Tang Baoshan contemplated tossing the entrails to the dogs, Dahe and Xiao Bai. But to his surprise, the two clever little creatures darted behind Jiang Haiyang instead. "Woof! Meow, what is that? We want the tasty meat before we eat." These two are quite astute. Are they afraid I might poison them? They're certainly good watchdogs. Regardless of their banter, it was a self-praise. The cat and dog stood tall with an air of pride. Jiang Haiyang chuckled, realizing these two gluttons had become quite picky after sampling the gourmet meat from a space. If even the cat and dog were so discerning, how could one expect anything less from humans? With an air of confidence, Jiang Haiyang radiated self-assurance, glowing with enthusiasm. The meal was a lively affair. "Haiyang, come toast with me. You've been to the big city, and it's been years since we last met," Tang Fushan said, pouring wine into Jiang Haiyang's bowl. Upon hearing the word wine, Chu Shanhua paused, her chopsticks lowered. "Brother Tang, no, I don't drink. You all enjoy." Tang Yongshan teased. "Brother Tu understands. What man doesn't he drink? Perhaps it is because of his sister-in-law." "Brother Tu, you yist. I truly don't drink. I've already quit alcohol." Jiang Haiyang interrupted Tang Yongshan, firmly stating his resolve. Come, let's eat meat. Who needs wine?" Tang Baoshan exclaimed joyfully to Jiang Haiyang. "Your skill in roasting meat is unparalleled, even surpassing those renowned chefs. Indeed, this is the first time in my life I have tasted such exquisite meat. Especially with this spicy seasoning, it's sensational." Tang Xiaoqiang, engrossed in his meal, exclaimed, "This meat is incredibly delicious, hundreds of times better than what my mother and grandmother make." Laughter erupted again. Eat. If it's good, indulge yourselves. There is plenty more in the kitchen today. Meat galore." As the pork arrived in the kitchen, Jiang Haiyang stealthily replaced it with the meat from the space. The wild boar on their dining table was no longer mere ordinary meat. Upon hearing Jiang Haiyang's resolute refusal of the drinking invitation, Chu Shanhua felt a weight lifted from her heart. A subtle smile appeared on her lips as she quietly placed a piece of meat into his bowl and then pretended to feed her daughter in her arms. Jiang Haiyang noticed Chu Shanhua's actions, captivated by the smile on her face, as his heart melted like honey, so sweet. In the yard, two figures, one black and one white, were savoring the delightful meal. "Woof! Now, this is truly delicious. What was that other stuff? I'm wide awake. Don't think you can fool me." After finishing, Little White licked its paw and found a shady spot to lie down. It cast a sidelong glance at the big black, who sat by the door, wagging its nose and drooling, having devoured all the meat in its bowl. Silly giant. The meal stretched over an hour, filled with laughter and chatter. After the Tang family departed, Chu Shanhua took her daughter to the inner room. Once she had lulled her to sleep, she emerged to assist Jiang Haiyang with the cleanup. Jiang Haiyang took her small hand in his. Shanhua, I can manage. You should rest. Chu Shanhua withdrew her hand, her mind drifting to the perilous incident at the dinner table involving the wild boar rescue, stirring a sense of anger within her. You must not engage in such dangerous activities again. What if something happened to you? What would happen to me and Xiao Kuei? Jiang Haiyang recognized his wife's anxiety and promptly enveloped her in his embrace. It will not happen. I will never leave you and our daughter. As Chu Shanhua's emotions calmed, she took a deep breath. With such a large wild boar, we cannot consume all. What do you plan to do with it? Perhaps take it to the town and exchange it for some money? Jiang Haiyang, with a serious demeanor, shared his intentions. This pork has other uses. I plan to braise some today and sell lunchboxes at the factory entrance in town tomorrow. Sell lunchboxes? Chapter 13. The wife and daughter seek comfort and affection. Jiang Haiyang carried a basket containing a large bowl of deliciously cooked pork brought by Aunt Hu the previous day. Uncle Hu, a carpenter, had been commissioned by Jiang Haiyang to craft a simple handcart in the style of the future. It won't take more than half a month. I promise to have the cart ready for you, young man, Uncle Hu assured him. After enjoying several meals of rabbit meat, Uncle Hu's health had improved, and he was now able to work again. Uncle, I hunted a wild boar this morning. I brought you some of the cooked meat to taste, Jiang Haiyang announced. Aunt Hu, upon receiving the basket, was greeted by the enticing aroma of the still warm pork. Look at this child, being so polite to us with this meat going back and forth. Jiang Haiyang smiled silently. I heard this morning that you managed to hunt a wild boar all by yourself. But the back mountain is too perilous. You must not be so reckless next time. Uncle Hu cautioned. Uncle, I did this to save those two children. Normally, if I encountered a wild boar alone, I would surely run away as fast as my legs could carry me. Aunt Hu chuckled, amused by his words. This child knows how to charm people. After a while, the three continued their conversation until Jiang Haiyang borrowed Aunt Hu's cart to return home. Upon opening the door, he found his wife, Chu Shanhua, tilling the soil in their small vegetable garden with a hoe. Jiang Haiyang swiftly took the hoe from her hands. Seeing her husband's serious expression, Chu Shanhua murmured, I'm just idle here and thought to loosen the soil a bit before planting the seeds. Jiang Haiyang sighed softly and softened his tone. Shanhua, let me handle this task. If you truly wish to do something, you can water the plants later or feed Dahe and Xiaobai. Chu Shanhua, displeased, retorted that she was not so delicate and was indeed capable of working. Jiang Haiyang observed the pout on her rosy lips and couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her. Once, twice, and then it spiraled out of control. Dahe, upon hearing Jiang Haiyang mention feeding them, perked up, darting toward the couple with remarkable speed. With a cocked head, he questioned, why the silence? You promised to feed me. Woof woof. Chu Shanhua, breathless, pushed Jiang Haiyang away, only to find Dahe sitting expectantly at their feet. Blushing, she felt a tinge of embarrassment as his almond-shaped eyes gazed at her with a hint of mischief. From now on, no more hands-on affection during the day, she declared, turning to retreat into the house. Then let it be at night, shall we? Jiang Haiyang teased, his heart racing at her playful demeanor. He followed her, playfully lamenting. Upon witnessing both his owners entering the house, Dahe grew anxious. With a leap, he clung to Jiang Haiyang's leg, barking insistently, Meat. You promised to feed me. Unfazed, he insisted, I heard you. You can't leave without giving me food. Just at that moment, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, causing Jiang Haiyang to halt in his tracks. Casting a glance at the large black dog pawing at its own leg, a cold smile emerged. So you crave meat, do you? The dog, panting and licking the bowl clean, soon lay down, ready to indulge in a midday nap. Jiang Haiyang approached and playfully nudged the sprawled dog with his foot. Come on, let us take a stroll around the village. Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, the dog sprang to its feet, a leap reminiscent of a carp. It rushed to the doorway, panting with eagerness. Xiaobai, stretching its front paws and yawning luxuriously, shook its little body and tiptoed, eager to follow. Xiaobai, you stay home. The cat paused, momentarily taken aback, and after a brief confirmation of Jiang Haiyang's gaze, curled back up. Upon hearing this, the black dog wagged its tail energetically, barking twice at Xiao Bai with a hint of smugness. My master takes me, but not you. You stay here and guard the house, little one. Unfazed, Xiao Bai curled into a ball. Enough with the pretense. Get up and work. You just eaten so much meat. You need to digest it. Jiang Haiyang wielded a hoe, tending to the patch of land behind the yard. Under the blazing sun, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, yet fatigue eluded him. Once outside, he sought a secluded spot and brought the black dog into the space. The seeds he had previously sown were thriving, suggesting that soon there would be fruits to harvest. Not all seeds could be planted in the space. Both the private plot and the garden at home needed to be filled to conceal his activities. The neglected land had been fallow for several years. The next steps involved weeding, tilling, and preparing the beds. Jiang Haiyang approached the black dog, which lay with its eyes shut and legs in the air, rigid in posture. With a cold smile, he waved the hone near its neck. It seemed tonight might offer a feast of dog meat. How? The black dog resignedly rolled over, sluggishly getting up. See those weeds? Dig them out. If you don't do it well, there'll be no meat for you tonight. Upon hearing the lack of meat, the dog's eyes widened, its tail stiffening. Jiang Haiyang paid it no further heed and resumed tilling the soil. Initially, he had thought the dog quite docile, but after spending a couple of days together, its true nature, a foolish creature, had been revealed. With the nourishment from a space, both man and dog worked tirelessly for hours without feeling weary. Naturally, the black dog feigned exhaustion, which Jiang Haiyang ruthlessly punctured. Eventually, it obediently joined in the labor. After tilling the ground, an idea struck Jiang Haiyang. He decided to extract a portion of the exceptionally fertile soil from the space. With preparations complete and time slipping away, he planned to fertilize the land and sow seeds the following day, as there were several steps to follow before planting. Come on, Dahei, let us head home. Woof! Upon returning, Jiang Haiyang noticed the little vegetable garden had been noticeably tidied up. Smiling and shaking his head, he found his irritation dissipating. Haiyang, where is Dahei? With a wistful gaze towards the doorway, one could see that Dahei seemed utterly drained of all vigor. Its steps were unsteady, and its eyes drooped lifelessly, tongue lolling as it panted heavily. Exhausted, what mischief have you led Dahei into? Chushinhu inquired, observing the worn-out Dahei that had collapsed at her feet. Jiang Haiyang. Upon noticing Jiang Haiyang's gaze, Dahei immediately turned its head, vocalizing plaintively to both its mistress and the young master. The sound carried a deep sense of grievance. Subsequently, it licked its front paws and extended them towards Chushinhu. She knelt down, grasping its paws to inspect them. Oh dear, oh no. Mistress, there are wicked individuals mistreating this dog, forcing it to weed, as if it were not even worthy of being regarded as a dog. Chushinhu found no apparent issue, and, feeling somewhat perplexed, looked up at her husband. Little Jiang Xiaokui approached, gently patting Dahei's head in reassurance. Raising her chin, she fixed a stern expression upon Jiang Haiyang, declaring, Daddy bad. Bullying bad? Woof. Dahei, delighted by the defense from its young master, barked triumphantly at Jiang Haiyang. The latter, observing the dog's unmistakably smug demeanor, wore a fade of forced amusement. Well, it seems I have underestimated this clever creature. It's nearly transcending to the realm of the extraordinary. Jiang Haiyang lifted his daughter into his arms, pulling Chushinhu to rise as they made their way indoors. Father just returned from the fields, utterly fatigued, yet the baby misunderstands him, which makes him so sorrowful his words dripped with exhaustion, and he feigned a lackluster demeanor, embodying melancholy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaokui immediately showered her beloved father with kisses on his cheek. Clenching her tiny fists, she playfully tapped his shoulder, exclaiming, Daddy tired. Fly, fly. Chushinhu also supported him with one arm. Her words, though laced with reproach, conveyed profound concern. In the future, you must refrain from working in the fields during the scorching afternoons. Can one not feel utterly drained after laboring under such a blazing sun? Woof, woof. Dahei straightened up, observing the retreating figures of its mistress and young master with a puzzled expression. What about the comfort? What about the treats? Where is the promised affection for the dog? Xiaobai stretched languidly, grooming its fur, casting a sidelong glance at the rigid silhouette of Dahe. Meow, silly giant. Chapter 14. Street Vendor. The delectable sauce-infused pork after dinner. Jiang Haiyang busied himself in the kitchen, preparing for his inaugural street vending venture the following day. Are you truly going to sell box meals tomorrow? Chu Shanhua inquired, observing the industrious man from the doorway. Jiang Haiyang, undoubtedly proud, hailed from humble rural beginnings, harboring grand aspirations. He had triumphed over adversity to gain admission to university, possessing a strong sense of pride. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to despair after facing setbacks, drowning his sorrows in oblivion. As he wielded the knife, his hand momentarily paused, his eyes reflecting the wisdom and experience gained through the passage of time. Shanhua, would you disdain having a husband who is merely a street vendor? Of course not, she responded affirmatively. Jiang Haiyang retrieved a sizable piece of pork from the space after separating it from the front ribs. This portion featured a generous amount of fat, which was quite favored by the contemporary palate, unlike future generations who would prefer a more balanced ratio of lean to fatty meat. Initially, Jiang Haiyang had a straightforward plan to sell boxed meals directly from a cart. However, considering the sweltering summer heat, he feared the rice might spoil under the sun. Furthermore, controlling the portion of rice was challenging, and he needed to invest capital before he could cultivate his own. After contemplating the matter, Jiang Haiyang ultimately decided to sell the pork as a topping instead. As it was his first foray into street vending, he aimed to establish a solid reputation. He resolved to prepare a rich and aromatic sauce-infused pork. He cut the large piece of meat into thick slices, blanching them in hot water before placing them in a large ceramic basin. He then added scallions, ginger, soy sauce, and Shaoxing wine, mixing them thoroughly to marinate. After allowing it to marinate for over half an hour, he heated oil in a cold pan, adding sugar to create a caramelized color, and subsequently added the marinated pork slices. Once the meat was evenly coated with the caramel, he introduced the prepared spices and soy sauce, covering the pot and allowing it to simmer gently until the sauce thickened. Gradually, the heavy wooden lid could no longer contain the aroma, as the rich scent of meat wafted through the air, awakening the appetite within. Jiang Haiyang washed several dried red chilies, lifting the lid to toss them into the pot to continue cooking. The moment the lid was removed, a wave of steam enveloped him, and the enticing fragrance rushed forth, filling the space. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to pour himself a glass of water when he noticed Chu Shanhua standing at the kitchen door, cradling their daughter, Jiang Xiaoke. Xiaobai perched onto Hei's back, and the duo had squeezed into the kitchen. Hei, the clumsy creature, drooled incessantly, forming a small puddle on the floor. Daddy, it smells so good, meat. Chu Shanhua's cheeks flushed as she stammered. Your daughter can't stop insisting she wants to eat meat. I'm feeling a bit hungry too. Woof woof. It smells so good. It's driving me crazy. Hei stood tall, his tail wagging furiously against the ground. Xiao Bai, more reserved, gracefully hopped down and sat obediently, her gaze fixated on the stove. Then let us whip up a little late-night snack. Woof, woof, meow upon rising in the morning. Jiang Haiyang attended to the seeds he had purchased. Typically, this process is conducted in early spring, but the time has since passed. Nevertheless, with the aid of spatial soil, Jiang Haiyang felt a sense of assurance. The primary concern was that these vegetables grown outside were merely for convenience in obtaining produce in the future. Thus, as long as they could survive once planted, there was little need for meticulousness. Jiang Haiyang first soaked the seeds in warm water. He then wrapped them in a damp cloth and placed them in a basin, awaiting the sprouting of seedlings before planting. Having completed his tasks, he noted that the time was nearly upon him. He placed a bundle of straw on the cart for cushioning, then set the coal stove and a large pot filled with meat atop it. With a gray towel draped over his shoulder, he readied himself for departure. Chu Shanhua had initially intended to accompany him to the town, but Jiang Haiyang persuaded her otherwise after a lengthy discussion. Walking from the village to the town would take at least an hour, and since it was Jiang Haiyang's first venture into selling, despite his confidence, he harbored concerns about potential mishaps. To prevent his wife from idly worrying at home, He assigned her a task for the first time, to burn the wild grass he had collected into ash and sprinkle it into the vegetable garden. Upon hearing that she had a task, her big eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Haiyang couldn't help but smile. She truly was a simple and easily contented woman. "Dahe, let's south hit the road." Woof. Upon arriving in town, Jiang Haiyang's first order of business was to purchase a stack of bowls and a fan from the shop. After much contemplation, he pushed his purchases towards the Dongshan steel factory in town. His choice of a steel factory was intentional. The workers there enjoyed generous benefits, and with their pockets full, they would not mind spending a little on food. Moreover, the factory was predominantly filled with young, able-bodied individuals, whose hearty appetites were well suited to the demanding labor. Jiang Haiyang sought refuge under a tree's shade, unloaded the coal stove, and set up the large iron pot. As the fire blazed, the meat in the pot began to sizzle, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Jiang Haiyang reduced the air intake beneath the stove, allowing the meat to simmer gently. Just before 11:30, he noticed a few figures emerging from the factory gate. Jiang Haiyang deliberately lifted the wooden lid and waved the fan lightly. In an instant, the rich scent of the meat wafted through the air. Dahe, having already eaten, could not contain his excitement and began to prance about. Several individuals had passed by the factory entrance, glancing in Jiang Haiyang's direction, yet none approached him. Jiang Haiyang remained patient. After a short while, a burly man strolled over. "Brother, are you selling the meat in that pot?" "Indeed," Jiang Haiyang replied. The man patted his belly and spoke boisterously. "How much for it?" "I'll take a serving of meat. I'm only selling meat, no rice. Today, I have braised pork, 3 coins a bowl, and once you finish, I would appreciate it if you return the bowl." "No rice?" The man hesitated for a moment, pondering the lack of food and the necessity of returning the bowl later. Jiang Haiyang smiled and nodded, remaining calm as he awaited the man's decision. The man turned, intending to leave, yet his feet lingered, unable to move. The aroma was simply irresistible. "All right, I'll have a bowl," he finally declared, producing 2 dimes and handing them over. "Excellent." Since it was the first order, Jiang Haiyang generously added an extra ladle of broth to the generously filled bowl. The man, possessing a straightforward disposition, found his earlier discomfort dissipating upon witnessing Jiang Haiyang's earnest business approach. "Brother, you're reliable." After watching the man carry the bowl of meat back to the factory, Jiang Haiyang redirected his gaze. A few others approached with inquiries, but upon learning of the inconvenience of returning the bowl, they opted to leave. Chunjun was the man who had just purchased the meat. The cafeteria's offerings were devoid of flavor, and being robust and fond of meat, he often ventured out for lunch. After acquiring Jiang Haiyang's bowl of meat, he headed to the factory cafeteria, eager to pair it with rice. The enticing scent had him swallowing hard with anticipation. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, his mind was solely focused on one thought: hurry, get the rice, eat the meat. He remained blissfully unaware of the envious gazes directed at his bowl from those nearby. With satisfaction, he prepared to dig in. "Shinjun, where did you get that delicious meal?" someone inquired. "From the entrance," he replied, considering the group of close acquaintances that had gathered around. "Hey, come on, everyone, let us eat together." Upon hearing this, the 4 immediately settled in around him. 5 pairs of chopsticks reached eagerly for the bowl. As the meat entered his mouth, he exclaimed, "Damn! Ouch, I bit my tongue." Never in his life had he tasted such exquisite meat. However, as the 4 quickly reached for the bowl again, he exclaimed, "Chunjun, you promised to share with us. You better put that bowl down, or you're running away." Regret flooded Chunjun's heart. Losing 4 pieces of such delectable meat felt like a grave injustice. Even among brothers, fairness must be upheld. His heart ached as he clutched the meat and rice, shouting as he dashed outside, "If you want to eat, go buy your own at the entrance. Let us go. Hurry up, we're starving." Chapter 15. Gifts for wife and daughter. A sleepless night, boss. 1 bowl of meat. Please. And make it 2. All right. 1 portion of triangular meat. Remember to return the bowl. A circle of onlookers surrounded Jiang Haiyang. The bowl of meat that Shanjun carried from the cafeteria not only tantalized his 4 brothers, but also drew a few curious souls who followed suit. If the aroma of that single bowl was enticing, then the entire pot of steaming meat was simply irresistible, its fragrance wafting into the nostrils with an assertive dominance. With 15 portions sold in quick succession, Jiang Haiyang reached for another bowl, only to find it empty. He apologetically addressed the few people before him. I truly regret this. As it is my first time running a stall, I was unprepared and have run out of bowls. Boss, this one tea do. It's one thing to run out of rice, but now you're out of bowls? Never mind, I'll go get a lunchbox. In the end, the entire pot of meat was unexpectedly sold out. Jiang Haiyang counted. There were a total of 32 portions, totaling 6 yuan, aside from the meat produced in his space. The other condiments and bowls amounted to a pure profit of 8 yuan. While this may not seem substantial in the future, earning 8 yuan in just over an hour is quite commendable in the present. Elated with his first earnings, Jiang Haiyang was eager to return home and share this joy with his wife. As he pushed his cart past a small jewelry shop, he paused. Big Black, keep an eye on the goods. I'll be right back. With a bark, he approached a counter adorned with an array of hair clips and headbands designed for women. How much for this one and that one? The small bow clip is 1 yuan, while the bow headband is 3 yuan. The sales assistant, fearing he might find them too expensive, began to suggest cheaper alternatives. The two you've chosen are priced higher because the small clip has a diamond, and the headband's bow is encrusted with diamonds. We have less expensive options. Let me show you. Just those two. Please wrap them up in a box for me. Thank you. Jiang Haiyang interrupted her, handing over 4 yuan without hesitation. The sales assistant beamed, having made a substantial sale. This must be for your wife, right? You two are truly affectionate. It's the first time I've seen a husband buy such expensive gifts for his wife. As Jiang Haiyang exited the store with a beautifully wrapped box, several sales assistants gathered together, animatedly discussing how the tall and handsome Jiang Haiyang had purchased such lavish accessories for his wife. They resolved to seek husbands who were both attractive and willing to spend on them. Upon opening the gate to his yard, Jiang Haiyang was greeted by his wife, who was holding their daughter's hand. I completed the tasks you left me. Feel free to inspect and provide feedback. Daddy, look, gray, so cool. Today, little Kuei had also helped sprinkle the wood ash. The delicate faces of mother and daughter were sun-kissed and flushed, yet their eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to stars. Their expressions mirrored one another, exuding a shared warmth and joy. Satisfaction and excitement filled his heart as he anticipated her praise and recognition. Jiang Haiyang's tenderness was stirred, and he lifted his daughter, the chubby little dumpling, into his arms, planting a gentle kiss on her cherubic face. Our Kuei is truly marvelous. A little treasure who understands so much. The little one giggled joyfully, responding with 2 sweet, milky kisses. Wife, you work hard. Oh, it's nothing much, she replied modestly. They always addressed each other by name. In the bustling city, couples typically referred to one another as husband and wife. Hearing him call her wife made Chu Shanhua feel a delightful closeness between them, filling her heart with sweetness and a hint of shyness. Jiang Haiyang gazed at his wife, who appeared as bashful as a young maiden, and felt a stirring in his heart. He embraced her tenderly, mindful of their daughter in his arms, merely brushing his lips against hers. Then, turning his face, he lowered his voice deliberately near her ear. Tonight, the grains await your inspection. His warm breath caressed her skin, and as she listened to his enticing words laden with meaning, Chu Shanhua's sensitive body quivered involuntarily. Blushing, she leaned softly against his chest, her pink lips parting to speak in a soft yet distinctly audible tone. All right. As the night deepened, little Jiang Xiaokuei was wide awake, thrilled by the butterfly hairpin Jiang Haiyang had bought for her, causing him a twinge of urgency. He quickly signaled to his wife to soothe the little one to sleep. Chu Shanhua reflected that apart from a drunken night over 3 months ago, they had not shared any intimate moments since then, so she decided to indulge him this time. After finally lulling their daughter to sleep, Jiang Haiyang eagerly carried her to the adjacent small room. After laying several layers of bedding on the floor, he called for He and Xiao to join them. Everything was set. Jiang Haiyang hurried back to the main room. As he entered, he saw his wife holding a headband, her face aglow with sweetness. Upon noticing his return, Chu Shanhua turned away, carefully wrapping the headband and placing it into a small jewelry box. You've just started earning money. Why buy such expensive things that aren't even needed daily? Though she complained, Jiang Haiyang did not miss the joy sparkling in her eyes and the upward curve of her lips. A surge of warmth spread through him. Even after giving birth to their 2-year-old daughter, his wife still possessed the youthful beauty of a maiden. Her waist was slender, delicate enough to grasp with one hand. The curve she revealed as she bent down exuded a mature charm. Jiang Haiyang felt a rush of heat, almost overwhelming, and he instinctively tilted his head back. Noticing his stillness, Chu Shanhua shyly fidgeted her hands in front of her. "Aren't you coming over?" she murmured, her voice as soft as a whisper. Jiang Haiyang felt a tightening in his abdomen, quickly wiping his nose with the back of his hand before striding forward. He embraced his bashful wife from behind, and as she gasped in surprise, he lifted her off the ground, laying her down on the bed, his body pressing against hers in that instant. The robust and broad chest of the man pressed against her, and the fiery desire reflected in his eyes seemed as if he were on the verge of consuming her entirely. Chu Shanhua felt a blend of shyness and panic, akin to an inexperienced young girl lost in a world she barely understood. On their wedding night, although the man was eager, he still bore the awkwardness of youth. Yet now, simply gazing at her rendered her weak and breathless. Jiang Haiyang lowered his head, inhaling deeply at the nape of his wife's neck, capturing her soft, tender lips in a passionate embrace. As he sensed her gentle struggles in his arms, he released her mouth, watching her gasp for air. Jiang Haiyang leaned closer to her ear, letting out a soft chuckle. After all these years, his wife still had yet to learn the art of breathing during a kiss. It was his oversight. They would need to practice diligently in the future. With that, his lips trailed down the delicate curve of her neck, urgency evident in his movements. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air as pieces of clothing fell to the floor beside the bed. Chu Shanhua blushed deeply, her body trembling in response. Jiang Haiyang's thumb caressed her soft, glistening lips. "My dear wife, I love you," he declared, filling the room with a sense of ethereal beauty. The moon hung high in the sky, while diligent souls continued their labor. The night stretched on, sleepless. Have you all found rest? Chapter 16. No hospital visits. I am pregnant. As dawn broke, the rooster outside crowed loudly. Inside the room, the curtains were drawn tightly, casting the space in a dimness akin to night. A soft, slightly hoarse voice called out, intoxicating to the senses. Jiang Haiyang felt invigorated, oblivious to his fatigue. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed, followed by a sharp crack. The bed frame had broken. "Darling, rest well. I will call you for lunch later. I'm heading next door to discuss with Uncle who about getting a sturdy wooden bed made." Chu Shanhua lay in the small room where her daughter had slept the previous night, facing the wall with her back turned to him. Her cheeks flushed, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance evident in her tone. "A wooden bed? Doesn't everyone already know our bed has collapsed?" "No way. That would be too embarrassing." Jiang Haiyang, aware of her modesty, teased her deliberately. "A bed made from quality materials would be much sturdier. Besides, it showcases my strength as your husband, a source of pride." Chu Shanhua felt a mix of shyness and irritation at his words. This man, so brazen in front of their daughter during the day. How can you be so shameless? Hurry up and go out. I need to rest." Jiang Haiyang chuckled softly, offering a few last words of caution to their daughter, who was playing with her toes on the bed. "Little Kuei, Mommy is tired. Please let her sleep, all right?" Jiang Xiao Kuei sprang up with a burst of energy, her small frame upright. "Roar. Very good. When Daddy returns, I will make delicious food for you." With that, he exited the room and gently closed the door behind him. Once they left, Chu Shanhua lay back, stretching out comfortably. A faint pang of discomfort coursed through her lower abdomen, causing her to frown slightly, sensing something was amiss. Jiang Xiao Kuei, nestled against her, playfully tugged at a strand of her long hair. Suddenly, her round, bright eyes caught sight of a red mark on her mother's neck. Curiously, she reached out her little hand to touch it, then leaned in closer, pouting her lips to blow gently. "Mommy bud bite bad? Hit." Before Chu Shanhua could fully comprehend, Jiang Xiao Kuei extended her chubby little leg towards the red bump and scratched at it. "Bad bug. Bit baby itchy boo." Seeing her daughter's innocent, blinking eyes, Chu Shanhua froze momentarily. With a sudden exclamation, she embraced the little one tightly. "Sweetheart, let us cuddle and take a nap together." Though slightly bewildered, Jiang Xiaokui, being the most obedient child, shifted a little to find a comfortable position, snuggling against her mother's soft embrace, and slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyang sought out Uncle Hu to request assistance in sourcing quality materials for a sturdy bed. During their conversation, he, of course, refrained from any inappropriate banter. Today, Jiang Haiyang had no plans to set up a stall in town. Upon returning home, he quietly slipped into the space. The first batch of 3 types of vegetables he had sown was now thriving. The cucumbers are a vibrant green, appearing exceedingly appetizing. They also possess a crisp and refreshing taste, reminiscent of the modern fruit cucumbers. The autumn radishes are equally succulent, large, and sweet. Previously unearthed mushrooms from the mountains have sprouted abundantly in the space, exuding freshness. With a single click, the harvesting function has been activated for the first time. The Earth's organic cucumbers, radishes, cilantro, and mushrooms are eligible for exchange. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, apart from a small portion of vegetables left for himself, the entire field was emptied once again. Upon checking the panel, he noted 7,000 Federation coins. Jiang Haiyang realized that these plants are indeed less valuable than animals. The next step is to procure some chicks and ducklings. There remains a portion of cultivated ginseng that, after receiving the energy from the spatial soil, has grown considerably larger, making it quite rare when taken outside. It is comparable to ginseng of lesser years. Jiang Haiyang refrained from exchanging it, intending to sell it at the town's apothecary the next day. Thinking of the woman resting at home, he emerged from the space holding a large chicken leg. After cleaning and chopping it, he boiled it briefly. He added ginger slices to the pot, followed by the chicken, covering it to simmer on low heat. After about an hour, he opened the lid to add seasoning and green onions. The fragrant and nourishing chicken soup was ready. However, looking at the bear's soup, Jiang Haiyang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had completely forgotten to prepare red dates and cordyceps, beneficial for women. This won't do. In the future, he must plant them in the space. He envisioned 3 meals a day plus late-night snacks, ensuring his wife and daughter were plump and healthy. The meal, along with the chicken soup, was served at the table. Jiang Haiyang knocked on the door of the room. "Wife, it's time to eat." "Wife, manga, who?" "What?" Hearing his daughter's delicate cries from within, Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of alarm and abruptly pushed open the door. He found the little one sitting on the inner side of the bed, her tiny hands frantically wiping her tears. Upon seeing her father enter, Jiang Xiaokui ceased her sobbing, her small body trembling. "Daddy, Mama is hot." "Coral." Jiang Haiyang hurried to the bedside, gently turning her onto her back. Chu Shanhua lay on the bed, her brows furrowed, her face unusually flushed, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She pressed her hands tightly against her abdomen. Jiang Haiyang's heart raced. His palm met her forehead. "So hot. How could it be this hot? She has a fever." Jiang Haiyang's expression changed dramatically. He recalled his reckless behavior the previous night and morning, mentally chastising himself. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gently shook her. "Coral, wake up. You have a fever. I'll carry you to the hospital." Hearing Jiang Haiyang's anxious voice, Chu Shanhua's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Coral, you're awake. How do you feel now? What does it hurt? Shall I take you to the hospital?" The mention of the hospital jolted her fully awake, the heaviness in her lower abdomen accompanied by a warmth that chilled her heart. Her chapped lips parted slightly, her voice hoarse and tinged with panic. "No, don't go to the hospital. You must. Given your condition, you need to see a doctor." The tone was imbued with an unwavering insistence that brooked no argument. Jiang Haiyang grasped her hands, preparing to lift her onto his back. "No, I have a baby." "What?" Chapter 17. "Coral, I love you. And I am sorry." Jiang Haiyang raced down the rural path with fervor. His mind was consumed by the image of his wife, lying in bed, struggling to suppress her discomfort, which filled him with profound sorrow. What struck him most was the content of her words. She was pregnant. They were to have a baby again. Jiang Haiyang was overwhelmed with joy, yet his thoughts swiftly turned to the debauchery of the previous night. Coupled with the sight of his wife cradling her belly, a pained expression etched on her face. "Damn it, Jiang Haiyang chastised himself for being so reckless, as if he hadn't tasted meat in a lifetime. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, wishing he could deliver a good beating to himself. The most pressing concern loomed over him. In this era, families were permitted but a single child. Faced with his wife's desperate pleas, Jiang Haiyang gritted his teeth. His wife stood resolute, refusing to set foot in a hospital. With no other option, he sought out the village doctor to come to their home. Though he felt a flicker of hope for the life growing within her, her well-being was paramount above all else. Dr. Wu Hongmei hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Sent to Lulin village as an educated youth, she later married a local man. Having inherited her family's medical skills, she became the village's barefoot doctor. Later, she was elected to attend a workers' and peasants' university, and, upon graduation, she returned to the village as its sole physician. Startled, Wu Hongmei's pen screeched across the paper, leaving a long mark. It was Haiyang. As she recognized the young man at the door, she stood and greeted him with warmth. Noticing his frantic demeanor and anxious gaze, she sensed that something was amiss and quickly inquired about the situation. What has happened? Is there an emergency? Dr. Wu, my wife. She is expecting a baby, but something might have happened. Please come with me to see her. Jiang Haiyang spoke rapidly. Without waiting for a response, he grasped her arm, pulling her towards the door. Wu Hongmei, still processing his words, stumbled slightly as he tugged her along. Haiyang, don't panic. Let me grab my medical bag first. Wu Hongmei, who owned a bicycle awarded to her years ago, swiftly unlocked it. Jiang Haiyang leaped onto the bike, and once she took her place on the rear, he pedaled furiously ahead. In no time, they reached the gate of the courtyard. Jiang Haiyang skidded to a halt, grabbing the medical bag from Wu Hongmei's shoulder before rushing to open the door. Throughout the ride, Wu Hongmei experienced a thrill akin to a reckless joyride, her heart racing as they focused on the urgency of saving a life, not pausing for a moment. Dr. Wu, how is Coral? Jiang Haiyang asked urgently as Wu Hongmei removed her stethoscope. Yes, she is 3 months along, but your wife's health has been quite compromised. Though she seems stable at the moment, her foundation remains weak. Upon finishing her words, she turned to the reclining Chu Shanhua and inquired, did you also experience any signs of bleeding previously? Chu Shanhua's complexion turned ashen. Over the past 3 months, she had been troubled by her husband's various actions. Although she felt somewhat unwell and had harbored doubts, her menstrual cycle had always been irregular, and she had subsequently experienced bleeding. Thus, she did not dwell on those thoughts any further. You must rest now. This pregnancy is precarious and shows signs of potential miscarriage. Observing the anxious expressions of the young couple, Wu Hongmei felt a tumult of emotions within her. The life growing inside her was their second child, perhaps. Alas, it is my fault. When Jiang Haiyang received this news, guilt and regret overwhelmed him. He cursed softly, feeling an urge to vent his frustration. Clenching his fists, he struck his chest with force. Haiyang, cough, what are you doing? You are unaware of the situation. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me, as I lack awareness of my own condition. No, it is my fault. I am to blame. This is all my folly. Jiang Haiyang half squatted before the bed, grasping her small hands and striking them against his own face. Jiang Xiaokuei, who had been quietly sitting cross-legged on the bed, pouted at her parents' display. Oh, Mama, Baba. Wu Hongmei, listening to their conversation, began to grasp the situation. She sighed helplessly at the sight of the three of them embracing tightly. You have a slight fever, but given the current circumstances, medication is not advisable. As for the child within you. Before she could finish, Chu Shanhua, filled with agitation, attempted to rise. Shanhua, you must lie down. Do not move recklessly. No, step aside. I have something to discuss with Dr. Wu. Jiang Haiyang, understanding her intentions, firmly pressed her back down onto the bed. I know what you wish to say. I understand. With that, Jiang Haiyang turned and suddenly knelt before Wu Hongmei with a thud. Chu Shanhua was taken aback by his actions, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the man kneeling before her. Haiyang, what on earth are you doing? Get up at once. Wu Hongmei hurried to assist him, attempting to pull him up by his arms. However, Jiang Haiyang, the robust man, was not easily moved by her efforts. Dr. Wu, I, Jiang Haiyang, implore you, please do not report this matter. We wish to keep this child. The man before her had grown up under her watchful eye. During her days as a sent-down youth living in a communal dormitory, young Jiang Haiyang had frequently sought her out for help with literacy and academics. Years had swiftly passed. Now, as the village's prideful Seoul University graduate, he had married, started a family, and returned home. Dr. Wu, I too kneel before you in supplication. This was the second time he knelt, not for his own salvation, but for his own decision, for the life of the child within. Chu Shanhua's small face radiated determination as she propped herself up, intent on leaving the bed. Coral, you must lie down now. Doctor, Wu has advised that you should not move and should remain in bed. No, I cannot allow you to kneel alone. We shall do this together. Enough. Wu Hongmei's reprimand startled both into stillness. Just look at the two of you. In such a weakened state, you still insist on getting up, disregarding the child within you? And you, Jiang Haiyang, at your age, with a family and child, how trivial is this matter that you kneel at will, frightening your daughter to tears? Both were left blushing from Wu Hongmei's scolding. One obediently laid back down, hands resting on her abdomen, observing Jiang Xiaokui, who was already sobbing within the confines of the bed, filled him with deep sorrow. Little Kui, dear, mother is fine, do not cry. Jiang Haiyang scooped up the little one, kissing her soft cheeks. Our Kui is a good baby. Do not cry, or you will not be beautiful. The small child, so young, was easily comforted. With a little coaxing from her parents, she immediately ceased her tears. Baby, be good. Daddy is not being good. All right, Daddy is not good. Shall I reward the good baby with delicious meat? At the mention of delectable food, Jiang Xiaokui's face lit up with a smile once more. After calming the little one, he gently placed her back on the bed. Just as Jiang Haiyang intended to speak, two pieces of paper were handed to him. One was a prescription for preserving the pregnancy, and the other contained precautions and dietary restrictions for the time being. Wu Hongmei slung her medical bag over her shoulder, preparing to leave. Dr. Wu, have you agreed? Wu Hongmei turned back, gazing at Jiang Haiyang and the pair on the bed. You, my lad, insist on prying until the end, dazed and foolish. Your wife merely has a cold and fever. Her body is weak. She should rest at home for these months and avoid going out. The first to regain her senses was Chu Shan Coral. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Jiang Haiyang, still in a daze, brightened at the sound of his wife's voice. Thank you so much, doctor. Come, let me carry your bag. Shall I ride you home? You mustn't be exposed to this blazing sun. I truly cannot sit in your vehicle. Just the journey here nearly made my heart leap from my chest. After escorting Dr. Wu out, he inquired further about aspects of daily life to be cautious of. Upon returning to the room, he found the little one tightly clutching his wife's arm, both having fallen asleep with their eyes closed. Treading softly, Jiang Haiyang tucked a stray lock of hair behind his wife's ear. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead, his voice tender and filled with deep affection. Coral, I love you. And, I am sorry. After gazing deeply at the two of them, he quietly exited the room. At the instant the door closed, a soft whisper echoed, I love you too, Haiyang, my husband. Chapter 18. Pampering my wife like a precious treasure in recent days, Jiang Haiyang has adopted an approach of constant vigilance. To him, Chu Shanhua has become akin to a fragile porcelain doll. Even during the night, he is taken to sleeping on a mat beside the bed. From washing her face to serving her meals, he personally attends to her every need, feeding her mouthful by mouthful. Chu Shanhua, enveloped in his affection, feels akin to a toddler, her heart brimming with sweetness. Even the bitter and unpalatable herbal medicine for her pregnancy seems less daunting to swallow. However, there is a tinge of frustration and helplessness that accompanies her feelings. The man's sense of urgency and crisis awareness has reached an almost intolerable level. For the past 2 days, he has not allowed her even a moment's respite to rise from the bed. Even when nature calls, he unhesitatingly presents her with a spittoon. Jiang Haiyang, I have not yet reached the point of being utterly helpless. You are making me feel. At first, Chu Shanhua intended to protest vehemently against her husband, wishing to maintain a semblance of dignity. Yet, under the weight of his deeply affectionate gaze, her voice dwindles to a whisper caught in her throat. Alas, here is a man of stature, reduced to this for my sake. Is it truly appropriate for me to be so fierce with him? My dear wife, we have been together for so long, and with our second child nestled within you. What is there to feel embarrassed about? Jiang Haiyang sits at the edge of the bed, gently tucking her stray hair behind her ear, his large hand caressing her delicate skin as if it could yield water. I do not require such treatment. I can manage on my own. Overwhelmed with a mix of emotions, Chu Shanhua finds herself at a loss for words, burying her face in his embrace, her forehead gently tapping against his solid chest. Jiang Haiyang wraps his arms around her petite frame, his hand stroking her back tenderly. Shanhua, if one day I grow old, fall ill, and find myself unable to rise from bed. Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhua lifts her head from his chest, her expression turning serious. No, do not speak such nonsense. Jiang Haiyang chuckles, holding her tightly. I mean, if everyone faces that day, eventually, when it truly arrives, will you care for me? Of course. We are husband and wife, after all. Being spouses means standing by each other's side, caring for one another even in old age, supporting each other through thick and thin. Jiang Haiyang cradles her face in his hands, their foreheads touching, their noses brushing against each other, their eyes reflecting profound affection. Thus, I am merely taking the initiative to do all this in advance. With that, he lowers his gaze, his lips gently brushing against her soft ones. Meanwhile, the chubby little bundle on the bed stirs awake, instinctively searching for its mother. Upon discovering its parents beside it, it rolls over and drifts back into a deep slumber. On the third day, after a follow-up appointment with Wu Hongmei, it is confirmed once more that his wife is now able to get up and move around a bit. Chu Shanhua breathes a sigh of relief, lifting the blanket in preparation to rise. As Jiang Haiyang's feet were about to touch the ground, he swiftly scooped the person into his arms. What are you doing? I need to go to the restroom. I will carry you, he replied. Doctor, Wu said we must not be complacent at this moment. For your health and the baby, yes, please be obedient. Upon hearing the mention of the baby, Chu Shanhua immediately placed her hands on her abdomen, ceasing her struggles. In the confines of the space, Jiang Haiyang harvested another batch of vegetables for exchange. He sowed seeds once more and swiftly exited the space. The memory of Dr. Wu's reaction during his last visit to examine his wife flickered in his mind. Typically, in cases of unstable fetal positioning, one must lie in bed for at least a month, with some needing to remain bedridden until delivery. However, the fact that the fetus had already stabilized within 3 days was quite rare. Yet, complacency was not an option. He could not be on his feet for too long and needed to continue resting. Jiang Haiyang was aware that this was due to their daily consumption of meat from the space, understanding the remarkable efficacy of interstellar products. That day, the thought struck him that the Federation currency could be used to exchange for interstellar items. Upon returning to the space, he found the desired pregnancy-supporting potion but discovered that the Federation currency had been automatically deducted for taxes. It seemed he needed to earn 300 million before being able to exchange for additional items. Lacking funds to procure the necessary supplies, Jiang Haiyang resolved to sell some herbs in town that day. After discussing his plans with his wife, he glanced at the dog and cat sitting majestically in the yard. Dehei had been well cared for during this period, growing lean and robust, now standing as tall as a person, exuding an impressive aura. Xiaobai, too, had transformed from her previously petite frame, beginning to fill out, her fur sleek and shiny, her mismatched eyes half closed in languor. Dehei, I'm heading out today. Please keep watch at home. Xiaobai, I'm off. Take care of the door. Woof. Rest assured, guarding is my forte. I will surely protect the mistress and the little master. As soon as the door closed behind him, Dehei began to taunt Xiaobai. Woof. Look, the master still trusts me, while you, little one, can do nothing. Unfazed, Xiaobai stretched, leaped onto Dehei's head, and with a kick of her hind legs, bounded into the room. With a flick of her tail, she shut the door behind her. Meow, she purred, rolling on her back to reveal her soft belly. Jiang Xiaokuei, watching Xiaobai on the ground, giggled uncontrollably. She squatted down, her small hands caressing the cat's belly, scratching it playfully. As Jiang Haiyang stepped outside, a twinge of concern gripped him. He paused, turned, and walked towards Aunt Hu's house, intending to greet her, ensuring someone was watching over things in his absence. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the door was ajar. Aunt Who, Uncle Who? Is anyone home? As he stepped into the yard, he heard Aunt Who's anguished cries from within. Janya, open the door for your mother. Stop drinking. It's been 2 days. You're going to drive me mad. A coarse voice echoed from inside. Let him drink. That good-for-nothing. Didn't he just run off with his wife? That little brat is equally heartless. For the sake of his mother and child, he is even contemplating self-destruction. Enough of your words. My son has already endured enough turmoil. What's the matter with you as a father? How could I? Uncle Whose words lingered in the air as he spotted Jiang Haiyang standing in the yard. Haiyang. Aunt Who, with her back turned, paused and quickly wiped away her tears. Turning around, the smile on her face appeared somewhat forced. Haiyang, what brings you here? Having witnessed the quarrel between the Hu elders, Jiang Haiyang found himself in an awkward position, unable to leave or stay. I noticed your door was ajar and thought I would come in to say hello. Recalling the conversation of the elderly couple, he inquired, Has Jianya returned? Yes. He just got back a couple of days ago, Aunt Who replied. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her expression shifted to one of urgency. She stepped forward and grasped Jiang Haiyang's arm. Haiyang, you've come at just the right moment. Jianya has locked himself in his room for 2 days, refusing to eat. Only drinking. He always listened to you when he was younger. Please help me talk some sense in him. Uncle Who's eyes lit up at her words. Yes. Haiyang, that rascal deserves a good thrashing. If he won't listen to you, then you should teach him a lesson. Old man, what are you saying? How can you expect me to let you hit him? If I can't do it, shall I ask Haiyang to beat him instead? The elderly couple appeared ready to resume their quarrel. Jiang Haiyang placed a reassuring hand on Uncle Who's shoulder. You both ought to cease your bickering. I shall persuade Jianya. I assure you I will bring him out. Meanwhile, if you're idle, why not prepare something warm to eat for when he emerges? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Awanti stooped to the level of that stubborn old man. With a huff, Aunt Who smiled at Jiang Haiyang. Very well. I shall rely on you entirely. I will head to the kitchen to prepare something delicious. All right, rest assured, Aunt. With Aunt Who feeling relieved, she turned and made her way to the kitchen. Uncle Who cleared his throat awkwardly before speaking in a gruff tone. Haiyang, I leave that rascal Janya in your hands. I'll check on the old lady in the kitchen. Don't let her mess things up. She hasn't eaten in days. What could she possibly prepare? At most, it'll just be some porridge. Watching the elderly couple enter the kitchen with a smile, Jiang Haiyang knocked forcefully on the door. Janya? Who Janya? It's Jiang Haiyang. Open the door quickly. After waiting a moment with no response, he frowned, tightening his lips. Considering the elder's request, he couldn't bear to let them down. It seemed he would have to resort to force. Jiang Haiyang lifted a leg, ready to kick the door open. Creak. The door opened slightly. Chapter 19. The wife has left, the son is not mine. The medicinal wine has been consumed to excess. The room was shrouded in shadows. Contrary to expectations, it was relatively clean and orderly amidst the chaos. Hu Jianya sat at the table with his back turned to him. Several jars of liquor adorned the table, and the confined space was permeated with the pungent aroma of alcohol. Having spent 2 years as a drunkard, Jiang Haiyang sensed that something was amiss with the scent. He swiftly approached, lifting the lid off one of the jars. Medicinal wine? Hu Jianya's body quivered slightly. Indeed, it was medicinal wine, Cuscuta, Ukamiya rice wine, Sanjunzi liquor, Snake Whip, Tiger Whip. Hu Jianya's face flushed crimson as he recited the names, his fingers gesturing toward the corresponding jars. After finishing his enumeration, he looked up at Jiang Haiyang with a foolish grin. Brother, would you like some? I'll fill your cup. Without waiting for Jiang Haiyang's response, he leaned over the table and grabbed an empty bowl to pour the liquor. Wait, I don't need any. What on earth is going on here? This did not feel like the behavior of a drunken man. The liquor was peculiar, even unsettling. Hu Jianya paused in his pouring, setting the jar down and boldly consuming a hearty gulp. Well, you don't need it. Ha ha ha. How many men like me are there left in this world? No, what kind of man am I even? Jiang Haiyang was taken aback. His memories of Hu Jianya painted him as exceptionally honest. Though not talkative, he radiated sunshine, always cheerful in the face of adversity. Taking a seat across from him, Jiang Haiyang observed the anguished expression on Hu Jianya's face. Jianya, if something's bothering you, talk to me. Don't keep it bottled up. I'll help you figure it out. Help? What help could there possibly be? Hu Jianya cradled his head in his hands, gripping his hair tightly. When he lifted his face again, his eyes were bloodshot. Brother, are you and sister-in-law happy together? Ah, yes, we are happy. Hu Jianya lowered his head, murmuring, as long as you are happy. Jiang Haiyang had gleaned the essence of the situation from conversations with Hu Jianya's parents. He patted his back, offering encouragement. Jianya, if that woman has left, then let her go. You can find someone who values family. No, you don't understand. It's all my fault. In a fit of rage, Hu Jianya swept the jars and bowls off the table, the cacophony of shattering glass echoing in the room. Jiang Haiyang regarded him, seeing a reflection of his own past despair when he had evaded reality without regard for others. Grabbing him by the collar, he hoisted Hu Jianya off the ground. Hu Jianya, for heaven's sake, speak up. You still have aging parents and a sister who worries about you. If you continue like this, you might drive your parents to their graves. Jiang Haiyang, filled with exasperation, recalled his own reckless past and prepared to shake him back to reality. With a sudden motion, he shoved him down to the ground and swung a fist toward his head. At that moment, a voice called from the doorway. Haiyang, Annie has finished cooking the porridge. Stay and have some, Jianya. Jiang Haiyang shouted back toward the entrance. All right, Anywho, Jianya, and I'll be out shortly. Aunt Hu's voice trembled with emotion as she repeatedly expressed her approval. Good, we will eat shortly. Your Uncle Hu and I will wait for you in the main room. Hearing the silence at the door, Jiang Haiyang turned to look at Hu Jianya, who lay slumped on the ground. Tears streamed from his eyes, and his mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged for a long while. All right, let's go eat first, Jiang Haiyang said, turning to open the door. Brother, boss, do you buy Sanchi? Jiang Haiyang inquired as he spread out his bundle on the table, revealing the Sanchi inside. The rotund, middle-aged man, with a jubilant appearance, widened his eyes, which were already squinted to mere slits, upon seeing the Sanchi. I'll take them all, he exclaimed eagerly, picking one up to weigh in his hands. Is this wild? This size is quite rare. It must be at least 5 or 6 years old. You're lucky to have stumbled upon such fine goods. Before Jiang Haiyang could respond, the man continued to chatter excitedly. Young man, where did you dig this up? How much do you have? Jin Laifu will buy it all. Seeing his enthusiasm, Jiang Haiyang felt reassured. We dug it from the back mountain. There's still some left. Tomorrow, I will bring them all. Excellent. I'll take them all. Let me weigh this batch first. As Jin Laifu began to weigh the Sanchi, Jiang Haiyang surveyed the surroundings. A row of various medicinal wines lined the wall, several of which he had seen in Hu Jianya's room that morning. Thinking of Hu Jianya, Jiang Haiyang sighed. They had grown up together as brothers, and he had initially hoped to comfort him. However, in the current situation, he felt powerless to help. The scene from that morning flashed in his mind. Brother, I'm not a man, Hu Jianya had shouted, sitting up and burying his head in his legs. I can't perform. Chuier said being with me is like living in solitude. I've realized after all these years, I can't hold her back. If we separate, a man like me has no intention of marrying again and burdening anyone. I just plan to spend my life with Shirtu. But who knew? Shirtu, isn't my son. Chuier is right. I'm not a man. I can't even have a child. Brother, I'm glad you're back. This is something I can only share with you. I owe my parents so much. Sob. Jiang Haiyang was genuinely troubled by this. Hey, young man. What is the matter? Would you like some medicinal wine? Jin Laifu asked, noticing Jiang Haiyang lost in thought while staring at the row of medicinal wines. Eager to lend a hand, there is no need to feel embarrassed. Don't think this is only for older men. In the present day, there are indeed many young individuals who, at first glance, appear robust and strong. Before me stands a corpulent proprietor, his countenance exuding an air of comprehension that suggests no further explanation is necessary. Coupled with his plump visage, he exudes an unmistakable aura of sleaziness. Jiang Haiyang feels his masculine pride has been gravely insulted. With a stern expression, he lowers his voice, inquiring, how do you intend to price the Sanchi? Jin Laifu notices the change in his demeanor and refrains from further trivialities, adopting a more serious tone. Young man, you have a total of 6 kilograms. The market price hovers around 40 yuan per kilogram. Given the 6 years of growth, the quality is exceptional. I shall offer you 60, totaling 360 yuan. Jiang Haiyang takes a moment to assess the situation. Although Jin Laifu's words may lack reliability, the price he offers is indeed fair. All right, I accept. Here, take the money. Jiang Haiyang also seized the opportunity to gather the medicinal materials listed on the prenatal prescription. As he prepares to depart, the proprietor calls out, "Young man, considering your village's back mountain can yield sanchi of this caliber, do keep an eye out for any other medicinal materials. I will purchase them all." Jiang Haiyang pauses in his tracks. "Do you sell seeds for the medicinal herbs here?" Chapter 20. The remarkable efficacy of meat, comparable to medicinal liquor? Jiang Haiyang emerged from the apothecary, a multitude of bags in hand, with a substantial sum of 320 yuan nestled in his pocket. His next destination was the shop. His wife had a penchant for indulging in snacks. He reminisced about the early days of their marriage when she would secretly stash away her treats. Fearful of being perceived as childish should he discover her hidden delights, she would only indulge when he was absent from the room, until one fateful day when he caught her in the act. The sight of her wide, almond-shaped eyes and chubby cheeks, reminiscent of an adorable little squirrel, filled his heart with sweetness. "Troublesome, this one, and this preserved plum, 1 pound each, please." "Very well, that totals 8 pounds of pastries and plums. I shall charge you 10 yuan. Jiang Haiyang accepted the bag with gratitude. "Do you have milk or milk powder?" "Yes, we have milk available for registration up front. Delivered fresh daily. Milk powder can be found at the import counter on the second floor." He ascended to the second floor, purchasing a can of imported milk powder and 2 packages of long, teething biscuits for his child. Upon inquiring at the milk vendor downstairs, he learned that their village was too remote for delivery. They only accepted orders from the town. Having lived for decades in the future, Jiang Haiyang was well aware of the high nutritional value of milk, an excellent source of protein for pregnant women and children. Yet in this era, milk was still not widely available. If supplies were insufficient, should he consider raising a dairy cow? Enlightened by this notion, Jiang Haiyang resolved to pursue this idea. After calculating the remaining funds in his pocket, he realized that 250 yuan would not suffice, especially since he intended to purchase some poultry as well. A dairy cow would undoubtedly cost at least 500 to 600 yuan. He needed to earn money. With a second child on the way, it was imperative to enhance the quality of life for his wife and daughter. He would cultivate vegetables and medicinal herbs, and commence selling meat at a stall starting tomorrow. With renewed determination, Jiang Haiyang hastened his steps homeward. "Hey, aren't you the fellow who was selling meat at the steel factory a few days ago?" Jiang Haiyang was halted by a stranger, and upon closer inspection, he recognized the robust man as his very first customer. "Yes, that's me. I remember you. You were my first customer." Uncertain of the man's intentions, Jiang Haiyang maintained his politeness, greeting him with a friendly smile. Chunjin gestured for him to step aside, away from the bustling street, to converse in a quieter spot. Without waiting for Jiang Haiyang to ask, Chunjin began, "Brother, your meat was exceptionally fragrant and delicious. I was wondering how you prepare it. Do you have any secret recipes?" Jiang Haiyang remained silent, furrowing his brow, uncertain of the implication behind his words. Although he possessed no unique culinary secrets, business matters were not something one would readily divulge. Noticing Jiang Haiyang's displeasure, Chunjin refrained from pressing further. Realizing that his words had some flaws, he tapped his head lightly. "Hey, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to pilfer your business. I simply..." Chunjin was a rough man. When the words were on the tip of his tongue, he struggled to articulate himself clearly. Eventually, he decided to speak candidly. "I work at a steel mill. I don't know if you're aware, but this job is truly grueling, particularly exhausting. After work come evening, even if one desires to indulge in the tender comforts of home, one's energy is simply insufficient." Jiang Haiyang interjected, "So how is this relevant to me?" Chunjun chuckled lightly. "Well, after I had that bowl of your meat the other day, I felt invigorated throughout the afternoon, and that night I sought out Xiao Li, that spirited widow, and kept her up all night, calling me good brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Haiyang quickly called for a halt. "My meat isn't some miraculous elixir or a potency enhancer. You're exaggerating." Chunjun became agitated at this. "Although I, Chunjun, am a roughneck, I never speak falsehoods. My brothers have all attested to this when they paid their dues upon returning home. Let me put it this way, it surpasses any medicinal liquor. He proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Brother, I won't even inquire about your secret recipe. Just tell me if you will continue to set up your stall in front. Jiang Haiyang observed the man's anxious expression, which did not appear to be insincere. Could it be that there truly was some remarkable efficacy? He recalled his reckless actions that night. Ahem, I will set up the stall. A few days ago, there were matters at home, but I will go tomorrow at noon. All right. Chun Jun responded with satisfaction, humming a little tune as he swaggered away. On his way home, Jiang Haiyang purchased a basket full of chickens, ducks, and geese. When he found a moment alone, he discreetly stored them away in a space, leaving only a few behind. He had spent 3 consecutive days at home with his wife and daughter, and after just a half day apart, he felt a strong yearning for them. He hurriedly made his way back to his doorstep. As soon as he opened the gate, a dark figure leaped at him, startling Jiang Haiyang. Woof! Who's that little thief? Dehei, get down. Oh, woof. Upon recognizing Jiang Haiyang, Dehei settled down at his feet, spinning in circles. Woof woof. I was vigilant today. Quick, a reward. Without further ado, Dehei declared, anything less than 10 basins of meat would not do justice to my diligence. Jiang Haiyang affectionately patted the dog's head. Well done. Today, you and Xiao Bai shall each be rewarded with a basin of pork. Upon entering the yard, he fed both the dog and the cat before preparing to enter the house to see his wife and daughter. Suddenly, he heard barking behind him. Turning around, he saw Dehei baring his teeth and barking at Xiao Bai. Woof woof. I've kept watch all morning, not daring to doze off. You little one, have been sleeping with the little masters all morning and still receive a reward. Why is that fair? Just as Jiang Haiyang was about to admonish Dehei for bullying Xiao Bai, he paused. Suddenly, the little white paw gleamed. With a swift movement, a soft whimper escaped the large black creature. Soon after, the two began to quietly feast upon the meat in their bowl. Observing that neither of them was injured nor causing any further mischief, Jiang Haiyang set down the basket on his back. He took some snacks and milk powder and headed toward the inner room. His wife was now pregnant. Although these two creatures possessed a certain intelligence, it was not advisable for them to have much contact with a pregnant woman. They would either need to be given away for care or receive a couple of vaccinations. Oblivious to their impending fate, the two gluttons continued to indulge, unaware that what awaited them were 2 large syringes in attendance. Chapter 21. The little affections between couples. As Jiang Haiyang entered the room, he placed the food upon the table. Instantly, the 2 girls on the bed, one large and one small, sprang up. The mother and daughter bore striking resemblances, their expressions mirroring each other. Their large eyes sparkled as if adorned with twinkling stars, and their pearly dimples appeared, revealing sweet, enchanting smiles. You're back, cried the little one. Daddy hug. Jiang Haiyang quickly stepped forward, enveloping the small creature on the bed who had eagerly opened her arms. A loud kiss was planted on his cheek as the little one nestled in his embrace. Jiang Haiyang returned the affection with a gentle kiss on her chubby cheek. Daddy-s home. Did you miss me? I brought delicious treats for our little cuh. Upon hearing the mention of treats, Jiang Xiaokui bounced excitedly in his arms, her plump little hands clapping in delight. In her animated chatter, drool trickled from her mouth. Jiang Haiyang tenderly wiped her chin with the bib around her neck and playfully pinched her little nose, smiling indulgently. You little glutton. Her laughter filled the air. He carefully placed her on a chair, instructing her to sit still. Chu Shanhua observed the tender interaction between father and daughter with a warm heart. Suddenly, she found herself lifted into the air by the man. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaokui clapped her hands and called out joyously, Daddy, Mommy, hug, baby. Chu Shanhua, hearing her daughter's excitement, pushed at Jiang Haiyang, exclaiming, What are you doing? Put me down. Jiang Haiyang planted a couple of affectionate kisses on her face. Kuai is my little treasure, and you are my big treasure. How can my big treasure not enjoy the same treatment as little Kuai? Each endearing term made Chu Shanhua blush profusely. At a loss for words, she playfully punched his shoulder with her tiny fist. He grasped her delicate hand, gently kneading it, and placed a soft kiss upon it. Don't hurt your little hand. I would feel heartbroken. Chu Shanhua's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. With a small gasp, She pulled her hand away and covered her face with both hands. Jiang Haiyang set her down on a lounge chair and began to open the bags of snacks on the table. This canister of imported milk powder is for our little girl. We want her to grow up plump and fair. He unwrapped the teething stick and held it out. Open wide. Jiang Xiaokuei obediently opened her mouth and took the teething stick, focusing intently as she began to chew. As Jiang Haiyang opened the food bags, Chu Shanhua was enveloped by the sweet aroma of pastries. She peeked through her fingers, discovering osmanthus cake and peach crisps within the bags, her mouth watering at the sight. Feeling embarrassed to speak, she waited for the man to call her. Little did she know, Jiang Haiyang had already caught sight of her furtive glances and the way she swallowed discreetly. To him, her adorable antics were simply irresistible, igniting a playful impulse within him. After feeding his daughter, Jiang Haiyang settled down beside her. She took a piece of osmanthus cake and began to savor it. How fragrant, neither overly sweet nor greasy. A sip of tea would be perfect. Upon noticing that the kettle in the room was empty, Jiang Haiyang stepped out with it in hand. Seeing the man leave, Chu Shanhua pouted and quietly complained, "How could he not invite me? Eating all by himself? Humph." With that, she reached out and took a piece of osmanthus cake for herself. "I'll just have a taste to see how delicious it really is." His taste is certainly not as refined as mine. She licked her lips, resting one hand beneath her chin. After a gentle bite and a chew, she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. It's quite good." Hearing this, Chu Shanhua quickly stuffed half of the osmanthus cake in her mouth, her cheeks bulging. She stared wide-eyed at the man leaning against the door. Suddenly, it seemed she choked, and she frantically patted her chest. Jiang Haiyang's smile faded instantly as he rushed over to pour her a glass of water, gently patting her back. "Drink some water quickly. You're acting like a child." Choking on a morsel. After taking a sip, Chu Shanhua regained her composure and shot him a glance before turning her head away. "It's all your fault." All right. It's all my fault. I just couldn't resist the sight of my wife sneaking a treat." "It's too adorable," Jiang Haiyang replied, a teasing glint in his eyes. Chu Shanhua's ears turned a shade of crimson. This man, with his playful banter, seemed to have picked up some rather cheeky expressions. "I did not sneak anything." Jiang Haiyang chuckled, turning her back towards him. "Indeed, you did not sneak anything. This is all for you, my dear, just for you." Hearing this, Chu Shanhua felt a warmth spreading in her heart. It had been ages since she had indulged in snacks. Initially, she and T felt the craving, but now, with just one bite, it became particularly tempting. "Well, I'm not the one craving. It's the little one in my belly who desires it. It's our second little treasure, the little glutton. But don't spend recklessly. This time I'll let it slide, but next time we must be frugal," Chu Shanhua admonished, aware that her previous aspirations of working as an accountant were now far-fetched, especially with the addition of a second child. The future held numerous expenses, and her thoughts spiraled into a deeper melancholy. Jiang Haiyang, noticing the furrow in his wife's brow, understood her concerns. He pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket, opened her hand, and placed the money into her palm. "My dear, take this money. It's what I earned from digging for ginseng on the mountain. There is plenty more where that came from. The owner said he would buy it all, so don't worry about finances." Chu Shanhua stared at the money in her hand, momentarily stunned. "So much?" She quickly attempted to return it to him. "You should keep this money. It's what you work hard for." Jiang Haiyang gently pushed her hand back. "I kept 20 for myself. The rest is for you. From now on, all the money I earn will be given to you. In our household, my esteemed wife oversees the finances. Henceforth, whenever I require funds, I shall duly submit a report to you." Observing his steadfast refusal to retract the money, Chu Shanhua had no choice but to accept it. "What report?" "This money is your earnings. Take it as you wish. I shall keep it in a small box. Here, baby." The two turned around to find Jiang Xiaokuei grasping a soggy teething stick in one hand, while the other reached out toward them. Jiang Haiyang lifted the little one onto his lap. "What does Xiaokuei desire?" She wants it." Noticing her unwavering gaze fixated on the money clutched by Chu Shanhua, she seemed determined. Chu Shanhua was the first to react, playfully tapping her small forehead. "You little money grubber. Do you even know what this is?" Jiang Xiaokuei protested, her chubby legs swinging and tiny hands flailing in air. "This cannot be given to you." With that, Chu Shanhua tucked the money away in her pocket. Upon realizing the object in her hand had vanished, Jiang Xiaokui's lips quivered, threatening to burst into tears. Jiang Haiyang promptly lifted the little one, soothing her with gentle words. Xiaokui, don't cry. A baby who cries isn't beautiful. Our Xiaokui will be the most beautiful baby in the world. The little one, feeling wronged, wiped her tears, her tiny frame trembling, her delicate nose scrunched up as she turned to her beloved father for support. Mama, bad hit. Mama cannot hit. It hurts. Upon hearing this, the little one cried out and flung herself onto his shoulder, wailing loudly. Wawa. Bad. Chu Shanhua couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl is quite skilled at tattling now. Jiang Haiyang exchanged a knowing glance with her, then sat down before his wife, holding the little one and playfully patting her chubby hand against Chu Shanhua's face. Boo-hoo. It hurts. Xiaokui hits Mama. It hurts so much. Chu Shanhua rubbed her eyes, feigning tears. Upon witnessing her mother's sudden display of crying, the little one panicked, struggling to escape her father's embrace. Mama urchis, sobi. The little one burrowed into Chu Shanhua's embrace, her tiny hands resting on her shoulder. Pouting as she blew on the cheek she had playfully struck. It hurts few fly. Seeing her darling daughter's concerned demeanor, Chu Shanhua's heart softened. She held her tightly. So, will you still hit Mama? The little one shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Our Xiaokui is truly obedient. As Chu Shanhua spoke, she planted a kiss on her little face. Mama is good. Ha ha. Everyone is good. Watching the scene before him, Jiang Haiyang felt a deep sense of satisfaction, erupting into hearty laughter. Chapter 22. The adorable dumpling melts hearts at the break of dawn. As Jiang Haiyang was preparing porridge, a knock echoed through the air. Woof! The haste sprang to attention. Upon opening the door, he found Jianya standing there. Today, Jianya had shaved his stubble and appeared relatively tidy. However, having endured significant setbacks, it was clear that recovery was not something one could achieve in just a day or two. The once sunny youth was no more. He now exuded a sense of disillusionment and melancholy. Jianya pushed a handcart into the yard. Brother, I've left the cart here for you. All right, just leave it there. Have you had breakfast? I still have porridge cooking on the stove. Wait a moment and have a bite at my place. With that, he hurried toward the kitchen. Brother, it's no trouble. I've already eaten. Jiang Haiyang called out from the kitchen. Stay and have a little more. Taste my cooking. After much hesitation, Jianya finally made his way to the kitchen. Inside, Jiang Haiyang wielded a spatula, stirring the contents of a large pot. In no time, an enticing aroma filled the air. Delicious. Brother, your culinary skills are remarkable, Jianya exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Haiyang burst into laughter. Of course, my wife says my skills rival those of a professional chef. You're in for a treat today. Watching his busy brother, Jianya felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. I still remember you used to say that men should steer clear of the kitchen, preferring to eat dry rations rather than touch a spatula. If it weren't for our little sister learning to cook, you'd probably be eating raw vegetables by now. Jianya's words prompted Jiang Haiyang to reminisce. A smile crept onto his face as his hands continued their work. Back in those days, I was just a young fool. Then I met your sister-in-law at university. She was a refined beauty from a wealthy family who rebelled against her family to marry me. Knowing she was picky, I endeavored to learn this craft, feeling it was the least I could do for her. I couldn't let her suffer with my culinary shortcomings. Whenever he mentioned his wife, Jiang Haiyang's words flowed freely. Your sister-in-law is truly fortunate. Indeed. Wait. Jiang Haiyang suddenly sensed a hint of desolation in Jianya's tone, realizing that he was inadvertently adding fuel to the fire given Jianya's recent troubles. He tossed the spatula aside and turned to see Jianya's eyes glistening with moisture. Jianya, I too faced significant setbacks and fell into despair. Suddenly, Jianya interrupted with a chuckle. Brother, don't fret over me. I've come to terms with things. Listening to you, I see you and sister-in-law are doing well and are quite happy. I genuinely rejoice for you both. No, please let me finish. Jianya sniffled. Brother, I've noticed after all these years, you've become like one of those village committee Annies who offer advice. Jiang Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle at this. Oh, you cheeky rascal. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Ha ha, brother, it smells burnt. Jiang Haiyang turned back in alarm. Oh no, my meat. During breakfast, laughter and joy filled the air. Upon spotting the adorable Jiang Xiaokui, Hu Jianye immediately took over Chu Shanhua's duties. Cradling her in his arms, he began feeding her spoonful after spoonful. The little one, unperturbed by strangers, comfortably settled on Hu Jianye's lap with her parents nearby. As the spoon approached her mouth, she eagerly opened wide, swallowing each bite without any coaxing. Jianye, don't just focus on feeding the little one. You should eat too, said Jiang Haiyang. I'm not hungry. Having eaten at home. Little Kuei is simply too endearing, he replied. Upon hearing his daughter praised, Jiang Haiyang couldn't contain his delight. Clearing his throat, he added, of course, the greatest credit goes to your sister-in-law. She was the belle of our university and excelled academically. Seeing him digress, Chu Shanhua felt a twinge of embarrassment and discreetly pinched his side under the table, shooting him a glance. After Jiang Xiaokui let out a small burp, Chu Shanhua quickly took her into her arms. Hu Jianye felt a pang of reluctance as he released her. He had always cherished children, but after the recent turmoil, he had become disheartened, fearing he might never marry or have children again. He had even entertained the notion of keeping Dongzi by his side, despite him not being his biological son, but the boy had preferred to follow his mother to start anew. Sighing, Hu Jianye gazed at the charming Jiang Xiaokui and suddenly conceived the idea of adopting her as a goddaughter. However, fearing it might come off too abruptly, he decided to postpone the proposal. He picked up a chopstick full of stir-fried meat to accompany his porridge. Wow, this is delicious, he exclaimed, astonished. After taking another bite, he continued, brother, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. I would deceive you. Eat more. This entire plate is yours, Jiang Haiyang laughed heartily. Hu Jianye grinned and didn't hold back, having previously endured 2 days without food and only managed to consume some thin rice porridge yesterday. The stir-fried meat was simply exquisite. Although he had already eaten some noodle soup at home, he ended up devouring 3 bowls of porridge alongside the meat. Brother, you should really consider opening a restaurant. It would be a shame not to, Hu Jianye suggested. Over the past few days, Jiang Haiyang had grown quite thick-skinned, readily accepting compliments about his cooking. The costs of running a restaurant are too high, plus your sister-in-law isn't in good health. I prefer to spend more time with her at home. Hu Jianye nodded, understanding well that running a business was no simple feat. However, I have found a low-cost venture, Jiang Haiyang said, meeting Hu Jianye's curious gaze. I'll set up a stall to sell meat. After I finish cooking today's dishes, I'll head to the town to sell them. Hu Jianye was momentarily taken aback by his brother's words. Since childhood, his brother had been ambitious, aspiring to rise above their rural beginnings, and he had indeed achieved that, becoming the only college graduate in their village. However, at present, observing the expression on my brother's face, there was not a trace of reluctance. Rather, he appeared quite content. The 3 of us were indeed a picture of happiness. Hu Jianye said little, merely offering a faint smile. Brother, I find myself with some idle time. I shall accompany you to lend a hand shortly. Very well, with your assistance. I shall prepare an extra pot today. After breakfast, Hu Jianye returned to bid farewell, informing them that he would not be home for lunch. He then returned to the Jiang residence to play with Jiang Xiaokui. Although he claimed to be entertaining the little one, he primarily cradled her, listening to her babble in a language only she could comprehend. Yet Hu Jianye exhibited no signs of impatience. In the kitchen, Jiang Haiyang contemplated the meat dishes he intended to prepare and set about his tasks. He decided on boiled pork slices, a classic Sichuan dish. The vibrant red chili oil base with tender meat slices promised a fiery, aromatic delight, sure to tantalize the taste buds. The pork tenderloin from the pantry was sliced thinly, coated, and then cooked. Dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns were fried in the oil, which served as the essence of the dish. Debanjiang was then added to the hot oil for a stir-fry, followed by scallions, garlic, and water. Once boiling, the meat slices were stewed until cooked, then garnished with the fried dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns. A final drizzle of hot oil completed the dish with a sizzling sound. How delightful! The combination of spiciness and the rich, savory flavor of the meat was enough to awaken anyone's appetite. In September, the weather remained quite warm. After some contemplation, Jiang Haiyang retrieved cucumbers from his garden. After washing them, he smashed and cut them into pieces, adding minced garlic, vinegar, and sesame oil, resulting in a simple and refreshing smashed cucumber dish. Jiang Haiyang had no intention of charging for this dish. It was purely to complement the boiled pork slices as a palate cleanser. In the courtyard, while Jiang Haiyang was stir-frying the chilies, Jiang Xiaokuei was left in tears, her expression pitiful. However, when Chu Shanhua attempted to take her indoors, the little one resisted. "Meat, please." Chu Shanhua was at a loss. Typically, Jiang Xiaokuei was an exceedingly well-behaved child, yet when her temper flared, no amount of coaxing would suffice. Particularly, this little one, though small in stature, was exceptionally astute. At times, she would cry without shedding a single tear, displaying a demeanor that tugged at the heartstrings. Chu Shanhua was well aware of her little imp's personality. Ignoring her protests, she directly took the child from Hu Jianya's arms and headed indoors. Immediately, the wailing commenced. "Baby, please. Wah, wah, wah. Your belly is already round. If you eat more, no one will be able to carry you. Moreover, this chili is too spicy for you." Her big eyes darted around, seeking the uncle who had just been playing with her. Her chubby little hand reached out towards Hu Jianya. Upon seeing this, his heart softened. "Sister-in-law, perhaps we should allow Xiao Kuei to stay a little longer? Do not be deceived by this little rascal. She is quite cunning. Once you indulge her, she will inevitably demand more, and such spicy food is intolerable for a child's delicate stomach. Therefore, it is imperative to deny her from the outset." Alas, Hu Jianya can only watch with a heavy heart as the little one rests upon Chu Shanhua's shoulder. After completing the final tasks in the kitchen, Jiang Haiyang emerged to find Hu Jianya gazing sorrowfully at his daughter. Meanwhile, their daughter, feeling wronged, extended her arms towards Hu Jianya. "Jianya, heed your brother's advice. Since you adore children so much, why not find someone new and have Chapter 23? The arrogant little brat, due to the presence of Hu Jianya today." Jiang Haiyang prepared 2 large pots of spicy boiled pork slices. Each of them pushed a cart towards the town. When they arrived at the entrance of the steel factory, it was still early. Hu Jianya stayed behind to keep watch while Jiang Haiyang headed to the store to purchase some bowls, determined to be better prepared this time. He hesitated upon seeing disposable plastic containers in the shop, ultimately deciding to buy a few small ones for the cucumber salad. As for the steaming meat, Jiang Haiyang preferred to use bowls. Although it might not be particularly convenient, he was wary of the poor quality of plastic. The issue of environmental friendliness aside, the safety of the materials was a concern. After all, the boiling hot food would soon be consumed. Upon returning with his purchases, Jiang Haiyang noticed Hu Jianya standing there, looking rather uneasy. "Brother, you're finally back." Jiang Haiyang swiftly set up the coal stove and placed the pot on it. "Do you think anyone will come?" Hu Jianya inquired. Jiang Haiyang, brimming with confidence, replied, "Just wait and see." Before long, it was noon, the time when workers at the factory clocked out for lunch. If the previous dish of braised pork was rich with a pure meaty aroma, this time the boiled pork slices promised an overwhelming blend of flavors, fragrant, spicy, and numbing. Summer had settled in, and people felt lethargic, particularly the workers who had toiled all morning, now ravenous. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air was irresistible, igniting appetites and stimulating salivation. While some may not favor spicy food, the majority of the steel factory employees were burly men, and spicy dishes paired with alcohol were their favorites. Before long, several individuals were drawn to inquire about the food. "Brother, I'm here. I've brought business." Jiang Haiyang recognized the voice and looked up to see none other than Xinjun, who had stopped him yesterday for information. "Thank you. Today, I'm serving spicy boiled pork slices, accompanied by a side of cucumber salad. Are you okay with spicy?" Xinjun had already caught wind of the spicy aroma. If it weren't for the presence of a few colleagues and their team leader, he would have been drooling at the thought. "Of course I can handle it." Having confirmed with Jiang Haiyang yesterday that he would set up a stall today, Xinjun had informed his fellow colleagues to bring their lunchboxes. With a group of 7, they gathered around the modest stall, attracting even more curious onlookers. While waiting, Xinjun enthusiastically helped promote Jiang Haiyang's food. Hey, just take a whiff. Buy a portion to try. I assure you it's worth every penny and might even exceed your expectations. His exaggerated enthusiasm piqued the interest of others. At just 30 cents per serving, it was not expensive, comparable to the prices at the cafeteria. One by one, patrons began digging into their pockets. Boss, I'll have a portion too. All right, just remember to return the bowl afterward. Upon hearing Jiang Haiyang's words, Chunjun, who was about to leave, turned back. Little brother, this is quite troublesome. Isn't this a disposable box? Next time, just pack it in here. It saves me the trouble of bringing a lunchbox back and having to wash it after eating. Jiang Haiyang continued his task, responding with a smile. The cold dishes can indeed fit in, but when the hot dishes are placed inside, the chemical reactions that occur may compromise the food's safety. It's best to be cautious about what we consume. As for this bowl, you needn't wash it. Simply return it to me, and I'll clean it at home. Chunjun, not fully comprehending the complexities of the chemical substances mentioned, merely felt that Jiang Haiyang was being overly meticulous. If it weren't for his previous indulgence, he might have dismissed such elaborate precautions and missed out on the exquisite culinary experience. Oh, little brother, with such an approach, I wonder how much business you might miss out on. Well, I suppose I'll just have to help promote it more in the future. With this thought, Chunjun swaggered away with his lunchbox, planning to visit his sister, Xiao Li, that very night. Each worker, upon returning their bowls, expressed their approval of the dish's flavor, often inquiring whether Jiang Haiyang would return the next day for lunch. Receiving affirmative responses, they all returned to the factory with satisfied hearts. Once the last bowl was collected, Jiang Haiyang exhaled with relief. Today, he had sold over 50 servings of boiled pork slices, earning him a tidy sum, though it paled in comparison to the profits from selling medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, it was still a source of income. Moreover, seasoned medicinal herbs would eventually be depleted, and if he wished to sell them again, he would need to consider a different market. Jiang Haiyang's thoughts drifted as he concluded his workday. Hu Jianya, pushing a cart, followed closely behind him. Jiang Haiyang sensed his curiosity. Not only him, but the villagers likely harbored questions too. However, the villagers were simple folk. Even if they gossiped, it would not stem from malice. Jianya, are you curious why I went to university and then returned to the village? Hu Jianya scratched the back of his head upon hearing this. Brother, I think our village is quite nice. You're so intelligent. You could earn a fortune in anything you do. Just these 2 hours of selling meat here are almost equivalent to what an average person earns in half a month. A smile brightened Jiang Haiyang's face. Indeed, I find it quite agreeable as well. But brother, don't you feel any regret? Hu Jianya finally asked, voicing what lingered in his mind. For him, Jiang Haiyang had always been a role model, the epitome of success in the eyes of many villagers. A child praised by parents and teachers alike, having excelled academically and achieved the status of a top scholar. Such talent seemed wasted upon returning to the village. Jiang Haiyang, pushing the cart, gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative. Because I erred, after making a mistake, I became timid, leading to one misstep after another. Jianya, you are truly superior to me. I cannot compare to you. Hu Jianya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Brother, you jest. I fall far short of your accomplishments. You have a wife and daughter, a harmonious family, and the ability to earn a living. My life is in utter disarray, and I am at a loss as to how to explain it to my parents. Suddenly, a motorcycle roared past them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ugh, who is so lacking in manners? As Hu Jianya spoke, a gust of dirt caught in his mouth. Jiang Haiyang furrowed his brow, waving his hand in front of him. The black motorcycle ahead made a sharp turn and headed back towards them, stopping abruptly in front of the two. I wondered who it was, Jiang Haiyang. What a rare sight. Haven't you gone to the capital to become someone important? The man did not dismount, but leaned against the front of the motorcycle, scrutinizing Jiang Haiyang from head to toe. TSK, not looking too impressive, are we? Pushing a cart. Couldn't he make it in the big city and return to the village to sell on the streets? His words were piercingly harsh. Jiang Haiyang frowned at the man, whose upper body was clad in a flamboyant shirt and denim jeans, his hair slicked back, sunglasses perched on his nose, exuding a carefree demeanor. Tang Jinbao, must you always be so rude? The man named Tang Jinbao removed his sunglasses and smirked at Hu Jianya. I'm not you, you pest. Hu Jianya was incensed by his brazen attitude, putting down the cart and clenching his fists, ready to confront him. Jianya. Jiang Haiyang interjected, holding Hu Jianya back. He turned to face Tang Jinbao. Yes, I have returned to the village for an extended stay, selling box lunches in town. Jiang Haiyang's candid response left Tang Jinbao momentarily speechless. Observing Tang Jinbao standing there, bewildered, Jiang Haiyang chose not to elaborate further, instead guiding Hu Jianya as they pushed the cart past him towards the village. Brother, you shouldn't have stopped me. That brat has been insufferably arrogant since childhood. His tongue is sharp as a dagger. He deserves a beating. Jiang Haiyang chuckled softly, shaking his head. In his youth, he had not understood. But after decades of encounters with various individuals, he realized that Tang Jinbao was not inherently malicious, merely a bit brash. Although he remained perplexed by Tang Jinbao's long-standing rivalry with him, he acknowledged the man's good nature. Brother, you're still quite young at just 24, yet you seem to be growing increasingly like an old man. After a moment, the motorcycle roared past them once more, this time at a more subdued pace, no longer showering them with dust. Chapter 24. The Tang family's preparations for grateful visits. Yaya. Daddy's home. The motorcycle came to a halt before a large courtyard. Before Tang Jinbao dismounted, he called out with gusto. As the door creaked open, a little girl with 2 braids rushed forward. Daddy. Tang Jinbao scooped up the child in his arms. Have you been a good girl, Yaya? Did you miss Daddy? I did. The father and daughter shared a warm embrace at the doorway, until the elder Tang couple emerged. Father, mother, I'm back from my business trip. Tang's mother beamed at the sight of her youngest son's return. Jinbao is back. Quickly, come inside and rest. You must be exhausted from your journey. Tang Jinbao glanced toward the interior. Whereas Shufang, Tang Wenyong, his father, wore a worried expression. Alas, old Feng fell and broke his leg a few days ago. So Shufang has gone to her family to take care of him. Tomorrow, take Yaya to visit your father-in-law. Let us head inside and talk more. Carrying a plethora of bags, Tang Jinbao entered the house, cradling Yaya as he discussed recent village happenings with his parents. Casually, he brought up, I saw that kid, Jiang Haiyang, on the road. He sounded like he back for good and has set up a stall in town. Tang's mother entered with a bowl of freshly cooked noodles, placing it before Tang Jinbao in astonishment. Haiyang is setting up a stall? What is he selling? Tang Wenyong looked equally perplexed. I know Haiyang. I saw him a while ago. He said he back with his wife and daughter to stay for good. As Tang Jinbao slurped his noodles, he muttered, he must not have been able to make it in the big city. Tang Wenyong gave him a light smack. Just eat your food. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Haiyang is far more reliable than you. Just look at how you're dressed, like a vagabond. Tang Jinbao buddy. This is called fashion, being trendy. You wouldn't understand. Tang's mother shot him a disapproving glance as she held Yaya. That vagabond from the neighboring village dresses like you, and you can't learn from Jiang Haiyang. Tang Jinbao slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Mother, it's always Jiang Haiyang, Jiang Haiyang. Is he your son, or am I? The Jiang Haiyang you speak of is not even better off than I am. What is the use of going to college if he's just scurrying back now? Setting up a stall in town. How much can he earn in a day? Initially, Tang Jinbao spoke with conviction, but as he was met with his parents' glares, his voice dwindled. Frustrated, he stood up, cradling his daughter as he made to leave. Aren't you going to eat? Tang Jinbao waved his hand dismissively, pouting, I want to eat. Call Jiang Haiyang to join you instead. Tang Wenyong was infuriated, pointing at his retreating figure. Look at this brat and his foul temper. He gets spoiled too easily. Tang Jinbao stormed out of the living room, fuming. Jinbao, you've returned? Tang Baoshan stood beside Tang Xiaoqiang, who had just brought back a pig after hosting a feast in town. Third brother, yes, just got back. Tang Baoshan suddenly seized Tang Xiaoqiang by the ear, pulling him before him. Jinbao, I truly owe you an apology. Tang Jinbao was taken aback. What is the matter, brother? What have I done to deserve your apology? Tang Baoshan forcefully pushed his son forward. You should properly apologize to your uncle. Tang Xiaoqiang's face flushed. Uncle, I'm sorry. Speak up. Did you not have lunch? Tang Baoshan struck him again. Third brother, what are you doing? He has grown now. Tang Jinbao cradled Tang Yaya in one arm, while pulling Tang Xiaoqiang closer with the other. Jinbao, you don't understand. This kid is too unruly. If I don't discipline him, it would be unacceptable. He almost what? A serious voice interrupted from behind. Father. In the main room, Tang Wenyuan and Tang Mu occupied the seats of honor. Tang Jinbao held Tang Yaya, standing beside Tang Baoshan. Tang Xiaoqiang recounted the incident of sneaking up the back mountain with his sister and encountering a wild boar. Observing the serious expressions of those around him, his eyes reddened as he fought back tears. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Tang Yaya squirmed in Tang Jinbao's arms, rushing to Tang Xiaoqiang's side, taking his hand. It was my fault. I asked brother Xiaoqiang to take me to the back mountain. No, it's all my mistake. Watching the two children argue over blame, Tang Mu tenderly embraced them both. You're all good children. You mustn't do this again. We are fortunate someone saw. Otherwise, just the thought sent a chill through her. Tang Wenyuan's expression was stern. Such a significant matter. And you didn't mention it upon your return? I thought everything was fine when you helped carry back the wild boar. Tang Baoshan's face grew awkward. We knew, but didn't tell you too. We didn't want you to worry. Nonsense. You all band together and keep such a big issue from me and your mother? Tang Baoshan felt the brunt of the reprimand. Internally, he silently prayed for his elder brothers. Tang Wenyuan's gaze shifted to Tang Jinbao, who trembled. His father's imposing presence was still as formidable as ever, a testament to his upbringing. Under his father's glare, he instinctively muttered an exclamation of dismay. No, father, why are you looking at me? I only just learned about it today. Were you looking at me for? Your precious daughter's life was saved by Jiang Haiyang from the ocean. Shouldn't you go and express your gratitude? Tang Jinbao's expression shifted, muttering under his breath. I never said I wouldn't go. Why the urgency? Jiang Haiyang isn't going anywhere. Tang Wenyuan, noticing his son's mumbling, grew irate and shouted, What are you grumbling about? Hurry up and go. Tang's mother also raised her head, appearing anxious. Indeed, Jinbao. Baoshan, you must sincerely thank Jiang Haiyang. Without him, our grandson and granddaughter would have perished. As she spoke, she hastily stood up. No, I will accompany you. This is a life-saving grace. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wenyuan added, I will join as well, hoping that his careless words won't offend a man. Tang Baoshan agreed, turning to his younger brother. Jinbao, if you don't wish to go, then so be it. Tang Jinbao rolled his eyes internally, feeling quite awkward. I never said I didn't want to go. As he watched his parents preparing to leave, he suddenly blocked their path. Wait, are you really going empty-handed? Hold on. I'll fetch some food and essentials to bring along. Upon hearing this, Tang's mother smacked her forehead. Oh dear, how could I forget? We cannot visit without bringing something. Tang Wenyuan shot Tang Jinbao a sideways glance. You actually spoke sense this time. It shows you have some conscience. Tang Jinbao pao set, muta ding sopti. I just didn't want them to think I'm stingy or insincere. Besides, everything I bought is imported. I'm being considerate of that fellow. Tang Baoshan chuckled and patted his younger brother's back. For some reason, his younger sibling has always been at odds with Jiang Haiyang. Yet, it's not that he truly dislikes him. He merely boasts out of habit. Over the past few years, since Jiang Haiyang entered university, he hasn't returned home. Ironically, it is his own brother who mentions Jiang Haiyang most often. Shaking his head, Tang Baoshan mused that his younger brother, even as a father, still behaves like a child. Hurry up and get ready. What are you dawdling for? Tang Wenyuan's thunderous voice broke in. Unable to contain himself, Tang Jinbao pouted. Fine, I'm coming. Chapter 25, Parent-Child Entertainment. The strong man's whims upon his return, Jiang Haiyang found that his wife and daughter, who would typically be napping by this hour, were still awake, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Having experienced a rebirth, he felt as though he was granted a second chance at life. He was now easily moved and profoundly satisfied. Perhaps happiness was as simple as being with those he loved and cherished. Even in the simplicity of vegetables and humble attire, life could be tranquil and beautiful. Daddy! The sweet, clear voice of Jiang Xiaokui brought Jiang Haiyang back to reality. He beheld the little one, a cherubic figure, wobbling towards him. Crouching down, he opened his arms wide, and, as the small one stumbled, he swiftly caught her, lifting her high above his head and settling her upon his shoulders, supporting her with steady hands. The little creature's chubby fingers instinctively grasped his hair. Xiao Kuei is riding the horse. She giggled, her laughter ringing joyfully. Observing the playful interaction between father and daughter in the yard, a radiant smile graced Jiang Haiyang's face, reflecting profound happiness. All right, enough play. It's time for a nap. The little one, flushed with excitement and resembling a ripe apple, extended her hands towards her mother upon hearing the call. Mama, horse Jiang Haiyang, perspiring from the exertion, gently set her down. She wobbled a few steps before diving towards Chu Shanhua. Little rascal, walk properly, she admonished, quickly catching the small one in her arms and playfully pinching her nose. The little girl immediately clutched her fingers, turning to lead her back towards Jiang Haiyang. Yay, horse! Horse, mama! Jiang Haiyang approached and squatted before her, affectionately ruffling her fluffy hair. Does Xiao Kuei still want to ride the horse? The little one nodded eagerly, then shook her head, one hand grasping Chu Shanhua's fingers, the other tugging at Jiang Haiyang's clothing, calling out incessantly. Mama, horse, Mama. Chu Shanhua, bewildered, found herself at a loss, her mind spinning from the child's antics. Xiao Kuei, dear, shall we take a nap first and then play? Xiao Kuei began to squirm in protest, but Jiang Haiyang burst into laughter, scooping up his precious daughter. Is Xiao Kuei hoping Mama can ride the horse too? The little one's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Then, let us take Xiao Kuei to the room for a nap first, and afterward, I will come back to play games with Mama, all right? With an enthusiastic okay. Xiao Kuei agreed, covering her mouth with her little hand as she yawned. Sleepy time, Chu Shanhua, exasperated by the whimsical nature of the child, watched as Jiang Haiyang carried their daughter back to the room, then proceeded to tidy up the snack bags left on the table. A pair of powerful hands emerged from behind, enveloping her tightly in an embrace. Wife, you smell delightful. Jiang Haiyang inhaled deeply at her neck, his warm breath cascading over her delicate skin. Surrounded by the potent aura of masculinity, her entire being softened. In a gentle tone, she teased, you are quite the charmer. Jiang Haiyang leaned in closer. I don't believe it. Is my sweetness rivaled by your petite lips? Allow me a taste. Chu Shanhua, feeling bashful under his playful antics, squirmed slightly in his embrace. Don't tease me. Jiang Haiyang, in a mischievous spirit, insisted, I must verify whose sweetness prevails. With that, he scooped her up effortlessly, leaning down to kiss her. Chu Shanhua swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Oh, please, not in broad daylight. Jiang Haiyang pressed a tender kiss to her palm, locking his gaze on her eyes, then teasingly licked the soft skin of her hand. Startled, Chu Shanhua withdrew her hand. You! Jiang Haiyang's eyes darkened, filled with a fiery intensity. In a husky voice, he murmured, Wife, did you hear the request for Xiao Kuei just now? As he observed the flush on her cheeks and the mix of annoyance and allure in her wide eyes, Jiang Haiyang felt a delightful itch within him, akin to being playfully scratched by a kitten. No, my wife is delicate. This thought brought a wave of regret. In his past life, he had spent decades in solitude, and now, having been reborn, he had shared intimacy with his wife but once, with months yet to pass before such moments could arise again. Jiang Haiyang gazed intently at the woman before him, and sensing his intentions, Chu Shanhua nearly succumbed to his smoldering gaze. What are you planning? Wife, my dear wife. He cooed, his voice deepening with affection. The playful tone sent shivers down her spine, and she pondered how to divert the conversation when a sudden knock echoed through the air. Chu Shanhua sighed in relief. Put me down quickly. Go answer the door. Jiang Haiyang, visibly displeased, reluctantly set her down, planting a kiss on her cheek. Chu Shanhua pushed him away with both hands. You're such a distraction. Hurry to the door. Irritated by the interruption, Jiang Haiyang's voice carried a hint of impatience as he called out. Who is it? At the door. Tang Jinbao recognized the tone and immediately stepped up. Oh, this fellow is feeling impatient, he remarked, pushing aside his older brother and banging on the door. Open up. His outburst earned him a reprimand from the elder Tang couple. What kind of attitude is that? Be polite. Haiyang is our benefactor, having been chastised repeatedly since returning home. Tang Jinbao's temper simmered down. The moment the door swung open, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Before me stood the venerable elders of the Tang family, along with Tang Baoshan and Tang Jinbao, accompanied by two small children they were holding by the hand. I had a rough idea of the situation and promptly welcomed them inside. Uncle Tang, Auntie, Brother Baoshan, what brings you all here? Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. Ah, very well. Hello, Uncle, exclaimed the children, Tang Xiaoqiang and Tang Yaya, as they held hands. They were particularly thrilled to see their savior, Uncle Jiang. Greetings, little ones, Jiang Haiyang said warmly, gently ruffling their small heads. Bringing up the rear was Tang Jinbao, who scoffed disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Haiyang as he passed by. Some people clearly lacked perception, failing to notice there was a living person present. After all, Jiang was quite impressive, a university student returned from the capital. For reasons unknown, Jiang Haiyang found that Tang Jinbao bore a striking resemblance to the large black dog his family kept. If one ignored it, the dog would desperately seek attention by rolling around at one's feet. With a chuckle, Jiang Haiyang shook his head at the thought. Meanwhile, a large black dog sprawled out in its kennel, blissfully unaware until a tickle in its nose prompted a sudden sneeze that sent it tumbling upright. Woof! It exclaimed, looking around before settling back down to sleep. Tang Jinbao's remarks were deliberate. Jiang Haiyang clearly heard his words, but instead of responding, he merely laughed. This incited a wave of irritation in Tang Jinbao. However, with his parents watching him closely and standing in the yard, he knew it was unwise to express his frustration openly. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, I will endure. Chapter 26. The Tang family's expression of gratitude. Sending money and gifts, Jiang Haiyang busily poured water for everyone. After a brief glance at the sleeping little one, Chu Shanhua stepped out. The moment Tang Xiaoqiang spotted Chu Shanhua, his eyes sparkled with delight. Beautiful auntie, he exclaimed, pulling his sister's small hand and racing toward her. Auntie, Tang Yaya opened her tiny mouth, gazing up at Chu Shanhua, and exclaimed, you are so pretty. Upon hearing the innocent words of the two little ones, everyone turned their attention towards them, their faces lighting up with smiles. Chu Shanhua's eyes crinkled into a gentle smile, radiating warmth. Xiaoqiang is here. She greeted Tang Xiaoqiang before reaching out to gently pat Tang Yaya's little head. What's your name, sweetheart? You are quite lovely too. Dan Zada Baluset, retreating behind her brother while peeking out shyly at Chu Shanhua. I am Tang Yaya, she said, pointing towards Tang Jinbao. That is Yaya's daddy. Tang Jinbao had entered the room and was intently watching his daughter. He was taken aback by her sudden gesture. Following her little finger's direction, Chu Shanhua nodded at Tang Jinbao. Tang Jinbao, observing the gentle Chu Shanhua, found himself pondering. This fellow certainly has high standards for a wife. No wonder he didn't appreciate Shufang back then. No. My Shufang is not lacking in any way. That lad is merely a jester. Jiang Haiyang, who received a scornful glance from Tang Jinbao, felt bewildered but chose to ignore it, shifting his focus to the elder Tang couple. Tang Mu excitedly grasped his arm, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Haiyang, you are our family savior. If it weren't for you, who knows what might have happened to our Xiaoqiang and Yaya. Annie, it was the least I could do. Anyone from the village would have stepped in upon witnessing such a scene. I merely happened to be there, Jiang Haiyang replied modestly. Tang Wenyu's expression mirrored deep appreciation. Haiyang, regardless of circumstances, you saved two children, and for that, you are our great benefactor. The previous boys were worried we would fret and kept silent, but today they let it slip. They truly lack understanding. My wife and I specifically came to express our thanks. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Baoshan promptly placed the items he was holding onto the table. Indeed, Haiyang, this is a small token of our appreciation. Please do not refuse it. Please, you are being too courteous. Just take it back, Jiang Haiyang insisted, recognizing the imported snacks. Cookies, honey, and health products all packed beautifully, none of which were inexpensive. Tang Wenyu interjected, his authority as village head still commanding respect after so many years. If you refuse, I will announce it through the village loudspeakers, praising you and applying for a hero's title for saving lives. Jiang Haiyang was left speechless. Tang Mu then retrieved a red envelope from her pocket, approaching Chu Shanhua, determined to present it to her. "Aunt, I cannot accept this." Chu Shanhua, with her slender frame, is no match for the industrious Tang mother. "Please accept it as a red envelope for the children. Then I must prepare red envelopes for Xiao Chong and Yi as well." As Chu Shanhua spoke, she attempted to hand the red envelope to the two children before her. "Tang Xiaochong." Tang Baoshan bellowed. Tang Xiaochong hurriedly took Tang Yi and dashed behind their grandmother. "Aunt, that is for the little ones." With the red envelope in hand, Chu Shanhua looked helplessly at Jiang Haiyang. "Aunt, uncle, you are truly too generous. Please take it back." Before Jiang Haiyang could finish a sentence, Tang Wenyer pulled Tang mother outside. The couple, one holding money and the other carrying gifts, prepared to pursue them, but were stopped by Tang Baoshan. They wished to return everything, but could not prevail against Tang Baoshan, who, being a butcher, was quite muscular. Jiang Haiyang sighed in resignation. "Baoshan, with this fuss, I should have barred you from entering." "Tang Baoshan Juke." "Haiyang's sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. If you feel guilty, perhaps you could cook that delightful meat dish again? Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. After we feasted last time, I couldn't stop thinking about it." Jiang Haiyang laughed. "It's no trouble at all. Wait until I prepare a grand feast and invite your entire family." "Excellent." The mere thought of savoring Jiang Haiyang's cooking filled Tang Baoshan with contentment as he turned to leave. "Oh, Baoshan, you may leave the items, but you must take back this money." As she spoke, she forcefully stuffed the money into his pocket. "You little rascal." At that moment, Tang Jinbao approached, snatched the red envelope from his third brother's pocket, and tossed it onto the ground before Jiang Haiyang. He then grabbed Tang Baoshan's arm and ran off. This audacious act left Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, the two had already sprinted quite a distance away. With no other option, Jiang Haiyang bent down to pick up the money from the ground, embracing Chu Shanhua as they headed back. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by. "Hey, Jiang Haiyang, that stuff is all imported goods I bought from the city. I know you might not appreciate it, but if you dare to discard it, just see if I don't beat you to a pulp." Tang Jinbao waved his fist in front of Jiang Haiyang before turning and running off again. Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Jiang Haiyang shook his head at a loss for words. This boy harbored no ill intentions. He was simply a bit peculiar and rather proud. Chu Shanhua seemed to recall something, a smile gracing her lips. "Yes, just like a younger sibling, always expressing concern in a way that leaves one both amused and exasperated. Every time, our parents are driven nearly to despair, yet they find themselves powerless against him. Who knows?" As she spoke, her words suddenly caught in her throat, the smile fading slowly from her lips, replaced by a solemn expression as her brow furrowed, revealing her troubled thoughts. Jiang Haiyang embraced the woman beside him, acutely aware of her lingering attachment to her family far away in the capital. "My dear wife, I shall strive to earn more by the time the new year arrives. We will journey to the capital together." Chu Shanhua looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. Yet, her expression quickly turned serious. "But that might not be possible. My condition." Jiang Haiyang realized the weight of her words. Indeed, not wishing to see his wife in distress, he gently reassured her, "It's all right. Once our child is born, we will go. By then, with little Kair joining us, we will have two little helpers. No matter how upset our parents may be, they will surely forgive us for the sake of the children." Chu Shanhua lifted her head, and a smile finally graced her face. "Yes." Chapter 27. Is this meat only 1 yuan? How outrageous. Due to a promise made to his wife, Jiang Haiyang was now wholly preoccupied with the thought of how to earn money swiftly. Upon entering the space, he discovered that the medicinal herb seeds purchased from the pharmacy had quietly matured, now appearing to be quite aged. The vegetables were exceptionally fresh, their quality surpassing that of those found outside. He initiated the harvest, exchanging a significant portion for federal currency and taxes. The remainder was intended for sale to generate income. Although the meat-selling business was viable, it relied solely on a stall, with each bowl priced at 3 jiao, limiting customer volume. In the short term, it seemed promising, but for sustainability, alternative avenues would need to be explored. Upon exiting the space and emerging from the restroom, he spotted his precious daughter squatting in front of the little vegetable garden. Dahe and Xiaobai flanked her like vigilant guardians. What is our little cur observing? Jiang Haiyang's heart lightened at the sight of his adorable daughter. Upon hearing her father's voice, the little one abruptly looked up, losing her balance and nearly toppling over. Just as she was about to fall, Dahe swiftly positioned himself behind her. Giggling, good girl. In an instant, Jiang Xiaokuei found herself seated on Dahe's back. With her chubby little hands, she patted the dog beneath her, showering him with praise akin to what her parents often bestowed upon her. Jiang Haiyang approached and lifted her up. You little rascal, he chuckled. Jiang Xiaokuei pointed excitedly toward the vegetable garden, exclaiming, Daddy, vegetables! Daddy planted them in the soil. And when they grow, they LLB for our little cur to eat. Roar! Haiyang! Surprised by his wife's call, Jiang Haiyang looked up. Have you noticed how quickly the vegetables in our little garden are growing? Are they perhaps growing too fast? Jiang Haiyang was taken aback and turned his gaze toward the vegetable patch. Given its small size, he had only planted cucumbers there. The ground was a vibrant green, with tender sprouts reaching about 6 centimeters, officially entering their growth phase. Jiang Haiyang estimated that merely a week had passed since sowing the seeds. This growth rate was astonishingly rapid, fully 50% faster than usual. After becoming accustomed to the accelerated growth within the space over the past few days, his wife's observation made him realize how abnormal this was outside. Understanding that the soil in the space was likely the reason behind this phenomenon, he surmised there should be no significant issue, attributing the success to the quality of this batch of seeds. Rising to his feet, he took his wife's delicate hand in his. Moreover, this fertility is a result of your skilled hands. They yearn to grow swiftly. Chu Shanhu, momentarily disoriented by his playful remarks, chose not to dwell on it. Only he would speak so. Jiang Haiyang inserted slender stakes at the base of each cucumber plant to support the vines as they climbed. After completing the task, he watered the plants and proceeded to the backyard garden. In the garden, he noticed that, after just a few days of absence, the vines had already flourished. Fortunately, in the sparsely populated countryside, the houses were distanced from one another, and unless one intended to pay a visit, one would likely remain unnoticed. Otherwise, his attempts to placate his wife today might raise suspicions among the villagers who had toiled in the fields for most of their lives. Jiang Haiyang fell into contemplation as a thought flickered through his mind. He possessed this space for clandestine activities, and the soil had the remarkable ability to accelerate plant growth. While he could not frequently sell produce from this space, he could cultivate his own. In due course, he planned to lease land and construct greenhouses. The controlled temperature and humidity within greenhouses would accelerate the growth of vegetables, enabling him to cultivate off-season produce, which would be both rare and valuable, potentially doubling in price. This way, when he eventually brought forth items from his space, they would not appear conspicuous. Resolute, he acknowledged that establishing greenhouses required a considerable sum. Thus, Jiang Haiyang decided to exert himself during this period, traveling to several nearby towns to sell the medicinal herbs he had on hand. He informed his wife that he was selling meat and would return later in the evening after collecting more sanchi from the mountains. Although Chu Shanhua felt a pang of concern, she refrained from voicing it. Her husband was brimming with determination, ready to shoulder the imminent responsibilities of their growing family. She vowed not to hinder his efforts. Please take care, and I will wait for you at home with Xiao Kuei. Do not worry about us, she said. Goodbye, Daddy. Jiang Haiyang felt a profound sense of happiness and contentment in his heart. He pushed the cart out of the house and encountered several villagers along the way, who whispered amongst themselves upon seeing him. He paid them no mind, greeting familiar faces with a smile. Haiyang, tell Aunt Fu that you started a stall in town. Haven to you? Jiang Haiyang paused, surprised by the question posed by Aunt Fu, who had a son and 2 daughters. The youngest daughter, Lan Hua, had once taken a fancy to the young and studious Jiang Haiyang while in school. Aunt Fu and her contemporaries had believed that, given Jiang Haiyang's aspirations for the big city, he would never entertain a relationship with their daughter. However, Lan Hua had been relentless, threatening to withhold food and water until he acquiesced. Ultimately, Aunt Fu had personally approached Jiang Haiyang about the matter, only to be met with rejection. Aunt Fu had long since accepted this reality, but the sting of his refusal lingered, especially since Lan Hua was dear to her. Recently, when news spread that Jiang Haiyang had returned to the village with his wife and daughter, many assumed they were merely visiting for a while before returning to the city. Unexpectedly, upon Tang Jinbao's return yesterday, he shared with a few close friends the news of Jiang Haiyang setting up a stall in the town. This information spread swiftly and fervently. The younger generation found it quite curious. After all, Jiang Haiyang had been their role model during childhood, a paragon often referenced by their elders as the exemplary child of another family. A university student returning to the village to sell goods sparked a mix of nostalgia and curiosity, with some secretly relishing the prospect of spectacle. However, the village elders held a different perspective, especially Aunt Fu. After her youngest daughter was rejected by a suitor, she appeared almost bewitched, still unwilling to discuss marriage at the age of 21. Now, upon learning that Jiang Haiyang was no different, unable to thrive in the big city and resorting to selling goods in the village, Aunt Fu felt compelled to ascertain the truth. She returned home to advise her daughter not to lose hope, reminding her that the suitor her aunt had introduced was a team leader at the steel factory, earning a meager 80 yuan a month, far superior to this stall. When Jiang Haiyang faced Aunt Fu's inquiries, his expression was one of eagerness, as if he awaited her to affirm his choice. Yet, he did not overlook the fleeting disdain in her gaze. From Hu Jianya, he learned that Aunt Fu's daughter had yet to find a partner, understanding that Aunt Fu might harbor some reservations about him. Nevertheless, Jiang Haiyang chose not to engage in a debate, recognizing that the quality of life was his own to navigate, unperturbed by unrelated opinions. He wore a smile that betrayed no hint of shame. Yes, Aunt, I am indeed preparing to set up a stall in the town. Aunt Fu received this confirmation with a mix of anticipated disappointment and condescension, while the few aunts accompanying her displayed disbelief and disillusionment. With a feigned warmth, Aunt Fu pressed on. How could a promising university student like you resort to selling goods? What a pity. Jiang Haiyang merely smiled in silence. Aunt Fu scrutinized the items in his cart, filled with a sense of lament. Are you selling boxed meals? Did your wife cook these? Oh, your wife must be working quite hard. How much do you sell them for? I'll buy some today to support your business. Though Aunt Fu repeatedly emphasized the hardships of his wife, Jiang Haiyang refrained from countering, acknowledging in his heart that marrying him indeed brought her burdens and grievances. I have some wild boar meat from a previous hunt. There's too much, so I thought to cook it and sell in town. Today, I'm serving fried pork chops at 1 yuan each. What? Pork chops for 1 yuan? Aunt Fu exclaimed. What kind of dish is this? How can it be so expensive? Surely you've misquoted the price. 1 yuan could buy a decent amount of meat. Indeed, we are from the same village. How could you possibly take advantage of your Chapter 28? Say I can, say my wife, cannot. A group of villagers surrounded Jiang Haiyang, launching into a barrage of criticism as if he had committed some grievous offense. As the saying goes, a woman and a duck. The 4 or 5 individuals were all middle-aged women from the village, and their influence was palpable. Jiang Haiyang scarcely had a moment to interject. In a moment of resignation, he lifted the lid of the pot and, using chopsticks, transferred a piece of pork chop into his bowl. Pressed for time, he needed to visit the pharmacy for herbs and the market to gauge prices. Today, Jiang Haiyang prepared a rather simple dish, pan-fried pork chop, weighing approximately 220 grams. Selected from the tenderest part of the pig, the loin. After tenderizing, it was marinated and cooked over high heat in oil. Concerned that his customers might not be satiated, he had even specially prepared a black pepper sauce to drizzle atop it. The moment he lifted the pot lid, the aroma wafted into the air. The surrounding women, drawn by the scent, fixed their gazes on the bowl in his hands. Once he drizzled the sauce, the savory fragrance enveloped the space. In rural kitchens, dishes are typically prepared in a light manner. Ingredients are sparingly used, let alone the copious oil for frying. Disapproving glances were exchanged among them. These city folks are indeed different. They cook with such heavy oils and sauces. Just how much seasoning do they use? They murmured. Ah, youth. They have yet to learn the ways of frugality. Jiang Haiyang's expression darkened. While he remained indifferent to their remarks about himself, he could not tolerate disparagement of his wife. I personally cooked this pork chop, and I am curious what opinions you ladies hold, he said, turning to Aunt Fu. Given the current price of pork, you must have an idea. This piece weighs about half a kilogram, chosen from the finest loin, and considering the generous amount of seasoning you mentioned, do you think it is worth merely 1 yuan? Aunt Fu's gaze remained fixated on the pork chop in the bowl. Listening to her fellow villagers criticize Jiang Haiyang's city-born wife, she found herself in agreement. What is city girls? Ultimately, they still end up returning to the village, tasked with cooking and selling. Upon hearing Jiang Haiyang's words, Aunt Fu snapped back to reality, her expression slightly awkward. Oh, I didn't realize you could cook, Haiyang. It smelled delightful from the start. Do you wish to buy it, Aunt? If not, I shall take it back. I've already lost considerable time. He began to place the meat back into the pot, preparing to push his cart away. Of course I will buy it. After all, I must support your endeavors. Aunt Fu thought to herself, such a large piece of loin, with ample seasoning, and yet only 1 yuan? Truly foolish, lacking the skills to manage one's affairs. I must return and persuade Orchid to reconsider her choices. That stubborn girl, now with a wife and children, has ended up in such a predicament. Aunt Fu's mind was preoccupied with her concerns. After settling the payment and greeting my old friends, I prepared to hurry home with a bowl of meat. Andy, do not forget to return the bowl to me later, I reminded her. The matron paused, chuckling as if I would be so petty as to keep your bowl. I'll bring it back after I've had my share. Once she departed, several nearby women noticed Jiang Haiyang pushing his cart, eager to leave. Haiyang, get a piece for the Annie too. Let that little rascal at home have a taste. One of them called out, prompting others to shyly pull out their money. Although the village women could be quite chatty, their intentions were harmless. Lacking any significant resentment, Jiang Haiyang was not one to hold a grudge over money. Before he even set up his stall, he had already sold 5 portions. Once again, Jiang Haiyang pushed his cart along the road, though he was delayed along the way. By the time he arrived, several men were already gathered beneath the old tree. Is that lad not coming? What time is it? He is never late before, one grumbled. Indeed, he promised to come yesterday at noon. This is simply deceitful. Oh well, let's go to the restaurant. I'm starving. Chun Zheng rubbed his growling stomach, listening to the complaints around him. Their impatience grew as they prepared to leave. Sigh, the boss said he would come. Just wait a moment longer. Perhaps he encountered some trouble on the road. Old Chun, you seem quite trusting of the boss's words. Aren't you afraid he might stand you up? Inquired Su Sheng, their group leader. Since Chun Zheng had brought him to sample the meat last time, Su had been unable to resist the temptation. As the group leader, his salary was considerably higher than the others. Being a bachelor, with no need to hand over his earnings, he certainly did not want to deprive himself by following them daily. The heat of the day had left the group of men ravenous. At that moment, Jiang Haiyang hurriedly approached, pushing his cart. From a distance, he spotted the group and called out, I truly apologize for my tardiness. Upon seeing him, all complaints ceased immediately, and their eyes fixated on the pot as if they were ravenous wolves. Little boss, what is cooking today? Let me guess, it must be meat, right? Huh, get out of here. What day has the little boss not served meat? Laughter erupted among them. Jiang Haiyang prepared everything, igniting the stove. As he lifted the lid, the sight of the meat within was revealed. Goodness, little boss, this large piece of meat must have cost a pretty penny. Jiang Haiyang scanned the crowd before retrieving some homegrown cucumbers from his basket, handing one to each person. These are cucumbers from my own garden. Try them. No charge. I kept you waiting today, so consider this my apology. Being regular customers, they accepted the cucumbers without hesitation, inspecting them in hand. The cucumbers you cultivate are vibrant and succulent, exuding an appetizing allure. However, I must confess my preference for meat. The man spoke, disregarding whether the cucumber had been washed, and took a hearty bite. The words lingered at the edge of his mouth before he chewed again. Is this truly a cucumber? How can it be so delectable? It is both crisp and sweet, reminiscent of fruit. Jiang Haiyang responded with a smile. This has transcended mere vegetables. It can be savored as a fruit, refreshing and delightfully sweet, quenching one's thirst. In the midst of their conversation, the man had already devoured several bites. Others joined in, crunching away enthusiastically. Delicious. I never anticipated that the young proprietor could master such culinary skills with meat, and this vegetable could yield such fruity flavors. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, refreshing, another chimed in. The cucumber salad we had earlier must have been made from this very cucumber. I thought it peculiar that my wife couldn't replicate the simplicity of such a dish as the young proprietors. It appears the secret lies within the cucumber itself. Jiang Haiyang smiled, continuing his task. Today, he was preparing pan-fried pork chops, which were not inexpensive at 1 yuan per serving. But the portion size was substantial, each piece weighing nearly half a pound. Upon hearing Jiang Haiyang's price, a few individuals exhibited hesitation. 1 yuan does seem a tad steep. However, when Jiang Haiyang placed the meat into their bowls and drizzled a spoonful of sauce from another pot atop it, they surrendered to temptation. Pilshazid. For just 1 yuan. This skill is worth it. Indeed, they had arrived a bit late today. Only regular customers remained, many equipped with their own containers. Therefore, after serving them, Jiang Haiyang needed not wait to collect the bowls. Additionally, having sold to his aunt previously, he had prepared a total of 28 servings of pork chops, with 3 still unsold. Nevertheless, Jiang Haiyang felt content. Once he tidied up, he prepared to leave, only to notice Chun Zhen and Su Sheng lingering before him, clearly with matters to discuss. Su Sheng had patiently awaited Jiang Haiyang's completion before approaching him. Upon making eye contact, he wore a smile. "Hello, young proprietor. I am Su Sheng. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Jiang Haiyang recognized him as Chun Zhen's team leader, tall and cheerful in appearance. "Greetings. I am Jiang Haiyang. Feel free to call me Haiyang." "Very well, Haiyang. The thing is, my father is celebrating his birthday at home this Saturday, and I was wondering if you could come to my house to be the chef." Jiang Haiyang paused, momentarily taken aback, and did not respond. Su Sheng, interpreting his silence as reluctance, felt somewhat intrusive. "I merely suggested it. If it is inconvenient, please disregard my request." Jiang Haiyang chuckled. "It is not that I am unwilling. My forte lies in meat dishes, while I am less adept with vegetables. If you do not mind, I will be happy to give it a try." "Not at all. Your meat cooking skills are more than sufficient. You can decide the dishes. Simply prepare a list in advance, and I will ensure everything is ready for you to cook." Su Sheng, relieved by Jiang Haiyang's agreement, breathed a sigh of relief. "My father, at his advanced age, has developed an exquisite palate. Recently, I brought home an extra box of meat, which delighted him immensely. However, he's been incessantly reminiscing about it since then. He insists on inviting a chef to prepare a meal for him and his old companions." After they finalized their plans, Su called out to Chun, urging him to return to the factory for dinner. "Brother Haiyang, are you selling those cucumbers? I see a few remaining in your basket. Do sell them to me." Su teased with a smile upon hearing Chen's response. "Weren't you just claiming you only eat meat, eschewing green vegetables?" Chen replied, somewhat embarrassed. Don't mention it. I've been feeling unwell these past few days, struggling with constipation. Eating these cucumbers is akin to consuming fruit. They help alleviate my discomfort," he explained. Lacking a scale, Jiang Haiyang decided to give him the 3 cucumbers from his basket. Ultimately, Chun, despite his frustration, handed over 30 cents. "These cucumbers would fetch far more than a dime per pound. You've just given away so many. Do you even know how to conduct business?" Chun remarked. After earning $25.03 that day, Jiang Haiyang packed up his stall and hurried to the pharmacy. Chapter 29. Who is infuriated by cucumbers? Upon arriving at the apothecary, Jean Lifeng, perched behind the counter, instantly spotted Jiang Haiyang. He promptly rose and hurried to the entrance. "Young man, you have come to." Before he could finish his sentence, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing his nose to twitch in delight. "Is that meat in your pot?" "Indeed. I come to the town every noon to sell meat," Jiang Haiyang replied. Jean Lifeng waved his hand enthusiastically. "I'll have 1 portion. No, make it 2. Jiang Haiyang unwrapped his package, revealing an abundance of sanchi, even more than last time. Jean Lifeng, seated at the counter, gazed longingly at the bowl of meat. "Please, go ahead and eat. I'm not in a hurry," Jiang Haiyang urged. Jean Lifeng chuckled heartily, feeling no hesitation as he grabbed his chopsticks and eagerly brought the food to his mouth. Goodness! His small eyes sparkled with delight as he fixated on the bowl of meat, his hands moving swiftly. 2 pieces of fried pork chops, weighing nearly a pound, were rapidly devoured. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and took a sip of tea. "Young man, your culinary skills are exceptional. I've had the fortune to dine in many establishments in Haishur, but I have never tasted meat cooked so exquisitely. You flatter me. I merely run a small stall, hardly comparable to a professional chef. Jiang Haiyang replied modestly, engaging in further conversation about medicinal herbs. Jean Lifeng weighed the sanchi brought this time, totaling 11 pounds, and retrieved the payment from a drawer. 800? Jiang Haiyang counted. Jean Lifeng chuckled. Previously it was 60 per pound, but your sanchi is of tremendous medicinal value. A city client took all I last time, so I've raised the price for you this time. Consider it a favor from an old friend. Should you encounter any herbs in the future, feel free to bring them to me. Thank you so much, Boss Jean. Jiang Haiyang expressed gratefully as he prepared to take his leave. Jean Lifeng accompanied him to the door. Is there any meat left in your pot? If so, I'll take it all. Seeing Jean Lifeng swallow hard as he spoke, Jiang Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle. I only have one last piece left, along with some fruit cucumbers. Would you care to try some, Boss Jean? Fruit cucumbers? What on earth is that? I just want the meat. Leave the cucumbers. Jiang Haiyang served the last piece of meat to him, shaking his head at Jean Lifeng's rotund figure. He took 2 cucumbers and hurried after him. Here, Boss Jean. These cucumbers are a gift for you. Eating too much meat isn't good. These will help cool and quench your thirst. Thank you very much, young brother. Jean Lifeng replied gratefully. Jiang Haiyang pushed his cart into a secluded alley, bringing it into a space where he had previously stowed a carrying pole and 2 large baskets. Donning a straw hat, he lifted the pole and made his way towards the farmer's market. Along the way, he purchased a scale. By now, the lunch hour had passed, and the foot traffic was sparse. At this time, the visitors are generally young women. After having their meals, they often purchase some vegetables to take home, ensuring they do not miss out on fresh produce due to late hours. Jiang Haiyang found a vacant spot and, after placing down his burden, seated himself on the ground. A woman in charge of market fees approached him. The stall fee for the afternoon was 2 dimes. Jiang Haiyang handed over the money and inquired, "Excuse me, this is my first time selling vegetables here. What time does the market usually get busy?" The woman, surnamed Mao, was quite sociable and, noticing the unfamiliar face of the young man, readily began to engage with him. "Ah, I could tell you were new here. You've come to the right person. You can call me Sister Mao. The busiest time is around 5 or 6 in the morning, filled with elderly folks. If you wish to set up a stall in the morning, you should arrive around 4. The morning stall fee is 3 dimes. If you come too late, there won't be any space left. The midday hours are decent too, but evenings are not ideal. However, if you come in the evening, you might find some leftover vegetables at a discount." Listening intently, Jiang Haiyang nodded along. He then retrieved a cucumber from his basket and offered it to her. "Sister Mao, thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'd like to give you this cucumber. It's refreshing and hydrating." Sister Mao looked at the cucumber in his hand with astonishment. "Oh, how did you grow this cucumber? I've never seen such a fresh one, without any bumps or spines. Please try it. It's homegrown, known as a fruit cucumber," Jiang Haiyang encouraged. Sister Mao hesitated but was intrigued. After taking it, she bit into it. "Young man, I must say this cucumber is indeed like a fruit, crisp and sweet, with a thin skin and plenty of juice." Sister Mao squatted down to examine the cucumbers in his basket. "How do you plan to sell them? I'd like to take some home for my children to try." In this era, greenhouse farming had emerged a few years prior, with some experimental greenhouse vegetables selling for several yuan per pound. However, this was a rural area, and greenhouse farming had yet to reach here. Jiang Haiyang could not price them too high, 2 dimes per pound. Before Sister Mao could respond, a woman nearby, who had been observing them, exclaimed, 2 dimes. That's outrageous." Jiang Haiyang and Sister Mao turned to look at her. The woman had a basket piled high with cucumbers, slender and dark green, adorned with spines. Compared to Jiang Haiyang's cucumbers, hers appeared rather unappealing, though they were typical of the time. Upon seeing their attention, the woman scoffed, "I sell my cucumbers for just 8 cents. Isn't that a ripoff? Go ahead, ask anyone around." Her loud voice attracted the attention of nearby vendors and shoppers. Sister Mao scrutinized the woman and suddenly realized, "Ah, it's someone I know." The woman beside the stall would become exceedingly resentful whenever someone chose to purchase from another vendor instead of her. Moreover, if someone dared to counter her remarks, she could argue for an entire day. Sister Mao turned her back, intending to ignore this woman. Young man, weigh me 5 pounds of those cucumbers. This new variety of fruit cucumbers you have is quite remarkable. Honestly, you could sell them for at least 30 cents, she remarked, noting that 2 dimes were far too low a price. 30 cents? That's practically the price of a bowl of meat. The woman's shrill voice pierced the air, grating on the nerves of those nearby. People paid little heed to her words, but instinctively felt averse to her presence and refrained from approaching her stall for purchases. Sister Mao whispered to Jiang Haiyang, "Pay her no mind. Engaging with her only fuels her enthusiasm, and soon enough, no one will want to buy vegetables." Jiang Haiyang nodded and handed her 5 pounds of cucumbers. Noticing his lack of experience in weighing, Sister Mao discerned that this was indeed his first time selling vegetables. Before he left, she imparted some wisdom. "I see you've brought only the finest produce. It will sell well. Start with a higher price. People will inevitably bargain." "All right, thank you so much," he exclaimed, feeling fortunate to encounter such a warm-hearted elder sister on his first day. He began to grasp the market dynamics and prepared to sell out his vegetables before embarking on his greenhouse cultivation plan. Suddenly, the nearby woman called out, "Cucumbers for sale. 8 cents a pound. We are honest farmers. No deceit here." Her cries did indeed draw a few customers. 8 cents? Inquired a young woman. "Yes, sister. My cucumbers are 8 cents a pound, and I'm an honest person, not one to inflate prices." The young woman crouched down to inspect the offerings and instinctively began to haggle. "Will you sell them for 6 cents? The vendor replied sharply, "Sister, that's too steep a cut. I won't budge on the price. 2 dimes for cucumbers are already a fair deal, and mine are only 8 cents, quite a bargain." Under normal circumstances, she would have accepted 6 cents, but given that the young man had sold 5 pounds at 2 dimes without negotiation, she felt compelled to maintain her price to avoid devaluing her own produce. "I want to sell for less. It's already the lowest price." The young woman set down the cucumber in her hand, displeased. "If you won't sell, I'll simply buy from someone else. Your cucumbers are just like theirs and could easily be had for 5 cents. The vendor's expression soured. "Do you think you're better off? If you have the money, go purchase from the stall next door at 2 dimes a pound. Can you afford that?" Jiang Haiyang looked on, perplexed. The young woman shot a glance at him before moving to his stall. Upon closer inspection, she remarked, "What kind of cucumbers are these? I've never seen them before. 2 dimes a pound?" The young woman was also feeling a bit defensive. Jiang Haiyang chose to remain silent. He simply picked up a cucumber, snapped it in half, and handed her a piece. As she bit into it, the crisp sound resonated, and the juice burst forth, sweet and refreshing. Her eyes lit up. "Delicious." Jiang Haiyang chuckled, pleased with her reaction. "This is a fruit cucumber, a new variety cultivated in my home, which tastes akin to fruit, hence it commands a higher price." The woman finished a segment of cucumber and requested 6 pounds. Jiang Haiyang accepted the payment and handed over the weighed cucumbers. The young woman approached the stall of a particularly harsh vendor and selected a cucumber. With a crisp bite, she lowered her gaze to the ordinary cucumber, slender and prickly, and shook her head. Alas, such is fate. A cucumber compared to another cucumber. Who could be driven to despair? At 20 cents a pound, what a bargain. "Oh, you little wretch." Observing the woman's foul language, Jiang Haiyang was about to confront his customer. Instantly, he rose, his expression darkening, unlike his earlier demeanor. "Sister, are you here to sell vegetables or to cause trouble?" The woman, also one to prey on the weak, upon noticing the robust and stern Jiang Haiyang, muttered a few words before retreating to her seat. Fierce and menacing, I suspected she was indeed a heartless individual. Anyone buying such pathetic cucumbers at 20 cents a pound must be a fool. Chapter 30. Explosive Prices. Ready to follow suit, a minor commotion had already drawn attention here. Now, apart from the customers initially attracted by the woman's shrill voice, a few more had gathered. Jiang Haiyang's cucumbers and radishes were indeed unlike those from other vendors, appearing exceptionally appetizing. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and some showed intent to purchase. However, the price of 2 jiao per pound made them hesitate. At that moment, a well-dressed woman approached, pushing a bicycle. "I heard there are fruit cucumbers for sale." Upon seeing the crowd, Jiang Haiyang recognized her familiarity with the product. "Madam, I sell fruit cucumbers." The woman halted her bicycle and approached his stall. Jiang Haiyang promptly sliced 2 cucumbers into small pieces and called out to the hesitant onlookers, "Please taste. It's free of charge." Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly stepped forward to sample the offering. The appearance was promising, but the taste was the true concern. It was better to try for oneself than to rely on others' words. The woman took a bite and gave a thumbs up. "This is the flavor. However, yours is crisper than those greenhouse cucumbers." After swallowing the cucumber, she confidently declared, "Weigh me 20 pounds. 20 pounds? Are you out of your mind? Do you know how much that costs?" The woman beside Jiang Haiyang, startled by his boldness, stood up, her face a mix of disapproval and concern. "Sister, judging by your attire, you likely have no shortage of money, but are you really going to buy 20 pounds of cucumbers without asking the price?" He is quite unscrupulous. The woman paused, turning to Jiang Haiyang. "Young man, how much do 20 pounds of these cucumbers cost?" Before he could respond, the other woman interjected, seemingly with good intentions. "He sells them for 2 jiao a pound, so 20 pound would cost 4 yuan. You may not lack for money, but we shouldn't let ourselves be deceived." The woman's gaze towards Jiang Haiyang shifted, filled with surprise. She believed she was saving the woman for being swindled. "Sister, my cucumbers are cheap, only 8 fun. Young man, you are truly at a loss, I must say." The woman's words were choked by the astonishment of the older woman. Behind them, the crowd, which had initially intended to pay for the cucumbers after tasting them, began to feel the price was steep due to the woman's provocation, turning to leave. Yet, the elderly woman's exclamation piqued their curiosity. How could this be a loss? She patted Jiang Haiyang's hand and continued, "Young man, do you know about greenhouse cultivation? It only became popular a few years ago, and their cucumbers were selling for several yuan a pound, claiming they taste like fruit. I tried it back then, and they were indeed tastier than regular cucumbers. I just heard about these water cucumbers and thought they were the greenhouse variety. I never expected that upon tasting. Yours truly captures the essence of fruit. The cucumbers you sell are infinitely more delectable than those that cost several yuan per pound. Yet here you are, pricing them at a mere 2 jiao. My goodness, I scarcely know how to respond to you. Goodness gracious, cucumbers at several yuan per pound? Are we consuming meat or cucumbers?" The onlookers clutched their half-eaten pieces of cucumber, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Did you not hear that knowledgeable lady proclaiming their superior taste compared to those expensive ones? One by one, they eagerly stuffed the cucumbers into their mouths, relishing them. It seems that my previous assessment was misguided. Upon further tasting, the flavor is simply exquisite. Jiang Haiyang recognized the aunt before him as a woman of considerable experience, likely not lacking in financial means. With a hearty smile, he seized the moment to elevate his own standing. "Annie, this is merely a small venture of mine, with cucumbers grown in my own garden. Upon discovering their unique flavor, I thought to venture into selling them. I've heard of greenhouse cultivation, but those cucumbers priced at several yuan per pound in the big cities. Here in our small town, as long as I can avoid losses and make some profit, it's enough to bring joy to everyone." The warmth in the aunt's gaze towards Jiang Haiyang intensified. "You are a perceptive young man. Work diligently, conduct thorough research, and one day, when you can cultivate them in larger quantities, your exquisite cucumbers will undoubtedly make a name for themselves beyond our small town." "Thank you for your kind words," Jiang Haiyang replied, weighing out the 20 pounds of cucumbers she requested and handing them over. As she prepared to leave, she weighed an additional 5 pounds of autumn radishes. After she pushed her cart away, the crowd noticed that the basket of cucumbers was nearly empty, igniting a fervent scramble among them. "Young man, give me 5 pounds. Hey, don't push. You came after me. Let me have 5 pounds first. No, I want them first." In the end, the 10 pounds of cucumbers proved insufficient to satisfy everyone, leaving many dissatisfied. "Young man, let me have some of those autumn radishes. They look quite appealing." "Hey, boss, will you be back tomorrow?" When Jiang Haiyang affirmed that he would return at the same time the following day, the crowd departed contentedly. He surveyed the 2 emptied baskets, counted the bills in his hand, totaling 20 yuan. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt from his trousers, shouldered 2 baskets, and exited the market. Inside the marketplace, a petty-minded woman, having witnessed him effortlessly sell 20 yuan worth of vegetables in half an hour, felt a surge of envy. "What greenhouse cucumbers? Several yuan per pound?" They're being praised to the heavens, and she had never even heard of such a thing. That lady must be a plant. Puffed. The buyers are a bunch of fools. It seems the townspeople are easily swayed. No, tomorrow I shall enlist Tai Dan to try his hand at being a plant as well. 2 jiao per pound for cucumbers? I'll sell that 1 jiao 5 fun and steal his business. Excuse me, how much are your cucumbers per pound? The woman regained her composure and, upon noticing a man before her, blurted out $1.50 per pound. The man, taken aback, appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Lady, have you lost your mind over money? Who prices cucumbers by the dime anymore? The woman disdainfully curled her lip. You clearly lack insight. These are greenhouse cucumbers. Do you understand the concept of greenhouse cultivation? My prices are quite reasonable. Others are charging several dollars per pound. The man, unwilling to engage further, turned on his heel and departed. Humph. Wait until tomorrow when you'll regret not buying, she thought, her temper flaring. No longer inclined to sell, she began to prepare to return home and discuss matters with her son. The surrounding farmers observed her expression, which was one of calculated triumph. As if the money were already in her grasp, they shook their heads in resignation, hoping she would not lose her sanity again the following day. This won't do. I must find a different spot tomorrow. Her antics are bound to affect our business as well. Chapter 31. Buying a cow to provide fresh milk for my wife and daughter Jiang Haiyang was carrying a considerable sum of money this time, nearly 900 yuan, a sum equivalent to the wages of many households over 2 years. He pushed the cart once again, making his way towards the village. As he walked, he noticed a few cows grazing by the roadside. This was indeed a fortuitous sight. He had been contemplating purchasing a cow to raise at home, so that his wife and child could enjoy fresh milk daily. Jiang Haiyang quickly approached an older man. Sir, are you selling this cow? The elder, holding a smoking pipe, puffed out rings of smoke that obscured his face, assuming Jiang was merely inquiring without intent to purchase. With a rather indifferent tone, he replied, 1,000 for a cow. Jiang Haiyang was taken aback by the steep price. He realized that he did not have enough money. He attempted to negotiate. Could you lower the price a bit? Our village is quite distant, and I was hoping to buy a cow to bring home. Upon hearing this, the elder set down his pipe, intrigued to find someone genuinely interested in purchasing a cow after all his efforts. Are you buying this for your child? Jiang Haiyang scratched his nose and smiled, yes. I want to buy it so my wife and baby can have fresh milk every day. It's good for their health. The elder's demeanor softened, appreciating the young man's dedication to his family. Not many young men show such affection for their wives and children nowadays. You're spending quite a bit just to provide fresh milk for them. Very well, I'll let you take it for 500. This price aligned with Jiang Haiyang's budget, and he wasted no time. He pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket. The elder moistened his fingers to count the money. Choose any cow you like. They are all around the same age. Jiang Haiyang inspected the cows and selected one that appeared particularly lively. The elder handed him the rope, saying, just lead it by the nose, and it will follow you obediently. With the rope secured around his arm, Jiang Haiyang pushed the cart while leading the cow back to the village. Hey, you bought a cow. That must have cost you a pretty penny, exclaimed a villager upon seeing the large animal. Others chimed in with questions about his purchase. Jiang Haiyang cheerfully explained to each one, I spent a few hundred yuan to buy fresh milk for my wife and daughter. You're a good husband, no doubt about it. Your wife is truly fortunate to have you, they replied, admiring his dedication. After bidding farewell to the villagers he encountered along the way, Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of excitement as he neared his home. As soon as he opened the door, he called out, Wife, come and see the wonderful gift I brought home, a big cow. From now on, I will provide you and our little one with fresh milk every day. At the sound of the door opening, Dahe and Xiao Bai bolted out to greet him, circling around the imposing figure behind Jiang Haiyang. The gentle cow stood still, merely exhaling softly. Woof! Such a large creature, the master constantly bringing various things through the door. The previous chickens, ducks, and geese flitted about daily, incessantly causing cacophony, yet it was forbidden for the dog to scare them. Nevertheless, it consoled itself with the thought that it was the first to encounter the master. It was indeed the leader. Meow, the sound of a cat echoed, causing the stout black dog to instinctively shudder. It watched as the little white cat swiftly darted back into the courtyard. Woof! With its head held high, the The black dog made its way into the yard. Chu Shanhua emerged, holding Jiang Xiaokui's hand, and surprisingly accompanied by a young woman. Who is this? Brother Haiyang Lanhua? Half an hour earlier, Lu Lanhua, the youngest daughter of Aunt Fu, had decided to visit Jiang Haiyang's home. When she saw Aunt Fu preparing to return a bowl to Jiang Haiyang, she snatched it away, insisting on returning it herself. Lu Lanhua was uncertain of her own feelings. Regardless of her mother's disparaging remarks about how hopeless he was, she found herself returning as a mere street vendor. Yet in her heart, Jiang Haiyang remained that exceptional youth. She understood that he already had a wife and daughter, making any possibility of a reunion utterly impossible. Yet after all these years, perhaps it had become an obsession. She longed to see the woman chosen by the man she once admired. Upon arriving at the Jiang household, Lu Lanhua hesitated at the entrance for quite some time. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to knock on the door. The instant she laid eyes on Chu Shanhua, a sigh escaped her lips, as if the remnants of her obsession dissipated. With a smile, she faced the woman who was now cherished by the boy she once adored. "Hello, you must be my sister-in-law. I am Lu Lanhua. Brother Haiyang, you're back. I came to return the bowl. I should be heading home now. There are chores awaiting me. Goodbye, sister-in-law, Brother Haiyang, and little Kuei." With that, she waved farewell and prepared to leave. "Lanhua, do come and play next time." "Indeed, I will. I'll bring some treats for little Kuei." Upon hearing the word treats, the little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Bye." Chu Shanhua tugged at her hand, bidding farewell to the aunt. "Goodbye." Lu Lanhua smiled and turned away. Understanding her intentions, Jiang Haiyang chose not to dwell on it further. He lifted his daughter and embraced his wife, exclaiming joyfully, "Wife, look what I brought back. A magnificent cow." Chu Shanhua was about to inquire, but hesitated due to the presence of others. "What on earth are you going to do with such a large creature? We have no place to keep it. It's a waste of money." Jiang Haiyang was displeased. "How is this a waste of money? This cow is wonderful. We can keep it, and I'll provide you and little Kuei with fresh milk every day. How much can we drink? This is such a waste. It would be better to buy some milk powder." Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Haiyang gently placed a finger against her lips. "How could what I give you and Xiao Kuei be considered waste? If you can't finish it, you could follow the example of noble women from ancient times and use milk to wash your face or bathe." Imagining the scene of the young woman indulging in a milk bath, her skin would undoubtedly become even more delicate and smooth, exuding a delightful scent of milk. A smile gradually morphed into something more mischievous. Why would it be a waste when he could also enjoy the benefits? It was indeed a clever and practical solution. The more he pondered, the more he felt his foresight was commendable. "Ha ha ha!" Chu Shanhua observed the man in front of her as he spoke, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. In her view, it was likely something rather inappropriate. Noticing her narrowed eyes, resembling someone calculating a score, Jiang Haiyang quickly shook the little one in his arms. "Xiao Kuei, your daddy will squeeze fresh milk for you to drink every day, all right?" The little girl, Jiang Xiao Kuei, gazed wide-eyed at the large figure before her. Regardless of what was said, comprehension mattered little. As long as there was food, that was all that truly mattered. Chu Shanhua wore an expression of defeat. "I really have no way to deal with you two." "Ha ha!" The warm conversation among the family of three reached Lu Lanhua's ears. She felt a sense of relief wash over her, allowing a smile to bloom as she stepped forward. Chapter 32. Serving my wife with a foot soak and a little light bulb, Jiang Haiyang submitted today's earnings. Chu Shanhua held a small wooden box, her face radiating sweetness. "From now on, this will be our family's living fund," she declared. "My dear wife, rest assured that our future will only get brighter. Eventually, this little box may not suffice for all our wealth. We might need a much larger one." As he spoke, Jiang Haiyang gestured expansively with his hands. Chu Shanhua wore a serene and blissful expression. On the bed, Jiang Xiaokuei rolled around, her tiny hands reaching for her feet. Daddy, Mommy." The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, enveloping the embracing couple in warmth. The room was filled with tenderness. "My dear wife, I shall fetch some milk. Tonight, while you soak, I can help you scrub your back if you wish." Cradling the petite woman in his arms, Jiang Haiyang felt a stir of longing. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as his voice grew slightly hoarse. The response was a playful punch to his chest. With his head bowed, he carried an unexplainable sadness in his demeanor. Unable to savor the pleasures of life, he felt deprived of even the smallest morsel. Suddenly, motivation seemed to evaporate. Sigh. Seeing her husband's comical expression, Chu Shanhua chuckled. Go fetch some warm water. Let us soak our feet together. Soak our feet? Just that? He turned back, casting a lingering glance for confirmation. The little woman nodded with a sweet smile. Well, I suppose that works. Instantly, Jiang Haiyang lifted his head and strode outside. Soaking feet was delightful, especially with his wife's delicate feet, which he could easily cradle in his palm. However, since there was currently no barn built, he led the newly purchased cow to the barn belonging to Old Man Yo. After bringing some grass from his own space, he visited the barn. Once he had fed the cow, he proceeded to Old Man Yo's home, eager to learn how to milk it. Old Man Yo and his wife, aware that Jiang Haiyang had acquired the cow for his wife and daughter, teased him good-naturedly before generously sharing their knowledge. Not only did they offer verbal guidance, but they also demonstrated the process firsthand. Initially, Jiang Haiyang had high hopes, but when it came time for him to try, he found himself at a loss. After struggling for quite some time, not only did he fail to extract any milk, but he nearly found himself on the receiving end of a kick from the animal. In a state of utter disarray, he became the source of mirth for Old Man Yo and his wife, who laughed heartily at his expense. Haiyang, take your time. You must first get acquainted with the cow. It has feelings too. Treat it with care. As he stumbled home, Jiang Haiyang's mind was consumed by Old Man Yo's words. Treat it with care, as if it were your wife, soothing it. Upon arriving home and seeing his wife sitting inside, snacking, he felt a wave of grievance wash over him. My dear wife. Without a word, he embraced the petite woman, burying his head in her shoulder and nuzzling against her. Ah, this is my wife, so fragrant and soft. Chu Shanhua could hear the tone of his grievance. The man's increasingly restless actions did not go unnoticed. He turned, cradling his head in his hands. What is the matter? I want to learn how to milk a cow, but I failed, he lamented, his head drooping lower. Chu Shanhua stifled a laugh, wary of hurting his pride, and gently patted his head in reassurance. Until, Jiang Haiyang. Ha ha ha, my dear wife, I was wrong. I truly was. Chu Shanhua playfully scratched under his arms, her almond-shaped eyes wide, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled. She scolded him. Will you dare to do it again next time? Jiang Haiyang, tickled, could not help but squirm, yet the sight of the petite woman before him ignited a fire within his heart. Next time, he suddenly grasped her small hands tightly, pulling her entire form into his embrace. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, You will. The man's soft lips descended upon her delicate ones, swallowing her startled gasp and soft murmur in a fervent kiss. Chu Shanhua nestled against him, breathing lightly. My dear wife, I'll fetch some water to serve you while you soak your feet. Jiang Haiyang boiled the water, tested its temperature, and then brought the foot bath into the room. Daddy, is the little one still awake? Chu Shanhua sensed the impure thoughts of the man and chose to ignore his puzzled gaze. Sitting on the bed, she gently spoke to her daughter in her arms. Shall Xiao Kuei soak her feet with Mama and then sleep soundly? Roar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao Kuei reached out her tiny hands to her mother's face, as if to express her eagerness. So fragrant, Chu Shanhua held her little foot, exclaiming, Oh, how stinky. The little one protested, calling out to Jiang Haiyang, Daddy, Daddy, seeing the innocent expression of his wife and the adorable daughter. Jiang Haiyang relented and placed the wooden tub before the bed. He squatted down, ready to tend to the little woman's feet. Hey, what are you doing? I can manage myself. Jiang Haiyang ignored her and continued his actions, rolling up her pant legs to her calves and gently placing her foot into the tub. Looking up at his seated wife with deep affection, he declared, From today onwards, I will serve you every day with your foot baths. Chu Shanhua was captivated by the man's tender and indulgent gaze. Is the water too hot? His question jolted her back to reality, and a blush crept across her cheeks as she realized both her feet were held in his warm grasp, submerged in the water. Embarrassed, she shifted slightly. It's not too hot. Daddy, Jiang Xiaokuei was becoming increasingly upset, feeling neglected. Pouting, she swung her legs, intent on climbing down. Xiao Kuei, wait a moment. Daddy will help you wash your little feet too, all right? The little one, however, was beyond persuasion, and Chu Shanhua struggled to hold onto her squirming form. Jiang Haiyang observed as he hastily fetched a small stool, then lifted Jiang Xiaokuei into his arms, tentatively allowing her tiny feet to graze the water surface. Is it hot? She instinctively recoiled. You see, only you are so impatient. It must be quite warm. He chuckled as, in the midst of his playful admonishment, the little one extended her legs again. As her feet made contact with the water, she playfully splashed, creating tiny droplets that danced in the air. Giggles erupted from her lips. Daddy, baby. Discovering a delightful new game, she began to frolic with abandon. Jiang Xiaokui, my dear, you are not behaving like a good child. Look at the mess you've made. Chu Shanhua exclaimed upon witnessing her daughter's mischievous antics. Hearing her mother's reprimand, the little one buried her head into Jiang Haiyang's embrace, refusing to emerge. He gently patted her back. Shall we soak our feet together? Jiang Xiaokui complied, her small head nodding against his chest. Jiang Haiyang removed his shoes and dipped his feet into the water, feeling the coolness envelop him. His wife's delicate, fair feet rested beside his larger ones. He lifted his gaze to behold the petite figure before him. They were truly a perfect match. Chu Shanhua playfully tapped her foot against his. Look at your daughter. Her little mouth could hold a soy sauce bottle. Jiang Haiyang glanced down at the little one nestled in his arms, only to find her big, innocent eyes gazing up at him with a hint of mischief. He playfully pinched her tiny nose and turned her around in his embrace. The water temperature was just right for adults, yet a tad warm for a child's tender skin. Jiang Haiyang guided her feet to rest against his own. The little one beamed with delight, giggling as she playfully stomped on her father's foot. Mama, look, she exclaimed, pointing at the water where her feet danced alongside her father's. Following her lead, Chu Shanhua gently placed her foot atop Jiang Haiyang's. The little one, satisfied, spread her legs wide. One foot rested on her father's foot while the other perched atop her mother's. As Jiang Haiyang gazed at the reflections of their feet in the water, a sense of profound contentment washed over him. Such simple happiness was, indeed, a treasure beyond measure. Chapter 33. Encountering a troublemaker, Jiang Haiyang tidied up the pots and bowls and handed the prepared list to Su Sheng, harboring the intention to establish a good rapport with him. This was his first time assisting with the cooking, and Jiang Haiyang was determined to showcase his utmost abilities. Consequently, the assortment of meats and vegetables he compiled predominantly consisted of items he had in his space, ensuring ease of access when the time came. Su Sheng's face radiated joy as he provided his home address before agreeing on a time for Jiang Haiyang to come over. As for the remuneration, Jiang Haiyang did not explicitly inquire, observing that Su Sheng would purchase a portion of meat daily, taking an additional portion home, a clear indication that he was not short of funds and would surely compensate him fairly. Pushing the cart into a secluded alley, he stored the stove and utensils in his space and retrieved 5 large baskets, placing them atop the cart. Having scouted out the market the previous day, he had not selected many vegetables. Although he believed the quality of his produce would sell well, he was pleasantly surprised by the rapid pace of sales, crediting an appreciative aunt for the support. Filled with enthusiasm, Jiang Haiyang hurried to the market, deliberately selecting a stall that was relatively vacant. Sister Mao approached, as usual, collecting a modest stall fee. Young man, I've heard that your cucumbers are in high demand. I brought some home for my son yesterday, and despite his picky nature regarding vegetables, he devoured 2 cucumbers without any persuasion. If your son enjoys them, consider the cucumbers as fruits. They are rich in vitamins and beneficial for health. As he spoke, Jiang Haiyang unloaded the baskets from his cart. Sister Mao peered inside, noting, You also have mushrooms and autumn radishes here, all appearing quite splendid. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder, he requested, Please weigh out 5 pounds of cucumbers, along with 5 pounds each of radishes and mushrooms. I trust your produce. Understood, she replied. After Sister Mao departed, those who had missed out on purchasing cucumbers the previous day began to arrive in droves. Many customers, having bought cucumbers, also opted for radishes and mushrooms. Yet the cucumbers remained the star of the show. Before long, his stock was completely sold out. Observing the remaining mushrooms and radishes, Jiang Haiyang borrowed a knife from a nearby vendor, intending to cut the radishes into pieces for passers-by to sample, regardless of the quality of his goods. Persuasion was necessary to gain their trust. After cutting the radishes, he returned the knife to its owner, only to notice a rather nonchalant man munching on one of the cut radishes. Jiang Haiyang frowned and approached him, inquiring. However, before he could finish, the man spat the chewed radish onto the ground with disdain. What kind of radish is this? It's unbearably bitter and utterly unpalatable. How dare you sell it? With a fierce kick, he sent the basket overflowing with radishes tumbling. Jiang Haiyang's expression darkened. This brat was deliberately seeking trouble. If the food did not appeal to him, he could simply leave. I had not compelled him to purchase anything, so he ought to adopt a more courteous demeanor. The brazen man halted, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Haiyang. What is the matter? This is my attitude. The customer is king. Do you understand? Do you even know how to conduct business? He stepped closer to Jiang Haiyang, clapping a hand on his shoulder. In my presence, you are but a subordinate. If you wish for me to spend my money on your vegetables, you must plead with me. His words sparked indignation among the surrounding vendors. They were all farmers, toiling for their hard-earned money. Regardless of how polite they might be to customers, they would not tolerate such contempt. The crowd glared at the man with palpable fury. As his hand approached Jiang Haiyang's shoulder once more, unable to restrain himself any longer, Jiang Haiyang firmly grasped his wrist, a flicker of anger crossing his face. His voice turned icy. Repeat that. Who is the subordinate? The man, taken aback by the unexpected resistance, faltered momentarily before attempting to free his hand. To his surprise, the vendor possessed a strength that rendered him unable to escape. Growing anxious, the man resorted to petty tactics. What do you intend to do? Your radishes are utterly tasteless. I have no desire to purchase them. Are you attempting to enforce a sale? Jiang Haiyang remained unfazed. Apologize. The man scoffed. You expect me to apologize? No chance. Jiang Haiyang seized his collar, lifting him effortlessly. Speak. Will you apologize? What do you think you're doing? The man panicked. This small vendor, lacking in physique compared to him, was somehow able to lift him with one hand. Not wishing to engage in further dialogue, Jiang Haiyang exerted force, throwing him to the ground and following up with a punch. You look down upon small vendors, do you? Do you not realize that without farmers like us to toil in the fields and bring produce to market, you privileged folks would have no food to consume? He delivered another blow, leaving the young man momentarily dazed. As the fist prepared to strike once more, the man cried out in alarm. Help! They're trying to kill me. No one is intervening. This heartless vendor is enforcing a sale. Bah, serves you right. If you get hurt, it's your own fault. Hit him. Yes, brother. Teach him a lesson for his disrespect. The response came from several nearby vendors who had long harbored discontent towards the man, though they had previously chosen silence to avoid conflict. Now that someone had taken the initiative, their collective outrage surged forth. The commotion escalated, attracting a crowd of onlookers who began to murmur and point. At that moment, Sister Mao and market management personnel rushed in, forcibly separating the two. The management personnel donned black uniforms, adorned with a market badge. Fighting is prohibited within the market. Please exit immediately, they declared. Sister Mao, upon seeing Jiang Haiyang, anxiously inquired, Young man, what led to this altercation? It was that insolent fellow. He claimed we small vendors should beg like grandchildren for him to buy our produce. Indeed, that scoundrel initiated the conflict. This has nothing to do with this young brother. We can all attest to that. Jiang Haiyang nodded gratefully at the vendors who spoke in his defense. Regardless of the circumstances, fighting in the market is unacceptable. You must leave at once. The administrator stated with unwavering authority, emphasizing the immutability of the rules. Sister Mao sought to intercede for Jiang Haiyang. Old Lu, can't you see this young man meant no harm? Sister Mao, rules are rules. Jiang Haiyang, wishing to spare her further discomfort, reassured her, it's all right. I've nearly sold all my vegetables. I don't mind this little setback. He then turned to tidy up his stall. The surrounding vendors felt disinclined to voice further objections. Exhaling in resignation, the man who had been struck, witnessing the administrator's departure, hastily leaped up to grab their attention. Are you really just going to let him off the hook? I'm a customer here to buy vegetables, yet I was assaulted by vendors in your market. Either you compensate me, or that fellow pays for my medical expenses. Sister Mao was incensed. You're being unreasonable. The man, touching his bruised cheek, swayed slightly. Is it not fair to receive some compensation after being assaulted for no reason? The administrator, seasoned in dealing with various individuals, recognized the man's cowardice in not retaliating and suspected he was merely a blusterer. Very well. You and that young man will accompany us to the police station to clarify the situation. We shall not shirk our responsibilities if they are indeed ours. Upon hearing this, the man faltered. Is it really that complicated? I suppose I'll just chalk it up to a bad day. The crowd, now informed of the situation, expressed their disdain for the scoundrel, with some spitting at him in contempt. Filth! Once the administrator saw him release his grip, they advanced forward. Jiang Haiyang finished organizing his belongings, only to hear the man continuing to hurl insults. In a fit of rage, he surged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the man's face, pinning him to the ground. Let us see who the true dog is. The ruffian was left speechless by Jiang Haiyang's furious demeanor. Administrator, he is going to kill him. As the administrator turned back, the crowd instinctively formed a barrier before them. Jiang Haiyang pulled the man up from the ground, patting his chest. Apologize. Noticing the absence of any support from the onlookers, who regarded the man with disdain, he clenched his teeth. I apologize. Jiang Haiyang dragged him towards a group of vendors nearby. You owe them the most profound apology. Well, the crowd erupted in applause, finally releasing a pin-up frustration. Make way, what is happening? A woman squeezed her way through the throng. Upon witnessing her son being manhandled, she gasped and rushed forward, seizing Jiang Haiyang's hand. Tidan, how could you have been beaten to such a state? Mother. Chapter 34. The unraveling of secrets and the deceit of a proxy. The Inuel spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva and attempted to drag his mother away. Yet, she stood her ground. Where do you think you're going? Did this man strike you and leave you in such a state? Absolutely not. We shall take him to the authorities. I am eager to see if he still possesses any semblance of reason. The woman glared at Jiang Haiyang, who stood beside the ruffian. It is you. Without needing a closer inspection, Jiang Haiyang recognized her voice. Wasn't she the woman selling goods next to him just yesterday? How fortuitous. He had only been out for 2 days, and now, after his mother causing a ruckus, her son had come directly to confront him. I knew you were up to no good. Your heart is as black as coal, and indeed, you dare to strike my son today. Jiang Haiyang could easily deal with the scoundrel, yet this woman was intent on tarnishing his reputation. She was older and held a higher status, leaving Jiang Haiyang reluctant to engage in further conflict. He turned his face away and spoke coldly. Madam, we are all merchants here, relying on our own capabilities. My vegetables are worth their price, as acknowledged by my customers who willingly pay. Since yesterday, you have been slandering me as a ruthless dealer. Know that should this reach the authorities, I could pursue charges of defamation against you. At this moment, the ruffian, known as Tai Dan, turned to his mother. Mother, is this the fellow you spoke of, the one selling cucumbers for 2 cents a pound? The woman, initially unsettled by Jiang Haiyang's mention of defamation, now saw her son's battered visage and instinctively sprang to his defense. Yes, Tai Dan, that is him. Just as I said, he has employed a proxy to deceive people, claiming his produce is grown in greenhouses and priced at several yuan per pound, leaving customers bewildered. Tai Dan scrutinized Jiang Haiyang with a piercing gaze. Oh, how noble you appear. Yet, you resort to using a proxy to sell your vegetables? No wonder I was hesitant to purchase. It seems your produce may not be of the finest quality. Jiang Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of such unreasonable individuals who only believed in their misguided notions and reveled in others' misfortunes. He decided to disengage from the futile conversation and turned to place his basket back on the cart, preparing to leave. Wait, are you feeling guilty? The man interjected, positioning himself in front of Jiang Haiyang. Jiang Haiyang cracked his knuckles, the joints emitting a sharp sound, causing the man to instinctively recoil. Cucumbers at 2 cents a pound. Many of the vendors and customers present had overheard the commotion. Numerous individuals had witnessed Jiang Haiyang's quality produced firsthand, and several customers who had already purchased his cucumbers stepped forward in support. Does our little boss truly need a proxy for these cucumbers? They are in such demand that they sell out before the day ends. One of the satisfied customers brandished their purchase for all to see. The skin is smooth and emerald green, and when bitten into, it is both crisp and sweet, bursting with juice. As I spoke, I wiped it on my clothing and took a bite. The crunch resonated, and the juice flowed forth. This cucumber is indeed remarkable, something I have never encountered before. Not to mention, the radishes from his household are equally impressive. Yesterday, unable to procure a cucumber, I settled for a radish, which turned out to be quite sweet after stewing. As the wind changed direction, everyone began to extol the virtues of the vegetables sold by Jiang Haiyang. The woman and Tai-Dan wore expressions of confusion. However, they did not acknowledge their own faults, instead perceiving the crowd as if they had been bewitched. Just then, a farmer's coarse voice pierced the air. I turned to see who it was. This young man's mother was a vendor herself, having previously looked down upon us small stallholders, dismissing us as insignificant. Oh dear, does he not realize his mother is also a vendor? Tai-Dan, sensing the rising ire of the crowd, seized his mother, attempting to slip away unnoticed. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. "Ah, so you are in cahoots. This man is your son." A short, stout man with a face full of flesh approached, throwing a bag at their feet. "I no longer want this cucumber. Return my money. You claim to have come from the big city, yet this cucumber is merely a greenhouse variety sold for 0.15 yuan per pound. What a ruse." The man's anger grew as he realized he had been duped by the mother and son. He rushed forward, grabbing hold of both. Onlookers began to gather, intrigued by the spectacle. It turned out that the woman had indeed come to the market early that day, using her son Tai-Dan as a decoy. Little did she expect to deceive such a rough character, selling the cucumbers for 0.15 yuan per pound. Now that the scheme had unraveled, the man was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, the market manager was making his way over. Jiang Haiyang scoffed, steering his cart around to the back and exiting the market. Greenhouse cultivation had surged in popularity since the 1990s, and he was determined to seize the opportunity. What he needed most was capital, as the investment in steel and concrete for building greenhouses was substantial. Currently, the most lucrative trade involved medicinal herbs. He decided to put a pause on selling meat and vegetables, planning to visit several places the next day to exchange the herbs he had cultivated for cash. Upon returning home, Jiang Haiyang began preparations to construct a cow shed in the backyard that afternoon. He enlisted a few skilled craftsmen from the village for assistance. Erecting a shed for a single dairy cow would not take much time. By the time dinner rolled around, the structure was complete. Jiang Haiyang repeatedly invited the craftsmen to his home, intending to treat them to a meal, but all declined. In the end, he paid each of them 50 cents and even bought them a pack of cigarettes. Once they departed, he sprinkled quicklime inside for disinfection, followed by a thick layer of straw. After completing all his tasks, he headed to Uncle Nyo's house to fetch the cows. He had already devised a plan. The feed, including hay and grains, he intended to cultivate himself in his space. Not only would it grow rapidly, but it also required no fertilization. Grains treated with fertilizers, once ingested by the cows, would pose safety concerns when it came time for his wife to consume the milk. Unfortunately, current technology was not yet advanced enough. The large sterilization and disinfection equipment could not be transported. Fortunately, possessing a space meant that the milk extracted would not spoil. However, for it to be drinkable, it needed to be gently stewed to eliminate any potential bacterial issues. There was indeed a compact, high-end sterilization machine available in the interstellar panel. Yet, with 300 million in taxes still needing 2/3 to be covered, the path ahead seemed daunting. Earning money was imperative. "Hey, Jiang Haiyang." Jiang Haiyang, leading the cow, was deep in thought about his future when he was suddenly called out. It was Tang Jinbao. Upon seeing Jiang Haiyang look up at him, he stumbled over his words. "Are you looking for me? I'm in a hurry to get back and cook." Tang Jinbao looked astonished. "So, you really do cook for your family?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Straightening his face, he added, Well, about what I mentioned earlier regarding you setting up a stall in town. That was me letting it slip. I didn't expect Huzi to spread it around the village. I sigh. Tang Jinbao, defiantly raising his chin and closing his eyes, declared, I'm not speaking on your behalf. I just can't stand gossipy people who misconstrue my words. Jiang Haiyang chuckled at his comical demeanor. No worries. What you said isn't entirely inaccurate. Observing him standing there in a daze, Jiang Haiyang walked past him, leading the cow. Hey, what do you mean by saying I didn't say anything wrong? As he gazed at Jiang Haiyang's retreating figure, Tang Jinbao felt an inexplicable change in him. He seemed different yet unchanged. Perhaps the sense of distance was less pronounced, making him appear more approachable. The pent-up frustration that had lingered in his heart for many years began to dissipate. However, regardless of whether this fellow had changed or not, he remained equally irksome, always adept at charming young girls with his smooth talk. TCH. Chapter 35. Purchasing matching outfits in recent days, Jiang Haiyang had ceased his business of selling meat and vegetables. Boarding a bus destined for the city, the bus, quite antiquated, left him perspiring profusely within its confines. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, jolting all passengers awake, who alighted with grumbles. Once Jiang Haiyang stepped off, he inquired about the locations of the city's largest pharmacies, armed with a small bundle of medicinal herbs. He visited 3 establishments in succession to compare prices, ultimately selecting a pharmacy named Lao Shouxing. Feigning the need for discretion with his substantial quantity of herbs, he claimed they were stored at his hotel, agreeing to return in an hour to fetch them. The proprietor, impatient by nature, was eager not to miss out on the high-quality sanqi and other traditional Chinese herbs. Fearing a competitor might offer a higher bid, he impulsively increased the purchase price by 2 yuan just before Jiang Haiyang departed. Only after Jiang Haiyang's repeated assurances did the owner relax his apprehensions. Indeed, the city's purchasing prices were significantly higher than those in the town. The modest bundle of herbs in Jiang Haiyang's possession fetched him nearly 500 yuan. With over an hour to spare, Jiang Haiyang resolved to visit a shopping mall to procure some small gifts for his wife and daughter. As he passed a clothing store, he halted, intrigued. Although the shop was not particularly ostentatious, an advertisement outside captured his attention. It specialized in matching family outfits. The thought of strolling through the village with his wife and daughter donned in similar attire filled him with joy. Pushing open the door, Jiang Haiyang began to survey the interior. The attendant greeted him warmly. Sir, our store specializes in family matching outfits. I'd be delighted to assist you in finding something suitable. Overwhelmed by the array of choices, Jiang Haiyang, as a man, was rather indifferent to apparel, leaving such decisions to his wife, Chu Shinhu. Could you assist me in selecting something? He requested. Could you share your wife's height and complexion? And how old is your child? Boy or girl? Jiang Haiyang began to respond eagerly. My wife is 166 centimeters tall, fair-skinned, with long legs. She tends to prefer more subdued colors. However, I wish to purchase something vibrant this time. She would look stunning in it. Our daughter just turned 3, resembling her mother with fair skin and a bit of chub. She is quite the adorable little dumpling. Jiang Haiyang animatedly gestured as he spoke, unable to contain his admiration for his wife and daughter. The attendant, far from impatient, beamed at him. You must truly cherish your wife and daughter. Jiang Haiyang chuckled, glancing at another couple entering with their child, scratching his nose in slight embarrassment. I apologize if I'm taking up your time. Not at all. Allow me to recommend a few sets for you to consider. If they do not meet your satisfaction, we have many other styles available, she replied, continuing with her assistance. The waiter skillfully selected several vibrant and stylish parent-child outfits based on the information provided by the customer. While Jiang Haiyang was making his decision, the waiter began to assist another customer. The man's tone was notably impatient. What kind of parent-child outfit would a grown man wear alongside you two? It would look ridiculous walking down the street. I refuse to buy. You two can purchase for yourselves. Despite his wife's quiet pleas, he remained unmoved. If you don't want to buy, then don't. There's no reason a grown man can't wear such attire. Just look at that man over there, buying clothes for his wife and child. As she spoke, the woman gestured towards Jiang Haiyang. Having chosen his outfits, Jiang Haiyang settled on a bright yellow autumn sports suit and a red and black short-sleeve summer outfit, with the female version being a dress. Just as he turned to inquire about the prices, he noticed a family of 3 in the center of the store staring at him. The man regarded him with a hint of disdain. Jiang Haiyang smiled gently. "How much for these 2 sets?" Upon hearing Jiang Haiyang's call, the waiter promptly approached and checked the price tags. "Sir, the autumn outfit is 300 yuan and the summer outfit is 208 yuan. If you purchase both, it will be a total of 500 yuan. All right, I'll take both. The sizes should be similar, so please wrap them up." Jiang Haiyang handed the clothes over and produced 500 yuan from his pocket. The swift completion of the transaction brought an even warmer smile to the waiteress face. "Please wait a moment. I will pack them for you right away." At that moment, the couple began to argue. "What are you staring at? Your husband is right here. Why you keep looking at him? What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm fixated on him?" The man shot Jiang Haiyang a derisive glance. "What do you mean? Is it because he is more handsome than I am? No matter how handsome he is, he has a wife and child." And you still, before he could finish, a loud slap echoed in the air. The woman, furious, caused their child to burst into tears. "Lu Wenyang, do you even realize what you're saying?" Seeing his wife and child crying sent the man into a panic. "Honey," the woman wiped her tears fiercely. "Yes, I was looking at him. Unlike you, who scorns us for wearing matching clothes, he buys outfits for his wife and child. I envy his wife for having such a handsome and caring husband. I envy their happiness." With that, she rushed out of the store, clutching the child. The man wiped his face and hurried after her. "Jiang Haiyang." The waiter approached him, handing over the bag of clothes. "Sir, gentlemen like you are indeed rare. Wishing you and your family lasting happiness." "Thank you." Seeking a secluded corner, he slung the bag over his shoulder. When Jiang Haiyang arrived at the pharmacy, the owner was already waiting at the door and welcomed him inside immediately. Ultimately, it was a transaction that left both parties satisfied. Jiang Haiyang had brought back a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs weighing around 60 to 70 pounds. In addition to the sanqi, there were several other herbs as well. Together, they fetched nearly 6,000 yuan. It appears that the herbal business is indeed lucrative. Unfortunately, one cannot remain in the same place indefinitely. After a bumpy journey home, Jiang Haiyang contemplated visiting a few nearby towns in the coming days. The absence of transportation had proven inconvenient. Jiang Haiyang was not the kind of man to endure discomfort. With money in his pocket, he decided to explore the market. The most convenient option would undoubtedly be a small car, but he believed in taking things step by step. Lacking a ticket, he was compelled to purchase a bicycle from a private shop for a steep price of 400 yuan. The bicycle was a popular brand at the time, known as Forever. Even with a ticket, he would still have to spend around 200 yuan. Thus, Jiang Haiyang rode his newly acquired bicycle back to the village, exuding a sense of pride. Aside from Tang Jinbao, who owned the only motorcycle in the village, bicycles were a rarity, with no more than 5 households possessing one. Now, Jiang Haiyang had returned with his own. The previous rumors that he had come back to the village because he could not make a living elsewhere had ceased to circulate. Who could earn enough in a day from street vending to buy a bicycle? Clearly, he must have had some money to begin with. Jiang Haiyang was oblivious to their thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would simply assert that street vending could indeed yield several dozen yuan a day. The handlebars of his bicycle were adorned with the clothes and snacks he had purchased. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he arrived home, exclaiming, "Wife, Xiao Kuei, I am back." Chapter 36. My beloved wife, upon witnessing Jiang Haiyang return on his motorcycle, accompanied by 2 sets of clothing, Chu Shanhua felt a sense of surprise. However, it was when Jiang Haiyang presented her with a thick wad of cash that she was truly taken aback. "Hi, Haiyang, you haven't done anything improper, have you? Otherwise, how could you?" Jiang Haiyang settled beside her, wrapping his arms around her tightly. He rested his chin on her shoulder, gently swaying her body. "Wife, rest assured, this money has a legitimate source. I discovered a rare medicinal herb in the mountains and exchanged it for cash at the pharmacy in town." A look of confusion crossed Chu Shanhua's delicate face. What rare herb could possibly be worth so much? Jiang Haiyang turned her toward him, his expression earnest. "Wife, trust me. I would never engage in any illicit activities. Our back mountain is rich in resources untouched by others. The villagers simply failed to recognize its value. I have read about these matters and understand them better than most. This mountain is indeed a treasure trove. Listening to him, Chu Shanhua nodded. It was true. People often said those who lived by the mountains could thrive on their bounty. Many remote villages, blessed with forests, had managed to sustain themselves. In recent years, life had improved, leading to fewer visitors to the mountains. Additionally, many villagers could not identify various herbs. As long as they remained undiscovered, they could flourish rapidly. With this thought, Chu Shanhua's doubts dissipated. Moreover, Jiang Haiyang had genuinely transformed, wholeheartedly devoted to their little family. How could she still harbor suspicions about him? She wrapped her arms around his robust waist, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat, which brought her a profound sense of security. Shanhua, I plan to head back to the mountains in the coming days to search for more herbs to exchange for money. Chu Shanhua nuzzled against him. We already have enough money to support our family of 4. You should take a break. Understanding her concern for him, Jiang Haiyang gently stroked her hair. It's not enough, far from it. I want to ensure that you, Xiao Kuei, and Air Bao can live a comfortable life. Chu Shanhua lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes filled with compassion and emotion. Haiyang, my children and I do not need to be excessively wealthy. Truly, we only desire a peaceful and joyful life together as a family of 4. Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of emotion in his heart. How many people do not yearn for material wealth? His little wife was so pure and easily contented. What a sweet fool she was. He pinched her cheek playfully, his tone brimming with affection. You little fool, while others urge their husbands to chase after wealth. You allowing you and our child to live a prosperous life is my responsibility and my goal. You cannot deprive me of this aspiration. Chu Shanhua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tears welled up in her eyes and slowly cascaded down her cheeks. Upon seeing the petite woman in distress, Jiang Haiyang felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. There, do not cry. How can someone of your stature still weep so easily? He gently chided, extending his hand to tenderly wipe away her tears. Chu Shanhua sniffled. I can't help it. It's all your fault, Wu. All right, it's all my fault. I take full responsibility. If you keep crying like this now, what will we do when our second child arrives? Surely they'll be just as much of a crybaby. At this, Chu Shanhua clenched her tiny fist and playfully struck his chest. You disdain me and the second baby. Her voice was sweet and delicate, reminiscent of a pouting kitten. Jiang Haiyang felt a pang in his heart as he gazed into his wife's glistening eyes. Yet, as he glanced at their sleeping child, Jiang Xiaokuei, who resembled a little pig, and thought of the unborn one, he realized he was the one who should be crying. Why do you keep sighing? Jiang Haiyang observed, noting that perhaps due to her pregnancy, his beloved was sometimes a bit temperamental, much like during their courtship. It was not the kind of unreasonable tantrum, but rather an adorably spoiled demeanor. He found her delightful in her whims, yet as he looked at her tear-streaked face, he felt compelled to soothe her. He leaned in, planting a kiss on her forehead as a form of comfort, then traversed to her brows, pausing at the corner of her eye to taste her tears. Lowering himself, he gently pressed his lips to the corner of her mouth, slowly and tenderly tracing the delicate curve of her rosy lips, savoring the fullness as he playfully nibbled. At the sound of her startled gasp, he boldly ventured into her slightly parted mouth. As he held the frail woman in his embrace, Jiang Haiyang sighed again. Why do you keep sighing today? He asked, entwining his fingers with hers. What do you think? Chu Shanhua, feeling shy, withdrew her hand. Why must you always be so irreverent? Jiang Haiyang was tempted to sigh once more, exasperated yet amused. My dear wife, I am merely 24, in the prime of my youth and vigor. Besides, you know I am more enthusiastic than most. Chu Shanhua swiftly grabbed a pillow from the bed and playfully covered his face. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall ignore you. He seized her small hand and removed the pillow from his face. Darling, I speak earnestly. Perhaps you could help me devise a plan. For I fear that once you give birth, I may become utterly incapacitated. Seeing the troubled expression on his face, Chu Shanhua bit her lip, lowering her gaze as she softly inquired, Is it really that difficult? Jiang Haiyang's expression grew grave as he nodded solemnly. Yes. An air of silence enveloped the room. interrupted only by the soft snores of their little one. Just when Jiang Haiyang thought all hope was lost, a sound as delicate as a whisper drifted through the air. All right, all right. Jiang Haiyang's eyes widened in surprise as he rubbed his ears. Wife, what did you just say? His excitement had caused him to speak rather loudly, inadvertently waking the little one who had been peacefully sleeping. The child let out a couple of cries, and soon began to wail. Chu Shanhua, clutching a pillow, hurled it at the man before her and swiftly gathered the child into her arms, gently patting the baby's back. She cooed softly, "Little queer, be good, it's time to sleep. Our precious baby is going to sleep now." The little one quickly ceased crying, eyes still shut, as she nestled her tiny fist into her mouth and drifted off into slumber. After placing the child back onto the bed, Chu Shanhua removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed herself. Jiang Haiyang felt a pang of urgency upon noticing that his wife was ignoring him. After all, he had finally managed to coax her into speaking. Wife. Chu Shanhua turned away from him, presenting her back. Time to sleep. Jiang Haiyang, a grown man, suddenly pouted. Oh. Noticing the silence behind her, Chu Shanhua opened her eyes, her face flushed. We'll talk about it next time. It's late, so let's go to sleep. Jiang Haiyang's spirits lifted immediately. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging like a motor running on high voltage. All right. Thank you for the gift, dear. Chapter 37. A jest on Saturday, it was the day arranged with Su Sheng. Jiang Haiyang rose early, placing a gentle kiss upon the foreheads of his beloved wife and darling daughter. He gazed at his wife's tousled hair and tenderly tucked it behind her ear. Softly, he murmured, "Darling, the porridge is ready. If it cools before you rise, feel free to reheat it. I must take my leave now." With sleepy eyes, Chu Shanhua struggled to sit up at the sound of his voice. "All right," she replied, appearing obedient and endearing. This was undoubtedly a test of his self-control. Each day, he longed to remain in bed with her forever, avoiding the call of responsibilities. Leaning closer, he embraced the drowsy woman and kissed her cheek. Turning away, he gestured, and the still drowsy woman immediately puckered her lips to leave a fragrant kiss on his cheek. Well, I must be off now. If I delay any longer, I might truly find myself unable to depart. Jiang Haiyang rode his bicycle to the steel factory's entrance, the rendezvous point with Su Sheng. From a distance, he spotted a figure pedaling towards him. As the figure drew nearer, the sound of a bicycle bell echoed. "Haiyang, have you been waiting long?" Jiang Haiyang noticed Su Sheng appeared particularly well-groomed today. His attire was notably fresh, his shoes gleaming, and even his hair seemed recently trimmed. Sensing Jiang Haiyang's gaze, Su Sheng awkwardly adjusted his clothing. "Do I look strange in this outfit?" "Not at all. You look quite dapper, far more formal than usual," Jiang Haiyang replied. Su Sheng scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "My father's birthday is today, and we've arranged for a relative to meet someone suitable. I wanted to make a good impression." Jiang Haiyang chuckled heartily, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "You look splendid today. Rest assured, this match is bound to succeed." Su Sheng smiled modestly. "I hope your words prove prophetic. I'm already 25. It's high time I settled down." He paused, then inquired, "By the way, how old are you?" "Haiyang? I'm 24, and my daughter is nearly 3. Observing the happiness radiating from Jiang Haiyang, Su Sheng felt a pang of envy. "I can't believe you're younger than I am." As soon as his sister-in-law saw Su Sheng emerge, she pulled him aside and whispered, "What kind of friend do you have? Is he reliable?" I suggested we set a table at the restaurant. Regardless of the food's quality, at least we'd save face. Su Sheng's younger brother chimed in, "Indeed. I've heard from father that he seems to be someone who sells meat from a stall. Just because the meat is delicious doesn't guarantee that he can handle the rest. Father is rather temperamental these days. Are you really going to indulge in such nonsense?" Su Sheng observed the long face of his sister-in-law and the worry etched on his second sister's countenance. "Sister-in-law, father is merely trying to avoid extravagance by preparing the meal at home. Second sister, there's no need for concern. Even if the other dishes don't turn out well, we will have meat. Who will mind a couple of vegetarian dishes in the presence of meat?" His sister-in-law's expression darkened further at his retort. "I'm not sure who I'm trying to please, but Aunt brought along a friend's daughter. If this fails, it would be a tremendous loss of face." Su Sheng felt a twinge of discomfort. His sister-in-law was known for her obsession with appearances. They lived under the same roof, but their interactions were infrequent, so it was manageable. However, on such a joyous occasion, her words about failure felt particularly ominous. Sister-in-law, Lu Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Go feed your son. He refuses to eat again. Lu Yu scoffed and turned away. What do you mean your son? My son is also your son, if it spares me the hassle. I'm more than happy to be relieved of the burden. Su Sheng's elder brother approached and patted his shoulder. Xiao Sheng, your sister-in-law's worries are not without merit, but you have indeed made the arrangements. Brother, second sister, rest assured, Su Sheng said, choosing not to elaborate further as he called his brother to help carry tables and chairs to the courtyard. His second sister glanced at them before heading to the kitchen. The kitchen was far more spacious than those in the countryside. As she approached, she observed Jiang Haiyang skillfully wielding his knife, cutting the meat into uniformly sized chunks, while the potato shreds were as fine as threads. Nodding to herself, she acknowledged that the young man had some skill. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Haiyang lifted the lid, releasing a rich aroma of meat that wafted through the air. She instinctively swallowed, realizing how unfounded her earlier concerns had been. So your name is Haiyang. Is there anything I can assist you with? She inquired. Jiang Haiyang smiled and politely declined. Just call me Haiyang. I'm quick on my feet and can manage on my own. You all can simply relax and enjoy the meal. Su Sheng's second sister lingered in the kitchen for a while, not out of a desire to supervise, but rather out of sheer fascination. She had never anticipated that a dish could emit such a delightful fragrance even halfway through preparation. It felt as though she had never tasted anything so exquisite. Her eyes glued to the pot. It wasn't tea until a rumble from her stomach interrupted her reverie that she finally bolted from the kitchen, embarrassed by the realization of her own eagerness. As she hurried out, she collided with someone. Upon lifting my gaze, I noticed that this elder brother's family, along with their mischievous little rascal, had all emerged. Each of them craned their necks, desperately inhaling the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Su Sheng stepped out, bursting into laughter. Isn't it delightful? Are you all at ease now? Second sister, how does the kitchen look from your perspective? The second sister of the Su family flushed, recalling the thunderous rumble of her stomach moments ago. She retorted with irritation, you talk too much. With that, she tugged her son, preparing to retreat into the house. Mom, I don't want to go back. It smells so good. Ha ha. Su Sheng cast a glance at his sister-in-law, who averted her eyes, murmuring something under her breath. However, Su Sheng paid it little mind. He had confidence in Jiang Haiyang. No matter how stubborn his sister-in-law might be, during the meal, she would undoubtedly eat her words with the most fervor. Chapter 38. A feast beyond compare as the elder Su and his companions approached the estate. The enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, piquing their curiosity. The old men exchanged remarks, speculating about the origin of such delectable scents. Upon drawing closer and opening the grand door, they exclaimed, Old Su, it appears you have employed a master chef. Indeed, it is quite delightful, Su responded, his heart swelling with pride at the praise from his old friends, though his words belied his feelings. Ah, it is merely my son Su Sheng, who befriended a culinary expert. The dishes he prepares are beyond compare. As it is my birthday, I thought it fitting to invite him to cook for us. Your son has truly put in a thoughtful effort, they acknowledged. When you mentioned your celebration, he immediately sought out a restaurant, but those meals were exorbitantly priced, greasy, and overly salty, nothing compared to the comforts of home-cooked fare. Su, with a chuckle, listened as his friends lamented their own son's shortcomings. Meanwhile, Su's daughter-in-law grew increasingly agitated by the conversation, but felt restrained from expressing her displeasure in front of her father-in-law. As she set the table, her mutterings reflected her frustration. Home-cooked meals are far more economical. One could eat at home daily without growing weary of it. Spending money at a restaurant is the true mark of filial piety and prestige. It's truly disheartening to see goodwill met with ingratitude. Her irritation mounting, she dramatically tossed the dishcloth onto the table, declaring, I shall see just how delectable these dishes truly are. I hope the aroma does not prove to be more enticing than the taste. As time passed, guests began to arrive, and the Su family set 2 large tables. each accommodating 10 or so people. The elder Su, several old companions, and a few men from the Su family gathered at one table, while women and children occupied the other. At this table sat his elder aunt, accompanied by her 2 daughters, who had come with the intention of introducing a potential match for Su Sheng. Su Sheng had previously resisted the idea of a romantic partner, preferring to focus on his ambitions. Yet, as the years passed, surrounded by the predominantly male environment of the steel factory, he found his heart stirred. Today, he was meeting the young woman his aunt had brought, a girl he immediately admired, with a delicate beauty that suggested grace and strength. She did not appear to be one lacking in opinion. Though she hailed from a village, it was known that she worked as a primary school teacher. Su Sheng held no biases against village girls. He believed them to be genuine, kind-hearted, and uncalculating. Stealing glances at her, he noticed her laughter in response to something being said. Her face flushed with a charming blush. At the women's table, Su Sheng's second sister, as a sibling sharing his lineage, was the first to speak, her face alight with joy. "Hello, young lady. Your name is Lan Hua, correct? You are truly lovely. I hear you are a teacher at a primary school. That is a noble profession, shaping the future pillars of our nation." Upon hearing her daughter praised, Aunt Fu beamed with pride, her heart swelling with joy. "Second sister Su, I must say that your brother Su Sheng is quite a remarkable gentleman, having ascended to a position of authority at such a tender age. I was initially concerned that Lan Hua remained hesitant to find suitor. However, after that fateful day when I returned a bowl to the Jiang family, it was as if a revelation had struck her. She finally relented, and Aunt Fu promptly accepted the invitation for dinner. Although it might be somewhat unconventional for the woman to visit first, Aunt Fu was exceedingly pleased with the Su family. They are well-established members of the community, and Su Sheng, the youngest son, has already attained the role of a team leader at the steel plant at the mere age of 25. What a promising future he has ahead. Aunt Fu recognized the importance of seizing this opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries, both second sister Su and Aunt Fu felt satisfied, and their elder aunt was even more content as she was the introducer, affirming her discerning eye. Moreover, she noticed Su Sheng's gaze persistently drifting toward the young lady. With this thought, she turned her attention away. "Ah, Su Sheng, I see you seated there, your eyes fixated on our table. What is this? I suppose you are eager to join us, especially since our dishes have yet to arrive," I mused aloud, realizing that his distraction lay elsewhere. Laughter ensued, causing Lan Hua to blush deeply, while Su Sheng, too, felt a flush of embarrassment. As the aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen, a voice called out, heralding the arrival of the food. It was perfectly timed. Su Sheng dashed to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Second sister Su and the elder sister also rose to assist. The moment they heard that the food was ready, their playful banter ceased. Though they had not been seated long, the tantalizing scents had awakened their appetites, and they each sipped water to stave off hunger. Had it not been for the fear of losing face, they would have hurried to the kitchen to urge for the food. Silence fell over the group as they awaited the arrival of the meal. Aunt Fu and Lan Hua exchanged a glance, feeling that the voice from the kitchen was somewhat familiar, though they dismissed the thought and quietly awaited the host's service. Su Sheng hurriedly retreated to the kitchen and, upon seeing the array of dishes laid out before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Haiyang, you should consider a career as a chef. You are truly exceptional." Jiang Haiyang, wielding a spatula in one hand and wiping the sweat from his brow with the other, replied, "I just need to finish this pot. Hurry and serve it before they grow impatient." "All right, Haiyang, make sure this pot is perfect. You must join us for dinner as I've saved you a seat," he added, and began to carry the dishes out. With the help of his elder sister and second sister Su, they made 2 or 3 trips until all the food was on the table. Once everyone was seated, they raised a toast to Old Man Su. "Everyone, please, don't hold back. Eat your fill and enjoy yourselves tonight." With that proclamation, the guests shed their reservations. As chopsticks were picked up in unison, they eagerly began to serve themselves. And then the atmosphere at the table had descended into a profound silence. Even the boisterous gentlemen, who had previously been absorbed in their revelries, ceased to refill their cups. What could be the reason for such a hush? It was, of course, the fierce competition over the dishes. After enduring years of hardship, The present days of abundance had unexpectedly rekindled the experience of silent meals, punctuated only by the sounds of eager hands reaching for food. Suddenly, this tranquil ambience was shattered. Elder brother, that piece of braised pork was clearly my first choice. Today is my birthday, and yet you dare to snatch it from me? Father, considering your age, you ought to consume less of such rich dishes. I am merely looking out for your health. If Sue's elder brother had not hastily stuffed a generous piece of meat into his mouth before uttering those words, there might have been some semblance of credibility. However, the satisfaction gleaming on his face after indulging in the meat only served to aggravate the elder Sue. It was evident that he merely craved the dish for himself. As Sue's father, brimming with indignation, turned his gaze towards the table, he realized that while he had been reprimanding his eldest son, the contents of the serving dish had been devoured entirely by the others. This revelation only fueled his ire further. You band of ruffians. The others quickly grasped the absurdity of the situation. The food was simply too delectable. They nearly swallowed their tongues in their haste. Once the dishes had been consumed, there was no possibility of regurgitating them. At another table, in contrast to the men's boisterousness, the ladies exhibited a more refined manner of dining. Nevertheless, their pace was hardly any slower. Mothers filled their bowls generously, eager to ensure their children received ample portions. Even a previously fastidious sister-in-law of the Sue family found herself silenced, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she focused on her meal. Su Sheng, observing the rapid disappearance of the food, felt a twinge of guilt. I had requested Haiyang to bring the last dish and soup to the table. Now, it seems. Haiyang? At the mention of the name, Aunt Fu perked up, and Lan Hua also lifted her head, glancing in Su Sheng's direction. Oh, what is this? Just then, Su Haiyang emerged from the kitchen, presenting the final dish of 4 happiness meatballs alongside a rich chicken soup. With the arrival of this last dish, the feast was complete. Chapter 39. Enchanted, my beloved wife, allow me to assist you with your lipstick despite Su Sheng and Su Laodai as persistent invitations. Jiang Haiyang ultimately declined to dine at the Su residence. Reluctantly, Su Sheng acquiesced to his wishes and escorted him to the door, bestowing upon him a red envelope containing 30 yuan. In contemporary terms, this amount might equate to a month's salary for many, yet for Jiang Haiyang, it merely represented a day's earnings from his stall. However, he harbored intentions of cultivating a cordial rapport with Su Sheng, recognizing that having additional connections could be advantageous. Not every matter should be gauged solely by financial means. Jiang Haiyang casually procured some food in town before cycling home, as he had no other plans for the day. He mused that the matching family outfits he had recently purchased had yet to be worn outdoors. Eagerly, he urged his wife and daughter to change into the outfits. Shortly, the 3 of them would stroll through the village clad in their coordinated attire. Chu Shanju, too, complied with his request. Having resided in the village for some time, her physical condition had previously hindered her from exploring the area. Thus, she had not yet properly surveyed the village where her husband had grown up. Furthermore, in a month or 2, her pregnancy would become more pronounced, confining her primarily to their home. Therefore, it was prudent to seize the opportunity to explore while she could. Jiang Xiaokui, their little girl, was overjoyed at the prospect of an outing. Upon hearing that they would go out to play, she obediently sat still, awaiting her mother to dress her in the new clothes. The child's outfit consisted of a charming little sundress, featuring thick black straps and a vibrant red skirt, adorned with a petite black pocket at the chest. The red fabric accentuated her fair complexion, rendering her an adorable little snowball, plump and cherubic, eliciting the desire to pinch her cheeks. Chu Shanju styled her hair into a high braid, securing it with a butterfly hairpin that Jiang Haiyang had previously purchased. The little one beamed with satisfaction, admiring herself in the mirror and giggling with delight. Once Jiang Xiaokui was attired, Chu Shanju donned her own ensemble, a splendid dress with a large black ruffled collar and delicate lace trim. The fiery red garment was tailored to fit her figure. Previously, this dress might have been slightly loose on the slender Chu Shanju, yet now, for months in her pregnancy, her form had filled out beautifully, accentuating her curves, particularly her ample bosom. The reflection in the mirror revealed a stunning woman clad in red, her silhouette alluring. Her fair skin contrasted strikingly with her cascading black hair that tumbled gracefully over her shoulders. Red attire, black tresses, and alabaster skin. What a resplendent beauty she was. "Mommy, you look beautiful," the little one exclaimed, her mouth agape in awe. Initially, Chu Shanju felt a twinge of self-consciousness. As aside from her wedding day, when she wore vivid red, her wardrobe primarily consisted of muted pastel tones. Hearing her daughter's praises, she playfully pinched the little girl's nose, remarking, "You take after your father. Only you two possess such sweet tongues," always flattering. Seating herself before the mirror, Chu Shanju gathered her long black hair into a bun and adorned it with the rhinestone headband her husband had bought. She turned her head to admire her reflection. With a gentle bite of her lip, she retrieved a lipstick from a small box. By the time Chu Shanhua emerged with her daughter, Jiang Haiyang was already dressed and waiting in the living room. "Daddy, hug." Upon turning around, time seemed to stand still. The little woman before him, clad in a red dress, accentuated her snow-like skin, her curves alluring and enticing. The lively bun atop her head made her face appear exceedingly delicate. With flirtatious eyes filled with shyness, she smiled sweetly. Jiang Haiyang was utterly captivated, watching her approach with measured steps. "What are you staring at? Your daughter wants a hug." Jiang Haiyang, momentarily dazed, replied, "Oh, all right, a hug it is." He extended his arms to embrace the woman before him. Chu Shanhua chuckled, playfully pushing him away. "It's your daughter who wants a hug, silly." Jiang Xiaokuei tugged at his pant leg, exclaiming, "Daddy, hug, hug." Jiang Haiyang snapped back to reality, glancing down at the petite figure beside him. "Whose little beauty is this? How could she be so lovely? Ah, she is my little beauty." He scooped the small child into his arms, lifting her playfully. The little one laughed heartily, showering him with sweet kisses on his face. Jiang Haiyang took the gentle, smiling Chu Shanhua's hand. "Wife, you look stunning." Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhua's unadorned face flushed with a rosy hue. Jiang Haiyang's gaze fixated on her cherry-like lips. "However, wife, your lipstick seems a tad heavy today." Chu Shanhua, flustered, replied, "Heavy? Let me check." She turned to return to the room to glance in the mirror and perhaps remove it. Jiang Haiyang grasped her wrist gently. "No need for that trouble. I shall assist you." With one arm, he secured their daughter closer, resting the little one's head against his chest, while his other hand wrapped around the waist of the petite woman. He drew her close, pressing his lips against hers, savoring her cherry-like petals. Only when she was nearly breathless did he release her. "See? It's not heavy now." Chu Shanhua feigned annoyance and playfully scolded him. Upon noticing the lipstick smudge on his lips, she couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Haiyang wiped his mouth, revealing more lipstick on the back of his hand, and pouted at Chu Shanhua. "I just helped my wife with hers. Now it's your turn to help me." "Such a charmer," she teased, turning to grab a towel and vigorously wiping his lips. "All right, let us go." With that, she strode ahead, ignoring him. Jiang Haiyang, cradling their daughter, sighed softly. "Little beauty, what should we do if the big beauty, mommy, finds daddy bothersome?" The little one beamed with innocent laughter, blissfully unaware of the playful antics unfolding between her parents. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Jiang Haiyang's cheek. He laughed heartily, planting a kiss atop her fuzzy little head. Little Jiang Xiaokuei believed that she had received encouragement and praise from her father, thus entering a mode of affectionate exuberance. She incessantly showered kisses upon her father's face, leaving Jiang Haiyang drenched in saliva. Ultimately, amidst the laughter of Chu Shanhua, the little one's watery assault was finally halted. Just as Jiang Haiyang was about to lock the door, two figures, one black and one white, sprang forth. "Woof, you're going out to play without me." Meow. With a leap, Little White landed onto Big Black's back. Little White was no longer the tiny fluff ball of yore. She had grown into quite a substantial being. The sudden leap nearly toppled Big Black. "Woof, fat cat." Little White swatted at him with her paw. Once Chu Shanhua settled Jiang Xiaokuei safely in the back seat. Jiang Haiyang climbed into the car. "Buckle up, we're off." Chapter 40. The overprotective husband, Jiang Haiyang, leisurely pedaled his bicycle through the rural fields. With his charming wife and daughter seated on the rear. Beside them trotted Dahe, carrying Xiaobai. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, and the child adorably sweet. Even the dog and cat appeared lively and spirited. This delightful scene attracted the attention of several villagers. I had always said that Haiyang was destined for greatness. Just look at him. Not only did he attend university, but he also married a lovely woman from the big city. Indeed, he was not just talented, but also strikingly handsome, having captivated many young ladies in the village back in the day. However, to be honest, his choice of a wife was simply splendid, resembling a celestial being. Yet I must say, what good is beauty? Jiang Haiyang is an only son, and if he only produces a daughter, it would spell the end of their lineage. As this remark echoed, those who had previously praised him began to murmur their regrets. Who would disagree? Moreover, I have never seen his wife venture out, behaving like a young lady of luxury, likely avoiding all domestic duties. The conversation grew increasingly off-topic. The village women spoke with loud voices, and their words drifted into the ears of Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua, once filled with smiles and enthusiasm. The couple's expressions immediately soured. Jiang Haiyang halted his bicycle and turned toward the group of women. Chu Shanhua tugged at the back of his shirt. Haiyang, let us go. Don't mind them. Without uttering a word, Jiang rode right up to them and came to a stop, his face taut, wearing a forced smile. I say, aunties, on such a sunny afternoon, why are you still outside gossiping? No wonder you seem so preoccupied with other people's affairs. Have you overindulged at lunch and are feeling sluggish? Just as the women prepared to scold him, Jiang's expression grew stern. I cherish my wife. It is sufficient for me to handle matters both inside and outside our home. I cannot bear to see her toil and tire her delicate hands. However, the women likely could not comprehend this sentiment. Haiyang, Chu Shanhua interjected, recognizing the need to temper his words. After all, they were from the same village. One should not speak too harshly. They would have to coexist. Jiang Haiyang forced a smile. Aunties, shouldn't you return to your household chores? My wife, daughter, and I are off for a leisurely ride. We can chat next time we meet. With that, he turned his bicycle and pedaled away. The women stood momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting from green to pale. Once they regained their senses, they realized he had already ridden far off. This young man dared to speak to us like that. Can you believe it? Well, back to work it is. I must admit, he does have a point. Let us not dwell on it further. You may as well give it up. Upon closer inspection, that little wife truly resembles a breathtaking beauty, akin to Shishir. If I were a wealthy gentleman, I would gladly support her. Alas, we older women can only envy from the sidelines. Amidst the gathering of women, disagreements arose, with each person voicing their opinions, ultimately leading to a discordant conclusion. But deep down, is there envy? Of course. I simply choose not to articulate it. Chu Shanhua sat in the back seat, and were it not for the child in her arms, she would have longed to embrace her man's waist tightly, gazing at his sturdy, broad frame. This man is striving in his own way to create a better life for himself and their child. A smile graced Chu Shanhua's face as she leaned gently against his back. The breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coolness. Jiang Haiyang rode until he reached the foot of the mountain, reaching out to take the little one from his wife's embrace, then wrapping an arm securely around her soft waist. The family of three strolled through the woods, relishing the fresh air provided by this natural sanctuary. Dahe and Xiaobai dashed into the forest, frolicking with abandon. In her arms, Jiang Xiaokuei peered curiously at the sounds of birds chirping, her little head bobbing as she looked around. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The child mimicked the birds, eliciting laughter from the couple. Haiyang, it truly feels wonderful here. It's more comfortable than the hustle of the city. I wish we could stay here for a lifetime. Jiang Haiyang halted in his tracks. Wife, do you genuinely wish to remain here forever? As long as you're by my side, I would be content anywhere. Jiang Haiyang pressed a kiss upon her head. Silly girl. Daddy, kiss. The little one pouted and leaned forward. Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua chuckled, each leaning in to plant a kiss on the child for comfort. After descending the mountain, Jiang Haiyang rode his bicycle to the village clinic, bringing his wife along to have Dr. Wu examine her. Your health is quite good now, with no major issues, except for... Jiang Haiyang's heart raced at the urgency in the doctor's tone. What is it? Chu Shanhua's expression mirrored his concern. Doctor, who was uncertain whether to offer congratulations or express sympathy. What you are carrying is not just one child. Jiang Haiyang was taken aback. This implied, Zhu Shanyu, observing Dr. Wu's expression, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, her brows knitting together slightly. The joy Jiang Haiyang had felt moments before swiftly dissipated. They could not go to the hospital. Carrying even one child was perilous enough. Now, if there were more. Wife. Jiang Haiyang grasped Chu Shanhua's hand tightly. Worry etched on his face. Chu Shanhua gently patted the back of his hand. It will be fine. Women used to work while giving birth. It's not that serious. So do not fret unnecessarily. After confirming the precautions with Dr. Wu, they prepared to take their leave, hand in hand. Dr. Wu accompanied them to the door. Dr. Wu, could you procure the vaccine for this pet? You see, my wife. As they stepped outside, Jiang Haiyang spoke half of his thought, wary of potential eavesdroppers. Dr. Wu glanced at the cat and dog seated by the car. Very well. I shall inquire on your behalf when the time comes. Thank you, Dr. Wu. We shall take our leave now. Take care on your way home, and remember to take a stroll after each meal for the sake of your health. Understood. Upon returning home, the little one was undoubtedly exhausted after the day's events. After assisting her with a thorough wash, Chu Shanhua gently coaxed her to sleep, planning to awaken her when it was time for dinner. Stepping out of the room, he addressed his wife. Once the month has passed, we shall go to the city hospital for a checkup. I will strive to earn money, and I will pay the fine directly. After all, the well-being of you and our child is of paramount importance. Chu Shanhua regarded the man before her, noting the seriousness and determination etched upon his face. Very well. Chapter 41. Feeding the delicate woman after returning from Dr. Wu's place, Jiang Haiyang began to carry medicinal herbs to the nearby towns to sell at various pharmacies. After all, this endeavor proved to be more lucrative and time-efficient, granting him ample opportunity to spend precious moments with his wife and daughter at home. However, upon returning from the town after visiting Boss Jean, a seemingly innocuous remark caught his attention. Recently, there had been an unusual surplus of medicinal herbs in the market. Unless they were being transported far away, prices were likely to drop soon. Jiang Haiyang pondered this revelation, realizing that the medicinal herb business might have reached its limit unless he ventured to more distant cities, which would necessitate train travel, consuming at least 2 or 3 days for a round trip. With his wife and daughter at home, he was reluctant to travel that far. Fortunately, in a brief span of just half a month, he had already earned over 40,000. Calculating the costs, he found that it was more than sufficient for constructing a greenhouse. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone his plans, as his wife had begun to experience pregnancy symptoms, which she had not encountered during her previous pregnancy with Xiao Kuei. Now, even the faintest whiff of fish or greasy food would induce nausea, resulting in a loss of appetite and increased pickiness. Her temper had also grown more irritable. Thus, Jiang Haiyang devoted all his efforts to coaxing her into eating a bit more. Ugh. As Chu Shanhua straightened up, a cup of warm water was handed to her. After rinsing her mouth, she attempted to rise. Jiang Haiyang immediately placed his hands on her shoulders. You haven't had dinner yet. Eat first before resting in the room. Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhua pouted. I'm not hungry. She then glanced at her husband, adding, the baby isn't hungry either. Jiang Haiyang found himself both amused and exasperated. Previously, when she refused to eat, he would coax her by mentioning the baby in her womb, encouraging her to endure the discomfort and consume at least a little. It seemed that this tactic was no longer effective. Jiang Haiyang returned to his seat and picked up their daughter, scooping a spoonful of steamed egg, cooling it slightly before offering it to the little one. Xiao Kui, our little foodie, doesn't team eat coaxing. The child opened her mouth wide and eagerly swallowed the spoonful of steamed egg. Our little Kuei is so good at eating, he remarked, planting a kiss on her tender cheek. Isn't our Xiao Kuei the most obedient? Yes, Xiao Kuei is good. Daddy will reward you with some meat. He dipped a small amount of minced meat onto the spoon. This time, the little one was even more enthusiastic before he could bring it to her. She leaned in with her tiny head. Who is the least obedient in our family? Is it Mama? Yes, Mama. Chu Shanhua had initially intended to slip back to the bedroom while her husband fed their daughter, but upon hearing this, she suddenly felt a surge of irritation. Jiang Haiyang heard the sound of dishes clinking beside him. Without turning back intentionally, She continued to feed her daughter nestled in her arms, her smile broadening. Chu Shanhua suppressed her nausea, slowly consuming the porridge, aware that the man was acting out of concern for her well-being. He had been making an array of dishes for her recently, yet she found herself pouting and refusing to eat. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a wave of tenderness washed over her, and her nose tinged with the ache of unshed tears. She had not always been this way, suddenly so sensitive and prone to sentimentality. As she swallowed the porridge, tears began to well in her eyes. After the little one shook her head in refusal, Jiang Haiyang set her down. The child, now adept at walking, turned and lunged toward a hay. Caring for little one, Jiang Haiyang glanced back at his other big baby, who had reddened eyes. Upon discovering his wife's quiet tears for the first time, he sought counsel from Dr. Wu, who explained that some pregnant women experience heightened emotions during this period, making them more prone to tears and melancholy. Jiang Haiyang quickly embraced his little woman, resting his head on her shoulder and teasing her gently. "It must be my cooking that's so dreadful it has made my beautiful wife cry." Chu Shanhua burst into laughter, sniffling as she replied, "It's because you criticize me, saying I'm not obedient and refuse to eat." Jiang Haiyang protested, "That's not true. I didn't say it. It was your precious daughter who said so." Listening to her husband's playful banter, Chu Shanhua lightly smacked him. "How can you compare me to little Kuei? I am her mother. It's simply unfair to draw such comparisons." "No, I was comparing little Kuei to the one in your womb. They're the reason my understanding wife refuses to eat properly. You certainly have a way with words. Let me down now. Since I've just finished throwing up, I can still manage a bit more." Chu Shanhua patted his arm, signaling him to set her down. Jiang Haiyang, however, refused to release her. He grabbed a bowl and spoon from the table, declaring, "Today my dear wife is being so good. She deserves a reward. I will feed our big baby, and let us see if that little rascal in your belly will show some respect." As he spoke, he began to spoon-feed her, as if she were little Kuei. Inside their cozy abode, the young couple shared tender moments, exchanging bites of food. Outside, Dahei and Xiaobai, the cat and dog, had come to regard Jiang Haiyang as a veritable demon since he had tricked them into receiving vaccinations. However, a new little imp had joined their ranks, Xiao Kuei. Thanks to their vaccinations, the two animals were more understanding, allowing Jiang Haiyang to relax as the little one played with them. Nevertheless, he still didn't allow them to approach Chu Shanhua closely, as he remained focused on comforting his wife during this time. The little one now walks with agility and is restless, naturally gravitating closer to the two small companions. These two have taken on the role of playful pets. The little one particularly enjoys taking a few steps before leaping forward. The big black dog must remain vigilant. The moment he perceives her about to tumble, he rushes in to serve as a cushion. This has transformed into a new game for the little one. At times, she deliberately relaxes her body and falls toward the ground. The big black dog, tasked with being the cushion, feels utterly resigned. However, upon hearing the melodious laughter of her young master, he concedes, "Well, a cushion I shall be. At least I serve some purpose." As for the plump cat, it is merely a mass of flesh, entirely useless as a cushion. At that moment, the little white one darts forward, lying down and exposing its soft belly. Upon seeing this, the little one rises from the big black dog and approaches the little white one, stroking its tender belly while imitating its meows. The big black dog gazes incredulously at his young master. "Woof! Young master, shall we play again?" The little white one casts a sidelong glance at the dazed big black dog. "Meow, silly dog." Chapter 42. The turmoil of the Chu family in the bustling city of Jing. The Chu family, renowned for their medical lineage, faced a storm. Chu Guodong, the head of the household, dedicated his life to the study of traditional Chinese medicine as a professor at the Research Institute. His wife, Li Hong, served as a lecturer specializing in clinical studies at a local school. Their beloved daughter, Chu Shanhua, was their pride and joy, having been spoiled since childhood. Rather than pursuing a career in medicine, she chose to study fine arts. The family also included a younger son, Chu Outyin, who was 2 years her junior and had successfully gained admission to a medical college. As Chu's mother gazed at the stir-fried beef with celery before her, a sigh escaped her lips. This dish was her daughter's favorite, yet she wondered if her child could even enjoy it in that remote countryside. Initially, Chu's mother had no objections to her daughter's union with Jiang Haiyang, but things had taken a turn for the worse. She lamented her misjudgment, realizing that Jiang was not the man she had hoped for. After losing money in gambling, he fell into despair, ultimately relying on their daughter for sustenance. Her heart ached for her precious daughter and the little granddaughter. She recalled the heart-wrenching sight of her daughter cradling the tiny infant, pleading for understanding. Tears streamed down her face once more. The clatter of dishes disrupted her thoughts. Wiping her tears, Chu's mother chastised herself, questioning why she wept. That disobedient girl had severed their familial ties, yet she still held onto the hope of reconciliation. The words of Chu's father fueled her anger. What did he mean by severing ties? She is my flesh and blood, forever Li Hong's daughter, she retorted inwardly. Chu's father, with a dismissive scoff, challenged her to summon their daughter back, questioning whether she would heed his call. It's all your fault. If Yuan Ti insisted on her engagement to that little Zheng from the institute, Shi Yuan Ti have stayed in the dormitory throughout her university years. Shi Yuan Ti have met that scoundrel and embarked on this misguided notion of free love. At the mention of Jiang, Chu's father's temper flared. Is it my fault? Zheng is a decent young man, honest and poised to become a pillar of our nation's future. What has gotten into her? She must have inherited that stubbornness from someone. Now, she is entangled with a rogue, indulging in gambling and drinking, and she intends to return to the countryside, squandering her potential. As Chu's father's words echoed, Chu's mother's heart sank at the thought of her daughter struggling in the countryside, not only caring for her child but also for that ne'er-do-well. Unable to suppress her tears any longer, she declared, I must see Shan Hua and the little one. I will bring them home. Initially, Chu's father had intended to offer words of comfort to his wife upon seeing her tears, but her resolute statement ignited his fury. You shall not go. Dare you even think of it? If she wanted to come back, she would have done so long ago. But now, even if she wishes to return, I will not allow her to step foot in this house. In a fit of rage, he overturned a chair, leaving his meal untouched as he stormed off to the study. Chu's mother sat alone in the empty living room, surrounded by a table laden with her daughter's favorite dishes. With her face buried in her hands, she wept inconsolably. The door creaked open, and immediately, Chu's mother wiped her tears away, lifting her gaze with a smile towards her returning son. Ao Tan, the dishes are still warm. Come and eat. As Chu Ao Tian stepped inside, he caught sight of his mother's reddened eyes and the unmistakable traces of tears upon her cheeks. A glance towards the dining table revealed a spread consisting entirely of his sister's favorite dishes. His father was absent, and it seemed that his mother was once again lost in thoughts of her daughter. Chu Ao Tian chose not to shatter his mother's forced smile. With an air of nonchalance, he spoke, Mother, our school has a 10-day break for the National Day, and my classmates and I have planned a trip. Upon hearing this, Chu's mother was taken aback. Her youngest son had always been deeply engrossed in his studies, often opting to spend his holidays in the library or attending extra lessons with the old professor. This was the first time he mentioned a desire to travel. Where do you intend to go? She inquired. Nothing is set yet. We plan to decide in a couple of days, he replied, continuing to eat. Chu's mother nodded. Her initial worries about her son becoming a mere bookworm, disconnected from the world, easing somewhat. A little adventure sounded wonderful. All right, I will prepare some essentials for your trip over the next few days, but don't wander too far. It's not safe. In response to his mother's concern, Chu Ao Tian offered a gentle smile, agreeing with her words, yet his mind was occupied with other thoughts. This journey was not a spontaneous decision. It had been long in the making. His father's stubbornness would undoubtedly prevent him from retrieving his sister. No matter how much his mother might wish to find her, it was unlikely that his father would acquiesce. Moreover, he could not bear the thought of his mother traveling such a distance alone. That Jiang Haiyang was a scoundrel and a deceiver, who had once won his sister's affection only to betray her with false promises of devotion. And now, this time, he intended to bring his sister and little Kuei back home. Even if that scoundrel refused, he would confront him fiercely. As he contemplated this, his fist clenched tightly beneath the table, his downcast eyes glimmering with determination. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Haiyang, the very man he intended to confront, stood in the barn, gazing intently at a cow. This cow had feasted on grain feed produced in the space for over half a month. Jiang Haiyang diligently tended to the barn daily, scrubbing and caring for it. Compared to its initial state, he felt it had transformed as if it had undergone genetic mutation. Although still a cow, it now stood out among its peers, akin to a flower in a field of bovines. Shaking off the frivolous thoughts, Jiang Haiyang felt that after spending so much time together, he and the cow had grown accustomed to each other. Thus, today he would attempt once more the task of milking. It wouldn't he do to merely feed it without expecting something in return, would it? He engaged in a motivational dialogue with the creature, urging it to be grateful for the sustenance it had received. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for the endeavor ahead. Jiang Haiyang strode forward with great determination. Following the method suggested by Niu Bo, he secured the cow to the post, tying its tail with a knot. Tentatively, he used soapy water to cleanse its teats, then dried them carefully. Observing that the cow stood still and calm, Jiang Haiyang exhaled in relief. He filled a trough with feed before placing a clean bucket beneath its teats. Now, the crucial moment had arrived. He crouched down to one side, extending his hands to envelop the two teats before him. With his thumbs extended, he began to apply pressure from a base. Initially, Jiang Haiyang was utterly focused, hardly daring to breathe. As the milk began to flow into the bucket, a smile finally graced his face. Yet, he remained cautious, employing a gentle technique. Gazing at the bucket brimming with milk, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and patted the cow affectionately. "You are magnificent," he exclaimed. Carrying the bucket of milk back to the courtyard, Jiang Haiyang poured himself a glass and inspected it. The milky liquid was free of sediment, coagulation, and impurities, exhibiting no signs of viscosity, and it radiated the inherent aroma of fresh milk. As he swirled the glass, he noted the absence of any clinging residue. A wave of joy surged within him. It seemed that the excellent quality of the milk was indeed due to the feed cultivated in his space. He filled a bowl with milk and began to simmer it gently. Once ready, Jiang Haiyang took a sip. The flavor was remarkably similar to that of milk from later times, and perhaps due to the absence of additives, it tasted even purer. With a sense of relief, he acknowledged that the products from his space were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. He could confidently offer this to his wife and daughter. Chapter 43. The arrival of the devious brother-in-law on the final day of September. The urgency of greenhouse cultivation loomed large. Jiang Haiyang was resolute in his intention to commence the endeavor without delay. The previous night, while taking a cold shower, he was suddenly reminded of a fleeting moment from a television variety show he had once glimpsed, Keep Running. An episode had highlighted the Shouguang region, later renowned as the hometown of vegetables. The pivotal reason for this accolade was the village chief of Shouguang, who, in 1989, boldly initiated the construction of greenhouses, a project that began in October of that year. Jiang Haiyang did not aspire to alter the course of history. He was merely an ordinary man wishing for a carefree life for his wife, daughter, and unborn child. However, if possible, he also yearned to uplift his entire village towards shared prosperity. With fervor igniting within him, he first approached Aunt Hu to share his vision. A statement from Hu Jianya prompted deep reflection in Jiang Haiyang. Isn't greenhouse cultivation quite lucrative? Indeed, establishing a greenhouse entailed the complete harvest of the existing crops and a significant financial investment for its construction. If the techniques employed were not sufficiently developed, there was a risk of losing both the crops and the vegetables intended for cultivation. Although he possessed the means to manipulate the situation, his original intention had been to utilize the space for growing vegetables. Furthermore, the act of cultivation itself was a complex business. He lacked absolute certainty that he could sell all the vegetables before they spoiled. With a deep sigh, Jiang Haiyang patted Jianya on the shoulder. "Jianya, you have truly been of great assistance today. I nearly lost sight of my original purpose." Jianya, feeling bashful, scratched his head. "Brother, you flatter me. I haven't said much." Aware that Jianya worked in a transportation team, Jiang Haiyang sensed that he was contemplating resigning to seek employment at a factory closer to home. As someone who had returned from a future life, Jiang Haiyang spoke earnestly to Jianya. While the transportation industry often demands extensive travel, it undoubtedly holds significant prospects. If you dedicate yourself, you could eventually establish your own transportation company. Absolutely. Well said. Uncle Hu, overhearing Jiang Haiyang's words, admonished his son with a mix of disappointment and encouragement. Listen to your brother. You wish to resign for a factory job? What future does that hold? Your mother and I can manage. You are at an age to carve out your own path, unless you find a woman to settle down with. Dad, I've already told you, I'm not looking. Jianya interjected, cutting off his father's remarks, inciting a flurry of indignation. Had Aunt Hu not intervened, a confrontation might have ensued. Jianya escorted Jiang Haiyang to the entrance. Brother, are you truly committed to greenhouse cultivation? Jiang Haiyang nodded affirmatively. Jianya hesitated for a mere 3 seconds before raising his head, a look of unwavering trust shining in his eyes. Brother, I believe you can certainly succeed. Jiang Haiyang gently tapped his shoulder with a clenched fist, expressing his gratitude. Upon returning home, he shared his thoughts with Chu Shanhua and sought her opinion. He initially expected her to probe further, but her words interrupted his analysis of the pros and cons of greenhouse cultivation. Why ask me? It's your money to earn. How could I possibly disagree? Besides, I have faith that you will manage it well. The cucumbers from our little vegetable garden are quite delicious, she remarked, wrapping her arms around his waist. To his surprise, he felt a warm glow in his heart at her unconditional trust. Just from that small garden, he felt capable of handling a greenhouse. He was unsure whether to deem her naive or truly, genuinely in love with him. Jiang Haiyang lifted her effortlessly in his arms. Wife, I have some untrained skills I wish for you to experience. He gently set her down on the bed and proceeded to massage her. This was a serious massage, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. His wife, now over 4 months pregnant, would experience slight swelling due to poor circulation after standing or sitting for extended periods, and she even suffered from leg cramps at night. As a devoted husband, Jiang Haiyang promptly visited Dr. Wu to learn about acupressure points for 2 days and began to relieve his wife's muscle soreness according to the book. At the train station in the capital city, Chu Outyin placed his hands on his mother's shoulders, urging her to return home first. Glancing at the man standing behind her son, Chu mother pulled him aside. Outyin, didn't you say you were going out with your classmates? How did you end up with Xiao Zheng? While she often heard her husband praise Xiao Zheng, who was indeed a handsome young man, she hoped her daughter would find someone she truly liked, although circumstances had unfolded as they did. She had heard that Xiao Zheng had fallen for her daughter when she visited the research institute to see old Chu. Thus, her husband seemed intent on bringing them together. After her daughter's marriage, Chu mother felt only a sense of regret towards him, not reaching the point of sorrow. My friend had a last-minute engagement and couldn't make it, so I ran into Brother Zheng on the way and decided to accompany him. It's safer this way, he explained. Now hurry along. You don't want to keep him waiting. Chu Outyin nodded and swiftly approached Zheng Tongming. Brother Zheng, let us board the train. Sure. Zheng Tongming replied, a flicker of depth passing behind his glasses before he revealed a warm and courteous smile. Brother Zheng, do you think my sister will come back with us? Chu Outyin inquired, reclining on the train bunk. His eyes closed as he posed the question to the adjacent Zheng Tongming. She will undoubtedly, Zheng Tongming replied, his words seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment. Perhaps it was also that Chu Outyin was genuinely fatigued, for soon the rhythm of his steady breathing filled the air. Zheng Tongming, seated on his bunk with a book in hand, gradually lowered it and removed his glasses. The eyes beneath the lenses were dark and narrow, brimming with calculation and disdain. Chu Guodong, outwardly exuding an air of authority, yet unable to govern even a single daughter. In this day and age, who marries without parental consent? They feign concern for her wishes. It seems that old man never truly intended to see his daughter wed to me. They speak of promotion and advancement. Yet what is the reality? Guodong, you are still young. In a few years, serving as an assistant will merely be a means of gaining experience. How ridiculous. It is only fitting that that old man's daughter ends up with a scoundrel. Yet here I am, forced to settle for a second-hand woman. Nevertheless, she is quite beautiful. Jiang Haiyang, you scoundrel. Suddenly, Chu Outyin shot up, unleashing a furious shout before reclining once more. Zheng Tongming scoffed disdainfully. What a fool. I, Zheng Tongming, am destined for greatness, a pillar of the future research institute. Did he truly believe his second-hand sister? Chapter 44. A fight. The villain, Dongji. Quarrel. Upon disembarking from the train, Chu Outyin and Zheng Tongming made their way by bus towards the village where Jiang Haiyang resided. Outyin, are you certain they are in this village? It seems so remote, Zheng Tongming remarked, seated atop a rumbling tractor, dirt swirling in the air, inevitably finding its way into his mouth as he spoke. Chu Outyan's expression was grave. Such a desolate place. That scoundrel actually brought his frail sister to such a location. And my dear niece as well. How outrageous. I must ensure their safe return this time. Noticing the fury etched on Chu Outyan's face, Zheng Tongming smirked subtly. He paid little heed to his companion's concerns. That woman is likely quite foolish. A simple country bumpkin has bewitched her utterly. Yet perhaps this is for the best. The poorer and more isolated the place, the more hardships one endures. When I make my appearance, what need will there be for words? That woman will undoubtedly regard me as her savior, pleading for my assistance to escape her dire situation. By then, whatever I request, she will surely comply. Without hesitation, where does Jiang Haiyang reside? Chu Outyin inquired as he dismounted the tractor, spotting a man on the road. And who might you be? The man, none other than Tang Jinbao, regarded the two with a fierce countenance and an unwelcoming tone. Assessing the pair, he noted that the younger one exuded an air of high ambition, while the other, seemingly refined, emitted an unsettling aura akin to a smiling tiger, suggesting deeper motives. Before Chu Outyin could react, Zheng Tongming stepped forward. Young man, we hail from the capital, seeking Jiang Haiyang. We wish to inquire whether he resides in this village. Upon hearing the capital, Tang Jinbao presumed they were acquaintances of significance. However, their demeanor suggested otherwise. Yes, he is indeed from our village. Do you have business with him? We have personal matters to discuss, Zheng Tongming replied. With that, Tang Jinbao reluctantly provided directions. Proceed straight ahead, then take a right at the tree. That is their home. Thank you, young man, Chu Outyin acknowledged as he surged forward, arriving at a courtyard. Suddenly, he hesitated, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He feared seeing his sister in unfortunate circumstances. What if Zheng Tongming approached and knocked on the door? Is anyone home? Woof, woof, alert, alert. Someone is outside, and it's a man. Upon hearing the barking, Zheng Tongming instinctively stepped back. Having been bitten by a large dog in his childhood, he harbored a deep-seated fear of canines. Blast it! Chu Shanhu emerged, her voice resonating with uncertainty. Who is it? It's me. Outyan's sister, how have you been? Chu Outyan's voice trembled with emotion. Chu Shanyu, too, was on the verge of tears. Sister, how did you find your way here? I have come to take you back. Chu Outyan spoke with unwavering determination. His gaze fixed seriously upon Chu Shanhua's face. Chu Shanhua was taken aback, blurting out, I will not go back. Why? Is it that scoundrel who prevents your departure? Chu Outyan abruptly stood, knocking over the stool behind him, oblivious to it. Outyan, that is your brother-in-law. Chu Shanhua frowned, her expression one of disapproval. Brother-in-law? That scoundrel is unworthy. Where is he? Where is he? The defense of her sister towards a man pierced his heart, for he believed his innocent and kind sister had undoubtedly been deceived by that rogue. No, he must confront that scoundrel. Veins bulged on Chu Outyan's forehead, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Clenching his fists tightly, he stormed towards the door. Outyan! Chu Outyan! Chu Shanhua watched her brother rush out, her heart filled with anxiety. She must follow him. Just as she was about to step outside, a pair of hands restrained her. Chu Xiaomei, Outyan has grown up and knows his limits. Chu Shanhua looked at Zheng Tongming before her, feeling a wave of nausea. This man should not presume she was unaware. She had witnessed his true nature. It was that one time in her father's office when a pen fell from the desk. As she bent down to retrieve it, this man entered the office, cursed under his breath at the old man, and kicked over a stool before leaving. Hypocrite, please move aside. This is a family matter. You are an outsider. Zheng Tongming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Shanhua. He was not the fool that was Chu Outyan. This Chu Shanhua appeared to be living quite comfortably, likely not suffering as they assumed. Observing her decisive defense of that man, Zheng Tongming felt a heaviness in his heart, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control. Chu Shanhua noticed the man's expression darkening further and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she protected her abdomen with a hand. What are you planning to do? Step aside. Zhang Tongming's gaze fixated on her hand. Are you pregnant? Before Chu Shanhua could respond, he confirmed his suspicion. Ah, tu dis repentant. With yet another illegitimate child. Chu Shanhua's anger surged. Her face flushed crimson. What did you say? Who do you think you are? Zhang Tongming suddenly grasped her chin tightly. His eyes wild, his demeanor somewhat unhinged. Who am I? Let me tell you what I am. I am your brother bringing back this second-hand merchandise. Chu Shanhua's eyes widened in shock as she glared fiercely at the man before her. You! Ha, cough, cough. As Chu Shanhua opened the door to welcome the two inside, Dahei dashed out to find Jiang Haiyang, who was in the barn milking a cow. Dahei's barking startled the gentle cow, inciting its furious wrath. The bucket brimming with milk was kicked over, splattering him from head to toe, and he nearly fell victim to its force. Just as he contemplated delivering a sound, thrashing to the offending dog, a cacophony of barks erupted. Report! Report! A stranger is at the door. Jiang Haiyang feared for his wife's safety and immediately ran in the direction of home, following Dahei. Coincidentally, a collision of fates occurred as Chu Outyin dashed out, meeting Jiang Haiyang head-on. Jiang Haiyang stood frozen, astonished. Outyin? Jiang. Hi, young. The sight before him was one of utter disarray. Jiang Haiyang was covered in milk, dirt, and scattered grass. This only fueled Chu Outyin's fury further, and he charged forward, delivering a punch. You scoundrel! Jiang Haiyang, caught off guard, was struck before he regained his senses, blocking the subsequent blow. He seized Outyin's arm, twisting it behind him. Chu Outyin, what madness has overtaken you? Outyin, restrained and unable to move, trembled with rage. Weren't you curious about my purpose? I'm here to thrash you, you rascal. He pressed his tongue against the cracked corner of his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. You insolent brat! Do you not recognize me as your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law my foot. Do you even deserve that title? Jiang Haiyang, unwilling to engage in further banter, dragged him towards home. Speak up, you scoundrel. You put my sister in this wretched place, you. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he cried out, Chapter 45, vanquished the beast in a state of complete madness. Zhang Tongming was consumed by a singular, harrowing thought. The child within this woman's womb must not survive. He would obliterate that wretched spawn. If he did so, he might still have a chance. Yes, Chu Shanhua found herself ensnared within his relentless grip, and as she gazed into the increasingly frenzied eyes of Zhang Tongming, a chilling laughter escaped his lips. With a swift motion, he hoisted her up and violently flung her aside. Woof, woof, woof. How dare he bully the lady of the house? Watch how I will maul you. Dahei burst through the doorway, baring his teeth and barking fiercely. With a sudden leap, his sharp fangs sank into Zhang Tongming's thigh. At the sound of the dog's ferocious barking, Zhang Tongming's grip slackened. Chu Shanhua collapsed to the ground, cradling her abdomen and gasping for breath, trembling at the near tragedy that could have befallen her unborn child. Dahei's barking roused Jiang Xiaokui and Xiaobai, who had been napping within the house. Spotting her fallen mother, Jiang Xiaokui hurried forward, exclaiming, Mama! Meow. Xiaobai immediately joined the fray, unsheathing her claws and leaping at Zhang Tongming. Terrified of dogs, Zhang Tongming scrambled to evade, yet was still unable to escape the wrath of Dahei, whose fangs pierced his thigh. No matter how desperately he kicked, the dog refused to release its grip. Xiaobai pounced onto him, raking her claws across his exposed flesh. Zhang Tongming's fear morphed into pain, which then spiraled into madness. In a desperate bid, he aimed a kick at Dahei, who was clinging to his leg. Not on my watch. Chu Shanhua rose, seizing a broom from the yard and charging forward. The door swung open. Shanhua, sister. Jiang Haiyang immediately relinquished his hold on Chu Outyin, heedless of the consequences, and descended upon Zhang Tongming with a furious assault, pinning him to the ground and positioning himself before him. He began to rain blows upon Zhang's face. Chu Outyin hurried to Chu Shanhua's side, observing the sobbing Jiang Xiaokui by their feet, and then casting a glance at his furious sister, broom raised in defiance. Sister, you and brother Zhang. Chu Shanhua's voice trembled with emotion. He is a devil. He wishes to murder my child. What? Chu Outyin stood in stunned silence. Before him, Chu Shanhua trembled with rage and residual fear. Their daughter, Jiang Xiaokuei, clung to her mother's leg, her body racked with sobs, crying out, "Mama! Mama!" Jiang Haiyang, upon witnessing De He and Xiao by fiercely confronting the man, quickly deduced that he was no good. Upon hearing Chu Shanhua's revelation, his fury ignited. What? He dares to harm his own child? With unyielding determination, he pressed down on the man beneath him, his fists as hard as iron, raining down in a tempest of wrath. At first, Zheng Tongming was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by Jiang Haiyang. Now, he lay there utterly defenseless, his mouth opening and closing, his gaze still disdainfully fixed upon Jiang Haiyang. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Haiyang unleashed a flurry of slaps upon him. "You dare to harm my child? I will not let you live." This furious outburst roused the stunned Chu Outyin and the enraged Chu Shanhua. Upon seeing Zheng Tongming's state, breathing heavily and struggling to sit up, it became evident that further violence could be fatal. They rushed forward to restrain the increasingly unhinged Jiang Haiyang. "Haiyang, do not tarnish your hands on such a wretch. That is enough," Chu Shanhua implored, gripping his arm. Jiang Haiyang regained his composure and stood up, spitting on Zheng Tongming as he did so. He then turned to embrace Chu Shanhua, concern etched on his face. "Wife, are you all right?" Chu Shanhua leaned against his chest, soothingly replying, "I am fine." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaokuei was nestled in Chu Outyin's arms, receiving comfort. Dahe and Xiaobai stood vigilantly at Jiang Haiyang's side, their eyes fixed menacingly on the man who was slowly rising from the ground. "Sister, what on earth is happening? Why did Zheng? He wants to harm Xiaokuei?" Jiang Haiyang's gaze shifted to the woman in his arms. "No, it's not Xiaokuei he aims to harm." Zheng Tongming, battered and bruised, spat blood to the side, his thighs soaked in crimson. "Shanhua, you've misunderstood me. I'm doing this for your sake." "Nonsense," Chu Shanhua retorted, glaring at Zheng Tongming's hypocritical visage. "You despicable coward." "Wife, I will haul this scoundrel to the police station," Jiang Haiyang declared, moving to seize him. Zheng Tongming smirked wickedly. "Come on, take me to the police. I am merely following national policy. You think you can just take me for my second child? Ha! If you have the guts. Take me now." Jiang Haiyang halted, realizing this man had struck at their vulnerability. With his wife in the early stages of pregnancy, any exposure could jeopardize her safety. "We cannot go to the police." Yet, the thought of letting this man go was equally unbearable, and his expression hardened further. "Second child? Does that mean?" Jiang Haiyang gritted his teeth in frustration. "Foolish. Jiang Haiyang, what do you mean by that?" Observing the disdainful expression on Haiyang's face, Chu Outyin felt the flames of anger rekindling within him. His voice rose too high, causing little Jiang Xiaokuei in his arms to tremble slightly, evidently startled. "Be good, Xiaokuei. Be good. Uncle didn't mean to speak so loudly." Jiang Haiyang swiftly stepped forward, snatching his daughter from Outyin's grasp. His expression was tense, and his gaze was icy. "I told you that you were inviting trouble, you idiot. You." As she witnessed her husband and brother on the verge of quarreling, Chu Shanhua intervened, recounting the events that had transpired. "What? Damn it." Chapter 46. Disposing of the swine filth and extending hospitality, Chu Outyin could hardly fathom that the refined and courteous Zheng Degu he held in high esteem could turn out to be such a wretched individual. Yet, the demeanor of his sister suggested she was not fabricating her claims. He approached Zheng Tongming, who, aware that there was no turning back, embraced his fate with indifference. Moreover, he had leverage over them. "Ha, kid, do not look at me with such disdain. I am doing this for your own good. Do you not wish to take your sister home? With a bastard child on the way, it would only complicate matters further. I fear you may not have the heart to follow through." "You, scoundrel!" Zheng Tongming propped himself up on the ground, reclining backward. "I warn you, take me to the hospital immediately and see to my needs. Otherwise, I shall report your violations without hesitation." Chu Outyin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and regret. How could he have brought such a wolf to confront his sister? He felt utterly foolish. This was intolerable. His father seemed to trust such a scoundrel. He must inform his father of this despicable character. Jiang Haiyang was seething with rage. He stepped forward and lifted Zheng Tongming effortlessly. The latter, seeing the fiery wrath in Zhang's eyes, felt a flicker of panic. What do you intend to do? I warn you, murder is against the law. Jiang Haiyang let out a cold laugh. I shall see you on your way. You, wolf, master, eliminate this bastard. He kicked me several times. Jiang Haiyang affectionately patted Da Hei's head. Tonight, we feast. With that, he dragged Zheng Tongming out like a butcher would a slain pig. Out Yin, hurry and check on your sister's husband. Do not let him kill the man. Chu Shanhua, in a state of urgency, attempted to follow but suddenly felt a cramp in her calf, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Sister, are you all right? Your complexion is so pale. I'm Fine. Just a cramp. Hurry and go. After assisting her to a stool, Chu Outyin dashed outside. Mommy, it hurts, Wu. The little one, with red-rimmed eyes, noticed his mother pressing on her calf and promptly crouched down, clenching his tiny fist to gently pound her leg. Kuei, good boy. You country bumpkin. Where do you think you're taking me? Zheng Tongming was in excruciating pain, particularly in his face and thigh. The ground had been stained with blood from the bite inflicted by Da Hei as he was dragged along. Jiang Haiyang remained silent, continuing forward. Hey, Jiang Haiyang, where are you taking him? Chu Outyin soon caught up, breathless. Outyin, tell this rogue to release me and take me to the hospital. If my leg is ruined, I will make you pay. Chu Outyin had initially considered abandoning this man, but now he found himself still being threatened by Zheng's words. Chu Outyin was inherently a young man with an inflated sense of pride. Faced with such a threat, he felt his temper flare. He cast a disdainful glance at the man sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, then feigned ignorance of his presence. Just don't kill him, he muttered. Hey, Chu Outyin, what do you mean by that? Do you dare to let slip about your sister's pregnancy? Chu Outyin clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. He raised his foot and stomped down on the man's injured leg, grinding his shoe into the wound. Chu Outyin, Zheng Tongming howled in pain, feeling as if his entire leg was about to give way, cold sweat pouring down his face. Just then, Jiang Haiyang halted his steps. What brings you here? Chu Outyin asked, wrinkling his nose in distaste as he surveyed the filthy pigpen. Jiang Haiyang remained silent, dragging Zheng Tongming toward the rear of the pen. A mound of excrement, collected daily from the pig pen and typically used by villagers as fertilizer, lay there. Jiang Haiyang unceremoniously tossed Zheng Tongming into it. This pig manure is quite valuable. We use it for farming in our village, and today, I shall treat you to a delightful experience. Zheng Tongming nearly lost his mind, the stench overwhelming him to the point of faintness. He struggled to crawl out of the heap, only for Jiang Haiyang to kick it back in. This back and forth continued several times until Zheng Tongming's face turned as pale as a ghost. Chu Outyin found a sense of satisfaction in the scene. Suddenly, Zheng's head lolled, and he fainted. Jiang Haiyang glanced back, devoid of any sentiment, and turned to leave. Chu Outyin was taken aback. Hey, Jiang Haiyang, are you just going to leave him here? What if he dies? Jiang Haiyang ignored him and continued walking briskly. Chu Outyin hurried to block his path. Did you not hear me? Seeing him, Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of irritation. If it weren't for this foolish boy bringing back such trash, his beloved wife and daughter wouldn't have been alarmed. Don't you know how to call for help? I am your sister's husband, Chu Outyin said, regarding Jiang Haiyang with a cold glare. You are unworthy. Jiang Haiyang sidestepped him, unwilling to engage with this obnoxious brat. If you don't get Zheng Tongming out, what if his leg becomes infected and he turns against us? Jiang Haiyang could no longer tolerate his incessant chatter. Why don't you pull him out yourself? The mere thought of the putrid pig manure made Chu Outyin recoil in disgust. Rest assured, he won't die. In about 10 minutes, the man responsible for cleaning the manure will arrive. Upon hearing this, Chu Outyin curled his lip in disdain. You're just as afraid of the filth and want someone else to pull him out. Jiang Haiyang paused. When will you return to the capital? Why do you care when I go back? I'm here to see my sister. Am I bothering you? Jiang Haiyang nodded. You're making a racket. With that, he hurried in the direction of home. Chu Outyin, hearing this, grew anxious. Alas, Jiang Haiyang, what do you mean by this? What have I disturbed you about? Please clarify your thoughts. In conclusion, I express my gratitude for the thoughtful gift from Silver City, a kindred spirit of Haijun, sending you my heartfelt affection. Chapter 47. Let the odious brother remain, alas. Is there truly someone sleeping in the cesspool? How utterly bizarre, an elderly gentleman remarked as he pulled Zheng Tongming from the foul pit. The poor soul was utterly drenched in excrement. What transgression had he committed to be battered so mercilessly, resembling a beaten swine? Hey, young man, awaken, please. The elder gently roused Zheng Tongming from a stupor. His eyelids fluttered open just a sliver. Take me to the hospital. He barely uttered these words before his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Haiyang, having confirmed his wife's safety, retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Little Jiang Xiaokui, still shaken from the ordeal, was cradled by Chu Shanhua, who endeavored to soothe her into slumber. Sister, have you truly found yourself with that scoundrel's child again? How could you be so foolish? Do you not remember what transpired before? Chu Shanhua interrupted him sharply. Out Yin, you do not comprehend. Haiyang has genuinely transformed. He now shoulders the responsibilities of our household and treats both me and Kuei with utmost kindness. We are truly happy, I assure you. Chu Outyin was disinclined to concern himself with whether Jiang Haiyang had indeed changed. Even if he had, what significance did it hold? In his eyes, residing in this small village was a mark of disgrace, dragging his sister into a life of suffering alongside him. Sister, even if he has transformed, what can a university graduate achieve while languishing in this backwater? When it comes time for Kaer to attend school, how can the education here possibly rival that of a major city? Furthermore, with your current condition, will he be able to afford the penalties? Does he intend for the child to live as an outcast? Chu Outyin understood his sister's disposition well. Deep down, he wished for her to terminate the pregnancy. However, he was acutely aware that voicing such sentiments might result in being unceremoniously ejected from her presence. He sought to persuade her through the child's future, emphasizing the greater good. Sister, return with me. It would be beneficial for both you and the child, even if you do not wish to terminate the pregnancy. Mother, and I will find a place for you to stay until the child is born. Our family can provide for it. Chu Shanhua maintained a tranquil demeanor. She had contemplated her brother's concerns previously, yet she held faith in her husband, who had already begun to fulfill his promises. Out Yin, father will not permit me to keep this child, she stated with unwavering conviction. Thus, I will not return with you. If you continue to press the matter, I must ask you to leave. Chu Outyin's face reflected disbelief. Sister, you would actually cast me away? In truth, Chu Shanhua did not wish to do so. Torn between her husband and her beloved brother, she was acutely aware that the injury gracing Jiang Haiyang's visage was undoubtedly inflicted by Outyin. Jiang Haiyang entered, bearing a tray of food. Wife, allow him to stay. Both Chu Shanhua and Chu Outyin gazed at him in astonishment. Jiang Haiyang addressed Chu Outyin in a grave tone. I understand your mistrust and dissatisfaction towards me. I acknowledge my past misdeeds and the betrayal of your trust. You remain to witness firsthand whether your sister is truly happy. Jiang Haiyang smiled gently at Chu Shanhua, suggesting they eat first as it was getting late. Chu Outyin, in a daze, consumed his meal, his mind preoccupied with Jiang Haiyang's demeanor that day. He seemed undeniably different, perhaps more mature. The words he spoke possessed an inexplicable persuasive power. How foolish! This scoundrel had once deceived him in a similar manner. Chu Outyin silently resolved within himself. At his age, he still needed to grant permission for his own choices. His sister had been blinded by that eloquent tongue. He would observe closely whether Jiang Haiyang had truly changed. Should he find even the slightest insincerity or pretense, he would ensure that both his sister and Xiao Kuei returned to the capital with him. At that moment, Chu Outyin remained blissfully unaware that by choosing to stay and scrutinize Jiang Haiyang instead of insisting his sister return with him, he was already softening his prejudice against Jiang. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, preoccupied with thoughts of Zheng Tongming, that hypocritical gentleman, filled with frustration and regret. He had brought this wolf along, nearly causing harm to his sister, neglecting to apologize and repent. Determined, he abruptly sat up, exited his room, and headed towards Chu Shanhua's chamber. "Ah, dear, be gentle. It hurts," Jiang Haiyang grimaced, feigning extreme pain. Chu Shanhua, with an alcohol swab in hand, disinfected his split lip and applied ointment, casting him a cold glance. "You know pain? You seemed quite agile during the fight. How did you end up like this?" Jiang Haiyang felt aggrieved. "Isn't he your beloved younger brother? He threw a punch at me the moment he saw me. I didn't dare retaliate." Chu Shanhua shot him an exasperated look. Jiang Haiyang had learned a thing or two at school. Could he really not evade the strikes of his scholarly brother? "You couldn't dodge? I refuse to believe you couldn't avoid that punch." Jiang Haiyang sighed helplessly. "Ao Yin is upset with me. He is your brother. After all, it's only right for him to defend you. I admit I was indeed in the wrong." Chu Shanhua's heart ached for him. She understood that his actions were for her sake. "You needn't go to such lengths. Let Ao Yin stay to witness these moments. I trust you enough without needing." Jiang Haiyang placed a finger on her lips. "It's all right. He is your dear brother, and it's good for him to stay and keep you company after such a long separation." Deeply touched, Chu Shanhua's eyes reddened as she threw herself into his embrace. "Haiyang, husband-wife, I am very happy." Jiang Haiyang tightened his hold around the petite woman in his arms. "I am happy too." Chu Shanhua tilted her head slightly, offering a gentle smile. "I love you. I love you even more." One raises his head while the other lowers it, and the distance between them gradually diminishes. At the entrance of the room, Chu Outyin arrived just as the two mentioned his name. Initially, he was infuriated upon hearing Jiang Haiyang suggest that he should stand there and let him strike. It was enough to make him lose his composure. "If only you hadn't restrained me at that moment, I would have retaliated." After landing a mere punch, he ran off to his sister, feigning innocence. Just as he was seething and contemplating exposing him, the ensuing dialogue between the two brought him back to a state of calm. "Never mind. It's not worth my time to argue with him." Chapter 48. A Slap for a Date. The art of training a younger sibling, Chu Outyin, had not slept a wink throughout the night. He rose early, his stomach growling from hunger as he had barely eaten the previous evening. Residing alone, with his sister expecting a baby, he resolved to prepare porridge for her himself. Initially, he thought it would be a simple task of adding rice and water to a pot. However, upon arriving at the kitchen and confronting the large stove, apprehension washed over him. Nonetheless, possessing a strong will, he exerted considerable effort to ignite the fire and set the porridge to cook. The endeavor left him, a grown man, drenched in sweat. He yearned for the convenience of a gas stove from the city, which rekindled his desire to bring his sister back with him. Once the porridge was ready, he noticed the dog and cat in the yard and felt a surge of curiosity. He poured some food into their bowls, encouraging them to eat. "Go ahead," he prompted. The large black dog scoffed, rolling its eyes as if to say, "I'm a carnivore, but thank you." The small white cat merely curled up into a ball, refusing even to glance in his direction. Dismissing the two animals, Chu Outyin eagerly ran to wake his sister, eager for her to taste his culinary creation, his first attempt at cooking. However, as he reached the doorway, he hesitated, feeling somewhat intrusive. Perhaps it would be better to wait for her to awaken. Just as he was about to turn away, "Be gentle, that hurts." Chu Outyin froze, his face flushing. It was broad daylight, and his sister was carrying a baby. How could he, Jiang Haiyang, dare to act so? Frustration and embarrassment welled up within him, leading him to consume an entire bowl of porridge alone, contemplating how to reprimand Jiang Haiyang when he emerged. Jiang Haiyang looked on with concern. Had she suffered from leg cramps during the day and not mentioned it at night? Chu Shanhua winced, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, gripping Jiang Haiyang's shirt tightly as she bit her lip. "Be gentle. I forgot to mention it last night, Sob." Jiang Haiyang continued to knead her calves, urging her to relax. Under his tender ministrations, Chu Shanhua gradually eased, gazing at the man beside her, frowning in concentration as he massaged her legs. A blissful smile crept onto her lips. Jiang Haiyang felt the tension in her muscles dissipate beneath his hands. He lifted his gaze to remind his wife not to be reckless in the future and to communicate her discomfort. But just as he opened his mouth, she silenced him with a kiss. Chu Shanhua seized the moment, shyly attempting to escape from the bed. However, before she could take more than a couple of steps, Jiang Haiyang swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. Unlike their previous encounters, their lips and tongues intertwined with fervor, igniting a passionate exchange until the delicate woman in his arms became as pliable as water. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Haiyang finally managed to regain control. The two sat up on the bed, turning to awaken the little one. The little one had been awake for an unknown period, remaining silent all the while. With her large, grape-like eyes, she gazed intently at the two adults. When she noticed her parents looking her way, Jiang Xiaokui erupted into a fit of giggles. "Daddy, Mommy, hug me." Observing the innocent smile on their precious daughter's face, Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua exchanged a glance. Jiang Haiyang sighed. After the family of three finished their morning routines, they entered the main room, where they found Chu Outyin sitting with a serious expression. A steaming pot of porridge placed on the table before him. "Outyin, you actually know how to cook porridge?" Chu Shanhua was astonished, as her younger brother had never set foot in the kitchen at home. The seriousness on Chu Outyin's face softened, revealing a hint of pride. "It's just porridge. It's not difficult. I made it perfectly on my first try." Outyin is truly impressive. "It seems my sister will be in for a treat today." Chu Outyin immediately stood up to serve her the porridge. "Little Kuei, would you like your uncle to feed you breakfast?" Little Kuei glanced at her mother and then turned her attention back to her father. Sensing her hesitation, Chu Outyin's pride flared up, and he frowned. "What? Do I need your permission to feed my niece?" Jiang Haiyang raised his hands in surrender. "Go ahead, feed her." As he took little Kuei into his arms, Chu Outyin suddenly recalled something he had been meaning to say. "Jiang Haiyang, have you no shame?" Jiang Haiyang paused, his hand halting mid-action, as he looked at his younger brother's serious demeanor. This brat was unpredictable. Jiang Haiyang felt a pang of regret for having invited him to stay. He was anxious, very anxious, wishing he could just pack him up and send him back. "Outyin, how dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that?" Chu Shanhua was beginning to feel anger rising. Was everything fine just a moment ago? Why has it suddenly turned sour? Chu Outyin glanced at his sister, noticing her lips appeared slightly swollen, as if stung by something. Just as he was about to express concern, a realization struck him. It must be that shameless rogue who lacks restraint. "Don't you know my sister is pregnant?" Early in the morning, and yet. Jiang Haiyang wore a bewildered expression. How could he, as her husband, be unaware of his wife's condition? "What are you implying?" Chu Outyin, now exasperated, blurted out, engaging in such activities. Once those words slipped out, he found himself in a reckless state. "Have you no sense of decency? My sister is only a few months along, and little Kuei is right here. This is utterly shameless." Jiang Haiyang's face darkened considerably. "Where did your upbringing go? Eavesdropping on others early in the morning?" Chu Outyin had initially felt justified, but Jiang Haiyang's words caused his confidence to wane. "I was just trying to wake my sister for breakfast." Jiang Haiyang realized that if he didn't teach this insolent boy a lesson soon, he would surely become unbearable. The tone was frigid, and the reprimand was ruthlessly delivered. This, however, does not justify eavesdropping. Furthermore, I am married to your sister. Our affairs are not subject to your oversight. You may choose not to address me as brother-in-law, and I harbor no objections. Yet the fact remains that I am indeed your brother-in-law, a reality firmly established and protected by law, as we possess a marriage certificate. Chu Outyin lowered his head, a flicker of shame igniting within him. He acknowledged that he should not have spoken in such a manner. He was not incorrect. They were not divorced, and no matter how much he might wish it otherwise. Chu Shanhua too felt a swell of annoyance. It was not merely about her brother's eavesdropping. It was primarily his baseless accusations directed at her husband. "Outyin, I do not know what you overheard, but Haiyang was merely helping to alleviate my leg cramps, and There was no need to explain such matters to him. He was a grown man." Jiang Haiyang interrupted Chu Shanhua's words, then sat down to enjoy his porridge. Delicious. The little one was oblivious to the adult disputes at hand, only aware that her little belly was not yet full, wondering why the one feeding her had not given her more. Chu Outyin gazed at the adorable child in his arms, and even the heaviest of hearts softened in her presence. Breakfast was consumed in tranquil silence. Chu Outyin longed to apologize to Jiang Haiyang and his sister, yet every time the words danced on the tip of his tongue, they remained unuttered. leaving him in a state of distress. After finishing his porridge, Jiang Haiyang took the empty bowl from his wife, preparing to wash it in the kitchen. As he stood up, he remarked the porridge was well cooked before stepping outside. At this, Chu Aoyan's head snapped up in surprise. Had he truly heard correctly? Was he complimenting his porridge? Chu Shanhua, witnessing her brother's stunned expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Look at that foolish face of yours. Your brother-in-law thinks your porridge is delicious. I concur. I never realized my brother possessed such a talent. Chu Aoyan's pride swelled, his lips curling into a smile that he struggled to suppress, causing his face to twitch slightly. With a haughty demeanor, he declared, of course. Just look at who I am. Cooking porridge is no challenge. I could learn to cook anything in no time. I suppose Jiang Haiyang has some merit. Then your sister will eagerly await your first meal. No problem, it's simple. Yet, as realization dawned upon him of what he had just agreed to, he was suddenly engulfed in regret. Help! Learn to cook? Am I to be treated like a vegetable sautéed in a pan? Chapter 49. During my probationary period. The deadline is a lifetime. Chu Aoyan accompanied little Jiang Xiaokui in playing in the yard when a knock echoed through the air. Who is it? Chu Aoyan cradled the little one and opened the door. Hu Jianya paused, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man. Is Brother Haiyang here? He went to the fields to fertilize. Jianya? Come in. Quickly have a seat. Just then, Jiang Haiyang approached from the side, ushering the visitors inside. Hu Jianya spoke up. Brother, weren't you planning to engage in greenhouse cultivation? I heard from a friend that he recently transported a shipment of steel bars and plastic film to some village, apparently for greenhouses. Showang? Hu Jianya clapped his hands. Yes, that's the place. Jiang Haiyang nodded. Did your friend mention where the steel bars and plastic film were sourced from? Zhejiang Province. Brother, do you plan to go there? I'm still considering. Your sister-in-law can't be left alone. Jiang Haiyang patted Hu Jianya's shoulder. Thank you for today. Jianya, it's no trouble, brother. How about this? I'll ask my friend again. If you're not able to go, I can run the errand for you. Go ahead. It's convenient for him. With me around, my sister won't be alone. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Aoyan had sidled up, wearing a cheerful expression. You should hurry. If you don't go, how will I take my sister and Xiaokui back to the capital? Chu Aoyan had already been here for 4 days. And with his holiday drawing to a close, he felt frustrated by the lack of progress. Not only that, but his appetite seemed to be conquering him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What a disgrace. It's just a few meals. I've been alive for over 20 years. It feels as if I've never eaten before. Yet, perhaps he truly had never tasted such exquisite dishes before. During this time, absurd thoughts occasionally crossed Chu Aoyan's mind. His sister's reluctance to leave might just be because her appetite was being spoiled by his cooking. He shook his head. This was the first time Chu Aoyan regarded Jiang Haiyang with such amiable demeanor. You should go. Staying at home all day serves no purpose. Didn't you say you wanted to earn money to support the family? Rest assured, I'll take care of things at home. Jiang Haiyang could see the mischievous thoughts flitting through his mind, yet his words resonated with him. The greenhouse cultivation matter could no longer be delayed. He could not entrust it to others. He must personally make the trip. That evening, Chu Aoyan, uncharacteristically, served dishes to Jiang Haiyang. Jiang Haiyang smiled, and then began discussing matters with his wife. Chu Shanhua fully supported him. Go ahead, Xiaokui, and I will be fine at home. Chu Aoyan interjected, Sister, you seem to have forgotten about me. Jiang Haiyang shot him a look of disdain. You? Enough. Only you could set the kitchen ablaze. And then your sister will have to prepare meals for you. Chu Aoyan had promised his sister to cook for her. Yet he feared that his inexperience might lead to disaster. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Haiyang was out, he ventured into the kitchen to practice. Unfortunately, he poured in too much oil, and a fierce flame erupted. In a flurry, he attempted to extinguish the fire with water, but the situation spiraled out of control. Chu Aoyan felt a wave of shame wash over him, though he held his head high. No need for my sister to cook. I can simply buy food from a restaurant. Chu Shanhua remained silent, observing the two with a smile. It is often said that unmarried men resemble children, a sentiment that perfectly encapsulated her younger brother's current state, though he seemed blissfully unaware. Despite his incessant complaints about Jiang Haiyang, The atmosphere between them was surprisingly harmonious. "Yeah, you go ahead," Jiang Haiyang said. "All right." He turned to Chu Outyin, his expression serious. "This trip will likely take about 3 days. During that time, take good care of your sister." Chu Outyin nodded. It was a promise exchange between men. After their meal, Chu Outyin indulged himself once more, patting his protruding belly and cursing himself for his lack of restraint. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "What are you doing in Zhejiang province?" "Purchasing supplies for the greenhouse. Didn't you hear?" Jiang Haiyang replied, eyeing the startled youth. "You? Planning to cultivate a greenhouse?" Chu Outyin was taken aback. "Do you have the fund for that? Do you even know how much it costs?" "Just buy it." Chu Shanhua chuckled at her brother-esque navet. Jiang Haiyang, too, was at a loss for words. "What do you eat every day?" "Meat?" Chu Outyin replied, bewildered. 3 meals of meat a day, living like a deity. A carnivore's delight. "Did you take my bicycle for a joyride yesterday?" Jiang Haiyang queried. "Juadan Smai. What a miser. It's just a Forever brand bicycle. Can I even touch it?" Seeing that the boy was still not catching on, Jiang Haiyang decided to drop the subject. "If I were short on money, given your ungratefulness, I wouldn't be feeding you meat at every meal. You'd be lucky to have coarse grains and wild vegetables." Chu Outyin was about to retort when he remembered the bicycle. "Do you know how much that bicycle costs?" Rolling his eyes, Chu Outyin replied, "If it has a ticket, 200. Without one, it's even pricier. I've always wanted to buy one, but couldn't bring myself to spend." "Wow, how could you afford that bicycle? You didn't steal it, did you?" Before he could finish, Chu Shanhua slapped him on the shoulder. "That was bought by your brother-in-law." Suddenly, she realized that her brother might be too focused on his studies and had become rather foolish. "Your brother-in-law is wealthy." Chu Outyin was skeptical, curling his lip in disbelief. How much could it possibly be? He was well aware of the ins and outs of greenhouse cultivation. The capital city had long been saturated with greenhouse vegetables, many of which were out-of-season produce, commanding exorbitant prices. The flavor was undoubtedly superior to that of conventionally grown vegetables. At times, his mother would purchase some to prepare at home. Undertaking greenhouse farming was no small financial endeavor, requiring at least tens of thousands. Was it merely a matter of enjoying meat at every meal and owning a bicycle? How could one possibly have that kind of money? If such wealth existed, how could they have struggled to pay rent and found themselves in such a remote village? "Your brother-in-law does," he remarked. "Sister, you haven't been deceived by him, have you?" Jiang Haiyang began to clear the dishes, deciding not to engage in further banter with the insufferable brat. He planned to prepare some pickles and stewed dishes for later. Once he had finished, his wife could enjoy a warm meal when he left. After getting the ingredients ready for the next couple of days, he exited the kitchen and found Chu Outyin perched on the threshold. Was he waiting for him? Reflecting on what his sister had just shared, that Jiang Haiyang had indeed earned several tens of thousands, all of which he had entrusted to her for safekeeping. Chu Outyin was filled with questions for Jiang Haiyang. For instance, would he continue to reside in this village? Would he take his sister back to the capital? Indeed, after all these days, he found it difficult to deny that, from observing Jiang Haiyang and his sister together, they appeared genuinely happy. The sole justification he had clung to, that he lacked the financial means or capability to provide his sister with a better life, had been shattered by the revelations his sister had just disclosed. Never mind. Chu Outyin cast a deep glance at Jiang Haiyang before turning to retreat to his room. "Do not think that in such a brief span of days you could entirely alter my perception of you. You are still within my probationary period, and it is a lifelong one. Should you ever treat my sister and Xiao Kuei poorly, I will promptly take them away." With that, he slammed the door shut. Jiang Haiyang chuckled to himself. That cheeky little brat. Chapter 50. The frustration of dining. Chu Shanhu awoke early. For today marked the day Jiang Haiyang would embark on his journey. Just last night, they had shared such pleasant conversation, yet now, as she watched her husband don his attire, her heart brimmed with reluctance. Over the past month, Jiang Haiyang had thoroughly spoiled her, and the mere thought of his absence for just 2 or 3 days brought tears to her eyes. Turning around, Jiang Haiyang noticed his beloved seated on the bed, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, and his heart ached with tenderness. He approached her and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Why are you crying again, my little darling?" You miss me so much. Then I shall choose Shan, who playfully pushed against his chest, sniffing back her tears. You go ahead. I merely have an eyelash that has fallen into my eye, and it hurts. Jiang Haiyang chuckled at her somewhat childish excuse, but chose not to tease her further. It's all the fault of that unruly eyelash. Shall I blow on it for you? She replied softly, her voice like a gentle melody. Jiang Haiyang leaned closer, softly blowing on her eyes. After sharing a tender moment, he planted a few kisses on their sleeping baby's cheek. Chu Shan, who accompanied him to the door, watching until his figure became a mere silhouette before she turned back into the house. Jiang Haiyang treated himself well, securing a hard sleeper on the train. He dozed fitfully for over 8 hours until the announcement of his arrival echoed through the carriage. Upon reaching his destination, he sought out a hotel to settle in. After freshening up, he entered the space he had been cultivating. The crops, along with chickens, ducks, and geese, had long been exchanged for various goods. With approximately 100 million remaining from the 300 million tax revenue, he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the interstellar products available in the system, innovations he had never encountered in the 21st century. Each item, should he choose to study it, could significantly advance technological development. The toys for children and robotic caregivers particularly resonated with him. Determined to strive forward, Jiang Haiyang planned to exchange some medicinal herbs at the pharmacy. It was indeed a dual benefit. As he emerged from the pharmacy, dusk had already settled. He selected a quaint little restaurant, one that was less crowded and didn't require waiting in line for dinner before returning to rest. The following morning, he intended to visit a greenhouse planting base and then procure materials at the market. He ordered a dish of vinegar fish and dompa pork. Perhaps due to his palate being accustomed to the flavors from his space, he found himself rather discerning. After a single bite, he quickly polished off a bowl of rice. At that moment, a large man clad in a chef's uniform emerged from the kitchen, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Haiyang's plate, where only one bite of the dompa pork remained. He appeared somewhat displeased and slammed his hand on the table. "Young man, is the meat not to your liking?" Jiang Haiyang, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words as the chef, noticing his stunned expression, grew impatient and pointed accusingly at the remaining pork. "Why not finish it? Is it not entirely reasonable to refrain from consuming vegetables one has purchased if they do not suit one's palate?" Although such an act may be deemed wasteful in this day and age, Jiang Haiyang is not the type to compromise his own satisfaction. With a sullen expression, he found the cuisine unpalatable, prompting the chef to scowl. "What is it that does not taste right?" he inquired. "It may be my own preference. I find it somewhat too sweet," Jiang replied. Yet, the chef appeared unwilling to accept this explanation. "You know nothing, you insolent boy. Our dompa pork from Zhejiang is prepared in this manner." Jiang Haiyang's countenance darkened as he considered himself a patron here to dine, not to receive unsolicited lectures. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a chef's robe emerged from the kitchen. "Dainyu, why have you come out again to disturb the customers?" he chided, grasping the burly chef by the arm. "Master, I merely sought to inquire about the customers' opinions." Upon seeing the old chef, the robust cook's tone shifted to one of grievance. The elder, noticing Jiang Haiyang, hastily offered his apologies. "My dear young man, I sincerely apologize for my apprentice's indiscretion. He has troubled you." Jiang Haiyang shook his head, finally comprehending why this bustling district was filled with eateries boasting long queues, while this modest establishment saw scant visitors. It seemed that the burly chef frequently emerged to question patrons regarding their meals. Though Jiang Haiyang had returned to this world, he did not consider himself a saint. All his patience and good temper had been afforded to his wife and daughter. Thus, to be treated in such a manner was unwarranted. The impertinent chef had not offered an apology himself, but allowed the elder to do so, as if to dismiss the matter lightly. The burly chef, witnessing the elder's conciliatory tone, yet still met with Jiang Haiyang's icy demeanor, grew agitated again. "What is your attitude?" he demanded. Jiang Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "What attitude? Who is at fault here? Who is offering the apology?" From the old chef's words, it seems you have often emerged to inquire about the customer satisfaction. Are you perhaps overly confident in your culinary skills, unable to accept even a hint of criticism? Seeing the burly chef's wide eyes and clenched fists, Jiang Haiyang laughed heartily. "Let me be clear, your cooking pales in comparison to mine. Say that again. The chef retorted. Ah, Danny, what are you doing? The old chef implored, desperately trying to restrain him. Your dishes are mediocre. Come and prove it, if you can, you insolent brat. Very well. Chapter 51. One can tire oneself out boasting this restaurant, though small, boasts an exceptionally spacious kitchen. The spices and dishes are meticulously organized, and the countertops and utensils gleam with cleanliness, reflecting a profound reverence and care. Jiang Haiyang picked up a chef's knife, its blade sharp and glistening with a chilling brilliance. The seamless connection between the handle and the blade exemplified exquisite craftsmanship. A fine knife indeed. Even someone like Jiang Haiyang, who is not a chef, could discern its remarkable quality. Ah, you have a discerning eye. This is the king's knife awarded to my master during the culinary championship, remarked the elderly chef, his expression unchanged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haiyang set down the knife and casually selected a seemingly ordinary one. You won't use that? Well, it's best for an outsider not to risk slicing off a finger, Dinyo scoffed. Dinyo, you should apologize. Master, I spoke no falsehood, he retorted. The old chef smiled at Jiang Haiyang, saying, Young man, feel free to use any of the spices and ingredients here. Dinyo, and I shall not intrude. We will wait outside. Very well. With that, the old chef tugged Dinyo out of the kitchen. True to his name, Dinyo was as stubborn as a bull. Master, I can't help but worry. What if he turns the kitchen into a mess? Dinyo, have you forgotten the chef's code? Is it permissible for you to observe while a chef is at work? Despite his formidable stature, Dinyo was firmly ushered out by the elder, grumbling all the while. Yes, not even a chef, just an outsider. Why should I learn from his level? Once the two had departed, a piece of pork belly appeared on the cutting board before Jiang Haiyang. In terms of culinary skill, he indeed fell short of Dinyo. However, with the enhancement of interstellar beast meat in the space, the outcome would undoubtedly surpass expectations. Though he recognized this as a form of cheating, Dinyo's earlier tone left him no choice but to prove himself. With swift precision, he sliced the pork belly into large, brick-like chunks, bound them with straw, and placed them into a pot to blanch briefly before rinsing them clean. Jiang Haiyang had never prepared dompa pork before, but was familiar with the adage, slow fire, less water. When cooked properly, it reveals its beauty. Thus, while the dish was simple in theory, achieving the authentic flavor was indeed a challenge. He took a clay pot, layering it with bamboo shoots, scallions, and ginger. The meat chunks were arranged skin side down, followed by the addition of rock sugar, yellow wine, and soy sauce. Next came the crucial element of control over the heat. He brought it to a vigorous boil, then reduced to a simmer until tender, flipping the pieces periodically to ensure even cooking. When he lifted the lid, an enticing aroma wafted forth. Yet, the process was not complete. He retrieved a porcelain jar, placed the contents inside, and steamed it over a high flame. Jiang Haiyang's demeanor was remarkably relaxed, his movements fluid as he executed each step effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he extinguished the fire, the master and disciple had already approached from behind. The aroma, a look of utter disbelief enveloped Danyu's face. Impatiently pushing aside Jiang Haiyang, he daringly lifted the lid of the porcelain jar. Hiss! Although the square dompa pork pieces varied in size, and the method of binding with straw, leaves appeared rather rudimentary, the meat within the jar was resplendent in color, exuding an irresistible appeal. Not to mention the fragrance, subtly infused with a hint of wine, wafting into the nostrils unbidden. Would you care to try? Jiang Haiyang observed the two, standing in a stupor, and offered them chopsticks. Without further ado, they grasped the chopsticks and lunged for the succulent meat. Tender yet intact, it did not crumble upon a single grasp. As it entered his mouth, astonishment overwhelmed Danyu. He loosened his grip on the chopsticks, and with a clatter, they fell to the ground, causing a half-eaten piece of dompa pork to roll away. Impossible, how could this be? A sense of confusion washed over Danyu as he turned to Jiang Haiyang. You truly are not a chef? Jiang Haiyang raised an eyebrow. No. Danyu suddenly felt his strength wane, collapsing to the ground. I cannot even surpass an ordinary person. How could this be? The elderly chef regarded Danyu on the floor. Danyu, I have always said, there are greater talents beyond your own, and one must humbly accept the opinions of others, especially our customers. Young man, Have you ever studied this craft? I learned a little to cook for my wife, Jiang Haiyang replied to the old chef, feeling no need to hide the truth. No, it cannot be. You have merely learned a little, just to prepare meals for your wife? No, I refuse to believe it. Daniel was incredulous, unable to fathom that his arduous dedication could be outdone by a man who merely cooked for his spouse. Was he truly lacking in talent? He would rather believe that Jiang Haiyang was deliberately concealing his true prowess. Seeing the redness in Daniel's eyes and the madness creeping in, Jiang Haiyang sighed softly. What answer do you seek? You inquire of me, of all those who do not enjoy your dishes. Yet what do you wish to uncover? Daniel, lost in despair, replied, I wish to revive the former glory of my family's restaurant. Daniel, enough, Jiang Haiyang chuckled. Have you considered that perhaps you are too rigid in your ways? For instance, I enjoy spicy food, yet you insist that your meat is perfectly sweet as it is. Tastes vary greatly. Why must you compel others to accept your culinary style? If you wish for your restaurant to flourish, you must cater to diverse palates, adjusting the salt and sugar levels or the richness of sauces according to their desires. You are cooking for the patrons, aiming to please their appetites, not forcing them to acquiesce to your steadfastness. Daniel stood frozen in place. Master, have I truly erred? The old chef nodded, letting out a deep sigh. The young man is not mistaken. You are indeed quite stubborn. With a sudden turn, Daniel approached Jiang Haiyang and bowed deeply. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Also, thank you. Seeing his sincere contrition, Jiang Haiyang helped him to his feet. I accept your apology. As Daniel straightened up, an unmistakable shift in his demeanor occurred. He no longer resembled an enraged lion ready to pounce, but rather appeared significantly more composed. Your culinary skills are remarkable. It's a pity you don't run a restaurant. You. Daniel hesitated before finally asking, is it a natural talent? How can you create such delectable dishes right from the start? Perhaps it is a gift, Jiang Haiyang replied modestly. When you cook, do you think about the next steps? Do you worry about what to do if something goes awry? I cook spontaneously. Just as he was about to step out of the restaurant, Jiang Haiyang swiftly interrupted his stream of questions. Daniel, let's leave it at that. I see new customers entering your establishment. You should return and assist them. After bidding farewell to Daniel, Jiang Haiyang quickly moved ahead, realizing that if he lingered any longer, he would struggle to continue the conversation. Today, he had certainly exhausted himself with the exchange. Chapter 52. Unintentionally, another slap in the face the following day. Jiang Haiyang set out early in the morning, boarding a bus destined for a greenhouse construction base in Zhejiang province. Given that greenhouse cultivation requires expansive tracts of land, the location was rather remote, far removed from the city center. The bus's final stop was indeed the greenhouse cultivation base. Once the few passengers disembarked, only a handful remained, all of whom were headed to the same destination. As the journey continued, it became evident that those who possessed an interest in greenhouse cultivation were predominantly individuals with economic acumen and solid family backgrounds. It was unclear who initiated the conversation, but the remaining 5 passengers began to introduce themselves. They engaged in lively discussions, exchanging thoughts on the advantages and disadvantages of future greenhouse cultivation. Despite their aspirations and dreams, a palpable sense of concern lingered among them. After all, the substantial financial investment involved could lead to significant headaches if their crops failed to thrive, and the anxiety would only escalate if they were unable to sell their produce. Jiang Haiyang chose not to partake in their discussions, instead opting to rest his eyes. Upon their arrival, a designated individual awaited them at the entrance. Throughout the journey, the chatting group had formed a close-knit clique, inadvertently isolating Jiang Haiyang. During the tour, they peppered one another with questions, both relevant and irrelevant. At this juncture, the greenhouse was merely a structure covered with thin plastic film, lacking the advanced temperature and humidity control systems of later generations. The framework was typically constructed from bamboo, wood, concrete, steel, and other materials. Generally, the height of the greenhouse ranged from 2 to 2.5 meters, with a width of 6 to 10 meters and a length of approximately 40 to 60 meters. After imparting this basic knowledge about greenhouses, the organizer invited an expert specializing in vegetable cultivation to provide a comprehensive overview. while they were still in the research phase regarding greenhouse cultivation. Interested parties would later receive dedicated personnel for guidance. The government was actively supporting this initiative to instill confidence in participants. Having gleaned the information he sought, Jiang Haiyang was eager to complete his procurement tasks. Despite the short span of a single day, his thoughts were consumed by his wife and precious daughter. Observing the group still engaged in consultations, Jiang Haiyang discreetly distanced himself and approached the organizer. "Hello, can you assist in procuring the necessary materials for greenhouse construction, such as steel bars, plastic film, and shading nets?" The organizer appraised Jiang Haiyang and replied, "Certainly. Not only can we assist with procurement, but we also provide specialized technicians for one-on-one cultivation guidance at your premises." Jiang Haiyang politely declined the offer for technical assistance and proceeded to sign a contract. Securing the provision of building materials, installation services, and vegetable seeds from the base. The total amounted to over 8,000 yuan, and he completed the payment without so much as a blink. The person in charge was silently pondering, could this be some affluent young master, seeking amusement without even requiring technical guidance, merely acting on impulse? After settling the payment, Jiang Haiyang felt an immense sense of relief. However, upon arriving at the bus stop to board, he was met with disdainful glances from a group of individuals who had already boarded the bus. They had refrained from departing solely because Jiang Haiyang, who had yet to complete his registration, was absent. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, exuding the air of a newly affluent individual. With a coarse voice, he remarked, "Kid, why are you so late? One might think you were busy signing contracts." There was a clear note of disdain in his tone. The others in the vehicle, upon hearing this, exchanged knowing looks and smirks, scrutinizing Jiang Haiyang from head to toe. "How did you know I was signing a contract?" he retorted, to which the nouveau riche scoffed. We just inquired, and constructing a greenhouse would cost nearly 10,000. Do you, a mere lad, possess such wealth?" The sentiment was echoed among the others. While they could muster that amount, they doubted that such a brief visit and introduction could instill enough confidence in someone so young. Is 10,000 a considerable sum? Jiang Haiyang realized his knack for boasting had only grown stronger, nearly inflating his own ego. Youthful arrogance, indeed. Just as the elders were preparing to impart their wisdom to Jiang Haiyang, the base manager rushed onto the bus. "Lucky timing, young man. Here, that's my contact information. Should you encounter any issues with cultivation techniques, reach out to this number, and we will send a specialist to assist you." After Jiang Haiyang departed, the manager grew increasingly uneasy. Although the young man had declined their offer for technical assistance, the manager feared potential problems might arise, necessitating a way to get in touch. After all, despite the promotion efforts, the number of individuals engaging in greenhouse cultivation remained relatively low. He sincerely hoped that they could all achieve commendable results. Jiang Haiyang accepted the business card, replying, "Thank you." An awkward silence enveloped the bus, and the self-important elders turned various shades of red, blue, and finally pale. As Jiang Haiyang returned to his seat, he glanced at the flamboyant man, saying, "You truly have a knack for foresight," before settling back into his place. Inadvertently, he had dealt him a blow. Before departing, Jiang Haiyang stopped by a pharmacy, carrying a bundle of medicinal herbs. Upon exiting, his pockets bulged. Counting the money revealed an astonishing outcome. The greenhouse was secured, and he had not only retained his funds but also profited a full 5,000 yuan. The first order of business with his newfound wealth was, of course, to purchase gifts for his wife and daughter. He ventured to the largest mall, unhesitatingly buying clothes, food, and necessities. With a grand flourish, he declared it was only when his pockets were emptied that Jiang Haiyang finally ceased his spending. As Jiang Haiyang made his way back, he felt drowsy, yet it seemed he had arrived in no time. However, on the return journey, he was invigorated, and time appeared to crawl at an agonizingly slow pace. He longed to sprout wings and soar back to his beloved wife. He pondered whether she and little Queer could possibly miss him, and if that rascal Chu Outyin had caused any trouble. In the Jiang family courtyard, little Jiang Queer remained blissfully unaware throughout the day that her father had ventured far away. It was only at bedtime that she realized her father was absent. Typically, children would squeeze between their parents, causing a delightful ruckus before settling down to sleep. Yet tonight, the little one felt a profound sense of longing, leading her to cry out in distress. Initially, Chu Shanhua attempted to comfort her, but the little one's sorrow was contagious, and soon she found herself crying as well. The two embraced, weeping together until exhaustion claimed them. The following morning, Chu Aoyan noticed the red, swollen eyes of both his sister and little queer, instantly recognizing that their tears were a consequence of Jiang Haiyang's absence. Frustration stirred within him. While riding his bicycle, he inadvertently collided with another person. "Damn it!" Chu Aoyan exclaimed upon hearing the foul language from a stranger, realizing his bicycle's handlebars had been bent by the collision with a motorcycle. Anger surged within him. Can you not ride a motorcycle properly? You crash into people and expect no repercussions. Tang Jinbao assessed the situation and recognized the foul-tempered youth from a few days prior when he had asked for directions in the village. Can't you even watch where you're going? Did you not see my motorcycle approaching? Couldn't you move over a bit? The argument escalated, voices raised, and before long, the two were embroiled in a physical altercation. Chapter 53. Unfamiliar yet kindred spirits? Chao Aoyan and Tang Jinbao exchanged blows, rolling on the ground for a solid half-hour. Exhausted, they collapsed, each clutching the other's collar. "You owe me money. Dream on, you brat." They gasped for breath, exchanging glances at their disheveled states. Suddenly, laughter erupted. "Ah, what a tree." Tang Jinbao propped himself up with his elbows and nudged Chao Aoyan with his foot. "Hey, what's your name? Are you here looking for Jiang Haiyang?" Chao Aoyan, lying on the ground with his hands behind his head, gazed up at the sky. Chao Aochan. To be precise, I'm here looking for my sister." "Your sister?" "Yes, my sister, Chao Shanhua." "Chao Shanhua. Isn't she Jiang Haiyang's wife?" "So, Jiang Haiyang is your brother-in-law?" Chao Aoyan remained silent for a moment. Tang Jinbao scratched his nose. Tang Jinbao. Suddenly, he noticed a bicycle with a bent handlebar. "That wouldn't be Jiang Haiyang's bike, would it?" That bicycle. Chao Aoyan turned to Tang Jinbao. "Jiang Haiyang's. Damn." Chao Aoyan raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" Tang Jinbao blurted out, "I don't get along with Jiang Haiyang." Chao Aoyan's expression shifted immediately upon hearing this. Tang Jinbao reclined back on the ground. "I just can't stand him. I want to punch him every time I see him." Chao Aoyan chuckled. "Same here. How on earth did he become my brother-in-law?" The two suddenly found a camaraderie akin to that of heroes meeting for the first time, their grievances flowing like a lengthy and smelly tale. It felt as though a century had passed. They bumped fists. Brothers. Good brothers. As they parted, Tang Jinbao strapped his damaged bicycle to his motorcycle, intending to take it to town for repairs. "Thanks, brother. Don't mention it. It's only right since I caused the damage." Chao Aoyan returned home, his face bruised and clothes in disarray. Upon seeing him, Chao Shanhua nearly panicked. "Aoyan, who did you get into a fight with?" "Sister, it's nothing. I just met a rather interesting brother today." "A brother?" Chao Shanhua looked at him with confusion. Chao Aoyan continued, "Tang Jinbao. Do you know him?" Tang Jinbao. Chao Shanhua recalled him as the one she thought resembled Aoyan's personality. She was surprised they had crossed paths in such a way. "Oh, I know him. He has an adorable daughter named Yaya, who is 3 years old." Chao Aoyan's smile faltered. "He has a father now? Isn't he only 22 like me?" Chao Shanhua shot him a glance. "Not everyone treats books as their wives. Like you do." Chao Aoyan was left in stunned silence. As Chao Shanhua assessed that he was not severely injured, she turned to head inside. Meanwhile, Zheng Tongming had been sent to the clinic by a local farmer. Due to the severe infection in his leg, he was subsequently transferred to the larger hospital in town. Initially, due to his luggage being left at Jiang Haiyang's place and his inability to pay the hospital fees, he found himself in a dire predicament. After repeated assurances that his parents would send money, the hospital merely accommodated him on a bed in the corridor, having been discarded into a cesspool. His clothes were rendered unwearable, compelling him to don a hospital gown. Yet, due to the festering wound on his leg, he could not wash properly, only managing to wipe himself down. A lingering stench of pig manure clung to him. Zheng Tongming lay on the corridor bed, observing the passers-by who hurriedly brushed against the wall, their disdainful glances piercing him. A surge of murderous rage coursed through him. He, Zheng Tongming, a distinguished university student destined for a research institute, had been reduced to this pitiful state. All thanks to Jiang Haiyang, that wretched beast. Just as he expressed his fury, the nurse administering his injection was startled by his fierce tone, causing her to tremble and inadvertently break the needle within his arm. "Don't panic. I'll fetch the doctor," she stammered, her eyes brimming with fear. This patient was terrifying, as if he were capable of murder. The thought of the needle breaking inside his arm filled her with dread. Zheng Tongming, noticing the unexpected incision on his arm, felt that this unfortunate place was somehow at odds with him. Truly, he was utterly cursed with misfortune. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyang had just disembarked and was hastily making his way towards the village, burdened with too many belongings. He intended to wait in town for a tractor or ox cart to take him back. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure. As the person approached, he realized it was Xinghua. Just as he intended to call out to her, he noticed a middle-aged woman following closely behind. Suddenly, the two began to quarrel in the middle of the road, and soon Xinghua was running towards him in tears, clutching a small bundle. It appeared she had not noticed him as she dashed past. Jiang Haiyang instinctively reached out to stop her. "Xinghua, what's the matter?" Upon seeing him, she quickly wiped her tears with the back of her hand and sniffled. "Haiyang ge. Xinghua you." She forced a smile, suppressing her emotions. "It's nothing, Haiyang ge. I'm just going home for a while." Observing her reluctance to divulge further, Jiang Haiyang did not press her. "Well, I'm also heading back to the village. Let's go together." "Okay." Upon arriving in the village, Jiang Haiyang noticed Xinghua's despondent demeanor. He first escorted her home before returning to his own house. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the exuberant tail wagging of Dahe. "Woof, master, you have finally returned. In just a few days, I have missed you so much that I feel famished. Hurry, meat, delicious meat. These past few days, I've almost vomited from eating porridge. Does that foolish boy not realize that dogs eat meat? He has been feeding me porridge every day." Jiang Haiyang, however, was oblivious to Dahe's antics. Carelessly dropping his belongings on ground, he rushed into the room. Wife, Chu Shanhua and Jiang Xiaokui also heard the commotion and rose to step outside. The mother and daughter gazed at the man rushing towards them, tears beginning to well in their eyes. Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of urgency. With one big and one small weeping child, he exclaimed, "Oh!" He first scooped up the smaller one and then enfolded the older one in his embrace. "Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy that I'm back? Look at the two of you, like two little stray cats, so pitiful." The little girl, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, shifted from tears to laughter at her father's antics, her face lighting up with joy. Jiang Haiyang set her down and playfully patted her little bottom. "Go play with the hay. Mama is crying, and Daddy needs to comfort her." With a playful shout, he sent the little one off. Jiang Haiyang then cradled the woman in his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. Chu Shanhua wrapped her arms around his neck, and he gently laid her down on the bed, positioning himself above her. He scrutinized the delicate visage of the woman beneath him, his eyes shimmering like spring waters. With every breath, their scents mingled in the air. Chu Shanhua clutched the sheets tightly, her eyes softly closed with traces of tears lingering at the corners. Her lips parted slightly, and her face was flushed, clothes strewn across the floor. Chapter 54. The forgetful couple. The delicate skin glowed with a rosy hue, and the proud curves were unabashedly visible. Jiang Haiyang inhaled deeply, his heart racing. His voice emerged, low and hoarse. "Wife." Chu Shanhua, her eyes clouded, gazed up at the man above her. "Who?" "Baby." Realizing her surroundings, she pushed gently against his chest. Jiang Haiyang's lips parted silently, uttering two words, "Help me." Chu Outyin returned on the repaired bike from Tang Jinbao. Upon reaching home, he discovered a multitude of branded bags strewn across the yard. Just as he was about to call out for his sister, a sudden intuition struck him. Jiang Haiyang had returned. Scanning the area, he spotted Xiao Kuei leaning against the hay's back, with the curled-up Xiao by beside her. The little ones had fallen asleep under the sun. Noticing the tightly shut door, Chu Outyin's face flushed, then darkened. What a reckless soul! After placing the bags inside, he cradled the drowsy Xiao Kuei and returned to his room. "Only your little uncle cares for you. What will you do when I leave?" Your sister can't resist that scoundrel. With such thoughts, he lay beside Xiao Kuei, gently patting her back. The forgetful couple did not emerge until nightfall. Xiao Kui, alarmed at her daughter's absence, Chu Shanhua immediately panicked. Where is Xiao Kuei? Jiang Haiyang observed that the bags previously in the yard had vanished. Dahei and Xiao Bai remained silent. Outyin must have returned. Just then, Chu Outyin stepped out, cradling the little one. Upon realizing her daughter was missing, Chu Shanhua was nearly terrified. As she stepped forward to take her daughter, Jiang Haiyang stopped her, whispering in her ear, "Are you certain you can carry her with both hands?" "Shall I do it?" He approached Chu Outyin and extended his arms to receive Jiang Xiaokuei. Chu Outyin rolled his eyes, a look of disdain crossing his face. He navigated around Jiang Haiyang, holding the now-awake little one. "Forgetful." The words elicited a wave of shame from Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua. The little one's chubby hands rubbed her eyes. Upon seeing her father and mother, her face broke into a radiant smile. "Daddy, mommy hug. Oh, Xiao Kuei, my little treasure." Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua felt their hearts soften at the sight of their adorable child. Observing the tender family moment, Chu Outyin felt a twinge of envy. He tightened his embrace around the little one, playfully pinching her nose. "Ungrateful little one, who was it that carried you to sleep just now? Now that you see your parents, you forget your little uncle. I might just be heartbroken." The little one erupted into giggles, leaning in to plant a kiss. Mwah mwah. Receiving a sweet peck, Chu Outyin's heart finally found some semblance of balance. He entrusted the little one to Jiang Haiyang's embrace. The father and daughter had not seen each other for more than 2 days, and upon their reunion, they exchanged affectionate kisses, leading to Jiang Haiyang's face being drenched in saliva. Chu Outyin, feeling a tinge of acidity, finally spoke up. "I accidentally damaged the handlebars while riding your bicycle, but it has been repaired now. You should take a look. Don't later say I didn't mention it." "How did it get damaged?" "Outyin, are you all right? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Chu Shanhua exclaimed in alarm, worried about her brother's well-being. "Sister, I simply forgot. I told you last time that I got into a scuffle with a new acquaintance, and it was because neither of us was paying attention when we collided." Jiang Haiyang scrutinized him closely, reassured by the absence of visible injuries. "You fought with someone? As long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. The bicycle can be fixed." Observing the concerned expressions and tones of the two, Outyin felt a warm comfort in his heart. He softened his tone. "It's just a minor issue. I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry." Being an adult, Jiang Haiyang felt relieved upon hearing this. However, the fact that Outyin had been in a fight and subsequently collided with someone still warranted further inquiry. "Was the person you fought with from the village?" "Well, don't blame him. We're practically closer than brothers now." Chu Shanhua shot him an exasperated glance. "It's that fellow who visited last time, Tang Jinbao, Yaya's father." Jiang Haiyang initially feared that his somewhat naive brother-in-law might be deceived. Upon hearing it was Tang Jinbao, he relaxed, although he could be a bit reckless. He harbored no ill intentions and belonged to the same category as his brother-in-law. Nodding, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. His thoughts then turned to the local specialties and gifts he had brought back for his wife and daughter. He eagerly led them to view the items, which catered to all their needs and desires, with the majority being imported goods. It was evident that a considerable sum had been spent. The little one gazed in wonder, her large eyes wide with curiosity, though she was likely unaware of the significance of these items. Each item elicited an enthusiastic wow from her, exuding an irresistible charm. As she looked at the mountain of packaging before her, Chu Shanhua felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, but also a twinge of concern over the expense. "Why did you buy so much? It's such a waste of money. You haven't even had the chance to wear the numerous clothes you bought before. With winter approaching, and your belly growing larger, you won't be able to wear those anymore." Jiang Haiyang reassured her, wrapping his arms around Chu Shanhua. "Don't worry. We are not lacking in funds. I will continue to earn, and soon we will start our greenhouse planting. Ensuring that you and little Kuei are well-fed and well-clothed is the most important matter for our family." Chu Outyin gazed at the pile of expensive items and felt that this was indeed Jiang Haiyang's responsibility. His sister had endured considerable hardship, having followed him to such a remote village. Now, with another child on the way, He recognized the challenges of motherhood, even though he was not a woman himself. If one cannot eat well or dress appropriately, then what kind of man can Jiang Haiyang be? Sister, you should rest assured, the matter of money is something he, as a man, ought to contemplate. After a moment's reflection, he continued, you must prioritize the well-being of the baby you carry. Do not engage in any frivolities with him, for this is not merely a... The young couple comprehended the implication behind his words. Jiang Haiyang cleared his throat. Chu Shanhua felt her cheeks flush, and she called out in embarrassment, Chu Outyin, I wonder if you will treat your future wife with such care. Chua dan muda sopti. I'm undoubtedly far superior to someone, and I won't forget the child. The young couple fumed. You little rascal. All right, sister. When the time comes for your delivery, should I secretly summon Mom? Otherwise, I truly cannot rest easy. Chu Outyin's words plunged the two into contemplation. But Dad. Jiang Haiyang grasped her small hand tightly. My dear wife, do not worry. I will approach Dad, bearing the burden of my mistakes. However, as Chu Outyin thought of his mother, who wept at the slightest provocation, and his sorrowful sister before him, an uncomfortable sensation arose within him. What good would that do? If you go, Dad will likely become even more enraged. How about this? When we return, I will inform Mom, keeping it from Dad, that we are organizing a senior travel group for her to ease her mind. Once the baby is born, we will bring Xiao Kuei along, and by then, even if Dad is upset, he will have no grounds to express it. I've noticed him gazing intently at the granddaughter of our neighbor. It seems he is yearning for little Kuei in his heart. Chu Shanhua wiped the corner of her eye and revealed a smile. All right. Chapter 55. Teaching my brother-in-law how to intimidate. As the gifts were unwrapped, Jiang Haiyang retrieved a small box from within. He then tossed it towards Chu Outyin, who instinctively caught it. Jiang Haiyang, are you trying to crush me? This is for you. Do you want it? If not, just return it to me. Upon hearing this, Chu Outyin exclaimed, Oh, you even brought yourself a gift? Curiosity piqued within him, yet he could not suppress his teasing. I am not the sort to be easily bribed. I merely wish to see what you have purchased. With that, he opened the box. A Shanghai brand watch. Chu Outyin was taken aback and quickly closed the lid, pushing it back onto the table. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Wear it yourself. Do not think to bribe me. Jiang Haiyang ignored his protest and retrieved 2 more boxes from his bag. Upon opening them, he revealed a dainty lady's watch and an elegant men's watch, both matching. My sister and I have matching ones. Thus, I cannot accept this. Despite feeling somewhat tempted, Chu Outyin realized that a Shanghai watch costs a considerable amount, over 100 yuan. He could not accept such an expensive gift. Observing the resolute exchange between the two, Chu Shanhua remained silent. Though she appreciated Jiang Haiyang's good intentions in purchasing gifts for his brother, she also recognized that their value was somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, she did not want to embarrass him by openly declining. Jiang Haiyang raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? It's merely 100 yuan's worth. Are you afraid I might sell you off? Take the watch. It will help you keep track of time while at school. Just as Chu Outyin was about to respond, Jiang Haiyang continued, Consider this a token of our meeting. Soon, your sister will give birth to her child, and with Xiao Kuei as well. You ought to prepare gifts for the children over the next few years. Besides, with your current situation, who knows if you'll ever get the chance to return the favor. You might end up in debt. Initially, Chu Outyin listened, contemplating that he often lost track of time while in the lab. Indeed, having a watch would be quite convenient. He decided to treat it as a debt he would repay later with smaller gifts once he earned some money. However, what did Jiang Haiyang mean by his last remarks? Will I not be able to repay it? Jiang Haiyang, are you cursing me to remain single? Jiang Haiyang shot him a knowing glance, prompting a laugh from Chu Shanhua. Immediately siding with her husband, she jested, Your brother-in-law did not say that. Those are your own words. The moment the topic of finding a partner arose, Chu Outyin felt a touch of embarrassment under their scrutinizing gazes. He turned to leave the hall, but paused at the threshold, returning to retrieve the watch from the table. Thank you, but I will repay you, perhaps with gifts for the babies. With that, he hurriedly exited. When Jiang Haiyang returned, he took on the task of preparing dinner himself. They indulged in a long-missed delicacies. And it was a rare occasion when Chu Outyin actively inquired about Jiang Haiyang's recent trip to Zhejiang province and the matters handled there. Jiang Haiyang spoke to them about his experiences in Zhejiang province. The greenhouse cultivation he discussed has already begun to be implemented in many areas. Although he may not be among the very first to embark on this venture, he is undoubtedly at the forefront of the market. Observing his enthusiasm and focus while discussing his career, Chu Shanhua found him most captivating when he was serious. She reached beneath the table and grasped his large hand. Jiang Haiyang turned to her with a gentle smile, and his palm enveloped her small hand. Their affectionate exchange made Chu Outyin turn away, unable to bear the sight. "Sister, my holiday is almost over. I plan to return tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhua felt a pang of reluctance, sensing that her brother had just arrived and was already leaving. However, he was still in school, and his studies must take precedence. "All right, I will see you off tomorrow. Sister, please stay at home and avoid wandering around." Both Chu Outyin and Jiang Haiyang exclaimed simultaneously. Witnessing their concern for her, a smile played on Chu Shanhua's lips. "I'm not incapable of walking. I can certainly accompany you." Ultimately, the two succumbed to Chu Shanhua's insistence. On the day Chu Outyin was to leave, the trio suddenly remembered that Zheng Tongming's unsavory belongings were still at their home. After all, they were his possessions, and should there be any money among them, it could lead to complications. Chu Outyin, with a look of disdain, prepared to take his belongings back to him. The mere thought of that individual made Chu Shanhua caution him earnestly. He is not someone to be trifled with. Do not act impulsively. As for their father is exceedingly stubborn. Unless I reveal the truth to him, with someone like Zheng, who is so adept at feigning charm, I fear he may not believe me. Frustrated and anxious, Chu Outyin was at a loss regarding how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Haiyang suggested, "When you return, tell that fellow that our big black dog is a country mutt and has not been vaccinated. With his medical studies, he should know about rabies. Just frighten him a bit. If he thinks his life is at stake, he won't have the luxury to scheme." Chu Outyin responded, "That's a brilliant idea, but Big Black hasn't he been vaccinated? I hope nothing truly happens, as rabies is incurable." Chu Shanhua shot her brother a glance and chuckled. "He has been vaccinated. Rest assured." As the bus arrived, Chu Outyin picked up little Kuei for a tender farewell. "Little Kuei, Uncle is leaving. Why come back next time? You mustn't forget me, you little rascal." He extended his pinky finger to intertwine with hers, declaring, "Uncle and you have made a pact. You cannot forget your little uncle." With playful sounds and laughter, he cherished the sweet-smelling child. Chu Outyin gently handed her over to Jiang Haiyang. "Sister, I'm off." Chu Shanhua felt a deep sense of reluctance. "Be careful on your way," she said, turning back to Jiang Haiyang with a serious expression. "Take good care of my sister and little Kerr." Jiang Haiyang nodded. "They're my wife and daughter." After bidding farewell to Chu Outyin, the couple, along with their daughter Jiang Kerr, did not linger in the town and prepared to board the tractor for their journey home. Jiang Haiyang cradled the little one in his arms while carefully assisting Chu Shanhua onto the vehicle. Once seated, he noticed a middle-aged woman staring intently at Chu Shanhua's belly. He shifted his position slightly to shield her from view. The woman scoffed softly, muttering, "It's just a pregnancy. Can't I look?" Startled, Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua glanced around, relieved to see that no one else had taken notice. With a cold glare, Jiang Haiyang directed his attention back to the woman, who seemed to hesitate, her gaze suddenly fixing on Jiang Kerr in his arms. She then cast a few furtive glances at Chu Shanhua behind him, but refrained from saying anything further. "Haiyang," Chu Shanhua murmured, her brow furrowed, tugging at his sleeve. "It's all right, don't be afraid," he reassured her, patting her hand before turning his attention back to the middle-aged woman, who bore a somewhat familiar visage, though he couldn't quite place where he had encountered her. Who could she be? Chapter 56. Why shouldn't we have our own children? As the tractor came to a stop, Jiang Haiyang still could not recall who this middle-aged woman was. Chu Shanhua, thinking she was discreetly rubbing her waist, was ultimately discovered by Jiang Haiyang, who had been watching her closely. "Your waist must be sore. When we get home, I'll give you a massage," he remarked. Chu Shanhua pouted playfully and stuck out her tongue. Cradling the little one and holding his wife's waist, he made his way home. "From now on, you mustn't overexert yourself. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately." "All right, and you should stop carrying Xiao Kuei." She's gained weight recently, like a little piglet. She's too heavy. Yes. No crying, no picky eating. Oh, you're so annoying. Mom, why are you here? What brings you? What do you mean, what brings me? Can I come by? Mom, what is the matter? My son is chasing his wife to her mother's house. And I can't come see you? I'm doing this for your sake. It's been years since you married, and yet. Enough. Mom, please go back for now. Just as Jiang Haiyang returned from his own plot of land, he witnessed a clear scene of a mother and son tugging at each other, embroiled in a quarrel. Xiang Yun, this middle-aged woman. No wonder she looked familiar. She was the one who had argued with Xinghua last time. So, she was Zhang Jun's mother. Jiang Haiyang recalled Xinghua's previous furrowed brow, likely due to family matters. He sighed. Every family has its own challenges. Brother, Zhang Jun, with his keen eyes, spotted Jiang Haiyang and promptly greeted him. Jiang Haiyang smiled and nodded in return. Brother, I have some matters to attend to. I'll visit you for dinner next time. All right, take care. Jiang Haiyang nodded at the middle-aged woman once more before passing by them. He could still faintly hear their ongoing dispute. One line catching his attention. You can't have children. Do you want to cut off Zhang family's lineage? This made Jiang Haiyang furrow his brows. Mom, what nonsense are you saying? Come on, I'll go back with you. Jiang Haiyang glanced back to see Zhang Jun pulling his mother forward. The recent divorce of Hu Jianya had aged the Hu couple considerably. Now with Xinghua's situation, Jiang Haiyang contemplated visiting Aunt Hu the next day to check on the elderly couple, who had cared for him as he grew up and were among his greatest supporters. That night, ever since their family of 3 had soaked their feet together, it had become a nightly ritual before bed. After drying the little one's feet, Jiang Haiyang gently coaxed her to sleep. Once she was asleep, he carefully placed her on the bed. Good girl, lie down. He began his usual calf massage for his wife, relieving her tense leg muscles. The sight of her fair, slender legs before him was mesmerizing. Wife, let me massage your waist. He lifted her shirt slightly, revealing her soft, fair waist. Suppressing the desires within, he gingerly kneaded. Yes, just like that. It feels so sour. Bang. The soft, cat-like whimper of his wife shattered his self-control completely. Unconsciously, his hand inched upward. Jiang Haiyang. Hands. Jiang Haiyang felt a twinge of reluctance. Oh. His mind still lingered on the words exchanged between Zhang Jun and his mother the previous day. Early in the morning, Jiang Haiyang visited the Hu family. It's Haiyang. Aunt Hu exclaimed, I just returned from Zhejiang and brought some local specialties for you. You're too kind, Jiang Haiyang replied as he followed Aunt Hu into the main room. Uncle Hu, good morning. Haiyang, so early. Have you eaten? Let your aunt prepare something for you. No, I've already had breakfast at home. Jiang Haiyang placed the items on the table, observing the elderly couple's worn expressions. Aunt, Uncle, where's Xinghua? I ran into Zhang Jun at the entrance yesterday, and it seemed his mother was with him. Uncle Hu's expression darkened, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Don't mention that old hag. She's utterly unreasonable. Uncle? Aunt Hu grasped Jiang Haiyang's hand and began to weep. Haiyang, your uncle and I have watched you grow up. To speak from the heart, we consider you family. Now, that Jianya has just divorced. He doesn't even want the child. Mentioning him makes him furious. He is unwilling to find someone new. She choked on her words several times. Jiang Haiyang gently patted Aunt Hu's back. It's all right. I'm merely sharing. It's just the 2 of us at home. And seeing the younger ones like this is already distressing enough. I can only talk to you. Uncle Hu remained silent, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xinghua. Sigh. She has been married to Zhang Jun for 3 years, and there hasn't been any news. She has even visited the town as hospital. His mother insisted on adopting her brother's child, claiming many families do this, that eventually the child might bring fortune and help them conceive. Bang! Uncle Hu slammed the table, his voice gruff. This is sheer nonsense. Can a child be adopted just like that? If they adopt, and then Xinghua becomes pregnant, they want to be able to part with the child. Aunt Hu looked at Jiang Haiyang. What do you think this is? Xinghua is only in her early 20s. She has been examined at the hospital, and there's nothing wrong. She can have children. I don't understand why Zhang Jun's mother has become so obsessed, insisting they adopt that child. Xinghua refused, and now she's back home. His mother even caused a scene yesterday. Jiang Haiyang grasped the situation clearly, and felt relieved. As long as the couple had no conflicts and the issue of having children could be resolved, there was still hope. The crux of the matter lay with Zhang Jun's mother and her brother. Jiang Haiyang consoled the elderly couple for a while, bringing them some cheer before inquiring further about Zhang Jun's family circumstances. Her brother's family is unfamiliar to us. We only met during the wedding of Xinghua and Zhang Jun. Their hometown should be in the neighboring Liwa town. Jiang Haiyang listened attentively, committing this to memory. Not to mention that aunt who and uncle who treat him as their own son. Even Xinghua and Jianye regard him as a dear sibling. The three of them shared the fondest memories during their childhood. Given that the two elders are unable to intervene and Jianye is not at home, it falls upon me, as the eldest brother, to take charge. Liwa town is it? Chapter 57. The Disputed Adoption Incident. Hello? Sir, could you assist me in locating someone? Which person are you searching for, young man? The older gentleman handed a cigarette to the security guard at the entrance. I'm looking for Zhang Jun. I'm the elder brother of his wife, and I have some matters to discuss with him. The older man cheerfully accepted the cigarette and took a whiff. Zhang Jun, you say? I'm familiar with him. Please wait here, and I shall summon him. Thank you very much, Jiang Haiyang replied. Not long after, while seated in the security office of the textile factory, Zhang Jun emerged briskly in his work attire. Haiyang, it's you. I need to talk to you. Do you have a moment? Zhang Jun glanced at the clock. Yes, I have a few minutes before lunch. Xinghua had previously mentioned that Jiang Haiyang was like an elder brother to her, so upon seeing him today, Zhang Jun began to grasp the situation, a smile appearing on his face. Brother, let's go. I will treat you to a meal. We can chat while we eat. Jiang Haiyang observed that Zhang Jun appeared somewhat thinner than when they first met, prompting him to consider the challenges Zhang Jun might be facing. Nevertheless, thoughts of the elderly who couple and Xinghua compelled him to inquire earnestly, regardless of others' opinions about his involvement. Before Jiang Haiyang could speak, Zhang Jun poured him a glass of water and began to speak. You must be here to ask about me and Xinghua, right? A perceptive individual, Jiang Haiyang replied, opting for a straightforward approach. Under normal circumstances, this matter wouldn't concern me, but with Jianye absent and the elderly couple's health declining, as Xinghua's elder brother, though not by blood, I wish for her marital happiness. Shang Yun nodded. I understand, brother. I simply wish to know your stance. His tone was resolute. Naturally, I have no desire to adopt that child. Both Xinghua and I are still young and will eventually have our own children. Furthermore, the notion of adopting to have children lacks scientific basis. My mother, being easily swayed, was deceived into agreeing to take in the child. Once that decision is made, returning the child will be fraught with difficulty. Seeing the anger on Zhang Jun's face as he spoke about their situation, Jiang Haiyang felt reassured about his thoughts. With the current policy limiting families to one child, how could anyone bear to give their own child to your family? Jiang Haiyang ventured tentatively. My uncle has likely lost more money gambling again. This isn't the first time he has tried to give away a daughter. Previously, he sent Xiao Xiao to my uncle's place for 6 months, and now he is directly asking my grandmother to suggest we adopt Xiao Xiao. It sounds noble, concerned that we might not have children and resorting to such measures. But in reality, it's just a ruse to have us assist that unreliable uncle in raising a child. And what does your aunt have to say about this? Zhang Jun took a sip from his water. My uncle's wife, despite her intentions, cannot exert control over him. Alas, my uncle is quite the scoundrel. Rest assured, brother, I will have a serious discussion with my mother in the coming days. The matter of adoption shall not come to pass. If she disagrees, then my future partner, Xinghua, and I will simply find a place of our own. Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of relief and patted him on the shoulder. As long as you possess that determination, it is well. After all, an adopted child is not of blood relation, and once taken in, unforeseen complications may arise in the future. I understand. Their conversation reached a natural conclusion. As Zhang Jun prepared to leave, he asked Jiang Haiyang to bring 2 coats for Xinghua, accompanying him to the gate. They encountered Zhang Jun's mother speaking with a rather disreputable-looking man. Mom, uncle? Zhang Jun approached hastily, his gaze toward his uncle filled with suspicion. The man chuckled softly. Sister, I trust you will take good care of Xiao Xiao. I must take my leave now. What care? Zhang Jun exclaimed. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to pursue further inquiries, he was halted by his mother. Why are you back from work at this hour? Mom, what did he mean just now? Xiao Qiao came to our home? Zhang Jun's tone was laced with anger. Well, Their ensuing dialogue fell upon deaf ears for Jiang Haiyang, who instinctively trailed behind the man who had just fled. Observing him purchase roast chicken and beer, Jiang Haiyang intended to depart, but saw him enter a shop selling maternity and infant supplies. When he emerged, laden with packages, it contradicted Zhang Jun's claims of a gambling loss, prompting the adoption. Furthermore, maternity goods? Pondering this, he quickened his pace to follow. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at an alley where the man glanced around. Jiang Haiyang swiftly concealed himself. As the man advanced, he stealthily followed. The man paused before a courtyard gate, prompting Jiang Haiyang to hide around the corner, his eyes fixed upon him. Chuyer, open the door. The door creaked open, revealing a woman carrying a child. After a brief glance outside, she ushered the man inside. Chuyer, look at the wonderful things I brought for you and our son, the man said, wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a kiss upon her cheek. Hurry inside. We can talk later. Watching as they closed the door behind them, Jiang Haiyang emerged from his hiding spot, his brow furrowed and his expression stern. He pondered the scene he had just witnessed, unconsciously walking a considerable distance before halting and redirecting his steps toward Zhang Jun's home. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun and his mother were embroiled in a heated argument at home. His uncle, Gong Renjie, was the late-born child of their grandparents. As a child, he was doted upon excessively, developing a lazy disposition. It was not until he reached his 30s that he finally married. Zhang Jun's uncle and his family had always lived with the elder Gongs. The only regret that the elderly Gong couple harbors is that after their youngest son's marriage, they were met with the constraints of family planning. They were blessed with a daughter named Xiao Qiao, yet they do not possess dual rural household registrations, rendering any desire for another grandchild futile, unless they are willing to pay a hefty fine, which is no trivial sum. Aunt Zhang, with her inherently gentle disposition, feels a sense of guilt watching the elderly couple, believing it is her fault for not bearing a son. For a long time, she has complied with everything Gong Renjie suggested, having lost all semblance of stubbornness. Even their 5-year-old daughter, when told to come over, was truly sent along. Mother, what exactly do you hope to achieve? Zhang Jun exclaimed, seated on the sofa, raking his fingers through his hair. You desire grandchildren, sons, do you not? Do not doubt it. Many families have successfully employed methods to conceive. Besides, Xiao Qiao is not just any child. She is your uncle's daughter, part of the same family. Once the time comes and you have more children, your uncle will surely prosper enough. Mother, after all these years, you keep insisting he will make money, yet not once has he succeeded. Zhang's mother was displeased. She believed her brother was genuinely committed to his promise. Once he became prosperous, Zhang Jun and Xinghua would have children, and they would bring Xiao Qiao back home. After all, she is his own daughter. How could they possibly abandon her? Zhang Jun bang, bang, bang. Chapter 58. Resolving troubles, commencing greenhouse cultivation. I observed as your uncle entered the home of a mother and her child. In the corner of the room, the mother and child were hiding, while a man was being chased and beaten by Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. A large crowd of curious neighbors had gathered at the entrance. Zhang Jun's clenched fists relaxed as he stared angrily at the absurdity unfolding before him. When he saw his parents dragging that scoundrel uncle over, he turned to Jiang Haiyang beside him and said, Brother Haiyang, I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise, our family would still be in the dark. Jiang Haiyang smiled and shook his head, preparing to take his leave. As an outsider, it's inappropriate for me to linger. I shall take my leave now. All right, brother. I can't see you off as I'm unable to leave just yet. It's no trouble. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Jiang Haiyang navigated through the crowd, blocking the entrance, and stepped outside. He had initially intended to visit Liuye town to investigate the situation, but was unexpectedly caught up in this incident. A stroke of serendipity indeed. He had planned to invite Zhang Jun to accompany him to take a look. While conversing at his doorstep, they were overheard by Mr. Zhang, who had just returned. This immediately prompted him to summon Mrs. Zhang, and the four of them proceeded to the courtyard. Upon knocking on the door, they were confronted with none other than his uncle, Gong Renjia. Mr. Zhang, in a fit of rage, kicked the door open. Upon seeing the woman and the child she held, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang rushed into the living room, where the table was laden with food, confirming Jiang Haiyang's words entirely. A swift altercation compelled Gong Renjia to confess the truth. It turned out that the woman in the courtyard was involved in the flesh trade. After a few encounters, she had become pregnant. Initially, he had contemplated urging her to terminate the pregnancy, but upon realizing he had yet to father a son, he decided to let her give birth, hoping for a boy. To his astonishment, she indeed bore a robust baby boy. He knew that if he were to bring the child's mother into his home, he would surely face severe repercussions. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with his current wife, unwilling to risk that relationship. But what to do with the hefty son? Thus, he concocted a devious plan. He intended to keep the son close. Yet he could not afford to raise both children. After all, he often sent his little daughter to be nurtured by his elder brother. That day, upon hearing his sister, Mrs. Zhang, converse with their parents about Zhang Jun and Xinghua's struggles to conceive, he seized the opportunity to propose sending his daughter to Zhang Jun's family for care. His intention was to let them raise her temporarily, while he would retrieve his son later, expecting to endure only a beating. Surely, his parents would forgive him in light of their grandson. As for his wife, he thought little of her. He believed that a stern reprimand would suffice to keep her in line. His calculations, however, were foiled by Jiang Haiyang, leading to chaos for the Zhang family. Mrs. Zhang was nearly fainting with anger at being deceived by her own brother. Subsequently, the Zhang family took Gong Renjia back home, resulting in quite a commotion. This time, Gong Renjia's wife exhibited unexpected strength. Bringing her brother from her maternal family, she promptly divorced him and took Xiao Chao back home. Other than that, Jiang Haiyang remained indifferent. After all, Zhang's parents personally visited the Hu family to apologize and brought Xinghua back. Before departing, the four of them made a special trip to express their gratitude to Jiang Haiyang. Though Xinghua appeared haggard due to the recent events, she now radiated a smile of happiness. The elder Hu couple also felt their spirits lift. Jiang Haiyang's heart was finally at ease. The subsequent focus was on the greenhouse project. One day, the freight truck from the planting base arrived in Lulin village. The rare sight of a large truck entering the village piqued the curiosity of the villagers. Upon inquiry, they learned it was delivering goods for Jiang Haiyang. Many followed the truck to the intersection. Originally, Chu Shanhua intended to accompany them to take a look, but Jiang Haiyang confined her to their home, reasoning that he would be distressed if anything were to get damaged during construction. Leading several workers carrying materials, Jiang Haiyang arrived at his designated plot. Being seasoned craftsmen, they quickly understood the scope of the plan and began their work. A crowd of villagers gathered to watch. When Jiang Haiyang approached, they surrounded him with questions. Jiang, what grand endeavor are you undertaking? Indeed, with steel bars and membranes, are you going to enclose the land? At first, Jiang Haiyang patiently addressed their inquiries. I plan to establish greenhouse cultivation. As winter approaches, it will prevent frost damage, and in summer, it will have shading nets. The older generation of farmers found this concept quite novel. I've farmed all my life, but I never knew such miraculous things existed. So, you intend to cover the entire land? Seeing their intrigue, Jiang Haiyang felt encouraged and began to educate them about the benefits of greenhouse planting. Once the greenhouse is completed, we need not fear poor vegetable yields in winter and summer. Moreover, we can cultivate off-season vegetables, which fetch higher prices in the market. By the end of his explanation, they were convinced of the greenhouse's merits, which could alleviate losses due to seasonal climate challenges. However, one voiced a concern, with so much steel and various materials, this must be quite costly, right? Indeed, it seems it would require at least several thousand. Jiang, how much will this endeavor ultimately cost you? Jiang Haiyang noted their growing apprehension regarding the expenses and sighed, realizing he had been overly optimistic. The price was indeed daunting for many. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Establishing a greenhouse could cost several thousand, and given that the technology is still in its research phase, with many aspects not yet mature, the risks are substantial. You might end up with nothing. What? Several thousand? The technology remains rather immature, alas. It seems rather deceptive. I always believe that it is far better for us to diligently cultivate the land, rather than indulge in those fanciful distractions. As these words were spoken, the gazes of the crowd shifted markedly towards Jiang Haiyang. Chapter 59. Comrade, your ideological awareness is rather insufficient. Jiang Haiyang turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. Jiang Haiyang, is it? Long time no see. You can't even recognize an old classmate? The man before him was dressed in a sharp, professional manner, resembling someone from an official institution. Pan who? The man named Pan who stepped forward. It's me. I heard from Jean Bao that you couldn't make it in the big city, so you returned to the village to set up a stall. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and immediately ceased speaking, lightly patting the corner of his mouth. Ah, look at my loose tongue. I truly apologize. Jiang Haiyang merely smiled in silence. Pan Hu and Tang Jinbao had been close friends since childhood. If Tang Jinbao was the kind-hearted, albeit somewhat foolish type, Pan Hu was far from innocent. He had always harbored mischievous thoughts, yet wore a smiling facade, always pushing Tang Jinbao to confront challenges first. Seeing Jiang Haiyang's silence, Pan Hu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the nearby field under construction. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. It seems our top scholar is not to be underestimated. Building this greenhouse on a whim, throwing away thousands like it's nothing. Truly impressive for someone returning from the metropolis. Alas, for us who rely on public resources, we cannot afford such extravagance. The surrounding villagers began to murmur, their words implying that Jiang Haiyang had indeed stirred up quite a commotion. The thought of such a significant investment going to waste was disheartening. Initially tempted by the idea, they now found themselves swayed by Pan Hu's remarks, beginning to believe that such extravagant and frivolous endeavors were less practical than simply tending to the fields. At least, in farming, a poor harvest would only cost a bit of hard work. Investing such a large sum, however, could lead to devastating losses. Jiang Haiyang was not perturbed by the villagers' opinions, dismissing them without concern. Indeed, at this time, those with vision and decisiveness were still few and far between. If everyone would heed Pan Hu's words and roll up their sleeves to work, there would hardly be any impoverished individuals left in this world. Sometimes, the pursuit of substantial profits is a blend of opportunity, courage, and risk, with only a select few able to forge ahead. However, returning to the matter at hand, Jiang Haiyang narrowed his eyes, adopting a serious tone as he faced the self-satisfied Pan Hu. Greenhouse cultivation is a significant agricultural policy supported by the state, aimed at mitigating the losses in vegetable yields caused by seasonal issues for us farmers. Although the technology is still developing, there are dedicated experimental bases supported by the government in Zhejiang province, where specialized researchers are willing to provide guidance and even visit us personally. This initiative has been implemented in many regions across the country, and I have confidence in it and in our nation. With that, he cast a disapproving glance at Pan Hu and sighed. Comrade Pan Hu, you are also an intellectual working within the educational institution. Yet it is surprising to see your lack of faith in the nation. Your ideological consciousness appears to be lacking. Upon hearing this, Pan Hu felt as though Jiang Haiyang had branded him with the label of disappointment towards the country and a deficiency in awareness. He immediately became flustered. I did not mean it that way. Jiang Haiyang shook his head. You work in the city as well, don't you? There are numerous greenhouse vegetables being sold in the market now. It seems you're not keeping up with current affairs, though, considering how busy you are, it is understandable. Pan Hu's face turned pale at his words. He had indeed noticed the exorbitant prices of greenhouse vegetables in the market. However, upon Jiang Haiyang's mention, he realized that admitting awareness would contradict his previous assertion about the futility of greenhouse cultivation. Conversely, claiming ignorance would imply a lack of engagement with current events, suggesting a deficiency in ideological consciousness. Though he did not hold a teaching position, he was still a public servant. With such a label affixed to him, it would be akin to providing others with leverage against him. Pan Hu stood frozen, his mouth moving yet unsure of how to retort. The surrounding villagers, upon hearing Jiang Haiyang's words, expressed their respect. To their elder generations, aligning with state policies was indeed the right course. Jiang Haiyang, the exemplary scholar, exhibited elevated ideological consciousness. Are there indeed greenhouse vegetables available in the market? Anan inquired. Others turned their gaze towards Jiang Haiyang. He took the opportunity to elaborate, informing them not only of their availability, but also of their remarkably high prices, with many off-season vegetables selling for several yuan per pound. Several yuan per pound for vegetables. This revelation astonished them. Was this not the price of pork? Could vegetables rival the cost of meat? Yet, seeing the conviction on Jiang Haiyang's face, they looked at Pan Hu, their expressions filled with inquiry. Pan Hu's face flushed, until an aunt remarked, "Aren't you working in the city? How come you know nothing?" Pan Hu hoarsely responded. Indeed, as Jiang Haiyang mentioned, greenhouse vegetables are valued at several yuan per pound. The villagers, having received confirmation, were utterly convinced. Their gazes towards Jiang Haiyang shifted. Truly, he was the pride of their village, returning from the metropolis, adhering to policies with a high level of ideological consciousness. If this succeeded, would it not lead to prosperity? Pan Hu, unwilling to remain amidst their accolades for Jiang Haiyang, hastily moved forward. Jiang Haiyang also exchanged pleasantries, weaving through the crowd as he prepared to return home to cook for his wife and daughter. Behind him, he overheard the murmurings. "I tell you, I saw an interview on television about college graduates returning to the village to contribute to development and prosperity. Do you think that lad, Haiyang, might be one of them? You may not believe it, but I truly think so. Did you not hear what Jiang said earlier? His ideological awareness is indeed commendable. I too find it hard to believe that a person as accomplished as Jiang Xiaozai could struggle to thrive in a bustling metropolis. Just look at how effortlessly he constructed those expansive greenhouses. With such financial resources, how could he possibly falter in the city? It appears that perhaps some small-minded individual carelessly spread rumors, demonstrating a profound lack of integrity." Meanwhile, Pan Hu and Jiang Haiyang, who had not strayed far, both stumbled awkwardly. Pan, dubbed the one lacking virtue, hurriedly limped home, anxious that someone might recall his recent words. After all, he had heard this information from Tang Jinbao, who himself had not confirmed it. Yet, he deliberately disseminated this matter throughout the village. As for Jiang Haiyang, who nearly twisted his ankle, one could observe a faint flush creeping up his ears. At times, the villagers possess an endearing quality. Their imaginative leaps lead them to regard him as an admirable figure. Jiang Haiyang, however, felt overwhelmed and unworthy of such reverence. Upon reaching his doorstep, he paused, then veered aside. "Wife, I've sprained my ankle." It hurts acknowledgments. To Jianxian Lonkae of Golden Lake, who loves mango shrimp. To Yu Cheng, a fan of cold dishes. To Ma Suzhen, who believes that excessive pondering leads to aging. And to Quan Xian and Fan Xingzi, who adore Chinese for the thoughtful gifts. P.S. I humbly request a 5-star rating. Thank you. I cherish you all. Chapter 60. Which ankle did he sprain, the right or the left? Woof. It's time to eat. Hurry up. I'm growing and cannot withstand hunger. Quickly. As soon as Dahei saw Jiang Haiyang enter, he immediately leaped onto his leg. Dahei had grown quite robust, his coat shining with a sleek luster. The sudden impact from the exuberant leap nearly caused Jiang Haiyang, who was feigning a sprain, to actually twist his ankle. Noticing his wife emerging from the main room, Jiang Haiyang shifted his leg and gave Dahei a gentle kick. "Go on. Stop causing a ruckus. I'll give you meat later." Navigating around the obstructive Dahei, Jiang Haiyang limped toward his wife, his handsome features contorted in frown. With a pitiful expression, he lamented, "Wife, I've sprained my ankle." "How could you sprain it? Does it hurt? Is it serious?" Chu Shanhua rushed to support him, her heart filled with concern. "It hurts. Is it the right ankle? Come, let us go inside. I'll apply some medicinal alcohol." "All right, you're the best." Dear Jiang Haiyang leaned weakly against his wife. Woof. Dahei, determined to claim his share, insisted, "If you wish to pass this way, you must leave some meat." Earlier in the day, Dahei had suffered humiliation after being bested by a fat cat in a contest for affection. Feeling slighted, he resolved to round himself out with ample food. With a sudden leap, Dahei clung to Jiang Haiyang's right leg. Woof, woof. Jiang Haiyang felt his weight shift and instinctively turned around, attempting to shake off the dog's persistent grip. "Dai, let go. If you keep this up, there will be no food for you today." With wide eyes like brass bells, Dahei released his front paws, looking as if he questioned his very existence. "Are you seeing another dog outside?" Jiang Haiyang took 2 steps forward with his right leg and called his wife. "Why aren't you moving?" He noticed her standing still, fixated on his feet. Alarmed, he swayed slightly, his left foot poised to step forward. "Oh, dear wife, please help me. It truly hurts." Reaching out, he received no response from her. As he squinted through the pain, he caught a glimpse of his wife, Chu Shanhua, staring at him with an unamused expression. "You sprained your right ankle, didn't you?" "Oh." Gazing at the expressionless woman, Jiang Haiyang felt a wave of dread wash over him. He rubbed his nose and attempted to appease her. "Ah, I thought so. Why does my right ankle hurt so much? Ha!" Chu Shanhua shot him an exasperated glance. What a drama queen. With that, she circumvented him and walked inside, leaving him alone in the autumn breeze, feeling desolate. It's ruined. The promised kisses, the gentle caresses, all vanished. Dai, all with the wind howling. Dahei quickly tucked his tail and began to hide. Jiang Haiyang prepared a large pot of meat and rice, which he carefully placed in a basket before heading to the backyard garden. Observing the workers seated nearby, enjoying their homemade steamed buns, he promptly approached them, inviting them to partake in his meal. "You work hard. This is my homemade food. Please do have a taste." The workers responded, "You are far too kind. We've already been compensated for our labor. How can we accept your hospitality?" Another chimed in, "We're not picky. This dry food is convenient and saves time. We've had our fill, so please take it back to avoid waste." However, before their sentence was complete, Jiang Haiyang lifted the lid, releasing an irresistible aroma of meat and rice into the air. The man who had just claimed he was full couldn't help but swallow hard. Those munching on their buns suddenly found their meal less appealing, their eyes fixated on the fragrant basket. A sound from someone's stomach echoed, causing a wave of embarrassment among the group of men. Jiang Haiyang, smiling, addressed them. "This was made especially for you. Refusing it would be a waste. Please enjoy it, and I will clean up afterward." With that, he unceremoniously placed the 2 baskets filled with food before them and walked away. The group stared at the baskets, yet none dared to make the first move. The foreman finally spoke. "Eat. The young man has kindly brought this to us, so let us not waste it." "All right then. It smells divine. I just devoured 3 large buns, but now, with this aroma, I could easily finish 3 bowls of rice," one exclaimed. "Goodness, this is delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite meat before. This lad must be running a restaurant," another remarked. Hey, don't snatch it. I touched it first with my chopsticks." Indeed, not only is this young man handsome, but he also knows how to treat his guests. It's my first encounter with a host who offers food so graciously. Let us eat our fill, and afterward, we'll show him our true skills at work. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Let us hurry and eat. Once we are satisfied, we'll give our best effort. The meal thoroughly satisfied the workers' appetites, and they returned to their tasks with renewed vigor. In contrast, the unfortunate Dahei was left feeling despondent after missing out on lunch. Although he had consumed a full bowl of meat in the morning, the midday meal was still essential. Lying on the ground, he watched Xiaobai, the plump cat, licking its paws after enjoying some chicken. "Meow, this chicken is truly delightful. Too bad some can't indulge." Sighing, Dahei rose in dismay and trudged to his doghouse, preparing to close his eyes when suddenly a small shadow darted past him. His eyes flew open. A rat. He saw the rodent slip into the kitchen. Thief, Dahei thought, seizing the opportunity to prove his worth. If he could catch that audacious creature trying to steal food and present it to his owner, surely a reward would be forthcoming. The large black dog rushed into the kitchen, surveying the area for the whereabouts of that unsightly creature. A faint squeak echoed through the air. Leaping directly from the rice bin to the stove, the dog commenced an enthusiastic pursuit of the audacious rodent. The mouse, being small and nimble, darted about with remarkable speed, swiftly ascending to the top of the cupboard. The sight of the mouse darting back and forth before him drove the dog into a frenzy. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated. While the cupboard remained upright, the dishes within clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. As the mouse nimbly descended, it attempted to burrow into the rice bin. With a powerful leap, the dog pounced, causing another resounding noise as the rice bin toppled, scattering grains all over the floor. Jiang Haiyang and Chu Shanhua, who were inside lulling their little one to sleep, were startled by the sound of something crashing outside. They hurriedly made their way to the kitchen, where the noise was now unmistakably clearer. Upon entering, they beheld the large black dog sitting proudly, its head lowered, a paw firmly pressing down on a gray object. Upon noticing the movement at the kitchen entrance, the dog lifted its head to see its master and mistress. Woof! It puffed out its chest even more. I've caught the little thief who is stealing food. Reward me with meat. It barked, nudging the half-dead mouse forward. Ah, a mouse! Chu Shanhua gasped, her face paling as she instinctively hid behind Jiang Haiyang. Observing his wife's fright, Jiang Haiyang's expression darkened. He kicked the nearly lifeless mouse aside, surveying the chaos in the kitchen. The rice bin shattered and pots and dishes strewn about as if a battle had taken place. "Dahei, you've forfeited your dinner for today," he declared. What? What did I do wrong? The dog lamented. Chapter 61. Confronting the Hypocrite. Revealing the truth to one's parents upon returning to the capital, Chu Aoyan disembarked and sought out Zheng Tongming, still burdened with his luggage. He observed the man emerging from the research institute, limping yet amiably greeting those around him. Having witnessed a different facet of this individual, Chu Aoyan was struck for the first time by the depths of his hypocrisy. "Here, take your things," Chu Aoyan declared, thrusting the items into Zheng's hands before attempting to walk away. Zheng, unfazed by the palpable disdain radiating from Chu, accepted the luggage with a jest. "Aoyan, why have you returned without even greeting Brother Zheng? Have you been led astray by that scoundrel Jiang?" Chu Aoyan, known for his fiery temper, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. How could someone who had so clearly revealed their true nature still maintain a facade of nonchalance? "Hey, Zheng, drop the act. You're nothing but a cultured scoundrel. Do you think I owe you any courtesy?" Zheng's demeanor shifted as he noticed passers-by nearby. His gaze hardened, and he inhaled deeply, re-establishing a polite smile. "Aoyan, it seems there is some misunderstanding between us." Chu Aoyan had no intention of granting him any semblance of respect. He had contemplated this on his way. It would be far better to address any potential provocations Zheng might utter before they reach his father. If his father remained obstinate, solely heeding Zheng's words, he would take his mother to his sister's side. With his sister about to give birth, having their mother there would provide comfort. He could then move into the dormitory, leaving his father to endure life with Zheng. "Hey, Zheng, spare me your theatrics. I'm not buying it." With a derisive laugh, he continued, "Oh dear, just the sight of you reminds me of your unfortunate plunge into that cesspool. The people at the Institute wouldn't believe that our distinguished Zheng Tongming had a night's rest in pig excrement. Should I spread the word?" Noticing Zheng's tense expression and labored breathing, struggling to maintain his cultivated facade, Chu Aoyan smirked in amusement. Calm down. Do not tarnish the image you've so carefully crafted over the years amid this bustling crowd." With that, Chu Aoyan turned and sauntered away, humming a cheerful tune. "You brat," Zheng shouted in fury. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Haiyang, who had cast him into the pigsty, and the mention of it by Chu Aoyan only rekindled his humiliation. Initially, he had intended to leverage the woman's pregnancy to manipulate this insufferable boy and his family. But now Zheng felt it unnecessary. The newly arrived intern, Fu Lily, had parents of considerable standing. As for that married woman with children, whoever desired her could take her. With this resolution, Zheng strode purposefully towards Chu Guodong's office. "Is anyone here?" he mused, likely engrossed in an experiment. Zheng Tongming pondered for a moment before returning to his seat, intending to engage in light conversation with him upon his return. He planned to lament about his daughter's stubbornness and her predicament of expecting another child with that scoundrel, embellishing the tale as he saw fit. As for whether the old man might faint from the news, that was beyond his concern. Chu Aoyan arrived home to find his mother bustling about in the kitchen. "Mother, please pause your activities. I have something important to discuss with you." Observing her son's serious demeanor, Chu's mother inquired with curiosity, "What could be so grave just after your return?" Chu Aoyan gently led her to the sofa. "Mother, please listen to me and try to remain calm." A frown creased Chu's mother's brow. Her heart began to race, sensing that what her son was about to reveal was of significant importance. "Actually, I wasn't on a trip. I went to Lulin village to find my sister." "What? under the eager and expectant gaze of his mother. Chu Outyin recounted the events of his recent days in Lulin village. Initially, upon hearing that her daughter refused to return, Chu's mother felt a wave of sorrow and heartache. However, as she listened to her son, it appeared that Jiang Haiyang had turned his life around and was now prospering, even engaging in greenhouse farming. Although her daughter and little Kae were living in a remote village, they seemed to be doing quite well, which eased her concerns somewhat. Still, the distance prevented her from seeing her daughter in person, leaving her unable to fully put her mind at ease. Noticing the worry etched on her mother's face, Chu Outyin took out a Shanghai brand watch from his pocket. "Mother, look, this was a gift from Jiang Haiyang. He seems to be doing well now. So you needn't worry about their living conditions. My sister and her family are financially stable." As Chu's mother examined the watch, she disapproved and chided him. How could you accept such an expensive gift from him? A smile faltered on Chu Outyin's face. "Mother, don't worry. I plan to repay them. Once my sister has the baby, I will give them generous red envelopes." The watch slipped from Chu's mother's grasp and fell onto the sofa as she clutched Chu Outyin's shirt tightly, her voice urgent. "What did you say? A baby?" Chu Outyin smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to tell his mother such a crucial piece of information. He quickly informed her about his sister's pregnancy, and not just with one child. The thought of soon having several adorable CH's mother was filled with anxiety, wishing fervently to rush to her daughter's side. However, the obstinate elder at home posed a significant concern. Should he discover the truth, given his disposition towards Ji Ing Hiing and their daughter, he would undoubtedly compel her to terminate the pregnancy. The matter of abortion is grave. What if it were to cause her harm? Moreover, their son had mentioned that Ji Ing Hiing had recently improved. No, it was imperative that the old man remained oblivious. "Outyin, this matter must not be disclosed to your father. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, CH Outyin observed the sudden seriousness on his mother's face and sighed deeply. He then recounted the situation regarding ZH Ing T Ngming. Upon hearing this, CH's mother trembled with rage. "Scoundrel! How dare he? Mother, I have just returned from the research institute. That man will surely seek out father to discuss this matter. At that point, we shall confront father directly. If he chooses to believe that hypocrite H Ing T Ngm ing over me and insists on disowning my sister, demanding she undergo an abortion, I shall." CH's mother slammed her thigh, her eyes wide with indignation. "I will go to LLN village to stay with your sister. It is only right that I care for her. She is alone there, and if she gives birth, who will look after her, especially with little Kuer as well?" The more she contemplated, the more resolute she became, regardless of the old man's approval. "Mother, I shall make a call now to summon father back for a confrontation." "Good." CH Outyin dialed 3 consecutive calls, yet no one answered. It appeared father was not in the office. Just as he hung up, the phone rang. "Hello, is this the CH Gudiing household? Mr. CH Gudiing has collapsed and is currently in the hospital." Chapter 62. 3 Thunderclaps on Level Ground. Father Chu nearly collapsed Chu's mother, and Chu Outyin hurriedly made their way to the hospital, anxiety etched on their faces. Chu Outyin's mind was consumed with thoughts of how his father could have suddenly fainted. Could it be that Zheng Tongming had said something to him? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. A sense of indignation welled up within him. He wished he had drowned that man in the cesspool long ago to prevent future troubles. The mother and son quickened their pace until they reached the door of room 8. Inside, they could hear voices. "Teacher, there's something I'm unsure whether I should discuss with you." "Ah, you've just entered the hospital and I..." "Yes, my health is perfectly fine. If you have something to say, please go ahead." "Indeed, teacher, what I wish to address concerns your daughter, Coral." She, without hesitation, Chu Outyin kicked open the door, shouting, "Zheng Tongming." The sudden outburst startled Chu Guodong, who was taken aback and clutched his chest, sternly admonishing his son. "Chu Outyin, have your manners been completely lost? You couldn't even knock before entering? And what is that tone of voice towards young Zheng? Apologize at once." Chu Guodong's reprimands only fueled Chu Outyin's anger. His father's persistent praise of Zheng only deepened his frustration. "Father, be quiet. Apologize to him immediately." "Uncle, it's quite all right. Outyin is still young. He must be worried about your health. which is why he rushed in without thinking. Zheng Tongming feigned concern, subtly suggesting that Chu Outyin was immature. As expected, Chu Guodong's anger flared even more. Still young? Young people in their 20s are already parents. At that age, one should possess some decorum. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Outyin, his tone resolute. You apologize to young Zheng right now. What was that tone? If only you had half of young Zheng's discernment, I would. What would you do? Chu's mother, who had remained silent until now, scrutinized Zheng Tongming at the doorway. Where her son had first mentioned the incident, she had found it hard to believe. However, after witnessing the recent events, clarity dawned upon her. What she had initially perceived as gentle and magnanimous now appeared as blatant provocation. Her expression darkened. Her son, as previous words echoed in her mind. Their daughter, pregnant, had nearly faced a miscarriage due to this man's actions, and now he pretended to stir familial discord. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Chu Guodong, oblivious to her tone and demeanor, immediately retorted, "Look at how your son speaks. He doesn't even greet anyone before directly addressing them by name." Chu's mother's countenance grew colder. "Is my son not your son? What is wrong with the way he speaks? Courtesy depends on the recipient." The moment those words left her lips, the expressions of the three individuals in the hospital room shifted dramatically. Chu Outyin gave his mother a resounding thumbs up. Zheng Tongming was momentarily taken aback as he instinctively scrutinized Chu Mu before him. Although she had never been particularly warm towards him, her demeanor had always been gentle. Now, however, she entered without sparing him a glance, and her tone was decidedly curt. Could it be? Zheng Tongming shifted his gaze to Chu Outyin, who gestured with a hand across his throat. "Comrade Zheng Tongming, we have matters to discuss at home. If you have nothing pressing, I kindly ask you to excuse yourself." Chu Mu's polite yet distant words interrupted Zheng Tongming's contemplation. He realized that he would not fare well in her presence. "Master, since Madam has matters to discuss with you, I shall take my leave," he replied, adept at reading the situation and calculating his moves. It seemed that his connection with the old man Chu was now rendered futile. Chu Guodong had intended to defend his wife, but upon witnessing her resolute demeanor, he swallowed his words. Just as Zheng Tongming stepped out of the hospital room, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of cold light flickered across his glasses. With the absence of outsiders, Chu Guodong murmured, "What is the matter with you two? One perfectly fine person isn't called, and you chase Zheng away upon your arrival." Chu Outyin scoffed, "Father, if I didn't know you would never do anything to hurt Mother, I might suspect that Zheng Tongming is your illegitimate son." "Nonsense!" Chu Guodong exclaimed, infuriated, as he hurled an apple from the table at him. Chu Mu shot him a disapproving glare. Chu Outyin, regretting his words the moment they left his mouth, scratched the back of his head. "I only mention it because I see you constantly singing his praises. Is this something you can casually claim?" scolded Chu Guodong. After reprimanding his son, he turned to his wife, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Didn't you have something to discuss? You were so secretive and even sent him away. Now that we are alone, please speak." Upon hearing this, the mother and son exchanged a glance. Seeing that they harbored a secret unknown to him stirred a pang of jealousy within Chu Guodong. Chu Mu wasted no time with unnecessary words, launching directly into a series of explosive revelations. Coral has returned, and there is more than one in her womb. The impact of her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Chu Guodong stunned. His lips quivered as he prepared to respond. "I plan to retire and move to be with our daughter." Another revelation struck like a second thunderclap. "That young Zheng nearly harmed your daughter." Chu Guodong's vision darkened, and he swayed before collapsing into unconsciousness. "Father, old man." At the end of the chapter, "Gratitude ise precetu, huanwin, du link, jiu, yeyeyang, vingyin konki, puduan niao, sini, tianguoer." And the gift from Xian Jian Long Kue. Love you all, sending heart emojis and kisses. Chapter 63. The Fetal Movement, Playing Hide and Seek with Father? The Chu family was in an uproar, embroiled in a domestic revolution. Naturally, Chu Outyin sided with his mother, engaging in a cold war with their obstinate father, Chu Guodong. Hot meals? Apologies, they had already been consumed. They wished to prepare their own. The mere mention of Zheng Tong Ming ignited a powder keg. Go live with him, then. Over time, what initially seemed to be a misunderstanding regarding Zheng Tongming transformed into a sliver of doubt in Chu Guodong's heart due to the mother and son's recent coldness. Setting aside the matter of Zheng Tongming, the audacious girl had once again conceived a child with that scoundrel. Truly, she was incorrigible, a rebellious daughter. Did they expect him to compromise and forgive that wretched girl? Absolutely not. Anger simmered within Chu Guodong. He dismissed his mother's talk of moving to the countryside as mere words. Meanwhile, Chu Mu Lihong had submitted her resignation to the school, awaiting approval from above to manage her ongoing work. An acre of land is neither too large nor too small, measuring a precise 66 square meters. Thanks to Jiang Haiyang's generous hospitality, the greenhouse installation workers were motivated and attentive to their tasks. To prevent deformation and breakage of the internal support structure over time, they deliberately added short support columns for reinforcement. The plastic greenhouse was oriented north-south, ensuring that crops received ample sunlight. To prepare for the cold winter, the interior walls were constructed using heat-retaining materials. Once completed, Jiang Haiyang's plastic greenhouse quickly became a notable attraction in Lulin village, drawing curious onlookers from every household. However, as the busy autumn harvest and planting season commenced, villagers immersed themselves in their labor. A year of diligent cultivation bore fruit in the golden autumn, with people discussing the village's amusing anecdotes while working in the fields. The academic achievements of children and the prosperity of those who married and thrived were topics of great interest among the elders. Naturally, Jiang Haiyang, who had invested significantly in the greenhouse, became the focal point of conversation during this period. Where there are admirers, there are also detractors. Some even began to wager how wonderful it would be to plant rice in this cell phone plot, at least ensuring a stable food supply. Directly growing vegetables would also be splendid. Why spend such a sum on off-season vegetables? Even those who previously praised Jiang's high aspirations began to harbor doubts about him. As for Jiang Haiyang, since the completion of the greenhouse, he busied himself with various tasks. Digging trenches, laying straw, sowing seeds, compacting soil, watering, and forming ridges were all essential preliminary steps. Additionally, he extracted a considerable amount of soil from his space to cover the original earth. Initially, he intended to cover the entire acre, but ultimately decided to conduct a personal experiment to see if the unadulterated soil from his space could sustain the vegetables. A designated area was delineated that lacked coverage of spatial soil. In terms of vegetable selection, Jiang Haiyang cultivated several popular varieties of cucumbers, tomatoes, corn, pumpkins, and radishes. Following a straightforward breeding process, he commenced sowing the seeds. Over the past few days, Jiang Haiyang has been diligently toiling from dawn until dusk, prompting a wave of concern from Chu Shanhua. Fortunately, due to the remarkable efficacy of spatial interstellar meat, Jiang Haiyang's body has not felt excessively fatigued. He adeptly engaged in the one-click exchange of interstellar currency for flora and fauna within the space. Observing the dwindling tax revenue, now merely in the tens of millions, Jiang Haiyang felt immense satisfaction. It seemed that it would not be long before the surplus federal currency could be exchanged for high-tech interstellar products. His heart brimmed with joy, particularly because he had set his sights on a baby sleep pod. With his wife's belly gradually growing, they were merely 5 months away from childbirth. Soon, they would not be welcoming just one little one. After the delivery, it would be essential to observe a proper confinement period. However, should the little one cry during the night and disturb his wife's rest, his heart would ache. Most crucially, there was his own selfish desire. At night, with a little bun on the bed and another bun to add, when would he ever be able to openly enjoy affection with his soft and fragrant wife? With the sleep pod, all would be well. He could simply place it in the room. Contemplating this, Jiang Haiyang resolved to exert himself even more, planning to prepare one for the little bun as well. Contentedly, Jiang Haiyang returned home, carrying his farming tools. That night, Chu Shanhua rested her head on Jiang Haiyang's chest, and the couple began to casually discuss potential names for their baby. If it were a girl, they would name her Nwomi, and if a boy, Tang Yuan. After much deliberation, Chu Shanhua proposed her ideas. Jiang Haiyang chuckled softly teasing her, "You seem to be craving glutinous rice balls yourself." Embarrassed by his remark, Chu Shanhua playfully poked his firm chest with her finger, wishing he hadn't pointed it out. Jiang Haiyang held her a bit tighter. Now that his wife had passed the initial reaction period, her appetite had significantly increased. Occasionally, she would suddenly crave food she had previously refused to eat. However, these were all positive signs. He would much rather see her plump and rosy like a little pig than witness her struggle with a lack of appetite. Glutinous rice balls, he mused, planning to prepare them for his little woman the next day. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Chu Shanhua's lips as she sat up, her hands resting on her belly. Jiang Haiyang, alarmed, asked, "What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Did you eat too much last night? Or?" Chu Shanhua scrunched her nose, remaining silent for a while. Then, unexpectedly, she broke into a joyful smile. "The baby moved." "Really?" Jiang Haiyang exclaimed, filled with excitement. His gaze fixated on his wife's belly, as if he could see the little one moving through her skin. Chu Shanhua took his hand and gently placed it on her abdomen. Jiang Haiyang held his breath, filled with anticipation as he awaited the movements of the little one within. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5 minutes passed. The little one seemed to be resting, offering no signs of activity. Chu Shanhua gently comforted her somewhat disheartened husband, suggesting that perhaps the little one had merely turned over and fallen asleep. Jiang Haiyang sighed, withdrew his hand, and nestled back into bed beside his wife. There was a movement. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he promptly leaned down to rest his head against his wife's belly. Yet to his dismay, the little one inside appeared disinclined to greet his father early. As he pressed closer, the baby remained utterly still. Undeterred, Jiang Haiyang kept his palm firmly against his wife's abdomen throughout the night. However, after 2 fleeting movements, it seemed the baby was truly exhausted and fell silent once more. Upon waking in the morning, Chu Shanhua observed her husband, who bore the appearance of a panda with his weary eyes, looking at her with a sense of grievance. What she did not disclose to him was that this morning, just as he got out of bed, the baby within had greeted her with a delightful movement. It seemed that the little ones were already engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with their father from within the womb. Chapter 64. Young Jiang Xiaokuei's first social encounter. As October draws to a close, the weather remains neither too warm nor too cold. One noon, little Jiang Xiaokuei exhibited a hint of stubbornness. Tossing and turning in bed, she resolutely refused to take her afternoon nap. However, due to Chu Shanhua's increasing heaviness as the months progressed, her need for rest had grown. To avoid disturbing his dear wife, Jiang Haiyang gently carried the little one out of the room. "How about we take our Xiaokuei on an outing today?" he proposed. A high-pitched, cherubic voice responded with an enthusiastic roar that melted anyone's heart. After securing the courtyard gate, accompanied by 2 devoted little caretakers, one black and one white, he first led the child to the greenhouse. Regardless of her familiarity with the place, he began to introduce her to the vegetables that would eventually nourish her little tummy. Upon hearing about delicious food, her eyes widened with curiosity, and her mouth formed an adorable I-shape. Crystal-clear drool trickled from the corner of her mouth, revealing her eager anticipation as a budding foodie. Considering that the little one was nearly 3 years old and had seldom interacted with peers her age, Jiang Haiyang decided to take her along the riverbank. Due to the irrigation of crops, the river's water level had receded to below an adult's thigh. With the comfortable weather, many children not yet of school age flocked to the river to splash and fish. As rural children, they had naturally learned to navigate the water. Adults typically offered only a few admonitions and then left them to their play. As they approached the river, the sounds of children's laughter became increasingly audible. Upon arriving, they encountered several toddlers, around 3 or 4 years old, standing at the shore, while slightly older boys splashed water and caught fish in the river. The sharp-eyed Tang Xiaoqiang spotted Jiang Haiyang approaching and quickly scrambled ashore, pulling his sister Tang Yaya along with him. "Uncle Jiang." "Hello, Uncle Jiang," Tang Xiaoqiang called out. "Hello, Xiaoqiang and Yaya," Jiang Haiyang replied, affectionately ruffling the heads of the 2 children. He then squatted down, setting his precious daughter on the ground, and took her chubby little hand to wave at Tang Xiaoqiang and Tang Yaya. "Xiaokuei, why don't you greet your older brother and sister?" he encouraged. Guogua, Guogua. The little one struggled with the pronunciation of sister, repeatedly calling out Guogua instead. Tang Xiaoqiang, his face flushed, mimicked the adults by patting her head. You're such a good little sister, although not addressed as sister. Tang Yaya bore no ill will and stepped forward to take Xiaokuei's hand, praising her. You're so sweet. Delighted by the compliment. Xiaokuei's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she beamed with joy. Can my sister play with us? Tang Xiaoqiang asked, glancing up at Jiang Haiyang. With a gentle smile, Jiang Haiyang replied, of course, but since she's still little, I will rely on you to help take care of her, all right? Absolutely. I will take good care of my little sister. Tang Xiaoqiang straightened his back and confidently assured everyone. Tang Yaya, holding Jiang Xiaokuei's small hand, also expressed to Jiang Haiyang her commitment to always look after her sister, ensuring she would not fall and would be well cared for. At that moment, several children playing nearby noticed the unfamiliar little girl they were holding and rushed over. Although Jiang Haiyang had verbally entrusted his daughter to the care of the Tang siblings, he remained just 10 steps away, closely observing her every move. Chu Shanju, inherently beautiful, and Jiang Haiyang, not lacking in charm, had combined their strong genes to produce Jiang Xiaokuei, who resembled a plump little dumpling. With her fair, chubby cheeks, long, curled eyelashes, and eyes that sparkled like dark crystal grapes, she sported a delightful little topknot and was dressed in a knitted dress. Baby, one of the children exclaimed as they approached. She looks just like the doll my mom bought for me. The others quickly agreed, captivated by Jiang Xiaokuei's undeniable cuteness, gathering around her and gazing in awe. Jiang Xiaokuei had never encountered such a crowd before, and she suddenly felt a mix of panic and shyness, wrinkling her little face as she began to search for her father. Upon spotting him nearby, her expression brightened with a smile. Brother Xiaoqiang, what is her name? She inquired. Yes, we've never seen her before. Seeing everyone so enchanted by his sister, Tang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of pride. She is Jiang Uncle's daughter, named Jiang Xiaokuei, and she will soon turn 3. Wow. The children, oblivious to whether Jiang Xiaokuei understood or remembered them, took turns introducing themselves along with their ages. Children, by nature, are curious, and Jiang Xiaokuei gradually shed her timidity. As the other kids chattered excitedly, she began to giggle uncontrollably. Xiaoqiang, let us go catch fish and make soup for Sister Xiaokuei, someone suggested, and instantly, the energetic kids rallied in agreement. All right, how about a race? The older children eagerly dashed toward the riverbank. However, Tang Yaya, still holding Jiang Xiaokuei's hand, stayed back and asked, Are you tired, Sister Xiaokuei? Wong. Just then, the large dog, lay down on the grass behind them. Giggle. Before Tang Yaya could react, she saw Jiang Xiaokuei slowly squat down and lean against the dog's back. Good girl. Jiang Xiaokuei looked at Tang Yaya and patted the ground beside her. Tang Yaya sat down next to her, but did not lean against the hay like she did. At that moment, Xiaobai also approached, nudging Jiang Xiaokuei's hand with his head, inviting her to pet his back. Jiang Haiyang, watching from a distance, couldn't help but chuckle at the delightful scene. The little one reclined upon the large, dark figure, a hand gently caressing the back of the small white creature. Those chubby legs swung back and forth incessantly, exuding a sense of utter contentment. Before long, several children from the riverbank scampered ashore, clutching the fish they had caught. Little Sister Kwa, I caught a fish. I'll make soup for you, exclaimed Tang Xiaoqiang, rushing eagerly to Jiang Xiaokuei's side. Upon hearing of food, Jiang Xiaokuei pushed herself up from the ground. Tang Yaya quickly lent her a hand. Observing Tang Xiaoqiang's advance, the other children hurried over as well. Little Sister Kwa, this fish is for you. Mine is the biggest. Suddenly, a debate ensued among the boys over whose fish was larger and more worthy of being eaten. Jiang Xiaokuei widened her eyes in surprise, retreating slightly behind Tang Yaya. She then turned to search for her father. Jiang Haiyang chuckled softly and promptly approached, lifting his precious daughter into his arms. Addressing the boys, he said, Little Sister Kwa has food at home. You should take your hard-earned catches back to cook for yourselves. The children exchanged glances, then chorused, Let us give it to Sister. With that, one boy dashed off to fetch a small bucket. They all placed their caught fish inside and handed it to Jiang Haiyang. Uncle Jiang, this is for little sister Kwa, Tang Xiaoqiang stated earnestly. Well then, I shall thank you all on behalf of little sister Kwa, Jiang Haiyang replied. Touched, for it was his first experience of receiving such a gift from children. He thought to himself that since it was their innocent gesture, he would graciously accept it. Upon returning home, he would prepare some snacks for the children to reciprocate their kindness, an early gesture of friendship for his beloved daughter. No need to be formal. We like little sister Kwa. Gazing at the innocent smiles before him, Jiang Haiyang grasped the little one's tiny hand. It's time to go home. Let us bid farewell to your brothers and sisters. Goodbye. See you next time, little sister Kwa. As they walked home, the little one yawned in her father's embrace. She had not napped and was now quite weary. Her fluffy little head bobbed gradually until it finally rested upon Jiang Haiyang's shoulder as she drifted off to sleep. Upon entering the house, Jiang Haiyang gently laid her on the bed. Chu Shanhua had already risen and, noticing the small bucket of fish in the courtyard, inquired, "Did you all go fishing?" Jiang Haiyang approached her, wrapping his arms around her and resting his head on her shoulder, chuckling softly. "I didn't catch these." "Oh, then how did we come by these fish?" "They were gifts from the village children for our adorable daughter." Chapter 65. The remarkable barbecue that occupies one's thoughts recently. Jiang Haiyang has been enjoying an exceptionally pleasant life. Through his relentless persuasion and the charm of his manly antics, he has finally achieved a significant victory in matters of intimacy. With her delicate, fair hands assisting him cough cough. Well, Jiang Haiyang mused that perhaps he could afford to be a tad bolder. For instance, those soft, plump lips of hers. During this period, Chun Jun has been sighing deeply, exuding an air of melancholy. Meanwhile, Su Sheng has been brimming with vitality, having entered a romantic relationship with Lan Hua, radiating the sweet fragrance of love that has permeated the group of men around Chen Jun. "Chen Jun, I suggest you stop sulking all the time. Go and find a girlfriend like I did. It will surely rejuvenate your spirit," Su Sheng encouraged. Chen Jun glanced at Su Sheng, curling his lip in disdain. "What do you know, little sea boy? Love is merely a child's plaything. I have long surpassed that pursuit of spiritual fulfillment." Su team leader, don't pay any heed to Chen Jun. Don't let him lead you astray. He is just a confirmed old grump. A voice interrupted Chen Jun before he could finish. Chen Jun rolled his eyes at the speaker. "As if you're any better. I heard you lamenting over the barbecue made by the little boss just yesterday." Su Sheng chuckled. "So, your lack of spirit is due to Jiang Haiyang not setting up his stall to sell meat again?" Upon hearing this, both men stiffened momentarily before simultaneously exhaling a sigh. Su Sheng, perplexed, remarked, "You're serious? While I do relish the taste of his meat, it's not to the extent you're implying. You're making it sound as if he's using some secret ingredient." Chun Jun and the other man exchanged glances before shaking their heads at Su Sheng. Youth is indeed blissful. Little sea boy cannot fathom the woes of us older gentlemen. Su Sheng was left bewildered. "You aren't too much older than I am, are you?" Chun Jun recognized Su Sheng as a sensible person. Of course, he didn't claim to be any less serious himself, but the allure of Shaoli was simply too tempting. He earnestly advised Su Sheng, "You will understand once you're married." Upon hearing the word marriage, Su Sheng's face lit up with joy. "Marriage? It's soon. I'm visiting Lan Hua's home tomorrow to discuss engagement plans." The two men immediately perked up. "That's wonderful. Congratulations." Su Sheng then slapped his forehead. "All right, Jiang Haiyang and Lan Hua are from the same village. If you truly wish to taste his cooking, I can inquire tomorrow if he plans to set up his stall again." Chun Jun, suddenly invigorated, slapped his thigh. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you ask about it?" Su Sheng looked at Chun Jun's animated demeanor with exasperation. Chun Jun paced in circles, muttering to himself, "Shall I accompany you tomorrow?" "Huh. Old Chun, the team leader is going to discuss marriage. What do you think you'll accomplish?" Chun Jun gazed at Su Sheng, who wore an expression of embarrassment. "Well, never mind." Su Sheng had not anticipated that Chun Jun would be so fixated on that meat. "All right, rest assured, I shall inquire on your behalf tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" "Very well, it must be so." Su Sheng, along with his sister-in-law, father, and elder sister, arrived at Lan Hua's residence. After discussing matters pertaining to the wedding, Su's father, along with his sister-in-law and sister, returned home, leaving the young couple to enjoy each other's company. Lan Hua led Su Sheng through the countryside, showing him the local scenery. Recalling Chen Zhen's request, Su Sheng turned to Lan Hua and inquired, "Lan Hua, are you familiar with Jiang Haiyang? I have a matter to discuss with him." Without further questions, Lan Hua guided him to Jiang Haiyang's home. Upon opening the door, Jiang Haiyang was momentarily taken aback to see Lan Hua and Su Sheng before quickly regaining his composure and inviting them inside to sit. During their previous encounter at Su's home, Jiang Haiyang had learned that Su Sheng's intended was none other than Lan Hua, which he found quite serendipitous. Observing the couple together, he jovially asked, "Have you two become an item?" Lan Hua shyly lowered her gaze, while Su Sheng cast a glance at her, radiating happiness. "Yes, our families have finalized the engagement today." "Oh, congratulations to you both," Jiang Haiyang exclaimed, genuinely pleased for them and promptly offering his heartfelt blessings. "You two seem quite well matched. I am certain you will find happiness together." "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, Haiyang," the two responded gratefully. The trio engaged in conversation for quite some time. "Haiyang, I have been sent to ask you about something." Jiang Haiyang looked puzzled. "What is it?" "It concerns Chen Zhen. You know him, right?" Jiang Haiyang nodded. "He has been lamenting over the meat you prepared, sighing continuously. When I inquired yesterday, it turned out he has been reminiscing about your cooking." He chuckled. "You should have seen his anxious demeanor at the mention of my visit to you today. He insisted on accompanying me." After sharing his thoughts, Su Sheng turned to Jiang Haiyang and asked, "He wishes to know if you are still selling meat? If you have ceased, I will inform him to relinquish his longing, thus sparing him from incessant yearning." Initially, Jiang Haiyang was taken aback. However, upon hearing Su Sheng's question, he recalled Chen Zhen's earlier words when he had dragged him into a narrow alley, proclaiming that the meat had miraculous effects, akin to medicinal wine. Jiang Haiyang felt a wave of dread. Surely, this craving was not merely for the taste of the meat, but rather for its invigorating properties. At the end of the chapter, gratitude is expressed to Chu Tianzhen, Ming Kong, 33905-203, Xian Jianlong Kue, Jinging Tsungji, Quan Xian, Tang Tang, the mysterious bald man, and the gifts from the five-tailed Jinchuriki. Love you all. Chapter 66. Opening a quirky little restaurant. Have the Ocean brothers ever considered opening a restaurant? In response to Chen Zhen's inquiry about whether he would continue to sell on the street, Jiang Haiyang gave a negative answer. The primary reason was the limited financial gain. Although the time and costs involved were minimal, they paled in comparison to the prospects of operating a greenhouse or a farm. However, Su Sheng's casual mention of opening a restaurant sparked some thoughts in Jiang Haiyang's mind. With ample reserves of interstellar meat and sufficient funds at hand, he realized that the idea of a restaurant could indeed be put on the agenda. Yet, with the imminent arrival of his wife's childbirth, he was reluctant to spend his days confined to a greasy kitchen. His rebirth was intended to allow him to be by the side of his wife and daughter, to atone for the regrets of his previous life, and to provide them with a quality living condition. To pursue profit at the expense of companionship would be a grave misstep. Thus, the concept of opening a restaurant required careful consideration. How could he earn money without sacrificing time and energy? Limited time and quantity? Focusing on a unique selling point? For instance, the image of Chen Zhen flashed in his mind, prompting a smile from Jiang Haiyang. Perhaps a restaurant focused on health and vitality could indeed be worth a try. Without further ado, Jiang Haiyang first visited the greenhouse before preparing to ride to town, intent on scouting suitable rental properties. After Su Sheng returned home, he spoke to Chen Zhen about Jiang Haiyang's decision, which left Chen Zhen feeling utterly dismayed. After contemplating through the night, he rose early to inquire about Jiang Haiyang's address, determined to visit him personally. Su Sheng found this peculiarly amusing, but Chen Zhen was quite resolute in his intentions. He relayed that Jiang Haiyang resided in Lulin village, though he himself had only been there once. With Lan Hua guiding him, he only knew that there was a large tree in front of the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhen expressed his gratitude to Su Sheng and hurried off, feeling both excited and apprehensive about his impulsive visit. Being the considerate person he rarely was, Xinjun thought to bring some gifts along. He purchased a variety of snacks and set off on his bicycle. As he reached the village entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Haiyang. "Ah, Brother Haiyang," Xinjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Xinjun, what brings you here?" "Hee, I came specifically to see you today." "To see me?" Xinjun dismounted his bicycle, steadied it, and began hanging fruits and snacks from his handlebars onto Jiang Haiyang's. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Haiyang protested, attempting to decline. Undeterred, Xinjun insisted, hanging the treats with a serious expression. "Brother Haiyang, take this. I bought it especially for you. If you refuse, it will mean you look down on me. But you know the saying, no merit without reward. Then you must prepare me some delicious meals," Xinjun declared, climbing up the metaphorical ladder of persuasion. Jiang Haiyang could only surrender in exasperation, although he had some understanding in his heart. Jiang Haiyang felt somewhat embarrassed to refuse him further after Xinjun spoke so confidently. "All right, no problem," but upon hearing the word "all right," Xinjun's face immediately lit up with a grin. What? Sensing there was more to come, he swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Haiyang. "I plan to open a small restaurant in town, and I'm just about to check out a location. Once everything is set, I'll invite you to the grand opening, and there will be plenty of meat." "Great!" Xinjun burst into hearty laughter. "I think your culinary skills deserve more than just a street stall. You should definitely open a restaurant. Oh, by the way, you're looking for a location, right? Come on, I have a friend who has a place available for rent. Let me take you to see it." Without hesitation, Xinjun hopped onto his bicycle and urged Jiang Haiyang to follow. With a familiar guide, Jiang Haiyang saw no reason to decline. The two rode their bicycles, during which Xinjun regaled him with tales of his romantic escapades. Upon arriving in town, they navigated through winding streets until they stopped in front of a small courtyard. "Haiyang, wait for me a moment. I'll call someone out," Xinjun said as he dismounted. He knocked on the courtyard door, and soon, a woman of undeniable charm appeared. After exchanging a few words with her, Xinjun gestured towards Jiang Haiyang, who sensed that this woman was an old acquaintance of Xinjun's. "Haiyang, this is my friend, Xiaoli." Jiang Haiyang nodded in acknowledgement. After surveying him, Xiaoli spoke. "The location of my property is quite good. It's at the street corner, but it's not large. If you intend to open a restaurant, it may not accommodate many patrons. Could you show me the place?" Jiang Haiyang had not planned to rent a large property, as he did not intend to rely solely on this endeavor for his livelihood. Xiaoli led them to the site, which indeed had a favorable location, slightly set back from the street, ensuring it was neither too noisy nor too secluded. The space was approximately 40 to 50 square meters, not overly spacious. With a back kitchen and a front counter, it could fit 2 or 3 double tables at most. Jiang Haiyang felt a sense of calculation forming in his mind. It was quite appealing, and it appeared to be in good condition, requiring no repainting. "This house was left to me by my late husband. I used to run a fabric business, but since I've stopped, I plan to rent it out," Xiaoli said, casting a glance at Xinjun before continuing. "Since you're friends with old Xun, if you like it, I can rent it to you for 20 yuan a month." "That is acceptable," Jiang Haiyang thought, saving him another trip. He was quite satisfied with the place and signed a 1-year contract with Xiaoli. Rubbing the back of his head, he added, "Well, I only have 30 yuan on me right now. I'll come back tomorrow to settle the rest." Xinjun nudged him playfully with his elbow. With a playful chuckle, he remarked, "It seems that your younger siblings manage the finances at home." Jiang Haiyang felt there was nothing shameful about this. Rather, he found it quite honorable. "Indeed, all the household finances are entrusted to my wife," he replied. Observing his candidness, Xinjun merely smirked. After discussing the important matters, Xinjun set off to escort Xiaoli home, and Jiang Haiyang bid them farewell. With the store secured, his next task was to prepare for the renovation of their house. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, and Jiang Haiyang felt invigorated and full of motivation. Chapter 67. You and I enjoying grapes recently. My wife has developed a particular fondness for sour flavors. During a stroll in the woods, we came across a tree laden with oranges. I plucked one from the branches, and watching her delightfully savor the fruit brought a smile to my face. I took a segment for myself, only to find it exceedingly tart, enough to almost unsettle my teeth. This singularly sour orange seemed to ignite her cravings for sour food, and for the past few days, she has been incessantly requesting more. Naturally, I felt compelled to fulfill her desires. Upon visiting the town, I first stopped by a small restaurant nearing completion to discuss a sign for the establishment, proposing the name Jianghu Meat Restaurant. Subsequently, I ventured into a shop to procure some snacks for my wife. As I passed by a fruit stall, I contemplated buying some fruit to take home. However, the sight of oranges made me frown. I worried that indulging in such acidic fruits might be detrimental to one's stomach. After some thought, I set aside the oranges and opted to purchase 2 bunches of grapes instead. Upon entering our home, my wife, Chu Shanhua, immediately approached me. As she took the bag from my hands and opened it, her lips pursed in disappointment. "Where are the oranges?" She pouted. I replied with conviction. "They were all sold out." "Oh," she sighed, her shoulders drooping as she retreated inside. Seeing her forlorn expression stirred my heart, and I mentally chastised myself. "Perhaps I should go back to the mountains and pick some for you," I suggested, turning to leave. Chu Shanhua grasped my sleeve, imploring, "Don't go. I'm not that desperate for them." Had I not noticed her discreet gulp when she mentioned the oranges, I might have taken her word at face value. As I gazed at her with affectionate admiration, she blushed and presented the bag of grapes before me, declaring, "Now, I want to eat grapes. Please wash them." The more I looked at her, the more adorable she appeared, especially when she acted playfully. Instead of immediately taking the grapes, I cupped her face in my hands and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, then playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. "As you wish, my beloved wife," I replied, taking the grapes to wash them. A little tip for washing grapes: cut them at the stem instead of pulling, as this can affect their taste. Rinse them in clean water first, then soak them in a mixture of salt and flour while gently swirling them in a bowl, followed by another rinse in clean water for optimal cleanliness. When I returned with the grapes, I found my wife basking in the sun on a lounge chair in the yard. I fetched a stool from inside, set the bowl of grapes upon it, and then lifted her effortlessly, seating her in my lap on the lounge. Chu Shanhua playfully punched me with her fist and attempted to rise. "I'll go get another stool," she declared. Immediately, I wrapped my arms around her waist, unwilling to let her go. "Do not leave. Stay here," nestled in my embrace. Chushinhu insisted. "It is not appropriate to do this in broad daylight." Jiang Haiyang reclined back, resting in the lounge chair, and with a gentle exertion, he pulled the petite woman into a comfortable position against his chest. "What is inappropriate about this? We are indoors, and no one can see us." Chushinhu struggled momentarily, but eventually acquiesced. Noticing his wife's acceptance, Jiang Haiyang's face radiated affection, and with a tender touch, he caressed her head as one would a small child. "You are truly obedient." With an indignant pout, Chushinhu swatted his hand away. "Do not use that childish tone with me. I'm not a 3-year-old who could be easily swayed." She turned her head away in defiance. "You're not a toddler. You're the mother of a toddler and also my big baby." With that, Jiang Haiyang leaned in and planted a soft kiss on her cheek. "Let me peel you some grapes." He took a grape and began to peel it, presenting the fruit to her lips. Just as she opened her mouth to take a bite, her tender lips brushed against his fingers, causing Jiang Haiyang's gaze to darken with desire. So sweet. As she prepared to spit out the grape seed, Jiang Haiyang extended his palm beneath her mouth. Chushinhu glanced at him and obediently deposited the seed into his hand before settling back against him, her head resting on his chest as she playfully requested more. He continued to peel grapes, feeding her one after another. Suddenly, he halted, and Chushinhu looked up in confusion. He then took a freshly peeled grape into his mouth and leaned toward her. "You." As soon as she opened her mouth to protest, he seized the opportunity to transfer the grape into her waiting lips, gently pressing his tongue against it. Their mouths connected, the grape bursting between them, releasing its sweet and tart juices. Jiang Haiyang savored the delightful taste as they shared the fruit, their mouths entwined for a full 5 minutes. When Chushinhu's face turned crimson and her breath became ragged, he finally released her, swallowing the remnants of the grape. He licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with temptation. So sweet. The grape is sweet, but you are even sweeter." Chushinhu felt as though her mind had exploded, and she flushed a deep red. Too shy to meet his gaze, burying her face in his embrace, she clutched his shirt tightly, her voice a soft, kittenish whisper escaping from her chest. "You." You are so improper. Ha ha, and you still laugh, you rogue. With that, she playfully swung her petite fist at him. Jiang Haiyang caught her deftly, bringing her lips to his for a tender kiss. How could I be considered improper? Clearly, my wife's sweet lips are far more delightful than honey itself. Zhu Shanyu, playfully disturbed by him, attempted to rise and retreat to their room, yet he held her firmly in his embrace. No more teasing, I promise. There's still some grapes for you to finish, all right? To ensure her compliance, his large hand caressed her slightly protruding belly. The little ones have expressed their desire for the grapes that I feed you. Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhua chuckled. How do you know what they want? They don't even wish to greet someone as stinky as you. Jiang Haiyang fell silent. Ever since he first felt the baby's move, every time he leaned close to his wife's belly, the little ones seemed to play a game of hide and seek, refusing to budge. This left him feeling quite frustrated. Observing the man's defeated demeanor, Chu Shanhua felt a surge of joy. With gentle hands, she caressed her belly. Oh, my darlings, you're so wonderful. Even from a young age, you stand up for your mother. When you are born, shall we join forces to tease your father? It seemed as though the little ones understood her, for they stirred gently, as if to say, all right. The sweet couple spent over an hour in the courtyard, savoring grapes together, while little Jiang Xiaokui peacefully napped inside for an hour. If Chu Outyan were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, negligent parent. End of chapter acknowledgements. Magic Star, Walayuing Chroniclas, Immortal Sword, Dragonkui, Quan Xian, Liufus Gifts. Love you all. P.S. Today has been a bit hectic, so the update is slightly delayed. I will release 2 chapters now and 4 more tomorrow evening at 10 o'clock. Chapter 68. The Jianghu Meat Restaurant on the day of its grand opening. Jiang Haiyang did not go to great lengths to create a buzz. Instead, he simply invited a few of his old patrons, including Chun Jun and Su Sheng, to a private gathering, treating them to a sumptuous meat feast. Little boss, one of them remarked, this restaurant seems a tad too small. If the crowd swells, there may not be enough seating. Indeed, another chimed in, you'll have no room for guests. As Jiang Haiyang presented the final meat dish, he smiled and replied, no worries, I only plan to operate this meat establishment for 3 hours each day. What? The others were taken aback. Jiang Haiyang then revealed a large blackboard displaying the restaurant's name. Jianghu Meat Restaurant, specializing in health-boosting dishes. There will be 1 meat dish daily, crafted according to the owner's discretion. Please bring your own rice. Takeout is welcome at 2 yuan per serving, while supplies last. The group broke into laughter. Little boss, you're quite the character. Su Sheng, with a pensive expression, gazed at Jiang Haiyang. Haiyang, your pricing doesn't include rice. I fear it may be hard for many to accept at first. Just as Jiang Haiyang prepared to respond, Chun Jun interjected, with the efficacy of your dishes. I find it credible. Once people taste it and experience the flavors, they will likely pay any price. Jiang Haiyang patted Chun Jun on the shoulder. I appreciate your kind words. Try this. The meat differs from what you had before. I've incorporated various medicinal herbs that promote nourishment and vitality. Excellent. I must savor this. One of them declared. If it includes therapeutic herbs, the pricing seems quite reasonable. If it truly delivers on its promises, it will be cheaper than those medicinal meals. Intrigued, the others nodded in agreement. 2 friends, who had recently settled down, exchanged knowing glances with Chun Jun, and with a shared chuckle, they eagerly reached for the meat before them. Observing them relish the food and engage in lively conversation filled Jiang Haiyang, the chef, with immense satisfaction. From the outset, he had set his sights on the mid to high-end market. The pricing, though not inexpensive, was intended to cultivate an air of mystery. He had dedicated time to studying medicinal cuisine and ingredients, gaining a modest understanding, though not yet an expert. The exquisite meat from the spatial realm, combined with the herbs cultivated within, promised to yield remarkable benefits. Little boss, one customer exclaimed, this isn't merely meat. It seems more effective than medicinal dishes. I feel invigorated after this one bite. What have you added? The exaggerated tone of the speaker prompted laughter from the others. Yet they were genuinely curious about the medicinal properties of the meat. Jiang Haiyang, observing the individual savoring a piece of braised pork, smiled and explained. This braised pork contains dried tangerine peel, which aids digestion. However, I am no professional physician. The efficacy of medicinal herbs can vary greatly. Should they cause any harm, one cannot bear the responsibility. Thus, reliance primarily rests on the inherent qualities of the meat itself. The added herbs are merely simple tonics, ultimately serving as an excuse, first to elevate the dish's prestige and price, and second to lend a reputation to the meat's effects. Others began to jest at the man who had initially spoken. Xiao Zhang, look, you've been exposed by the little boss, yet you're brimming with energy. It's merely dried tangerine peel. Hurry and enjoy your meal. Xiao Zhang, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and muttered, but I truly feel invigorated after eating. Could it be my imagination? He had worked the night shift and, lacking sleep, would typically have succumbed to fatigue in his bed, had it not been for this delectable morsel of meat. Chun Jun caught wind of Xiao Zhang's murmurs and wore a mysterious smile, glancing at his two close companions. Only men who have indulged in such pleasures understand the subtle benefits. These young fellows, inexperienced and naive, hastened their eating as if engaged in battle. Once satiated, they slumped back in their seats. Chun Jun, picking his teeth, remarked while shaking his leg, "Our brother Haiyang treated us to this splendid meal. We must support his business and help him attract more customers." The sentiment was met with immediate agreement. Naturally, this meal was not without cost. Supporting the little boss's venture would allow more people to savor this delightful cuisine. Su Sheng, observing the lively banter, could no longer suppress the question brewing within him. He turned to Chun Jun and inquired, "So, what exactly is this efficacy you all speak of?" Chun Jun ceased his leg shaking, glancing at the unmarried young men who had shifted their attention to him due to Su Sheng's words. He exchanged knowing glances with his companions, and they nodded in unison. Chun Jun grinned slyly, his expression decidedly mischievous. "It's for vitality." As they departed, the young men remained in a daze, nearly stumbling as they walked. Chun Jun, with the air of one who has experienced this before, said, "When you all marry, you'll see. Fortunately, you are still young and can replenish your strength." After they had all exited, Jiang Haiyang tidied up and prepared to close the door, ready to head home. Although the establishment had not officially opened for business that day, the rich aroma of the sauce wafted from the closed door during their lunch. Nearby shop owners recognized the scent from the newly opened eatery and had intended to investigate. To their surprise, the little boss had closed up shop and left, prompting exclamations of disbelief. He clearly does not understand the art of business. What kind of establishment shuts its doors in the middle of the day? Ah, the ignorance of outsiders. Chapter 69. The aroma of twice-cooked pork. As Jiang Haiyang arrived at the small restaurant, carrying a basket of meat, the surrounding shops had already opened for business. He leisurely opened the door and made his way to the kitchen. It is worth noting that during the restaurant's renovation, Jiang Haiyang opted not to have the kitchen separated by walls, instead choosing an open-concept design. A half-height wall was constructed in the dining area, complemented by a sliding window. As long as Jiang Haiyang left that window open, customers could easily observe the bustling activity within the kitchen. Today, Jiang Haiyang planned to prepare a classic Sichuan dish, twice-cooked pork. With all the ingredients meticulously prepared, he retrieved a large blackboard and added a line of text, "Today as special, twice-cooked pork," before placing the sign at the entrance. As he re-entered the restaurant to begin cooking, several curious fellow shop owners emerged, eager to witness how the young proprietor of Jiang Hu Meat House would fare. To their astonishment, the price for a portion of meat was a mere 2 yuan, exclusive of rice. Was this to imply that only one dish was being offered? The young man certainly appeared overly confident. They doubted he would sell even a single portion. Having operated in the area for quite some time, the owners were well acquainted with one another. Upon seeing the blackboard's announcement, they were taken aback and began to discuss amongst themselves, ultimately concluding that this small restaurant was destined for failure. They had even started placing bets on how long it would last. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyang had sliced the marbled pork belly, ready to be cooked. This marked the official opening day, and his choice of twice-cooked pork held significance. While it may not be the spiciest or the numbing, it was undoubtedly fragrant. In establishing this small eatery, not only was it essential to focus on the dish's flavor, but its visual appeal was equally important. Thus, he had also added green peppers and garlic sprouts as accompaniments, tossing them into the pan. The delightful aroma of garlic sprouts and green peppers wafted through the air, while the pork belly turned a golden brown, glistening with fat. The vibrant green of the peppers beautifully complemented the dish, making it even more enticing. As Jiang Haiyang opened the window, the mouth-watering scent of the meat began to drift outside. Passers-by couldn't help but stop in their tracks, inhaling deeply. How delightful! 1, 2, 3 was mealtime. An enticing aroma had mouths watering. Some even felt their stomachs rumble audibly, drawn toward the small restaurant by the enchanting fragrance. Glancing up, they noticed the intriguing name, Jianghu Meat House. Their eyes then fell upon the large blackboard at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, they exclaimed, "What? 2 yuan for a portion of meat? Without rice? This must be a scam." Some individuals, drawn by the allure, merely cast a glance and departed with a few disparaging remarks. A scant few, however, expressed curiosity regarding the proprietor's demeanor. This owner appeared self-assured, seemingly affluent, and possessed a distinctive character. Although the enticing aroma attracted a steady stream of patrons, they ultimately chose to leave upon observing the announcement on the blackboard. Across the street stood a modest establishment selling rice noodles, managed by a middle-aged woman who shook her head disapprovingly as she witnessed the scene. Customers lured by the fragrance only to turn away after reading the notice. The young man was evidently too inexperienced. Business required a more measured approach, and this leap was too ambitious. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyang remained unperturbed in the kitchen, his thoughts occupied with his beloved wife and dear daughter. "Little boss, I bring you business," a voice announced as Chunjun entered with a friend and 2 unfamiliar men. Chunjun understood the customs of the place and had brought rice from another restaurant. He ushered the 4 to take their seats, while Jiang Haiyang retreated to the kitchen, emerging with 2 generous platters of twice-cooked pork. The initially reluctant men found their eyes glued to the delectable dish. Without further ado, they began to dine alongside the rice. "What a flavor! Absolutely delicious!" exclaimed the 2 unfamiliar men, who were instantly captivated by the taste. Once they regained their composure, Chunjun and his companion had already filled their bowls with the succulent pork. "Are you too famished or what?" The newcomers quickly joined the fray. After finishing their meal, they savored the lingering flavors. "Old Chun, this place you recommended is indeed splendid," one remarked. "However, the price is somewhat steep. For yuan for 4 people is rather excessive. I'm still not full." Chunjun glanced at Jiang Haiyang and grinned, his expression almost lecherous. "This meat is not merely delightful to the palate by nightfall. You'll understand its true benefits." One of the men, well acquainted with Chunjun's nature, retorted, "I think you've lost your senses. It's just a meat dish. How potent could it possibly be?" "Oh, don't be skeptical. Ask Xiao Deng. This is no ordinary fare. The little boss has a secret recipe that strengthens the body and invigorates one's vitality." "Ha ha! Old Chun, you're spinning quite the tale," another interjected. "All right, Old Chun, perhaps you're still dreaming." Listening to their banter, particularly Chunjun's elaborate claims, Jiang Haiyang genuinely felt that such a sales talent was wasted in a steel factory. After exchanging pleasantries, the 4 prepared to take their leave. As they dined, several individuals outside were lured by the enticing aroma wafting from the restaurant. However, upon glancing at the prices and the absence of rice, they shook their heads and departed. Upon exiting, the 4 were approached by a plump man accompanied by a small boy. "Have you just come from this little eatery? Is the food delectable?" It turned out the boy, having caught a whiff of the savory meat, was clamoring for his father to take him inside for a meal. Naturally, a father's desire to please his son was paramount. Though $2 was a trifling sum, it was imperative the food was of commendable quality. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Hence, the man stopped the 4 to inquire about their culinary experience. Chunjun suddenly slapped his thigh. "Delicious. Brother, let me tell you, do not be deterred by the price. This meat is not only scrumptious but also fortifying for the body." The plump man scrutinized Chunjun, pondering if he was some sort of charlatan, akin to a seller of dubious remedies. Could one truly expect meat to bolster one's health? Surely, he jested. Nevertheless, the man maintained a facade of composure. "As long as it is tasty, that is what matters. So, there truly is no rice available here?" "Indeed. Excellent. Thank you." The plump man expressed his gratitude to the four and then spoke softly to his little companion at his side. Lele, do not fret. Let us first procure 2 servings of rice before returning. Hurry up. I am hungry. I want to eat meat now. All right. Chapter 70. Be good, or I'll spank you. Serve me a plate of twice-cooked pork. Jiang Haiyang looked up to see a stout man, accompanied by a robust little boy, entering the room. Could you please hurry? All right. Jiang Haiyang began to wield the spatula, stirring the contents of the pan. Dad, it smells so good. The plump man placed the meal he had purchased onto the table, gazing into the kitchen at Jiang Haiyang, who was busy cooking. Dad, you're drooling, the boy remarked. The man immediately raised his hand to wipe his mouth. What did you say? You little rascal. How dare you trick your father? The boy stuck out his tongue in response. Just then, a loud, gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. The father and son exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Jiang Haiyang brought the finished twice-cooked pork to the table. Please enjoy. Simultaneously, the father and son swallowed hard. So delicious, the little boy exclaimed, his mouth full, his words somewhat garbled. The stout man's eyes lit up as he gave Jiang Haiyang a thumbs up. The father and son then began to devour their meal voraciously. Boss, please pack me another portion. After the mealtime rush, Jiang Haiyang locked the restaurant door and stepped outside. He had sold 4 portions today, earning 8 yuan, which left him quite satisfied. As he departed, the other restaurant owners nearby sighed, noticing his early closing time. His wife's belly, which had previously been barely noticeable, now appeared significantly rounder, as if inflated. Although she seemed to be in good spirits and appeared healthy, Jiang Haiyang remained uneasy. He eagerly awaited November, when he planned to take her to a hospital in the city for a checkup. Only after various examinations could he truly relax. Lately, his wife had been increasingly lethargic, sleeping nearly as much as their little daughter. Upon returning home, Jiang Haiyang quietly entered their room. The large and small figures on the bed were soundly asleep. The smaller one was completely buried under the covers, while the larger one had kicked hers aside. Jiang Haiyang chuckled softly, noting that his wife's sleeping posture was even less graceful than their daughter's. He approached to pull the blanket over her, but as he did so, he felt a gentle movement when his hand brushed against her belly. What is this? Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of excitement. His palm rested on her abdomen, and this sensation was unmistakable. It was the baby moving. Jiang Haiyang had finally realized his wish, feeling the little one within her. A soft murmur escaped Chu Shanhua's lips as she furrowed her brow and gradually stirred awake. She reached for her belly, questioning, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon seeing his wife's troubled expression, Jiang Haiyang immediately expressed concern. The little ones are a bit too active. He grew anxious, cradling her belly with both hands. Her gaze was fixed, as if she wished to peer through her abdomen to glimpse the little one within. With a serious tone, she spoke, "Little ones, you must behave inside Mama's belly. Do not stir too much, for Mama is feeling uncomfortable. Do you hear me? If you do not behave, there shall be consequences." Initially, Chu Shanhua felt a bit uneasy, but upon hearing her husband's stern words directed at the unborn child, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such a child. As she prepared to rise, Jiang Haiyang quickly reached out to assist her. "Aren't you going to rest a little longer? I can't sleep anymore." Jiang Haiyang squatted before her, retrieving her shoes from the floor and gently helping her put them on. Then, he leaned forward, resting his cheek against her thigh, ears pressed to her belly, listening to the movements of their little ones. "Wife, let us go to the city for a checkup next month." "All right." Suddenly, a tiny foot kicked Jiang Haiyang's face. He swiftly grasped it, only to discover that it was their precious daughter attempting a sneak attack. Grabbing her little foot, he tickled her soul. "You dare to ambush Daddy?" Laughter erupted as the little one rolled about on the bed, giggling uncontrollably. Jiang Haiyang caught her petite form and planted a kiss on her head before releasing her. The child clambered onto the bed and lunged toward Mama's belly. "Shao queer, you can't jump like that. There's still a baby in Mama's tummy." Jiang Haiyang caught her, preventing her from lunging forward, and gently placed her small hands on Chu Shanhua's abdomen. "Do you prefer a little brother or sister?" The little one placed both hands on her mother's belly. Suddenly, she retracted her hands, her mouth forming a perfect O shape, a look of shock on her face. "Oh, you timid one. Your brother and sister are merely greeting you." Chu Shanhua playfully tapped her little nose, chuckling softly. "Didi, Didi." The child placed her hands back on the belly and slowly nudged her head over, resting it against Mama's abdomen, calling out incessantly, "Didi, Didi." It seemed that Xiao Queer was yearning for a brother. "Didi, be good, ha ha." Our little Queer is already embodying the role of a big sister. Chapter 71. The arrival of my mother-in-law early in the morning, Jiang Haiyang ventured into the greenhouse. The vegetables he had sown had sprouted, while another section, intentionally devoid of soil from the spatial realm, had yet to yield any tender shoots. This outcome was entirely anticipated. He retrieved a sizable piece of chicken from the spatial dimension and placed it into a basket, which he then hung on the front of his bicycle. He pedaled toward a small restaurant in the town. Upon arrival, he changed the chalkboard inscription to read Kung Pao Chicken. Entering the kitchen, he gently fried peanuts over a low flame, followed by a vigorous stir-fry of chicken. The fragrance of Sichuan pepper and chili permeated the air. He added scallions, peppers, and garlic into the mix, culminating with a thickening sauce and a final toss with the peanuts. Although the method was straightforward, the tantalizing aroma elicited an insatiable appetite, causing mouths to water. Before the dish was even plated, the door swung open, and Jiang Haiyang looked up to find the portly man who had visited the previous day with his child. Upon entering, the man called out, "Boss, I'll have a plate of Kung Pao chicken, and please pack another for me." He placed his lunchbox on the windowsill. "All right," Jiang Haiyang replied, continuing his work while retrieving the lunchbox. "Boss, what does it mean on your sign when it says nourishment for strength?" The man inquired eagerly as he took a seat. Jiang Haiyang turned off the heat, dishing out a serving into the man's lunchbox before plating another for the restaurant. "It's quite literal. I've added some warming medicinal herbs to the meat. To be precise, it can invigorate one's vitality," he explained. At Jiang Haiyang's words, the man's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled, diving into his meal. "Boss, I initially thought you were just selling skill, but it turns out you're peddling efficacy. Impressive." The man praised as he prepared to leave. "Your meat is worth it. I shall return frequently." "Thank you. Safe travels," Jiang Haiyang responded as the man departed. After his exit, the restaurant fell silent, and Jiang Haiyang was about to close the door and head home when the two men who had accompanied Chunjun the previous day arrived with a group of 4. "Boss, do you have any dishes left?" one inquired. "Yes. How many servings do you need?" Jiang Haiyang replied. "For plates, please." He reignited the flames to begin cooking. One of the newcomers was dispatched to fetch rice. As the aroma of the stir-fried dishes wafted through the air, the group, having missed the lunch hour, felt their stomachs growl in anticipation. The two men who had previously visited began to extol the virtues of the meat shop, declaring that not only did the owner possess a unique character, but his culinary skills were also exceptional. And, while they teased, leaving their companions to discover the delights for themselves. Once the group departed, Jiang Haiyang tidied the tables, locked the door, and rode home on his bicycle. Days turned into weeks, and the proprietors of nearby establishments, who had initially wagered on how long Jiang Haiyang's meat shop would last, found themselves surprised by its enduring presence. They discovered that the number of patrons frequenting the small eatery seemed to be steadily increasing. Could it be gaining popularity? 2 yuan for a serving of meat. Goodness. If not calculated per capita, one could roughly estimate a half profit. Spending over 3 hours a day could surprisingly yield at least a few dozen yuan. Nearby restaurateurs began to feel envious, contemplating a visit to observe for themselves. In the capital city, Chu Aoyan expressed his concern to his mother as she packed her belongings. "Mother, if you could just wait for 2 more months until my winter break, I would accompany you. I can't bear the thought of you going alone." His mother shot him a glance. "At my age, do you think I could possibly get lost? In 2 months, your sister will be giving birth." With swift movements, she organized her luggage. Chu Aoyan hesitated. "Are you truly not going to inform father?" "What is there to say? I already mentioned it before. If he didn't take me seriously, that's his problem." Chu Aoyan slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Heaven above, I can already envision the scene after you board the train today, leaving me to face an enraged father. Why not leave a letter for him?" His mother brushed past him, carrying her suitcase towards the door. "Leave a letter? Nonsense. Mother, let me carry your luggage. I will see you off." Watching her board the train alone, Chu Outyan's shoulders slumped as he turned back. Sigh. He truly wished he could visit his sister. He missed little Koei so much. Once aboard the train, Chu's mother opened a map drawn by her son. Upon inspecting it, a vein throbbed on her forehead. She crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. Even elementary school students could do better than this. Back at home, Chu Outyan found his father seated on the couch, reading the newspaper. Initially thinking that with his mother gone, dinner would be uncertain, he was surprised to catch a whiff of something delicious in the air. Approaching the kitchen, he discovered food, although some dishes were slightly burnt and lacked visual appeal. Chu Guodong cleared his throat twice, holding the newspaper as if nonchalantly, and inquired, "Where's your mother?" "Dad, did you cook this?" Both father and son spoke in unison, momentarily taken aback before simultaneously exclaiming, "I cooked it. Mom went to see your sister." "What? Where did she go?" "Wait, are you truly the one who cooked?" Inner monologue of Chu Outyan. My father, an ultimate stubborn traditionalist, deeply entrenched in his belief that a gentleman should avoid the kitchen, has taken it upon himself to cook? One might ponder, what significant occasion is it today? The answer, Valentine's Day. At Noam Lin, Bai Ta King Huan, Ba Tin Tin, Ba Kong Hai Kong Kong, Madix Ta, Zatian Ban King Zeng Bu Gui Ge, Swati Motan Long Gui, Wu Zing Gong Ji, Guan Xian. Li Tian Y, wise gift. Thank you. I cherish you all. P.S. Happy Valentine's Day. May you each receive a sweet treat in life, filled with sweetness and happiness. 99 Chapter 72. The Wife's Birthday, Valentine's Day Special. Today marks a momentous occasion, the birthday of my dear wife. It is also the first birthday celebrated since my rebirth. Naturally, Jiang Haiyang intends to devote the entire day to accompany his beloved wife and daughter at home. Therefore, when a small restaurant closed yesterday, he thoughtfully left a message on the blackboard announcing a day of closure. Before dawn broke, Jiang Haiyang rose early, diligently tidying up every corner of the house. He then retrieved a small cake he had purchased the previous day and placed it carefully in the cupboard. This colorful cream cake was ordered from a shop in the city, and although it may not compare to the exquisite designs of the future during this era, a cream cake remains a rare delight, available only at a select few establishments in the city. The two little companions, Dahei and Xiaobai, lazily observed Jiang Haiyang's early morning hustle. Only when he filled their bowls with meat did they spring to life, barking and meowing in enthusiasm. It has become a delightful ritual for them to announce their mealtime with a joyful sound, as if expressing gratitude for the feast prepared by Jiang Haiyang. Realizing the time was nearly upon them, Jiang Haiyang entered the bedroom and gently whispered in his wife's ear, "Time to rise for breakfast, my dear." Just a little longer," she murmured, playfully pulling the quilt up over her head, leaving only a few strands of hair visible. "Daddy," a small figure, previously nestled under the covers, emerged after a moment, clad in a cotton strawberry print pajamas, her round eyes wide with excitement, arms outstretched towards Jiang Haiyang. "Daddy, hug, of course. My sweet Koei, come here." He scooped her up into his embrace, smoothing down the tuft of hair that stood defiantly atop her head. However, to his amusement, the stubborn little tuft sprang back up as soon as he let go, shaking playfully. Jiang Haiyang felt an irresistible urge to press it down once more, and soon, little Jiang Xiaokuei found herself in a delightful state of confusion. She pawed her face, then turned towards her mother, who was still buried under the covers, calling out, "Mama." Upon hearing her daughter's call, Chu Shanhua pulled down the quilt and rubbed her sleepy eyes. "What are you calling Mama for?" With her mother's response igniting her excitement, the little one wriggled in her father's arms, leaning toward her mother. Jiang Haiyang settled her on his lap at the edge of the bed. "Mama," while the little girl wrapped her arms around her mother's head, leaving a trail of drool on her face. "Oh, no brushing your teeth, you little rascal," her mother teased. "Sweet, baby smells delightful. You stink. Little Koei is a stinky baby." "No." Jiang Haiyang gazed at the joyful scene before him, his heart swelling with contentment. He leaned down and planted a kiss on each of their faces, cherishing this precious moment. "The aroma is delightful, truly enchanting." He. Chu Shanhua reclined against the bed, observing the man deftly dressing their daughter. Once she was set down on the floor, as he approached with her clothes, Chu Shanhua extended her hand to receive them. "I will help you dress," he declared, reaching to unfasten the buttons of her nightgown. "What are you doing? I could do it myself." Chu Shanhua, flushed with embarrassment, grasped his hand in an attempt to push him away. "Today is your birthday. You need only to indulge in being a pampered little princess. Thus, I shall assist you," he asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Chu Shanhua felt her cheeks burn under his affectionate words. "All right." In that moment, Jiang Haiyang wished to slap himself. Before him lay the delicate, fair figure of his wife, her ample curves captivating his gaze. He tilted his head back and inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his desires. He took the clothing and helped the petite woman into her outfit. The inner layer was a high-neck cashmere sweater. As he guided her arms into the sleeves and began to pull it over her head, the fabric brushed against her neck and settled upon her chest. The vibrant hue contrasted beautifully against her snowy skin. His large hand reached toward her chest, grasping the hem of the garment, inadvertently grazing her soft skin. His movements slowed, and a flurry of risque images flooded his mind. Achoo! A sudden sneeze broke the reverie, scattering the thoughts in his head. He noticed the goosebumps forming on her skin from the chilly air and immediately became flustered, hastily pulling the garment down. "Wife, are you cold?" he asked with concern, continuing to adjust her collar. "You tug at my hair," she exclaimed. My apologies, my fault for being too rough. I shall improve next time." Chu Shanhua shot him a glance, and seeing his sincere expression, she chose not to press the matter further. Jiang Haiyang assisted her in standing and retrieved a black coat hanging nearby to drape over her. As he fastened the buttons at her chest, he remarked unexpectedly, "Wife, I've noticed you've grown here." As he spoke, his hand inadvertently brushed over her, and he gestured slightly. Smack! Chu Shanhua slapped his hand away. "Oomph!" With a haughty huff, she maneuvered around him and exited the room. "Why shall we sing a birthday song for Mama together? Lil Kuei, he coaxed. Roar. Today's feast was extravagant, featuring 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup, all crowned with a cream cake at the center. Jiang Haiyang cradled the little one on his lap, holding her tiny hands as they clapped and sang together. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to my wife. Manga. Cake." The little one was utterly enchanted by the sight of the cream cake, enticed by the sweet aroma of cream. Her mouth watered profusely. "Delicious cake," murmured Chu Shanhua tenderly, as she grasped a small knife, ready to slice the cake. Jiang Haiyang clasped her hand. "Wife, make a wish first." Chu Shanhua brought her hands together and closed her eyes. She wished for the health and happiness of every member of their family, for her children to thrive joyfully, and for her husband to continue loving and cherishing her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the father-daughter duo before her, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. She placed a small portion of cake onto the little one's plate. "Wow!" exclaimed the child, discarding the spoon and eagerly scooping the cake with her chubby hands, stuffing it into her mouth. "Little glutton, eat slowly," Jiang Haiyang said, lifting the cream-covered child onto a nearby stool, encouraging her to savor her treat. "Wife, allow me to feed you," he offered, scooping a spoonful of cream cake and bringing it to her lips. Chu Shanhua, noticing the anticipation in his gaze, accepted it, opening her mouth to swallow the cake. Observing the white cream lingering at the corner of her mouth, Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of desire. "Wife, you have cream on your lips." At his words, Chu Shanhua instinctively licked her lips. Jiang Haiyang's eyes darkened with longing. "Let me wipe it for you," he said, leaning over the table toward her. As his face drew closer, Chu Shanhua instinctively leaned back in surprise. His hand reached out, cradling the back of her head as he leaned in to gently lick the cream from her lips. In that moment, he captured her soft lips with his. Just as he was about to deepen their kiss, a loud knock resounded. "Is anyone home?" Shanhua, Haiyang. Chapter 73. The mother-in-law wants to share a room with her daughter-in-law. What to do? "Mother, what has happened?" Upon opening the door and seeing the distressed expression on Chu's mother's face, Jiang Haiyang was taken aback. When he noticed her being supported by an aunt, he hurried forward to assist. "Your mother-in-law encountered a pickpocket on the way and twisted her ankle," Chu's mother explained to the kind-hearted Aunt Wang, who stood before her. Aunt Wang saw that I had hurt my ankle and kindly took me to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Upon hearing I was heading to Deer Forest Village, she brought me along. Oh, there's no need for such formality. We are all from the same village. I know Haiyang well. It was simply on my way, Aunt Wang said with a warm smile as she handed Zhang Haiyang a bottle of medicinal liquor from the basket she carried on her wrist. Make sure she applies this twice a day. In less than a week, she'll be back on her feet. Aunt Wang, I am truly grateful for your help today. Please come in and sit for a while. I cannot. My husband is waiting for me to prepare dinner, Aunt Wang replied. Dear girl, I must head home now. I will visit you next time. Aunt Wang, it should be I who visits you. Once my leg is better, I will come see you, Zhang Haiyang said as he watched Aunt Wang walk away with her basket. He then took the luggage and supported Chu's mother as they entered the house. Mother, why did you come here alone? Just as Chu's mother was about to respond, Chu Shanju exclaimed in surprise, Mother! Chu's mother affectionately held the chubby little one in her arms and showered kisses upon him. Mother, why did you come? Where's father? Does he know about your leg? Chu Shanju asked anxiously. Chu's mother scrutinized her daughter from head to toe. You've gained some weight, and your complexion looks good. You seem more spirited. Her gaze then fell upon her daughter's noticeably rounded belly and her brow furrowed. Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Mother, we plan to go at the end of this month. It's not even 7 months yet. We're afraid to go to the hospital. Chu's mother looked up at Zhang Haiyang, who stood behind her daughter. Ao Yin told me this young man is no longer despondent. He has started making money and has become kinder to both Shanju and little Kuei. Although I've yet to interact with him deeply, he seems grounded and reliable. Ao Yin mentioned that you are expecting again, and not just once. Considering you both have little Kuei to care for, I decided to come and help you. Chu's mother looked at her anxious daughter. It is also the right time for me to retire and take care of our precious Kuei. As she spoke, she planted a loving kiss on the little one's face, her expression radiating warmth. From now on, Grandma will be able to see our sweet girl every day. Don't you want Grandma to stay and play with you? She affectionately bumped her forehead against the little ones. Play, Grandma. Grandma little Kuei replied sweetly. Seeing her mother's excitement and joy, Chu Shanju gradually calmed down. The absence of hostility in her mother's attitude towards Haiyang also brought her relief. However, thoughts of her father in Beijing lingered in Chushina's mind, prompting her to speak with a hint of trepidation. Mom, does Dad know you've come to see me? He's all alone at home. I wonder how he is reacting now. Chu mother paused momentarily, playing with the little one in her arms, her smile fading slightly. Her tone carried a touch of disdain. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Such a stubborn man. He has grown up now. Surely he won't starve to death. She grasped her daughter's hand and gently patted her back. You needn't worry about anything right now. With me here, your only focus should be on resting well. With a multiple pregnancy, it is vital to nurture your body. Just concentrate on the little one growing inside you. But Mom, Dad, Chushina began, only to be interrupted by Zhang Haiyang, who placed his hands on her shoulders, smiling as he alleviated her unspoken anxiety. You're not eating properly? That's simply one do. You're carrying more than one baby. How can you neglect your meals? Chu mother immediately disagreed, adopting a stern expression as she scolded her daughter. Mom, I'm not. Don't listen to his nonsense. Indeed, Mom, it's all nonsense. Chushin, who has been quite obedient and is eating plenty. Zhang Haiyang chimed in. Who is eating plenty? Who? Chushin, who, momentarily distracted from her worries by his remarks, engaged in a playful argument with him. Chu mother watched the couple bicker, a smile of contentment spreading across her face. Zhang Haiyang tidied the small room, laying out fresh bedding, pillows, and quilts. He took Chu mother's luggage and placed it by the bed before assisting her, who had twisted her ankle, to sit down. Mom, I've arranged everything. You'll sleep here from now on. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll bring it to you. All right, you go on with your tasks. This is sufficient for me. I have no particular demands as an old woman. Mom, you are not old at all. When you walk out with Chushina, people would think you were sisters. Zhang Haiyang grinned, eager to please. Chu mother chuckled softly. Enough of the flattery. As long as you treat Chushina well, I shall be content. Rest assured, Mom. I admit I was foolish before, but I swear I will always care for Chushina, Queer, and our unborn child. Chu mother nodded, feeling somewhat fatigued, preparing to wash up before resting. Chushin, who has a growing belly, From now on, you should bring little Queer to my room at night. Babies can be restless sleepers, and I don't want her to be disturbed. Jiang Haiyang's eyes brightened at her words. Oh, certainly, Mom. Tonight, I'll take Queer to your room. From now on, it will be your responsibility. Observing Chu Mother's slightly weary expression, he added, Mom, you should rest for a bit. I won't disturb you any longer. With the thought of his mother-in-law's arrival, Jiang Haiyang felt a sense of joy, knowing that little Queer wouldn't have to share a bed with him and his wife at night. The curve at the corners of her mouth stretched all the way to her ears, as she was about to close the door for Chu's mother. Perhaps her expression was too pronounced, catching Chu's mother's attention. That ocean, Jiang Haiyang paused. Mom, Coral's belly is so large now. There's more than one child in there. You two should be cautious. When it's time to endure, just bear with it. If it truly becomes. Chu's mother hesitated, pondering for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Jiang Haiyang. Under Chu's mother's scrutiny, the fleeting thoughts in Jiang Haiyang's mind dissipated. He swallowed hard, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in, as he felt that what Chu's mother was about to say might not be the kind of news he wished to hear. How about at night? I sleep in the same room as Coral, and you can sleep with Xiao Kuei? What do you think? Chapter 74. The greenhouse vegetables have yet to be harvested, yet they have drawn attention ultimately. Due to Jiang Haiyang's persistent assurances, Chu Shanhua found herself restless during the night. Not only did she frequently awaken to cover her with blankets, but she also required him to massage her legs when cramps struck, which ultimately dissuaded Chu's mother from her earlier intentions. Jiang Haiyang exhaled a sigh of relief, delightfully snuggling closer to Chu Shanhua. Wife, Mother said that in the future, we should bring Xiao Queer to her room to sleep. Seeing her husband's eyes squinting with glee, Chu Shanhua instantly recognized the frivolous thoughts dancing in his mind. She shot him an exasperated glance. At this moment, she remained unaware of her mother-in-law's recent suggestion. Had she known, she might have rolled up her bedding and opted to sleep in the same room as her mother-in-law that very night, with the women of the household resting indoors. Jiang Haiyang took the hay to the back of the yard where the greenhouse was located. From a distance, he noticed a few individuals clustered near the entrance of his greenhouse, peering inside. Frowning, he quickened his pace, with Dahei racing ahead, barking vigorously. Woof, woof. The sound of the dog's barking prompted the group to turn. Whose dog is this? It's Jiang Haiyang's, one of them replied. As they looked up, they saw Jiang Haiyang approaching. Among the individuals, he recognized San Air, Tang Jinbao, Pan Hu, and a stranger. What brings you all to my greenhouse this fine afternoon? My Dahei seems to think you are intruders. He glanced at them briefly before calling back his barking dog. Dahei, upon hearing his name, returned to his side. The group had just arrived and, while peering into the greenhouse, noticed the withered seedlings in the patch at the entrance. Pan Hu, with a humorless grin, addressed Jiang Haiyang, his words laced with sarcasm. Old classmate, have you mistaken us for thieves? Surely, you're not that paranoid. Huzi, stop talking nonsense, Shidanyo interjected quietly, urging him to refrain from such remarks. Jiang Haiyang, Huzi simply meant to bring his superior to see your greenhouse, perhaps to introduce a collaboration opportunity, Tang Jinbao added. Enough. Jinbao, it's not a sure thing yet. Director Fong merely came to visit our village, having heard about the greenhouses here, Pan Hu clarified, standing silently beside them. Director Fong smiled warmly at Jiang Haiyang. Greetings, I am Fong Mingyuan. Is this greenhouse yours? Jiang Haiyang had only managed a single response thus far. Meanwhile, Pan Hu launched into an enthusiastic performance before him. Tang Jinbao, ever the blunt one, caught wind of their intentions to propose a collaboration. Could Pan Hu genuinely harbor such goodwill? As Jiang Haiyang assessed the unfamiliar man, he noticed his meticulously tailored attire and the pen tucked in his breast pocket, exuding an air of authority. However, the man's gaze left Jiang Haiyang feeling uneasy. His past experiences had taught him to discern the subtleties in people's eyes. The director, surnamed Fong, possesses elongated eyes with a prominent amount of sclera and notably thin lips. He exudes an air of shrewdness, suggesting he is a calculating individual. Jiang Haiyang refrained from excessive conversation, merely responding succinctly to the man's remarks. This greenhouse was constructed by me, he stated. Fang Mingyuan is a cunning person. Observing that Jiang Haiyang had evidently heard their exchange, yet his demeanor remained strikingly indifferent, almost pompous. Pan Hu, let us not speak carelessly about collaboration. This is a significant matter. The school's vegetable supply must adhere to formal procedures, and the suppliers are seasoned farmers, not just any random individuals. Upon hearing this, Pan Hu nodded repeatedly in agreement, assuring that he understood and would not spread any unfounded rumors. Tang Jinbao furrowed his brow at the man's tone. Although he harbored a personal disdain for Jiang Haiyang, the director's words were rather unsettling. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Haiyang interjected, vegetable supply? Collaboration? Do not presume too much regarding the yield of my modest plot. Furthermore, my vegetables are not yet ripe, and their quality remains undetermined. Is it not rather premature for you to discuss collaboration at this juncture? Or do you have other intentions? Jiang Haiyang's gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul, making Fang Mingyuan feel a sense of unease. Pan Hu was momentarily taken aback. In truth, Fang Mingyuan harbored ulterior motives, specifically targeting school procurement. He frequently exploited the guise of collaboration to extract benefits from partners. This time, the school aimed to introduce greenhouse-grown green vegetables into the cafeteria for the children's meals, seeking to promote this initiative to enhance enrollment rates. However, finding a suitable greenhouse was a challenge. Upon hearing Pan Hu's previous complaints in the office, Fang Mingyuan had learned that the greenhouse operator was a young man under 25. This piqued his interest. The matter of collaboration was secondary. By visiting in person and asserting his authority, he anticipated garnering some advantages, though he did not expect the young man to possess such fortitude. Jiang Haiyang's words implied an urge for dismissal, prompting Fang Mingyuan to darken his expression. Pan Hu, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he declared, turning his back and passing by Jiang Haiyang. Oh, Director Fang, please take care. Pan Hu shot Jiang Haiyang a sharp glare as he hurried after Fang Mingyuan. Shi Danyu and Tang Jinbao exchanged glances, recognizing the validity of Jiang Haiyang's assertions. After all, his greenhouse was a novel endeavor in the village, and with merely an acre of land, its yield was questionable. It seemed implausible that such a small output could sufficiently supply an entire school. Hey, Jiang Haiyang, is your greenhouse truly viable? Tang Jinbao, known for his straightforwardness, voiced his thoughts candidly. Although Shi Danyu did not utter a word, the expression on his face conveyed the same sentiment. Jiang Haiyang broke into a hearty smile. Come, let me show you inside and see if this works out. Tang Jinbao's face lit up with joy, pleasantly surprised by Jiang Haiyang's amiable demeanor and his unexpected invitation to explore. Observing Jiang's retreating figure, he suddenly felt that perhaps this young man was not so bothersome after all. However, noticing his air of self-satisfaction, he murmured a few words under his breath. I just saw that the seedlings in your greenhouse are wilting. I wonder how this will turn out. Shi Danyu hastened to keep pace with Jiang Haiyang. Haiyang, did you really spend such a substantial amount on this greenhouse? If it succeeds, do you plan to sell the produce in the city yourself? Despite Shi Danyu's barrage of questions, Jiang Haiyang remained patient and addressed each inquiry with care. Tang Jinbao rolled his eyes and rushed forward, exclaiming, Hey, wait for me. A heartfelt thank you to the contributors, Jia Tianbang and Xin Deng Bugui Ke for the 66 love letters and milk tea. Wishing everyone a joyful Lantern Festival and a joyous family reunion. Chapter 75, The Self-Variant Vegetables Within the Greenhouse, An Abundant Harvest Awaited. Tang Jinbao and Shi Danyu gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dislocating from disbelief. Shi Danyu stammered, Well, I may not be well read, but I've toiled in the fields enough to know that vegetables can't grow this quickly. Am I dreaming? Rubbing his eyes and reopening them, Tang Jinbao was still met with a sea of verdant greenery. My heavens! Jiang Haiyang burst into laughter, tossing 2 cucumbers in their direction. Try these. Instinctively, the 2 men caught the cucumbers, wiping them on their clothes before taking a bite. The crisp sound echoed as they sank their teeth into the succulent flesh. The juice flowed forth, sweet and refreshing. They gazed in wonder at the cucumbers in their hands, realizing how smooth and impeccably shaped they were. These cucumbers are stunning. They're even free of any spines or blemishes, tasting just like fruit. Sherdaniu came from humble beginnings, raised by his elderly mother on a few acres of land that sustained his education. Believing he lacked the aptitude for academia, he ultimately chose not to pursue his studies, returning home to care for his mother in the land. Despite their modest means, the two of them worked diligently, and life had become considerably easier than before. Now in his early 20s, Sherdaniu had become quite adept in the fields, yet he had never encountered cucumbers quite like these. These are called fruit cucumbers. You can eat them just like fruit, Jiang Haiyang explained with a smile. Meanwhile, Tang Jinbao had already devoured his cucumber in a few bites, wiping his mouth as he searched for more intriguing items. Jiang Haiyang had already noticed that, although he used ordinary vegetable seeds, the interstellar soil had nurtured them into rapid, beautiful growth, as if they were capable of self-variation. He marveled once more at the extraordinary products of space and the stars. Continuing their exploration, they came upon tomatoes that were both large and vividly red, perfectly shaped. Jiang Haiyang tossed two their way. Without hesitation, they wiped their sleeves and took a bite. Jiang Haiyang, I must say, these tomatoes are delightful, tangy and sweet. They would make for excellent stir-fry. As Sherdaniu savored the flavor, his thoughts turned practical. Haiyang, now that the vegetables have matured, if you don't collaborate with the local market, you should quickly harvest them for sale. Otherwise, they might spoil and lead to losses. Tang Jinbao, still eating the tomatoes, turned to Jiang Haiyang and echoed, Daniu has a point. You should hurry and sell these vegetables before they rot in the field. Jiang Haiyang chuckled, recognizing their good intentions. However, he was not concerned about them spoiling in the field. He could preserve them in his space for the long term. Yet, he felt it unwise to elaborate on that. Rest assured, I've already made plans to transport them to town for sale by the end of the week. Are you planning to sell it all by yourself? With such a quantity, will you manage? Tang Jinbao, having consumed a tomato, candidly expressed his thoughts. In my opinion, Huzi's method is rather commendable. Find a suitable location for collaboration, sign a contract, and then dispatch everything at once. Though the vegetables in your field may be sparse, a substantial transaction could be quite advantageous, saving both effort and time. Jiang Haiyang chuckled at this. He had indeed contemplated this approach. It would certainly offer convenience, allowing for immediate transportation once the vegetables matured. However, he yearned for self-promotion to establish a reputation, believing that partnerships would naturally follow thereafter. Moreover, a notion was stirring within him, creating a dreamlike farm for his wife and children in reality. Noticing Jiang Haiyang's silence, Sherdaniu scratched his head and chuckled softly. Jinbao, I sense that Haiyang certainly has his own ideas, and with these vegetables, he has no reason to worry about sales. Tang Jinbao shot him a glare, thinking, this honest fellow, I'm merely considering his interests. No, that is not right. Why would I be concerned for him? Jiang Haiyang has always been astute and would never engage in ventures that lead to loss. I plan to set up my own stall for selling. This declaration drew the attention of both men, their expressions eager for further details. Not merely a stall at the farmer's market. I intend to rent a storefront to sell, aiming to build a reputation and subsequently expand to other provinces. Both men were taken aback. A storefront for selling vegetables? ISNT, that's somewhat excessive. The costs must be astronomical. What if the produce doesn't sell and it all goes to waste? Tang Jinbao was about to voice his concerns when Sherdaniu, with a serious demeanor, interjected. Haiyang, I believe in you. I am confident you can succeed. Tang Jinbao wiped his face. Well, since you've grown the vegetables, why not give it a try? The three then resumed their inspection of the greenhouse produce. Remarkably, the vegetables thrived beautifully and uniformly in Jiang Haiyang's field. Could the greenhouse possess such remarkable effects? It was puzzling. Before departing, Jiang Haiyang gifted each of them a small pumpkin to take home. What is growing in that patch of yours? It looks rather wilted. A new variety. A new variety. Jiang Haiyang felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed essential to learn more about greenhouse technology. Tang Jinbao clicked his tongue but paid no mind, following Sherdaniu as they departed. Jiang Haiyang picked a basket of vegetables and called for Dahe, who was joyfully frolicking outside as they headed home. Upon arrival, he found his mother, his beloved wife, and precious daughter basking in the sun in the courtyard, their laughter filling the air as they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Haiyang is back. Ah, Mom, knowing your fondness for vegetables, I just harvested some of my homegrown produce from the greenhouse. Tonight, you shall savor my culinary skills. Chu Mu chuckled. That rascal Out Yin mentioned that your dishes surpass mine. I shall eagerly taste your cooking tonight. Jiang Haiyang is exceedingly modest. Ha ha, all right, mother. However, my culinary skills certainly do not match yours. I merely seek to savor the freshness. Coral mentioned that you have opened a small restaurant in town, but I lack such expertise and only prepare simple home-cooked meals. Yet, it is precisely these humble dishes that possess the most flavor, the essence of a mother's cooking. Coral often reminisces about your sautéed celery with beef, lamenting that I can never replicate the taste of your creation. Jiang Haiyang's heartfelt words brought warmth to Mother Chu's heart. Indeed, Mother, it has been far too long since I have enjoyed your cooking. Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you tomorrow. Chapter 76. The solitary embrace of an empty chamber that evening, Jiang Haiyang showcased his culinary prowess, completely winning over Mother Chu's heart. With this display, she set aside her previous biases against him. In her eyes, Jiang Haiyang's dedication to mastering the culinary arts for the sake of her daughter demonstrated his genuine affection for her. Your skills are truly remarkable, far surpassing my own and those of any chef outside, Mother Chu praised. Hearing her mother extol the virtues of her partner filled Chu Shanhua with joy. Mother, look at our little one, she said, as the little one in Mother Chu's arms grew impatient, tugging at her sleeve. Meat? All right, let us feed our little Kuei, some meat, Mother Chu responded, focusing on the eager child. After the meal, Mother Chu wished to assist with the cleanup, but her sprained ankle hindered her mobility. Mother, please don't move. I'll take care of it, Jiang Haiyang said, deftly stacking the empty plates and wiping down the table. After washing the dishes, he returned with a plate of sugar-cured tomatoes. Indeed, greenhouse farming has its merits. We can enjoy seasonal vegetables all year round, offering a splendid variety, Mother Chu remarked after tasting a tomato. I find your tomatoes and cucumbers far superior to the greenhouse produce I purchased in the capital. Mother, please refrain from praising him further. If you do, his head may swell to the heavens. Chu Shanhua chimed in, fully agreeing with her mother as compliments. Well, we should certainly commend excellence, she said, glancing at Jiang Haiyang. Are you planning to sell your greenhouse produce at the market? Selling at a farmer's market won't yield good prices. I plan to rent a storefront and hire someone to establish a brand. Mother Chu nodded in agreement with Jiang Haiyang as proposal. Indeed, during her time in the capital, she occasionally purchased greenhouse vegetables, which, due to high production costs and risks, commanded higher prices. However, selling at a market could lead to haggling and picky customers. But if you rent a storefront, how will customers know to come? Jiang Haiyang observed his wife's small gestures of discomfort as she sat nearby. He immediately stood behind her, massaging her shoulders while responding to Mother Chu. I've already thought this through. I will create promotional flyers and distribute them at the farmer's market and factory entrances. Seeing Jiang Haiyang's tender gesture towards her daughter brought a smile to Mother Chu's face. As long as you have a plan, that's what matters. Today was Mother Chu's arrival, and Chu Shanhua brimmed with words to share with her. Thus, the mother and daughter, along with the freshly washed little Jiang Kuei, gathered in one room to converse. Once Jiang Haiyang had tidied up and settled in a bed, he began to await his wife's return. Mother is here, and little Kuei has company. In the quiet of the night, he would finally have the chance to be alone with his beloved wife. Moreover, today marked his wife's birthday, but they could not consummate their union. Sharing a bowl of nourishing soup was still a possibility. The more Jiang Haiyang contemplated, the more delightful his thoughts became. Tossing and turning in bed, he eagerly awaited his wife's return. With a creak, the door opened, and he quickly rose to see his wife entering, clad in her nightgown and gently holding their little one. Just as he was about to ask if his mother-in-law was taking care of their child, he was met with a fierce glare from Chu Shanhua. She guided their daughter to the bedside. Little Jiang Xiaokui, feeling drowsy, kicked off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. Fearing she might fall, Jiang Haiyang swiftly reached out to support her. Once she was comfortably on the bed, the little one yawned adorably and instinctively burrowed into the covers, curling up like a little ball. Jiang Haiyang gazed at his wife with a puzzled expression. Chu Shanhua raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance of her husband's intentions. You and Xiao Kuei will sleep together tonight. I will share a room with my mother, she declared, reaching for the pillow she had used. Jiang Haiyang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He quickly stood up and embraced his wife, resting his head on her shoulder and playfully pouting, "My dear wife, now that you have your mother, you no longer want your husband. Am I to be forsaken? How could you be so cruel? I cannot bear the thought of being left alone in this empty chamber. It would drive me to despair." Chu Shanhua wriggled free from his embrace and playfully hit him with the pillow. "You should focus on self-cultivation and eat more vegetables for your health. Wasn't that your advice today?" She turned to leave. "No, my love, that's not what I meant," he protested. "Too bad. If you keep complaining, I will take Xiao Kuei with me, and then you will truly be alone," she retorted, leaving him with no choice but to surrender. With her condition, he could not insist, especially with his mother-in-law present. Sighing, he retrieved his own pillow and offered it to her. Chu Shanhua looked at him with a mix of confusion and amusement. He tugged at the pillow she held. "If you don't sleep with me, I won't be able to rest tonight. Leave this pillow with me, so I can at least breathe in your scent." Hearing his words, Chu Shanhua realized they were veering into playful mischief. Relinquishing her grip, she exchanged her pillow for his take it, you rogue." With that, she left without looking back, slamming the door behind her. Jiang Haiyang clutched the pillow she had left behind and climbed into bed, inhaling deeply to savor her fragrance. Sighing again, he turned on his side and drew their little bundle close to him. "Ah, little one, it seems your father will have to hold you close at night from now on." Meanwhile, Chu Shanhua, clutching her pillow and flushed with embarrassment, quietly returned to her mother-s room, carefully climbing into bed. "Has he been unwilling to let you go for so long?" Mother Chu teased her daughter. "Dear, well, let us not dwell on that. But now that you are with child, you must take care of yourself. I speak sincerely. You should sleep in this room with me from now on." Chu Shanhua felt a wave of embarrassment at her mother's words. "Mother, didn't you just say to drop it?" In truth, Chu Shanhua intended to spend just this one night with her mother, given their long separation. However, she had deliberately refrained from informing the man about her plans, eager to witness his anxious demeanor. With that thought, a smile broke upon her lips, radiating sweetness. Mother Chu reached out to gently brush her daughter's disheveled hair aside, gazing intently at the daughter she had not seen for so long. "As long as you are happy, I will find joy in that." Chu Shanhua turned to face her mother earnestly. "Mother, we are truly happy, I assure you." Acknowledgements of the end. Mi Luchi, Xian Jian Long Kuei, 298150044, Jian Danny Xiao, Yusheng Yuan I Kaiyan, and the gift from Quan Xian. Chapter 77. Joy for some, sorrow for others. Without the soft, fragrant embrace of his beloved wife, Jiang Haiyang found himself restless, unable to sleep through the night. It was only with the dawn's first light that he finally succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state, he felt as though a heavy stone lay upon his chest. "Daddy, I need to pee." A chubby little hand patted his face. Jiang Haiyang opened his eyes to behold his daughter, her tousled hair and rosy cheeks bringing a smile to his face. He scooped her into his arms, bringing her tiny visage close to his, planting a kiss upon her cheek and playfully nuzzling her, eliciting delighted giggles. "Why are you awake so early, my little queer?" "Daddy, I need to pee." The little one scrunched her face in urgency. Hearing her plea, Jiang Haiyang hastily dressed her, donned his coat, and slipped out of bed. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his wife emerging from another room. "Mama." The little girl, holding Jiang Haiyang's hand, immediately released her grip and dashed toward her mother. "Cor must need a pee, right? Mama will take you." Chu Shanhua, noticing her daughter's eagerness to rise so early, understood the reason for her urgency. With a gentle tug, she led her daughter towards the restroom. In that moment, Jiang Haiyang felt an odd sensation, as if he had become invisible. "Woof woof." The family dog, Dahe, bounded toward him, snapping him from his reverie. "Time to eat." At the sound of Dahe's bark, Xiao Bai, the other pet, stretched languidly and approached with graceful strides. Jiang Haiyang glanced at the two animals and filled their bowls with meat. As he stood up, he noticed his wife holding their daughter's little hand, leading her back to the room. Wife, bang. Jiang Haiyang's hand, which had been raised in greeting, now awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. What had he done to incur her displeasure? A quarter of an hour earlier, in the room shared by Chu's mother and Chu Shanhua, the latter had also spent a sleepless night. Deprived of the warmth of a familiar embrace and the comforting rhythm of a partner's breath, Chu Shanhua tossed and turned. After finally drifting off, she was awakened by the discomfort in her calves and the lively movements of her unborn child. Chu's mother, being of an age where sleep came lightly, discerned her daughter's restlessness and decided to tease her. I initially thought that young Haiyang was unwilling to let you go, concocting excuses to keep you close. It seems, however, that it is you, my dear Shanhua, who cannot bear to part with him, causing you to lose sleep over just one night apart. Embarrassed, Chu Shanhua retorted, Mother, what are you saying? It's not because I miss him that I couldn't sleep. Of course not, her mother replied with a knowing smile, as Chu Shanhua, feeling a mix of indignation and affection, stood her ground. I find myself yearning for my dear child, as this is the first time I have had to sleep apart from the little one. Mother Chu merely smiled in silence. I rose to fetch my beloved daughter, feeling compelled to prove my longing for her. Upon reaching the doorway, I spotted Jiang Haiyang holding the little one's hand. Chu Shanhua recalled her mother's earlier jest. Last night, she had intentionally sought to observe the man's reaction, yet in the end, it was she who had not slept well, causing a tightness in her heart. Resolutely, she decided to ignore the man, albeit with a hint of embarrassment, which led to her complete disregard for his presence moments ago. Fortunately, Jiang Haiyang remained oblivious. Had he known, he might have been quite pleased. After 7 o'clock and a hearty breakfast, Jiang Haiyang bid farewell to them and headed to the town with a full agenda for the day. His first task was to check if there were any shops available for rent near the small eatery. He also needed to find a place to print advertisements. Riding his bicycle along the streets, he greeted the busy proprietors preparing for their openings. The enticing aroma wafting from his eatery had drawn increasing crowds, much to the delight of neighboring shop owners who came to sample his culinary delights. A single taste left their palates and stomachs captivated by his extraordinary skills. Initially dismissed as mere illusion, the shared expressions of astonishment among the male shopkeepers confirmed their experiences, prompting them to return repeatedly. Young, what brings you here so early today? Inquired Bosley from next door as he noticed Jiang Haiyang opening his shop. I came to see if there are any shops available for rent on this street, he replied. The owner of the rice and flour shop interjected. Are you planning to open another eatery? Jiang Haiyang shook his head. I've cultivated some greenhouse vegetables and am looking to rent a space to sell them. The shopkeepers were taken aback. Greenhouse vegetables? Renting a shop to sell them? Why not go to the market? Jiang Haiyang simply smiled and said nothing further. Meanwhile, the owner of the rice and flour shop appeared deep in thought, pondering something unknown. After searching several streets without finding any rental signs, Jiang Haiyang returned to the eatery to commence operations, intending to explore further after the midday break. Due to the previous day's rest, today's clientele was particularly abundant. By the time the last customer departed around 1 o'clock, he tidied up and locked the shop. Haiyang, I'm looking for someone to take over my shop. What do you think? Jiang Haiyang pedaled home with a sense of delight. The owner of the rice and flour shop had mentioned they were moving to the city, and rather than dealing with the complications of renting it out, they preferred to sell. After some negotiation, they settled on a price of 8,000 yuan. Although the space was modest, measuring only around 30 square meters, it held promise. However, the price is surely bound to appreciate in the future. Yet, at present, his pockets are devoid of funds. All the substantial money is entrusted to his wife for safekeeping. He immediately rode back on his bicycle. Chu Shanhua unconditionally supports his endeavors. This wealth is indeed his own, as long as he does not engage in reckless behavior. To be honest, having such a supportive wife fills Jiang Haiyang's heart with warmth. Unable to resist, he affectionately kissed his wife's delicate face in front of Chu's mother, which prompted the bashful woman to shoo him out of the room. Chu's mother felt immense joy witnessing the love shared between her daughter and son-in-law, having completely forgotten about her old companion in the capital. After Chu's mother departed, Chu Outyin endured a relentless barrage from his stubborn father throughout the day. He longed to pack his belongings and move into the dormitory, yet he feared causing his father distress. Thus, he remained at home, only to find himself in dire straits. With a belly full of pin-up frustration, Chu's father could only vent his anger on his sole target at home, leaving Chu Outyin in a state of profound despair. Chapter 78. The trademark of Little K. On that afternoon, Jiang Haiyang signed a contract for the purchase of a shop with the proprietress of the noodle store. The proprietress was also in a hurry to leave, intending to sell off the store's items at a bargain price in the coming days. Jiang Haiyang, however, was not rushed and encouraged her to take her time. With the shop secured, he began searching for a printing shop. As he contemplated the need to print hundreds, even thousands of flyers, his dissatisfaction grew. Promotional leaflets, posters, appealing designs his wife. His dear wife had studied fine arts. Jiang Haiyang smacked his forehead and eagerly went to the department store to purchase paper and brushes. Once everything was prepared, he hopped on his bicycle, the wheels spinning like they were ablaze, racing homeward. "Wife," he called out even before entering the house, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. As the courtyard door swung open, a little chubby bundle hurtled towards him like a cannonball. Little Jiang K, with her plump arms wrapped around his calf, tilting her head upwards. "Daddy, it's Daddy's little treasure, K." He scooped her up, cradling her under her arms. "Daddy, quiche," she exclaimed, leaning in with her little head to plant a drooly kiss on his cheek. Chu Shanhua, being at home due to her pregnancy, spent her days teaching the little one about new things and practicing pronunciation. Now the child was no longer limited to uttering single syllables. "Do you miss Daddy at home?" She nodded vigorously, her fluffy head bobbing. Jiang Haiyang chuckled, reaching out to smooth her little pigtails before gently placing her back on the ground. He then carried the paper and brushes hanging from his bicycle into the house to find his wife. "Wife, look what delightful treasures I brought back." Inside, Chu Shanhua was tending to her mother-in-law as swollen ankles with eggs. Turning to glance at the items Jiang Haiyang held, she sprang to her feet. "Brushes?" Her large eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. Jiang Haiyang silently scolded himself for his carelessness and stepped forward to empty the contents of the bag onto the table. "These are for you." Chu Shanhua was overjoyed. She had pursued painting in university out of passion, but since her family needed her support, she had been too busy to pick up a brush again. Touching the brushes on the table, she felt as giddy as a child. "Thank you." Jiang Haiyang reached out and playfully tapped her little nose. "No need for thanks between us." He felt a pang of guilt, realizing he should have thought to bring these sooner to occupy her time. Witnessing how easily contented she was made him feel even more remorseful. If it weren't for the need to create posters, he might not have thought of it at all. Noticing the furrowed brows of her husband, filled with regret, Chu Shanhua gently took his arm and offered comfort. "You've done wonderfully. I hadn't even thought of it myself," Jiang Haiyang interrupted her, pulling the petite woman close. "No, these are matters I should have considered. I have not been sufficiently attentive." Ahem. Upon witnessing the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of remorseful sentiments, Chu's mother could no longer restrain herself. "I fear that if I remain silent, you two will persist in your quarrel indefinitely." "Mother." Chu Shanhua stamped her foot, freeing herself from Jiang Haiyang's embrace. She then settled on the edge of the bed, prepared to continue her foot massage. "I'll do it myself. You're pregnant and should avoid the medicinal alcohol. If you two have matters to discuss, kindly retreat to your own quarters." Jiang Haiyang chuckled softly, rubbing his nose. "Wife, I need your assistance." Chu Shanhua sat at the table, while Jiang Haiyang stood behind her, kneading her shoulders. "You've worked hard, my dear wife. You are truly remarkable." Before them lay a sheet of painting paper, upon which large characters proclaimed sea anemone greenhouse vegetables, with promotional content conceived by Jiang Haiyang in the center. Have you ever encountered vegetables that can be consumed as fruits? Have you ever seen summer vegetables sold in winter? There's always one type of vegetable missing from your dining table. Seasonal and off-season vegetables ensure your meals are both wholesome and reassuring. Beginning now, purchase 5 pounds and receive half a pound complimentary. At the bottom was a watercolor depiction of a verdant greenhouse. It had been a long time since she last held a paintbrush. Today, S. endeavor felt somewhat unfamiliar. despite the praises emanating from her husband. Chu Shanhua felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. Pursing her lips and furrowing her brow, she pondered potential revisions. "Mama, look, a little cucumber." Just then, she spotted a small figure approaching rapidly, clutching an underdeveloped cucumber in hand. Trailing behind were the devoted little caretakers, Da Hei and Xiao Bai. "Woof woof. Young master. Slow down, don't fall." Da Hei's keen eyes were fixed on the little one, closely following her. Just as Jiang Haiyang bent down to lift her, she adeptly climbed onto the stool. Da Hei nudged her gently with his head as she successfully ascended the stool, extending the cucumber toward her mother. "Mama, look at my cucumber." Observing the muddy little one, Chu Shanhua playfully pinched her nose. "You little rascal." After accepting the cucumber, she planted a kiss on her daughter's cheek. "Thank you for the cucumber, my little queer, but it's not ripe yet. Shall we wait until it is ready to eat?" Jiang Haiyang watched this scene unfold, akin to swallowing an entire lemon. So sour. Why didn't he queer offer Daddy a cucumber to eat? Such an ungrateful child. As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes. What to do? Daddy is so sad. I might cry. The little one froze. "Daddy, don't cry. It's just a cucumber." Alarmed by her father's feigned sorrow, she hurriedly attempted to climb down from the stool. Jiang Haiyang lifted her down and knelt before her. "Little queer is a biased baby. She doesn't love Daddy anymore." The little one shook her head vigorously, pulling his hand, eager to lead him outside. "Daddy, cucumber." Jiang Haiyang leaned against her, following closely behind her petite figure. "Little Kueyer, shall we pick a melon even larger than Mama's for Daddy?" With a playful shout, he watched the duo, one large and one small, venture out to the little vegetable garden to gather cucumbers. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he picked up a paintbrush and began to draw on paper. When Jiang Haiyang returned with the little one in his arms, proudly displaying 2 sizable cucumbers, he exclaimed to Chu Shanhua, "My dear wife, look. These were picked by little Kueyer, and they are even larger than yours. 2 of them, no less." Chu Shanhua shot him an exasperated glance. "Come and see if this is acceptable. Your drawing is surely splendid. It was already quite perfect just moments ago." As she spoke, she approached his side. Drawn in by the artwork sprawled across the table. Little Jiang Kuei, cradled in his arms, widened her eyes in wonder. Her chubby little finger pointed excitedly at the paper. "Baby, Bibi, ah." The original drawing now featured a plump little figure adorned with 2 playful pigtails, dressed in a pink, strawberry-patterned jacket. In her hands, she held a vibrant green cucumber, surrounded by a delightful array of mini tomatoes and small pumpkins scattered about. Little Kueyer's portrayal was undeniably charming and vivid, with the vegetables rendered in bright, cheerful colors. Jiang Haiyang instantly recognized the adorable character in the drawing as his precious daughter. "My wife truly lives up to her title. This is simply marvelous." Chu Shanhua beamed with satisfaction as she admired their daughter's depiction. An idea sparked in Jiang Haiyang's mind as he gazed at the artwork. He envisioned transforming the image of his beloved daughter holding vegetables into a trademark. The more he contemplated this notion, the more brilliant it seemed. He excitedly began to discuss the idea with his wife. Chapter 79. The delicate yet hopeful strongman, Jiang Haiyang, after enjoying the cucumbers and tomatoes from Jiang Haiyang's greenhouse. Dainiu returned home with a small pumpkin. That same day, his mother steamed the pumpkin. As the mother and son savored the dish, its soft and sweet flavor reminded them of candied chestnuts. Dainiu's mother pondered, "Dainiu, did Jiang give you this? Is it from his greenhouse?" Dainiu nodded. "Indeed. Not only this pumpkin, but I also tasted the cucumbers and tomatoes. The cucumbers are as juicy and sweet as fruits, and the tomatoes have a delightful sweet and sour taste. Dainiu, do you genuinely believe that the greenhouse is as remarkable as they say?" His mother looked at him, her tone uncertain. "I believe so," he replied firmly. Dainiu's mother nodded, though doubt lingered in her mind. Having toiled for most of her life, she had saved money intended for her son to build a house and marry. Investing in a greenhouse was no small sum, especially since it required uprooting the crops already planted. If it failed, their future would be bleak. Let us observe for now, see how Jiang fares with his sales. Despite being a rural woman accustomed to hard labor, Sure, Daniu's mother possessed a certain foresight. From a moment Jiang Haiyang constructed his greenhouse and spoke of the prospect for greenhouse vegetables, she began to entertain thoughts of her own. Hearing her son describe the thriving vegetables only intensified her resolve. Sure, Daniu harbored an inexplicable trust in Jiang Haiyang, convinced of his success. Thus, when his mother broached the idea of building a greenhouse for their family, he wholeheartedly supported it. Yet, since the funds were his mother's, she remained hesitant. He felt it inappropriate to pressure her, as that would be unfilial. So, he chose to respect her wishes and wait. Meanwhile, Tang Jinbao, upon returning home, recounted his visit to Jiang Haiyang's greenhouse at the dinner table. The small pumpkin was just enough for his children to enjoy. As they relished the treat, Tang Wenyer, the village head, contemplated the broader implications. When Jiang Haiyang initiated his greenhouse project, he had considered its potential to enrich the village. However, as skepticism spread among the villagers, Tang Wenyer decided to hold back. This was a significant undertaking. If successful, every household could benefit, but failure would lead to severe losses. Caution was paramount. He resolved to wait and see if Jiang succeeded, believing that once the villagers saw the results, he could then engage them in discussions to rally support. As for Jiang Haiyang, burdened with the expectations of many, the scene was almost surreal. Clinging affectionately to the woman in his arms, he rested his head on her shoulder and playfully murmured, "Wife, are you staying the night?" He nuzzled closer, swaying gently with her in his embrace. "Tonight, why not stay? Little Kuei has also been taken by her mother, and if you go over there, I will truly be left alone in this empty chamber, unable to sleep. My dear wife, can you bear to leave me like this?" Chu Shanhua was quite at a loss due to his antics. She gently patted his arm, urging him to cease his mischief. "Let go," she insisted. "I won't. If I let go, you will run away." The stubborn man was akin to a child. "I will fetch a pillow from my mother's room. If you don't release me, how can I go?" Jiang Haiyang, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. "No need to fetch it. Your pillow is right here." It was as if he feared she wouldn't return if she left. He scooped her up entirely and gently placed her on the bed. "Then you." Jiang Haiyang removed his shoes and socks. "Let us share a pillow." Chu Shanhua rolled her eyes. "It's too cramped." Her words of disdain were cut short as the man captured her lips in a deep kiss. They lay on a single pillow, their bodies pressed closely together. Eventually, Jiang Haiyang wrapped the small woman in his arms, gently adjusting her head to rest on his chest. "Wife." "Wife. What is it?" "Wife, you didn't sleep well last night, did you?" "I'm trying to sleep." "Oh, wife, your ears are red." Chu Shanhua playfully swatted him and attempted to rise. Jiang Haiyang quickly tightened his grip on her shoulder. "Sleep, sleep. Humph." They enjoyed a peaceful night's rest until dawn. Jiang Haiyang quietly slipped out of bed, gazing at his still sleeping wife, and planted a kiss on her forehead. The coy little woman. He tucked her exposed arm beneath the covers before stepping out. Yesterday, he had carefully rolled up his wife's painting. He then rode his bike to the town's printing shop. "Boss, I would like to print 100 copies, please." Jiang Haiyang stood by, waiting. Inside the shop, the owner and his wife were busy at work. "Young man, your drawing is wonderful. The little girl on it is so lifelike." Jiang Haiyang perked up immediately upon hearing this. "This was drawn by my wife. The girl depicted is my daughter. Your wife has quite the talent. Your daughter looks adorably plump." The owner examined the contents of the paper closely. "Is this an advertisement for selling greenhouse vegetables?" Jiang Haiyang nodded. The owner gave him a thumbs up. "Well done. When I went to the province to buy machines, I heard about greenhouse vegetables. We haven't even started that in our town yet. You are the first." He continued, "And you've even made a large poster. The words and images are very appealing. I believe they call this type of promotion in the province." Jiang Haiyang smiled. "Yes, it's called a poster. For advertising purposes." After the 103 sheets were printed, Jiang Haiyang paid and prepared to leave. "Young man, I wish you prosperous business. When you open, we'll come by to take a look." "All right, thank you, boss." Acknowledgements at the end of the chapter. Gratitude to the esteemed monk from the Eastern Tang Dynasty, 109-78481. Xing, Quan Xian, the sword immortal Long Kuei, and the delightful gift from the simple smile. Chapter 80. Hospital checkup for twins for the time being. The The pressing matter at hand was accompanying my wife to the hospital for a checkup. With her 7-month pregnancy visibly pronounced, further delay was inadvisable. After conferring with Mother Chu, we decided that today would be the day for a comprehensive examination at the local hospital. The entire family was mobilized, with both Dahe and Xiaobai eager to join in the excitement. Dahe, in particular, stubbornly resisted as he pawed at the door, refusing to let me lock it. "Woof, take me along. I'm a part of the family too." Meanwhile, Xiaobai chirped, "Meow, I want to go too." As we prepare to leave, the two little ones united in their plea for inclusion. I cast a cold glance at them, causing both to shiver slightly, yet remain undeterred. When a mention of a hospital visit arose, the response was swift. "Let us go together." Xiaobai's fur stood on end as she emitted a sharp cry, darting away like the wind. Dahe, slightly slower to react, straightened up, his canine visage adopting a serious demeanor. He gave a strong push, firmly closing the door behind us. I chuckled softly, shaking my head as I secured the lock. Cradling my obedient daughter, I walked alongside Mother Chu, who was supporting my wife. "Mom, let me carry that," I offered, taking the small bundle from her arm. This was the first time since Chu Shanhua's pregnancy had become apparent that she was venturing outside. As we walked along the village path, we caught the attention of several villagers. "Hai Yang, your wife's belly," they exclaimed, their intentions innocent as they expressed their surprise. Given that we were all familiar faces, I responded with a smile. "Yes, she's over 7 months along, and we're heading to the hospital for a checkup today." The villagers, realizing the significance, extended their congratulations to Mother Chu and me. A few curious souls began to inquire about the fines we might face, but were quickly hushed by others. "They're going to the city hospital for a checkup. The fines must have already been considered. They wouldn't want to waste time." With polite farewells, we took our leave, leaving behind a group of gossiping ants. "I told you, she hasn't been out in a couple of months. And now we see why her belly is so large," one remarked. "With a belly this size, there must be more than one baby in there. How much will the Jiang family be fined?" Another chimed in, "What do you care? They've started their own business without a second thought. And I've heard they even opened a small restaurant in town. Do you think they're worried about a little fine?" I mentioned before, Jiang has only one son, and with just one daughter, their lineage would be at risk of extinction. "It seems they're having a second child after all," she added, her words laced with insinuation. Several aunts who had granddaughters could no longer contain themselves. "What is wrong with having a daughter? Daughters are sweet and gentle, not as troublesome as sons. That's just old-fashioned thinking. Indeed, your level of awareness is rather low." The aunt, facing the wrath of the crowd, was met with scorn and quickly fell silent. The trio, accompanied by the little one, made their way to the hospital. While registering, a nurse glanced at them, inquiring, "Another child?" "Yes, we are over 7 months along and here to pay the fine." The surrounding individuals turned their gaze towards them, for at that time, the implementation of family planning policies was fervent. Not only did people refrain from defying the regulations, but even those contemplating a second child remained hidden in the countryside. It is important to note that the fines were no trifling matter, and they had scarcely witnessed any families who dared to pursue this path. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Haiyang and his companions arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology department. During the ultrasound, the doctor initially intended to ask Jiang Haiyang to wait outside, but noticing that his feet seemed glued to the floor, he refrained from further comment. Naturally, Chu's mother stayed as well, cradling the little one as they gathered around the screen. As the probe glided over Chu Shanhua's abdomen, 2 shadowy figures appeared on the screen. The doctor adjusted the angle. 2 babies, although they were aware that there was more than one little one in the womb. Witnessing the reality for the first time astonished Jiang Haiyang, who gasped aloud. The doctor chuckled at Jiang Haiyang's startled expression, gently explaining the various body parts of the tiny beings displayed on the screen. Both babies were developing splendidly. After concluding the examination, Jiang Haiyang hastily picked up a prepared towel to wipe the coupling agent from his wife's belly, then adjusted her clothing and helped her to her feet. The doctor returned to his seat, inquiring about Chu Shanhua's daily habits, providing a few precautions, and advising them to maintain a cheerful disposition, rest adequately, and engage in moderate exercise. Regular checkups at the hospital before delivery were also recommended. "Thank you, doctor," they replied. After a brief wait, the nurse handed them the ultrasound images and exited the office. It was their first encounter with a doctor who did not inquire about the baby's gender. The doctor silently reflected on their departing figures, as family planning allowed for only one child. Many families, eager for a son, would persistently inquire about the child's sex, complicating matters for the doctors. "My dear wife, 2 babies!" Jiang Haiyang exclaimed, cradling the little one as he beamed at Chu Shanhua. Upon seeing the gleam in her husband's eyes fixed upon her, Chu Shanhua could not help but smile. Foolish man. This was their first glimpse of the babies after the examination, and with the doctor's confirmation that both she and the children were in good health, Jiang Haiyang finally felt at ease. His spirits soared, and he walked with an air of jubilation, hoisting the little one onto his shoulder. "Our little Queer is going to be a big sister. Are you happy?" "So happy," Queer responded, eagerly babbling. "Queer is a big baby now, so well behaved." Upon hearing his father's praise, the little one joyfully clutched his father's ears with his tiny hands, erupting into peals of laughter. This continued until a nurse approached, gently reminding them that the hospital required a tranquil atmosphere, which prompted the older one to temper his exuberance. With a broad grin, he turned to his wife and mother, declaring, "Let us dine at the finest restaurant in town today to celebrate." "What is there to celebrate?" Chu Shanhua murmured quietly, though her face radiated happiness. Chu's mother, supporting her, teased, "You are truly one who speaks contrary to your heart. Mother, why must you always undermine me?" All right. Given your condition, I shall refrain from provoking you. But do remember, once we are done, Haijian will be concerned." "Oh, mother, what are you talking about?" Chu's mother chuckled, patting her hand. "I mean to say, you are now quite spoiled by Haijian." Chu Shanhua pouted, resting her head on her mother's shoulder. "Not at all. It is clearly you who have indulged me since childhood." In that moment, Chu's mother thought of her husband back in the capital. Her brow furrowing as a sigh threatened to escape her lips. "Mother, dear, shall we stroll through the mall after our meal? We need to prepare for the little one's arrival. I must consider purchasing double the essentials." Jiang Haiyang began to ramble, listing the items he intended to acquire. Chu's mother and Chu Shanhua exchanged glances, a shared thought blossoming in their minds. When this man embarks on a shopping spree, he is even more fervent than any woman. Chapter 81. The indulgence of shopping in a lavish restaurant located in the city center, Jiang Haiyang treated his companions to a sumptuous meal. Following this, he guided them to the largest department store, making a beeline for the maternity section. Immediately, he began to peruse maternity wear. "This one is lovely. Purchase it. The fabric is exquisite. My wife will surely feel comfortable in it. Buy it." Had it not been for Chu Shanhua's intervention, he would have amassed a considerable collection. Reluctantly, he paused his shopping and shifted his focus to children's clothing and supplies. The infant attire was dainty and appeared irresistibly charming, captivating both Chu Mu and Chu Shanhua. They eagerly held up tiny garments to envision them on little Jiang Xiaokuei, convinced that anything would look adorable on the child. Even Chu Mu could not resist picking out 2 or 3 outfits. Had Jiang Haiyang not been astute enough to settle the bill beforehand, Chu Mu would have insisted on treating her grandchild to clothes and formula. Next, they explored items for the 2 babies, whose genders remained unknown. Chu Shanhua deliberately sought neutral colors like yellow and green, while Jiang Haiyang, despite already having a daughter, still yearned for a sweet, endearing little girl. It is often said that daughters are a father's little lovers from a past life and his cozy comfort in this life. Who would ever tire of such warmth? He purchased anything that caught his eye, especially the delicate pinks. After more than an hour of browsing in the maternity section, their attendant was beaming with delight. The volume of their purchases rivaled her sales for over a month. Had it not been for the overwhelming amount they accumulated, Jiang Haiyang would have continued his shopping spree, feeling an insatiable desire for more. Noticing his gaze lingering on the shopping aisles, Chu Mu and Chu Shanhua exchanged resigned glances and shook their heads. "Haiyang, I'm exhausted." Chu Shanhua's voice broke through. Jiang Haiyang jolted, turning toward his pregnant wife, and suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, my love, let us return home at once. I'll prepare a foot soak and give you a massage." He urged the attendant to process their payment and anxiously instructed Chu Shanhua, "Please, go sit over there for a bit. I'll be done shortly, and then we can head home." Upon returning home, he entrusted the little one to Chu Mu and hurried to prepare warm water. Just as Chu Shanhua finished her freshening up and returned to the room, Jiang Haiyang appeared with the steaming water. "You must be tired, my dear. Allow me to massage your feet." "I'm fine, really just a little." Jiang Haiyang's expression was filled with concern and regret as he gently submerged her delicate feet into the basin, noting her slightly swollen calves. Internally, he chastised himself, and once the water had cooled sufficiently, he tenderly dried her feet. "Wife, lie down properly. Allow me to give you a thorough massage." Chu Shanhua obediently nestled into position. "Hand me the images. I wish to gaze upon our little ones." Under Jiang Haiyang's expert massage, the tension in her muscles gradually dissipated. The discomfort and soreness ebbed away, prompting Chu Shanhua to stifle a yawn. She placed the images beside her pillow, her eyelids slowly fluttering shut. "Wife, do you think our children resemble you or me? People say daughters take after their fathers, yet little Kuei seems to favor you more. Our two babies." Jiang Haiyang mumbled a lengthy string of words. But before he received a response from the petite woman, he was met with the rhythmic sound of her breathing. Observing his wife drift into slumber, Jiang Haiyang ceased his ministrations. He gently tucked the blanket around her and picked up the images to examine them, a silly grin plastered on his face. "Babies, strive to be as remarkable as your beautiful mother." He tiptoed out of the room. At that moment, Mother Chu was also lulling the little one to sleep. "Mother, has little Kuei fallen asleep?" Mother Chu nodded. "Mother, you should rest early as well. Today, I was careless with time, causing you both undue trouble." "Oh, child, what unnecessary formalities. I know you are pleased at heart. Now, go rest early. You've carried so many things and held the little one the entire way." "All right, Mother." "In Jing City, when does your school break for winter vacation?" "Huh, cough, cough." Chu Outyin nearly choked on his food at his father's sudden inquiry. Chu Guodong cast an exasperated glance at his son, who could manage to choke even while eating. He poured a glass of water and set it before him. Chu Outyin gulped it down. "I suppose there's still more than a month to go. Don't you have a break for New Year's?" Chu Outyin felt perplexed by the question. "Of course we have a break, but why are you asking about it, Dad?" Chu Guodong slammed his chopsticks down. "You have a day off for New Year's. Go to that Lulin village and fetch your mother back. What are you staring at? Think. The new year is approaching, and if you don't bring your mother back, she'll be left there to celebrate alone." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Rising from his seat, he pushed back his chair and strode toward the study, muttering under his breath, "That old woman still thinks she's 18, leaving without a word. The new year is nearly upon us, and she doesn't return. It's utterly absurd. The younger ones are disobedient, and the elder is in a rebellious phase, drives me to despair." With a loud slam, the door to the study was shut. Chu Outyin sighed as he watched his father fuming, then resumed eating his meal. Old and young, the hearts of the elderly are as elusive as needles at the bottom of the sea, increasingly difficult to please. Contemplating his father's stance, Chu Outyin resolved to engage him in conversation over the next few days. Although he yearned to bring his sister home for the new year, the thought of her condition loomed over him. He suspected she would be giving birth around that time. His desire to see his sister grew stronger. "I remain concerned about the elderly gentleman spending the new year alone at home. It would be ideal to persuade him to join me in celebrating the festivities in Lulin village. The more I contemplate this idea, the more feasible it appears." Chu Outyin let out a hearty belch and began to clear the tableware. Acknowledgments to the esteemed Qin Er Yi, who delights in velvet, to Ai Jian, who cherishes the lantern and drum, and to Quan Xian for his thoughtful gift. Chapter 82. The emergence of competitors. The proprietress of the noodle shop tidied up the establishment and undertook a thorough cleaning. Jiang Haiyang had previously drafted a design, which the carpenter followed to construct 6 elongated shelves with compartments. As the shelves were arranged within the shop, Jiang Haiyang affixed a notice at the entrance seeking 2 employees for a rotating shift, 1 per day, with a monthly salary of 20 yuan, plus commissions. The interview location was set at the Jianghu meat restaurant across the street. With all preparations complete, Jiang Haiyang returned to the small restaurant opposite, ready to commence business. At that moment, Boss Zhu from next door hurriedly emerged, his expression tinged with urgency. He pulled Jiang Haiyang aside. "Haiyang, did you notice the large storefront undergoing renovation around the right turn up ahead?" Jiang Haiyang pondered for a moment and recalled seeing a sizable establishment shrouded in heavy fabric at its entrance, likely undergoing renovations. "Yes, I saw it on my way here. I wondered why there was such a commotion, with fabric draped at the front." Boss Zhu glanced around cautiously before leaning in closer. "I stumbled upon some information. Do you know what kind of business that shop will be running?" "Medicinal cuisine," he exclaimed, "and their specialty is purportedly for enhancing men's vitality and beautifying women's skin." "Medicinal cuisine?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Haiyang's mind began to race. Noticing Jiang Haiyang's lack of immediate reaction, Boss Zhu assumed he was unaware of the gravity of the situation. He continued, "You must have seen the owner. I've noticed him frequently dining here. They are here to learn the trade." Jiang Haiyang understood, recognizing the genuine concern emanating from Boss Zhu regarding his own business. He smiled and reassured him, "You needn't worry, Boss Zhu. In matters of business, if they don't come today, perhaps others will come tomorrow. We can't prevent them from opening." Boss Zhu sighed in response. Alas, their shop is conveniently situated on the street, and the entire space is quite large. You should consider selling some rice as well. Otherwise, with only meat on offer, your business is bound to be affected. At present, Jiang Haiyang had no such intentions. After all, his primary focus lay elsewhere, and he had great confidence in the quality of the meat he provided. Once the medicinal cuisine shop commenced operations, he planned to assess the situation further. "Thank you for your advice today, Boss Zhu," Jiang Haiyang replied. "I now have a clearer understanding. Once they open, I will pay them a visit and strategize accordingly." Boss Zhu nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling the recruitment advertisement across the street. "You work quickly. Once you hire staff, you'll be open for business too. When that happens, I shall definitely come to patronize your establishment. I've only heard of those large-scale vegetable dishes, but have yet to taste them." "Certainly, you are welcome to visit. I will ensure to offer you a discount," Jiang Haiyang replied. They exchanged a few more words before Boss Zhu returned to his shop as customers began to arrive, and Jiang Haiyang resumed his preparations. Jiang Haiyang had meticulously planned the dishes he intended to prepare today and promptly ignited the flames to commence his stir-frying, enveloping the air with an enticing aroma. This sensory delight prompted him to reminisce about his herbal cuisine shop. However, before he could formulate any thoughts, customers began to enter the establishment. The uniqueness of his offerings, featuring a different meat dish each day akin to unboxing a surprise, coupled with the absence of rice on the menu, drew attention. Although the concept was intriguing, yielding commendable health benefits, the business thrived but did not reach the heights of fervent popularity. Most of his clientele stemmed from referrals, with patrons bringing in others. The emergence of a new shop in the vicinity was certain to siphon off some of his customers. Jiang Haiyang was aware of this reality. In just 2 days, no fewer than 5 applicants had come forth. Jiang Haiyang decided to retain 2 individuals. A young man named Lu Yang, aged 22, who, due to a disability, was unable to work in factories. Jiang Haiyang found Lu to be particularly clever and articulate, making the decision to keep him. The other hire was a woman named Jiang Miao, 40 years old, who resided merely 5 minutes away from the street. With his staffing needs met, Jiang Haiyang briefed them on various essential matters and provided training on the intricacies of his greenhouse vegetables. Observing that they had absorbed the information well, he felt a sense of relief. He then arranged for a small van to transport the harvested vegetables to the shop the following day. Early the next morning, Jiang Haiyang and his mother-in-law, Chu Mu, busied themselves in the greenhouse. Initially, Jiang Haiyang had intended for Chu Mu to refrain from laboring, unwilling to have his esteemed mother-in-law engage in such strenuous tasks. Yet, her resolute demeanor proved impossible to resist. Acting swiftly, Jiang Haiyang prepared baskets as the van arrived at the greenhouse. As the last basket of vegetables was loaded onto the vehicle, he urged, "Mom, you should head back to rest. I'll go to the shop with the van." Chu Mu rubbed her waist and sighed, "Alas, age takes its toll. I can hardly endure this. I'll head back now. Make sure to return early. I'll prepare your favorite for dinner." "Sure thing, Mom," Jiang Haiyang replied, settling into the vehicle. The driver engaged him in conversation about the greenhouse produce. "Little brother, I must say, your vegetables are quite impressive, uniformly grown and visually appetizing," the driver remarked. Jiang Haiyang nodded in agreement, smiling as he shared more about his endeavor. They arrived at the store, where Jiang Miao and Lu Yang awaited. Two other young individuals, around their teens, had come to assist by distributing previously printed flyers. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Haiyang opened the door, and the four eagerly stepped forward to help with the vegetable unloading. He had previously printed small labels adorned with a cartoon of a little sunflower joyfully holding vegetables. Although the trademark application was in process, approval had yet to be granted. Once the vegetables were inside the shop, each person took charge of a designated area, affixing the whimsical labels to the produce. They then neatly arranged everything on the shelves. As Jiang Miao observed the sticker featuring the cheerful little girl, she smiled warmly. "The small boss, the little doll on your sticker is truly adorable. This doll is my daughter, Xiao Kuei, drawn by my wife." Upon hearing this, the four of them began to scrutinize the charming little doll closely. "Your daughter is remarkably beautiful. She will undoubtedly grow into a stunning young lady," they remarked in unison. Indeed, indeed. As they chatted, their hands moved deftly, arranging the vegetables with precision. When noon arrived, Jiang Haiyang prepared a sumptuous meal at the nearby eatery, inviting them to feast. They savored Jiang Haiyang's culinary skills, each person filled with admiration. After their satisfying meal, they returned to their tasks with renewed vigor. Only Lu Yang, who had mobility issues, remained in the shop while the other three ventured outside to distribute flyers. Due to the limited number printed, Jiang Haiyang specifically instructed them to focus on posting, advising that the distribution should be based on the attire of passersby to gauge their spending capacity. After the lunch rush had concluded and confirming that no more customers were arriving at the small restaurant, Jiang Haiyang tidied up before heading across the street. It was the first official day of business here, and he decided to oversee the shop for the next few days, planning to return after dinner. Chapter 83. The grand opening of the new store. Jiang Haiyang affixed price tags to the vegetable counter in his shop, with prices fluctuating between $1.50 to $2 per pound. The promotional offer entailed purchasing 5 pounds to receive half a pound complimentary. Customers could select any half pound of vegetables, provided the chosen items did not exceed the price of the purchase variety. Each type of vegetable was meticulously cut into small pieces and arranged on a plate. He then briefed Xiao Lu, indicating that these were for customers to sample. Once the plate was empty, it would be replenished. Sister Jiang and the two young assistants returned, and Jiang Haiyang paid them for their work, also gifting each a small bag of vegetables. With their wages and some greenhouse produce, though modest, the two young individuals were elated. "Boss, you are exceedingly generous. Xiao Ming and I will definitely promote your store further when we return," one of them exclaimed. "Thank you very much," Jiang Haiyang replied. "Oh, it's merely a few words. We shall take our leave now. Wishing you prosperous business, boss." Sister Jiang took a sip of water, glancing at the price tags with a hint of uncertainty. "Young boss, these prices are rather steep. Will anyone buy them?" Xiao Lu chimed in, both being locals who had never encountered such high vegetable prices before. Although they understood the concept of greenhouse cultivation, they had never witnessed it firsthand. This was their first encounter with such pristine and lush vegetables, yet beauty alone did not guarantee sales. Suddenly, Jiang Haiyang remembered he had not offered them a taste. If the staff lacked confidence, how could they persuade customers? Setting aside items unsuitable for sampling, he sliced cucumbers, tomatoes, and radishes in half and handed them over. "Try these. When customers arrive, you'll be able to describe them better," he added. "At closing time tonight, each of you can take some home to cook and taste the flavor." The two took the vegetables and began to eat. Upon their first bite, they were astonished. These were ordinary vegetables, commonplace at any dining table. Yet the texture was undeniably different. After finishing all the vegetables, their confidence soared. This price is justified. The afternoon passed with few pedestrians on the street, resulting in a lack of customers. However, as closing time approached, more people began to appear. Chen Zhen and Su Sheng, longtime patrons and friends of Jiang Haiyang, were certain to visit the new establishment. After work, they promptly arrived at the store. Chen Zhen, who did not cook at home, purchased some cucumbers. Others with families, not managing household finances, also bought a few items to take home for their wives to sample. If their wives were pleased, they would then share Jiang Haiyang's shopping address. Su Sheng, on the other hand, purchased a considerable amount, as his family had no financial constraints and shared a common dining space. As he was about to leave, he informed Jiang Haiyang that he and Lan Hua would soon be getting married and extended an invitation for him to join the celebration. He mentioned that all the vegetables for the banquet would be sourced from Jiang Haiyang. Jiang Haiyang smiled and congratulated him, promising to select only the finest produce for the occasion. After a group of burly men departed, an elderly woman entered just as the door was closing. Jiang Haiyang observed her attire. Although she dressed simply, her clothing was impeccably neat, indicating a person of discernment. Unlike the younger generations, the older individuals led lives of modesty, shunning extravagance. Jiang Haiyang gestured to Xiao Lu and Sister Jiang, signaling them not to approach the woman for sales pitches just yet. After allowing the elderly lady to browse for a moment, he approached her with a warm greeting. "Madam, we have samples available for tasting. Please feel free to try them. And if you have any questions or needs, do not hesitate to ask. We will be delighted to assist you." It was essential to be welcoming and gentle in demeanor, yet not overly intrusive. He had learned this lesson well in previous experiences. A lack of engagement might seem cold, while excessive attention could be bothersome. The elderly lady nodded, sampling some sliced tomatoes and cucumbers. She glanced at Jiang Haiyang and remarked, "The flavor of your greenhouse vegetables is indeed commendable." A subtle smile broke her previously stern expression, suggesting her approval as she began to select items for purchase. "Allow me to assist you with that basket. Please continue to choose at your leisure." Jiang Haiyang took the basket from her and accompanied her as he introduced the various vegetables. When they finished weighing her selections, the total came to about 10 pounds, and he generously added an extra pound as a gift. After escorting her to the door, he contemplated offering her a ride home, given the heaviness of her purchases, but she declined, stating she lived nearby. "Young man, continue to excel with these greenhouse vegetables. Strive to make a name for yourself in this town." "Certainly. Thank you." Upon returning to the store, Jiang Haiyang shared some sales techniques with Sister Jiang and Xiao Lu, advising them on the importance of balance and engagement. He then informed them that starting tomorrow, they could take turns working, leaving the arrangement details to their discretion. After locking up the shop, Jiang Haiyang rode his bike to the front of the still under construction medicinal cuisine establishment. The lights were bright, and workers busily moved about inside, indicating that the renovations were nearing completion. The clamor of drilling and hammering had diminished. After a brief observation, he pedaled homeward. By the time he arrived, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As he opened the door, Dehe barked, and he saw his wife, visibly pregnant, walking out of the room. "Wife, why are you out? It's chilly at night. You should rest inside." Jiang Haiyang hastily halted the vehicle and approached to support her back. "Mother has warmed the dishes in the pot. I will serve them to you. Please eat something. It is quite late." Jiang Haiyang felt a warmth in his heart. "What are you busy with? Carrying such a large belly? I can manage. Come, I will assist you to sit down and rest." "Ju san yu pao det. I am merely serving a dish. Besides, the doctor advised me to exercise more. Yet, that does not mean you should venture out at night for exercise. The wind is strong." Noticing his wife was about to say more, Jiang Haiyang gently rubbed her head in a comforting manner. "Be good. Listen to me." Acknowledgements. Gratitude to Tang Fujuan from Half Moon Reef, Yin Yin from Yin, Quan Xian, and the gift from Wu-Wei Renli Zhu. Thank you. Chapter 84. A warm moment for the young couple as night enveloped the world. Jiang Haiyang lay in bed, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the greenhouse vegetables. After much contemplation, he realized there were numerous aspects he had previously overlooked. For instance, unlike fruits, vegetables often prompt inquiries about their freshness when selected. With business yet to flourish, it was inevitable that some vegetables would remain unsold in the shop. He could preserve them in his space to ensure their freshness. However, he would need to transport fresh produce to the store each morning. Clearly, acquiring a small van was essential, as relying on others for transport proved to be inconvenient. Moreover, there was the issue of yield. With only a mere acre of land at his disposal, It would be impossible to produce a substantial quantity of vegetables if he aimed for expansion. He contemplated applying for additional land and constructing more greenhouses. An increase in land would necessitate more manpower, for managing everything alone would be overwhelmingly exhausting. Then there were the vegetables themselves, thriving abundantly and growing rapidly, thanks to the fertile soil in his space. If he were to expand the greenhouse cultivation area, it would be impractical to excavate all the soil from his space. The thought of entering his space to find gaping holes and pits made Jiang Haiyang break into a sweat. Was there a secondary option available? Perhaps seeds that had undergone genetic mutation? He wondered if such varieties could thrive in ordinary soil. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Haiyang felt increasingly overwhelmed. Expanding his business was proving to be a formidable challenge, especially since he had initially taken some shortcuts. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he tossed and turned in bed. Was he destined to earn only a meager income? His mind was a tangled mess. Suddenly, a soft, delicate hand wrapped around his neck and a fragrant, tender body pressed against him. "What's wrong? Are you troubled?" Her voice, laced with sleepiness, reached his ears. Jiang Haiyang extended his arm, wrapping it around her shoulder and drawing her closer into his embrace. "I'm sorry for disturbing you. It's getting late. You should go to sleep," he murmured, gently patting her back as if soothing a child to sleep. Chu Shanhua squinted her eyes, resting her head against his chest, seeking a comfortable position as she snuggled closer. "I'm tired, but why aren't you sleeping? Do you have something on your mind? We are partners. Share it with me, and we can find a solution together." Her tender voice stirred Jiang Haiyang's heart, and he felt warmth spread within him, recognizing her concern. "I was thinking about buying land, building more greenhouses, and introducing our high Kuei greenhouse vegetables to a broader market. Allowing more people to see and love the vegetables bearing our little Kuei brand." Chu Shanhua opened her eyes wide, intently listening to her husband's grand aspirations. Fingers unconsciously toyed with the buttons of the man's pajamas. A profound sense of pride enveloped her as she felt the man beside her pressed closely against her. Eventually, Jiang Haiyang extended his other hand, gently caressing the woman's silky hair. "Dear wife, do you think I might be getting ahead of myself? After all, this is just the opening day of our first store." Noticing his wife's silence, Jiang Haiyang worried she might perceive him as overly ambitious, reminiscent of his naivete right after university. "My dear, Chu Shanhua lifted her head, her delicate hand pressed against his lips, silencing his impending words. "No, I find your seriousness reassuring. I understand that everything you do is for our little family. So, if you encounter any troubles that weigh heavily on your heart, even if I might not be able to help much, I hope you can share your burdens with me. I want to share the load with you because—" Chu Shanhua's words faltered, her gaze falling, a hint of pink gracing her fair skin. After a gentle sigh, when she raised her eyes to Jiang Haiyang again, they sparkled with stars. A soft smile danced at the corners of her lips. "Because you are my husband, and I love you." Her voice was a whisper, tender and soothing, reaching Jiang Haiyang's ears. In that moment, the gaze of the little woman filled with radiant starlight, and her sincere, blissful smile became etched in Jiang Haiyang's memory. He captured her small hand that rested upon his lips, his eyes filled with affection, his tone gentle yet serious, as if making a promise. "My dear, I love you too deeply. I will protect you and our child for a lifetime." Chu Shanhua smiled, her nose slightly tinged with emotion. Just as she felt tears welling up, she playfully tapped his chest. "Stop being so mushy at this late hour. It's time for bed." With that, she wriggled free from his embrace, lying flat beside him, her head resting on her pillow. With a swift tug, she pulled the blanket over her head. Observing her series of movements, Jiang Haiyang found her reminiscent of a bashful little turtle retreating into its shell. He chuckled softly and reached out, attempting to pull down the blanket covering her head, but it remained stubbornly in place. He placed a gentle kiss atop her head and said softly, "It's stuffy under there. Be a dear and lower the blanket a bit, will you?" With a slight tug, her small hand pulled the blanket down just enough to reveal her eyes. Upon meeting his gaze, which was fixed upon her with a smile, she promptly shut her eyes tightly. Her adorable little actions delighted Jiang Haiyang. He playfully tugged at the blanket again, You need to let some air in. At least show your nose for a breath, all right? Even little Kuei is more obedient than you. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Shanhua pulled the blanket completely over her head, tilting her face to the side with a playful huff. Observing his wife sulking, Jiang Haiyang lowered his head and leaned closer to her ear. My dear, are you feeling shy? Which is why. A muffled sound of indignation emanated from beneath the covers. Sleep. You're being so noisy. All right, sleep it is. Jiang Haiyang obediently settled down, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his hands on her round belly, gently caressing it. Good night, my beloved. Good night to our little ones. Hearing the steady rhythm of his breathing, Chu Shanhua gradually pulled the blanket down. She turned over, glancing at the man who had drifted into slumber, and nestled her head against his chest. Shifting her cumbersome form closer to his warm body, she pressed her little feet against his calves for warmth. Closing her eyes, she whispered softly, "Good night, my love." Chapter 85. The little boss is amiable and easy to get along with. Although he had a late night, Jiang Haiyang rose early. After being gently reassured by his wife, he felt invigorated. He hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast before energetically pushing his bicycle out the door. As he swung his long leg over the bike, he prepared to ride to the shop when suddenly he smacked his forehead. Oh, I have no money. He had intended to purchase a small van in town today. Never mind, his wife was still asleep. He decided not to disturb her and would postpone the errand until tomorrow. Upon arriving at the shop, Jiang Haiyang thought he had arrived early enough. To his surprise, the shop door was already ajar. After securing his bicycle, he entered to find Xiao Lu cleaning inside. Good morning, little boss. Xiao Lu greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Jiang Haiyang replied. I thought I was early enough, but it seems you have outdone me. It's not even the official start time yet. Xiao Lu stood up straight, holding a cloth, and chuckled lightly. After getting some rest last night, I felt particularly energetic and figured there was nothing else to do at home, so I came in early. Jiang Haiyang nodded with a smile. Most people nowadays are quite earnest, unlike in later years when everyone becomes a seasoned player in society, with tardiness and early departures being commonplace. However, Jiang Haiyang had no intention of exploiting labor. He playfully patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder. Next time, you needn't come in so early. Just arrive on time. I won't count your extra hours for coming in early, but if it gets busy, overtime will be calculated separately. Xiao Lu quickly waved his hands, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. No, I wasn't expecting extra pay. I was just idle at home. Jiang Haiyang chuckled. It's all right. I was merely joking. From now on, just come in at the proper time. If things do get hectic, I'll hire more help. If you work diligently, you'll become a veteran employee and your salary could see an increase. As the saying goes, to make the horse run fast, one must first feed it some grass. Providing hope and prospects encourages employees to be more dedicated and responsible. Understood, little boss, Xiao Lu responded, feeling invigorated. He thought to himself that this little boss was quite decent and agreeable, unlike the previous factory where he worked, where the boss wished he could stay and work overtime every day. Xiao Lu silently vowed to perform well in this job, not to betray the trust of his new boss. Today was the weekend, and the promotional flyers posted yesterday had begun to yield results. Before long, several middle-aged women with vegetable baskets on their arms gathered at the entrance. Jiang Haiyang noticed them standing outside, pointing and whispering to each other while peering into the shop. He could faintly hear them. Is this the place? The one advertised at the factory gate, selling greenhouse vegetables? Absolutely. The address matches, and the name is correct. Shall we go in and take a look? That chubby little character in the picture is quite adorable. Just as Jiang Haiyang was preparing to greet them at the door, he saw Xiao Lu limping towards the entrance. Our store specializes in greenhouse-grown vegetables, and currently, we are the only establishment of our kind in the town without any branches. Ladies, please feel free to come in and have a look. We even offer samples. And purchasing is entirely up to you. A few ladies were just about to enter when they noticed young Lu's warm greeting. They exchanged pleasantries and stepped inside. When Jiang Haiyang saw them enter, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Lu's enthusiasm, Jiang Haiyang decided to let him handle this on his own to assess his capabilities. A total of 5 individuals entered, neither too many nor too few. Lu stood aside without rushing to introduce the products as the others entered. Instead, he adopted Jiang Haiyang's approach from the previous day. Once the ladies had surveyed the offerings, he gently introduced the fresh-cut vegetables displayed on the table, inviting them to taste at their leisure. Initially, the ladies were apprehensive upon seeing the price tags, thinking they were rather steep, and considered leaving after merely browsing. However, upon hearing about the tasting, they hesitated, exchanged glances, and then picked up some sliced cucumbers. Wow, the texture is indeed delightful. Is this really cucumber? Lu noticed their astonishment and took the opportunity to elaborate. This cucumber is a new variety invented by our boss, known as the fruit cucumber, which can be enjoyed like a fruit. As he spoke, he lifted a plate of neatly sliced tomatoes. Ladies, do try this tomato as well. While they sampled the produce, Lu began to enthusiastically share more about their offerings. All of our vegetables are grown in greenhouses, allowing us to provide off-season varieties with superior taste. He held up 2 tomatoes, continuing, as you can see, the produce we sell is visually stunning. There is no need to pick and choose, as we have already carefully selected everything to ensure freshness and quality. You can eat with confidence, knowing that what you consume is guaranteed to meet high standards. Listening to him, the ladies scrutinized the vegetables in the display case more closely. They were indeed well-shaped and fresh, suggesting that the owner was diligent in maintaining quality. The flavors were impressive as well. Given the current times, many families have picky eaters, and due to seasonal limitations, variety is often lacking. The presence of off-season vegetables in this store was enticing, allowing for fresh and diverse meals. One of the older ladies spoke up, "Young man, your vegetables are not only flavorful and appealing, but also come in a variety of options. However, the prices are a bit steep." Upon hearing her words, the others nodded in agreement. "Yes, young man, is there any possibility for a discount? If you could lower the price a bit, we would certainly consider purchasing some." Young as he is, Xiao Lu initially spoke with great eloquence, introducing the vegetables with confidence. However, in the face of these bargaining women, he found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by their relentless negotiation. Just then, Jiang Haiyang stepped forward. "Sisters, the prices for our vegetables are clearly marked. We do not engage in haggling." Upon hearing this, some of the women appeared displeased. Jiang Haiyang quickly flashed a smile. "Take a look at my produce. I assure you, it is fairly priced. Establishing this greenhouse required me to sacrifice crops from my fields, and I undertook considerable risk to make this happen. Furthermore, I speak candidly when I say that my primary motivation is to respond to our nation's call for development, having invested over 10,000 yuan. From the storefront to the employees and the brand logo, I am not seeking significant profits. My aim is merely to promote these greenhouse vegetables and introduce new dishes to your dining tables." Initially, the women were unimpressed, but upon hearing that establishing a greenhouse costs such a substantial amount, coupled with their observations of the shop and the charming images of young girls on each vegetable, they began to reconsider. It dawned on them that there was indeed little profit to be made. Consequently, their perception of Jiang Haiyang shifted markedly. Chapter 86. Business Acumen and Talent Cultivation. The young proprietor appeared to be quite sincere. The costs and risks were indeed substantial, especially since it was the first of its kind in the town. This made her somewhat reluctant to haggle further. Although the price was reasonable for the vegetables, it represented a considerable expenditure, equivalent to several days' worth of grocery money. Jiang Haiyang noticed a flicker of interest on the faces of the elder sisters and seized the moment to elaborate. "My daughter is quite a picky eater, preferring meat over vegetables. However, since I started cultivating these greenhouse vegetables, she has become more accepting, even enjoying vegetable porridge and juices. Children are perpetually a favored topic among elders, particularly when it comes to their eating habits." This struck a chord with the women, who began sharing tales of their own children's stubbornness regarding vegetables, highlighting their fussiness. As the conversation flowed, one elder sister picked up a pumpkin and pointed to the sticker on it. "This little character is truly adorable. We saw this same image on the posters before, and now it's on the vegetables too. Is this your daughter, young boss?" Her remark drew the attention of the others, who paused their complaints about their children's eating habits to glance at Jiang Haiyang. Seeing them captivated by his daughter, he proudly praised her cuteness. admitting that the illustration was crafted by his wife. What followed was an inevitable exchange of mutual flattery and polite conversation. Once the dialogue had reached a comfortable point, Jiang Haiyang skillfully redirected the topic back to the vegetables. Sister, isn't your child a picky eater? The small pumpkin you're holding can be cooked and scooped out to eat, or transformed into a delightful snack, perfect for a meal. He then turned to another woman. Sister, take a look at this cucumber. You just tasted it. If your little one dislikes drinking water, this cucumber can be both sautéed as a vegetable or enjoyed fresh as fruit. It's particularly refreshing. Jiang Haiyang eloquently extolled the virtues of each vegetable, concluding with, simply discussing these won't suffice. You should purchase some to try cooking them at home. The conversation about children fostered a sense of camaraderie between the women and Jiang Haiyang. They noted how attentively he absorbed details about their situations, appreciating his sincerity and dedication. Exchanging glances, they silently agreed and began selecting vegetables with cheerful enthusiasm. Following Jiang Haiyang's suggestion, the 5 women pooled their resources to buy 4 varieties of vegetables, each choosing 5 pounds, with an additional half-pound complimentary. They ultimately opted for the same type. After settling the payment, they divided the produce into their respective baskets. Young boss, we'll head home to try these out. If they're delicious, we will not only return frequently, but also send more business your way. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Have a safe journey home. Jiang Haiyang escorted them to the store entrance, watching as they walked away. Wiping away imaginary sweat from his brow, he turned and returned to his shop. As Jiang Haiyang stood to attend to the clients, Lu Yang remained at the side, observing intently. Initially, Lu Yang believed himself to be quite articulate, certainly not one to shy away from social interaction. Throughout his upbringing, he had managed to amuse the neighbors, the elderly, and his relatives. However, witnessing the small boss's adept communication skills, he realized the superficiality of his own understanding. Jiang Haiyang poured himself a glass of water at the counter and noticed Lu Yang gazing at him with admiration, which made him smile. You did well just now, he remarked. In business, merely extolling the virtues of a product is insufficient. I can assert that my prices are quite reasonable, but in this town, they perceive them as exorbitant. They remain oblivious to the underlying costs. You might initially present a sob story, though mine is not entirely tragic, as the costs and risks are indeed substantial. You must then bridge the gap with your clients, establishing rapport. Do not underestimate the importance of relationship building in sales. Every business endeavor must be rooted in the needs and sentiments of the clients. Once you cultivate a connection, it becomes significantly easier to engage them. Jiang Haiyang intended to share only a few thoughts, but seeing Lu Yang's earnestness, he recognized him as an eager learner, striving for improvement. This young man exhibited potential, particularly his humility. Jiang Haiyang contemplated that he could not always oversee the shop, especially with his wife about to give birth, and his aspirations for business expansion. It would be wise to nurture this young talent, eventually entrusting him with full responsibility. Unbeknownst to him, he began to elaborate further. Take your time to ponder these insights. The art of business is intricate, not something mastered in a day. It requires extensive practice. As Lu Yang absorbed Jiang Haiyang's words, his respect for the small boss deepened. The small boss was not much older than he, yet possessed such wisdom, generously imparting knowledge without reservation. Lu Yang, being astute, recognized Jiang Haiyang's intention to mentor him and felt profoundly grateful, listening with utmost seriousness. Thank you, small boss. I will take note of everything and will not disappoint your expectations. Jiang Haiyang nodded, glancing at the clock as lunchtime approached, and headed to the small eatery across the street. Did you bring lunch? He inquired. If not, feel free to eat over there. I did bring my own meal. I'll eat here, Lu Yang replied. After a conversation the previous day, Lu Yang and the others had learned that the small boss's eatery served primarily meat dishes at a rather steep price. Now, hearing him suggest going over for lunch, Lu Yang felt reluctant to take advantage and promptly declined. All right, I'll leave the shop in your hands. I'll head over now. Understood, small boss. Rest assured, Lu Yang responded. Jiang Haiyang tidied up the last of the dishes in the eatery before closing the door behind him. A few customers arrived to browse the vegetables, but none made a purchase. Liu Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet after receiving a few encouraging words from Jiang Haiyang, he regained his enthusiasm. After a while, observing that Liu Yang had fully acclimatized to his responsibilities, Jiang Haiyang felt reassured and decided to take a leisurely stroll outside to inspect the van. As he was about to step out, a woman collided with him. "I apologize, I was in quite a hurry," she said. "No harm done," Jiang Haiyang replied as he swung his leg over the bicycle seat, preparing to ride away. Just then, he heard Liu Yang calling out, "Boss, boss, someone is looking for you." Jiang Haiyang planted his feet firmly on the ground, stabilizing the bicycle. "Who?" He then noticed the woman who had just bumped into him following closely behind Liu Yang. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" Acknowledgements. Thank you to Jingying Kanji. Vin Dan Yishou, Huanwen, Mink, Zijia Zaizong. And the generous gift from the Sea Emperor who loves stir-fried spinach with duck blood after turning 30. Many have graciously bestowed gifts. My heartfelt thanks to all of you. Chapter 87. The newspaper reporter, a young woman, adorned in a stylish khaki coat with a camera bag slung over her shoulder, caught Jiang Haiyang's attention. However, it was the identification badge pinned to her chest, emblazoned with the words "Town Daily," that truly piqued his curiosity. A reporter? Here for me? Could it be? As if to affirm his suspicions, the young woman spoke. "Hello, I am Su Lily, a reporter for the Town Daily." Jiang Haiyang secured his bicycle and nodded politely in response. "Hello, I am Jiang Haiyang, the proprietor of the Sea Anemone Greenhouse Vegetable Store." The moment the woman introduced herself as a reporter, Jiang Haiyang had an inkling of her intentions, considering the absence of seating in his vegetable shop. He gestured for her to accompany him to a nearby small eatery. "Xiaolu, please prepare some sliced cucumbers and tomatoes." "Certainly, boss." Once seated, Su Lily beamed with enthusiasm as she elucidated her purpose. "I noticed a poster downstairs when I was leaving work yesterday, which led me here today. The poster mentioned that your store specializes in greenhouse vegetables and is the first of its kind in town. Our newspaper is currently running a column focused on agricultural products. So I would like to conduct an interview with you, if that is convenient." Jiang Haiyang listened intently, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him. "Of course, it is quite convenient. I'm more than willing to cooperate with your inquiries." "Thank you." Su Lily promptly retrieved her camera, notebook, and pen from her bag. At that moment, Xiao Lu entered, carrying a plate of sliced cucumbers and tomatoes as per Jiang Haiyang's request. "Reporter, you may try these. They're the greenhouse vegetables we cultivate here." Su Lily, fully aware of the nature of her visit, did not hesitate. "I've heard about the greenhouse-grown vegetables and was intending to buy some to taste. Please, help yourself." "Thank you, boss." She picked up a piece of cucumber and tasted it. It was juicy, imbued with a subtle freshness and sweetness, a stark contrast to the cucumbers she had previously eaten. Taking another bite, she exclaimed, "Delicious." Jiang Haiyang smiled. "This is a fruit cucumber, the highlight of our store, a new variety that tastes just like fruit." Su Lily was taken aback. "Is this a new variety you developed yourself?" Jiang Haiyang remained composed, having cultivated a thick skin over time. "Indeed," Su Lily nodded, momentarily setting aside her food as she took up her pen to jot down notes. "Could you share how you decided to venture into greenhouse cultivation? You are the first in our town, after all, and such an investment entails considerable sums, along with numerous risks and uncertainties." Upon hearing her question, Jiang Haiyang's mind circled several times. He certainly could not disclose that he hailed from the future, where he already knew that greenhouse cultivation was a guaranteed profitable venture. Considering the elevated awareness of the people in this era, he spoke of the government's policies and support. His discourse was imbued with confidence and enthusiasm for the state's advocacy of greenhouse farming. As a member of the younger generation, he felt a responsibility to align himself with the national directive, aspiring to pave a prosperous path for his village. As a journalist, particularly one with a positive disposition, Su Lily and her colleagues possessed a high level of awareness. Listening to Jiang Haiyang's optimistic and uplifting thoughts, they found their impression of him significantly enhanced. "Based on your eloquence, I surmise you are quite well informed. May I inquire about your educational background?" After posing the question, Su Lily felt somewhat presumptuous and quickly added, "I apologize, that was rather forward of me. If you prefer not to disclose, please feel free to refrain. This inquiry is not part of our interview content." Observing Su Lily's flustered demeanor, Jiang Haiyang waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. I graduated from Jing City University. Su Lily was taken aback by his response. While she had presumed him to be an individual of high intellect and caliber, she was astonished to learn he was an alumnus of Jing City University. Then, how did you? She began but halted mid-sentence. Jiang Haiyang merely smiled, indicating he had no intention of elaborating further. Being an experienced journalist, Su Lily recognized his reluctance to continue on a personal note, realizing she had perhaps overstepped. She gathered her thoughts and redirected the conversation to the challenges encountered in greenhouse cultivation, followed by inquiries regarding pricing, storefront leasing, and his advertising strategies. Jiang Haiyang responded with clarity and coherence. When discussing the advertising flyers, Su Lily initially found herself captivated by the vibrant imagery on the poster. The depiction of verdant, succulent vegetables beneath the greenhouse was particularly lifelike, complemented by an adorable little girl surrounded by miniature vegetables, a scene that tugged at the heartstrings. The content highlighted the unique greenhouse produce and promotional activities. Initially, she assumed the girl was merely a whimsical addition to the artwork. However, upon entering the Hai Kuei greenhouse vegetable store, she noticed the same girl's image on stickers affixed to the vegetables, piquing her curiosity. Is there a connection between the girl on your poster and the stickers on the vegetables? Jiang Haiyang chuckled, feeling a swell of pride. It was evident that anyone who had seen the poster was irresistibly drawn to its imagery, a testament to his wife's artistic talents and captivating design. Let us not forget the adorable little daughter, Xiao Kuei. Everyone who has encountered her cannot help but praise her cuteness. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "The charming little doll is my daughter, and the artwork is all my wife's creation." The name of the restaurant, Hai Kuei, is a combination of our names, intended to serve as a trademark that would allow people to recognize my brand. As Jiang Haiyang began to speak of his wife and daughter, he became quite loquacious. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With the journalist present, why not take the opportunity to promote his establishment? He was mindful of the impending opening of the rival medicinal cuisine restaurant and knew that even a brief mention could yield fruitful results. Jiang Haiyang paused, feeling slightly bashful as he scratched the back of his head. The name of my little restaurant, Jianghu, is also derived from my surname and my wife's name. Su Lily, upon hearing this, halted her note-taking. She had just been about to inquire whether the quaint eatery belonged to him, and she found the name quite distinctive. She then proceeded to ask a few more questions, predominantly revolving around the greenhouse-grown vegetables. In the end, Su Lily expressed her desire to take a few photographs of a shop across the street. Jiang Haiyang readily agreed. Before leaving, Su Lily pondered for a moment and then made a modest request. "May I take a photograph of your daughter?" Chapter 88. The Mischievous Little Spirit. Kuei or after the interview, Jiang Haiyang paid no heed to the small van and returned home directly, sharing the news with Mother Chu and his wife. He sought their opinions regarding the reporter's request to photograph their daughter. Upon receiving unanimous consent, they confirmed the arrangement to take little Kuei for a photo session. In the courtyard, he found the little one joyfully playing with the two dogs, Dahe and Xiaobai. He scooped her up into his arms and brought her inside. Observing her flushed cheeks from the merriment, Jiang Haiyang felt his heart soften. Ever since he had introduced her to the village children, they frequently visited to play with Kuei, often bringing along snacks and small gifts. Naturally, Jiang Haiyang kept a supply of treats for children at home. Although his precious daughter was younger than the others and still learning to speak, the intention of their visits was clear. They would gather around her, sharing their childhood tales, regardless of whether she could comprehend their words. The mere thought of a group of children playing together warmed his heart. Furthermore, with Kuei's adorable charm capturing the attention of so many, he felt an immense pride. His beloved daughter was indeed a darling, endearing herself to all with her irresistible cuteness. Little Jiang Kuei was no longer the tiny toddler who could only babble a few words months ago. With the attentive care of her grandmother and the company of her garrulous little friends, she had blossomed. As she gazed up at her father, a silly grin spread across her face, exclaiming, "Daddy?" Silly. Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words. He feigned a stern expression, tickling her underarm and playfully challenging, "Say that again, Kuei. If you dare call your daddy silly, you might get a tickle." As he said this, The little one erupted into a fit of giggles, squirming and wriggling with delight. Daddy hee silly. Chu Shanhua and Mother Chu joined in the laughter. Jiang Haiyang pretended to flip her over, exposing her little bottom, and as his hand hovered in the air, he teased, "Dare you call me silly again? Daddy might just have to tickle your bottom." Just as he uttered these words, before his hand could descend, he was startled by her sudden wails. "Wah wah wah, mama, grandma, baby es het, ah wah." His hand froze mid-air, taken aback by her cries. Alarmed, he looked towards Chu's mother and his wife, fearing they might misconstrue his playful intentions as genuine reprimand. However, both of them bore no expressions of sympathy or reproach. Chu Shanhua shot him a glance, urging, "Hurry and comfort her. You're the one who made her cry." Jiang Haiyang breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly embraced his precious daughter, offering her comfort. Why was little Kairu crying? Father hadn't even touched her little bottom yet. It shouldn't hurt at all. Yet, the little one remained unconsolable, her chubby hands rubbing her eyes, her lips pouting as she emitted soft, pitiful whimpers. What could he do? He could only continue to soothe her. Perhaps, he suggested, would it be better if Kairu gave him a little slap? Surely, if she did, she would stop crying, wouldn't she? The little one, with her rosy nose, blew a bubble, then tilted her head, continuing to rub her eyes, ignoring him entirely. Jiang Haiyang, at a loss, reached out to grasp her tiny arm, intending to guide her hand to give herself a gentle smack. As he pulled, he paused. Wait, no tears, dry as a desert. He then separated her little hands, only to discover that this clever little imp had not cried at all. She was merely howling without shedding a tear. He realized he had been tricked. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, laughter erupted beside him, coming from Mother Chu and his wife. The little one in his lap, too, began to giggle uncontrollably. Jiang Haiyang gazed at the adorable creature in his arms, swaying with laughter, and then at Mother Chu and his wife, who were stifling their amusement. They had all deceived him. Jiang Haiyang chuckled in exasperation, ruffling the little one's fluffy head, causing her neat pigtails to become a tangled mess. This prompted the giggling child to pout her lips in response. Though she was so small and innocent, she possessed an innate sense of beauty. Her mother had styled her hair beautifully, and now it was in disarray, which was bound to upset her. She covered her head with her hands, declaring, "Oomph, Daddy is naughty." With that, she turned toward Mother Chu, exclaiming, "Grandma, hug me. Daddy is bad." Seeing the child's adorable antics, Mother Chu quickly rose and approached, scooping her up into her arms. Jiang Haiyang, unwilling to concede defeat, gave her soft hair another tousle, only to be met with a playful pout and a tongue stuck out in return. The little one then turned to her mother, reporting, "Mommy, Daddy is bad. A big bad guy." Chu Shanhua, upon seeing her daughter's messy hair, laughed and began to undo the little braids, using her hands to tidy it up. "All right, Daddy is naughty. He is the biggest bad guy," she affirmed. "Yes, bad guy." The little one pouted in Jiang Haiyang's direction, then happily lowered her head, allowing her mother to braid her hair once more. Jiang Haiyang decided to cease his antics and cleared his throat twice. "Wife, mother, how about we go to the town together tomorrow? Just our family, to have a family portrait taken at the studio. What do you think?" Chu Shanhua finished styling the little one's hair and replied, "Sounds good." Mother Chu nodded in agreement, her thoughts drifting to sending the photos to her husband in Beijing, to let him see. In Beijing, Chu Guodong sniffled, feeling a chill. With the recent drop in temperature, he sensed his health was waning. In the past, coming home meant warm meals and soup, but now that his spouse was no longer by his side, not only must I prepare the meal for myself, but I also have to cook for that insufferable brat. It is utterly infuriating. Chu Guodong cast a glance at the wretched boy seated across from him. "When will you go to Lulin village to fetch your mother?" Chu Outyin finished the soup in his bowl with a satisfying burp. "Dad, this soup is quite salty today. At your age, you ought to eat lighter. Excessive salt is detrimental to your health." Upon hearing this, Chu Guodong seized his chopsticks, ready to hurl them at him. "You ungrateful brat. The fact that I even cook for you is a gesture of kindness." Seeing his father on the verge of an outburst, Chu Outyin hastily retreated. "Hey, did you hear my question? When will you bring your mother back?" Chu Outyin dashed back into his room. "What? Dad, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Oh, and I still have a thesis to write, so wait until I'm done. With that, the door slammed shut. Chu Guodong was seething with frustration. That insufferable child. He has truly become unbearable. Chapter 89. A heartwarming family portrait. Come on. 3, 2, 1, cheese. With a click, a white flash illuminated the scene. Jiang Haiyang cradled little Queer in his arms, standing beside the expectant Chu Shanhua. The family of 3 had deliberately donned matching outfits for their photo shoot at the studio. Mom, please come and sit between me and Shanhua, Jiang Haiyang suggested, moving a chair closer. At first, Chu's mother encouraged them to take several photos together before joining in for a family portrait. All right, it's indeed a rare opportunity, she agreed, resulting in numerous delightful shots, especially as she cherished every moment with the little one, planning to send the pictures back to tease the old man later. Jiang Haiyang watched as Chu's mother interacted lovingly with the child. Mom adores little Queer, he remarked. If Ao Yin and Dad were here, it would be perfect. Chu Shanyu, observing the tender exchange, suddenly felt a pang of longing for her father, who remained far away in the capital. Though it was meant to be a family portrait, the absence of 2 beloved members rendered it incomplete. Jiang Haiyang noticed her melancholy and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry. Mama's already forgiven us. As for Dad, just wait. I will show him my determination." He gently caressed his wife's belly, a warm smile gracing his face. And how could a family portrait be complete without these 2 little ones? You just focus on the baby's arrival, and when the time comes, we can invite Ao Yin and Dad for a true family portrait. Chu Shanhua lowered her gaze to her belly, her small hand resting atop her husband's larger one. All right, she replied. You 2 go ahead and take pictures. Queer needs to use the restroom, so I will take her. Okay, Chu's mother said, carrying the little one downstairs. Honey, let's capture a few more shots. Just the 2 of us, Jiang Haiyang suggested, pulling Chu Shanhua before the camera. Inspired by poses he had seen in the future, he knelt down, one knee on the ground, hands cradling her belly as he kissed it reverently. In that moment, Chu Shanhua forgot they were being photographed. Her head slightly bowed as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes reflecting pure happiness and sweetness. Lu Wenxiang, the photographer and owner of the studio, was initially taken aback by the sight of the couple with their child and the expectant mother. A second child? He mused, surprised they were so openly celebrating rather than hiding at home, perhaps preparing to face any repercussions. However, as he observed the couple's genuine interaction, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Their connection was not a mere performance for the camera. It was an authentic expression of love. He clicked the shutter repeatedly, capturing their beautiful moments together. Standing behind Chu Shanhua, he wrapped his hands around her waist from behind, resting them over her small hands that were tenderly caressing her belly. Chu Shanhua looked up, and their eyes met in a shared smile. Chu's mother, holding the little one, ascended the stairs and was greeted by this heartwarming scene. As long as her daughter was happy, she felt a sense of peace. Jiang Haiyang took the little one from Chu's mother, and the family of 3 captured several photos together. As the session drew to a close, Jiang Haiyang gazed at his wife beside him, her eyes sparkling with joy, her delicate face adorned with a serene smile. A sudden impulse surged within him. He lowered his head slowly, intending to steal a kiss on her petite cheek. However, before his lips could make contact, the little one in his arms playfully slapped his mouth with both tiny hands, erupting into a fit of giggles. Jiang Haiyang looked down at the beaming child, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow in bemusement. Hearing the commotion, Chu Shanhua turned her head and joined in the laughter. With a click, this delightful moment was captured forever. As they prepared to leave, Lu Wenxiang approached Jiang Haiyang with a modest request. I have a small favor to ask, and I hope you might consider it. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he hesitated momentarily before continuing. Could I possibly keep 2 of your photos when they are developed? I would like to enlarge and frame them for my shop. Fearing rejection, Lu Wenxiang hurriedly added, I simply find the warmth and love in your family's interactions incredibly moving. Rest assured, I will not take the photos for free. I will offer you a discount on this shoot. He lavished them with compliments about their family's beauty and the natural happiness they exuded, words that everyone appreciates, especially when praising their family. Jiang Haiyang glanced at his wife. noting her lack of opposition. All right, but I must see the selected photos first. Of course, no problem. You can pick up your photos this weekend. Thank you. Upon exiting the small studio, Jiang Haiyang cradled the slightly drowsy little one in his arms and took Chu's mother and Chu Shanhua to his shop. Today, Sister Jiang was overseeing the store. Upon seeing the beloved little Jiang Xiaokuei, she couldn't resist playfully interacting with her for a while. The child was dressed in a vibrant red cotton jacket, topped with a festive tiger hat, her cherubic face peeking out, rosy and cheerful. She was not shy around strangers, her smile revealing two adorable dimples. Su Lily arrived fashionably late, witnessing Jiang Haiyang feeding the little one a spoonful of freshly steamed pumpkin. Open wide. The child clenched her tiny fists, puffing her cheeks, and blew on the steaming spoon. Hey, you drooled. Didn't tea daddy just say it was tea hot? Gently ruffling the child's hair, he offered the spoon again. With a delighted ah, the little one devoured the entire spoonful, smacking her lips and eagerly requesting more. All right, let us give everything to little queer. Is that all right? Hello, miss. Jiang Jia, mistaking Su Lily at the door for a customer, hurriedly approached to greet her. The Jiang family shifted their gaze towards the entrance. Reporter, Su Lily nodded at him, stealing glances at Chu Shanhua's prominently rounded belly before exchanging pleasantries with them. As they engaged in small talk, Su Lily's attention remained fixed on the little one cradled in Jiang Haiyang's arms. Little Jiang Queer blinked her grape-like big eyes. When Su Lily glanced her way again, the tiny mouth broke into an adorable smile, her voice sweet and cherubic. Auntie, though Su Lily had yet to marry or have children, the charming little one made her heart flutter. May I hold her? With the consent of Jiang Haiyang and his wife, Su Lily felt a surge of excitement, receiving the chubby little darling from his embrace. She planted a kiss on her cherubic face. What good baby! Annie will take beautiful photos of you later and have them published in the newspaper. Take photos? Little Jiang Queer understood that quite well. She had just returned from a delightful photo session. Beautiful, let's take pictures. The little one squirmed in Su Lily's arms, her plump little paws propping up her chin as she struck a flower pose, prompting laughter from everyone around. Chapter 90. The precious daughter is on someone's mind after Su Lily took numerous photos of Xiao Ke and the vegetables. She reluctantly departed. The previous day, Jiang Haiyang had gifted her some vegetables for tasting. Upon returning home, her mother prepared a dish and found the flavors quite delightful. Thus, before leaving, she bought a generous amount of vegetables to take back. Jiang Haiyang had already discussed his desire to purchase a small car with his wife, who had expressed her support, and they planned to look at vehicles together after lunch. As noon approached, Chu's mother held the little one while sitting with Chu Shanhua in the restaurant. Watching Jiang Haiyang busily working in the kitchen, familiar patrons began to arrive. Naturally, Chu Shanhua wished to assist in serving, but both Jiang Haiyang and Chu's mother firmly declined her offer. Chu's mother helped by serving dishes, as these were regular customers who knew well that this was the cherished daughter-in-law and granddaughter often mentioned by the little boss. They greeted them warmly. Upon seeing Xiao Kue'er's appearance, they marveled at how the design on the sticker resembled her so closely. Among the first customers was a plump man who, having just welcomed his son, regarded his boy as a little emperor. Today, upon seeing the adorable Xiao Kue'er, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed without a second thought, "Little boss, what do you think about my son? Shall we arrange a marriage between them?" Jiang Haiyang was so startled that the spatula clattered to the floor. Even Chu's mother and Chu Shanhua, who were playing with the little one at the adjacent table, were taken aback, staring in disbelief at the chubby man. Several other customers, who were somewhat familiar with one another from frequent visits to the small restaurant, could not help but chuckle at the man's boldness. However, with the little boss's wife and mother-in-law present, they had kept a low profile. Now, hearing the plump man's remark, they could no longer contain themselves. "Hi, Lao Iu. That's rather inconsiderate of you. Jumping the gun like that. Who doesn't have a boy?" Another chimed in. "Exactly. It seems you're just coveting the little boss's culinary skills, hoping for discounts in the future. As for me, I genuinely admire the little boss's daughter for her cuteness. I'm quite fond of her. Come on now, you don't even have a son, and you're tarnishing my reputation in front of the little boss." The plump man, surnamed Yu, realized that he had spoken without thinking. Upon reflection, He found the idea rather appealing. With a serious expression, he introduced himself to Chu Shanhua and Chu's mother, saying, "Hello, young lady and auntie, my name is Yu Baoquan. I am the workshop director at a leather factory. I have a 5-year-old son at home. You might want to consider what I just proposed. I could bring my son by for you to meet tomorrow." Chu's mother and Chu Shanhua glanced at the bewildered little one in their arms, exchanging a look of mild exasperation. Chu's mother spoke up, "Young man, I cannot agree." Before she could finish her gentle refusal, Jiang Haiyang's resolute voice interjected. The collective gaze of the crowd shifted towards Jiang Haiyang, who was in the kitchen, his countenance dark and his eyes fixed intently on the rotund man surnamed Yu. He appeared as though something of great value had been snatched from him. "I refuse. My precious daughter shall not marry. I shall care for her all her life." A profound silence enveloped the room. It was Chu's mother who broke the stillness with a laugh. Upon hearing the man's rejection, Chu Shanhua mentally applauded him, but the subsequent words drew a frown upon her brow. "What a childish daughter-slave," she mused. Yu Baoquan scratched the back of his head. Initially disheartened by Jiang Haiyang's refusal, he reconsidered after the latter's following remarks. If he were blessed with such a sweet and endearing daughter, he too would share the same reaction if she were desired by others. He chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension. "Ah, this little one is simply too adorable. My heart is quite taken with her. I sincerely apologize. It is my loose tongue that has caused this misunderstanding." Turning towards Chu's mother and Chu Shanhua, he continued, "Sister, auntie, I truly frightened you just now. My lack of foresight warrants your understanding." Upon receiving warm smiles from both women, Yu Baoquan breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his seat. However, despite his words, he harbored intentions of fostering closer ties between his son and the little boss in the future. Jiang Haiyang, with a taut expression and lips pressed firmly together, wielded a spatula in the kitchen, outwardly appearing unfazed, yet internally he was in turmoil. "This is urgent. My precious daughter is still so young, and already someone has set their sights on her. What will happen when she grows up and attends school?" Suddenly, he recalled a few boys from the village who frequently visited. His eyes narrowed. "No, I must keep a vigilant eye on her." As the delightful aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, the atmosphere in the small restaurant returned to its previous lightheartedness. The group engaged in conversation, reminiscing about the herbal medicine restaurant they had just passed, which had recently removed its thick curtains. "Little boss, a herbal medicine restaurant has opened on the street. You might want to consider adding a few more dishes, or at least some rice, lest you lose customers." "Indeed, little boss, but fear not. We loyal patrons are accustomed to your cuisine and shall not stray," Yu Baoquan declared with determination. "I, for one, shall never abandon you." After expressing gratitude for the support and suggestions, laughter filled the air. Once the guests departed, and after a brief tidying up, Jiang Haiyang hastily consumed his meal. He asked his wife and Chu's mother to wait in the shop while he headed to the vegetable store across the street. Sister Jiang was not like little Lu. She was of an appropriate age and possessed considerable knowledge. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke after Jiang Haiyang relayed a few instructions. The small boss remarked that these vegetables are indeed not fruits. As for those that remain unsold by the end of the day, such as pumpkins and peppers, they are manageable. However, the leafy greens, if they lose their freshness. At this point, Sister Jiang paused and looked up at Jiang Haiyang, feeling somewhat uneasy. Jiang Haiyang nodded in understanding. "Please set aside the wilted vegetables. Do not offer them to customers. I will take care of it later." He continued, "I have taken your concerns into account. In the future, unless it's a hardy vegetable, I will ensure that all leafy greens are freshly harvested and brought to the store on the same day." "All right, small boss," she replied. "It seems that the matter of purchasing a vehicle must indeed be prioritized. Additionally, I need to reflect more on the issue of the vegetables. Moving forward, the focus will primarily be on cultivating those vegetables that have a longer shelf life." Lost in thought, Jiang Haiyang crossed the street to pick up Mother Chu Shanhua, and the little one, preparing to go and inspect the car together. Chapter 91. The opening of the medicinal cuisine restaurant. Recipes from the palace, the family ventured into a car dealership. Being a small town, there were hardly any vehicles, with Fiat being the most common, priced around 10,000. When Jiang Haiyang and his companions entered, the place was devoid of customers, save for a salesperson. The manager personally came to attend to them. For Jiang Haiyang, cars were not merely a means of transportation. He primarily sought a vehicle for logistical purposes. After inquiring about small vans, he received a negative response. However, as they were about to leave, the manager suggested they check out the second-hand car market. Given that his wife was heavily pregnant, Jiang Haiyang decided against further wandering and headed straight home. The little one was also weary, and upon returning, fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Haiyang proceeded to the greenhouse, where he found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed upon the ripened vegetables. He pondered whether it would be feasible to collect their seeds and cultivate them in ordinary soil. A resolution began to form in his mind. He then entered his spatial realm, which had transformed into a miniature farm akin to those of the future. The greens and medicinal herbs flourished vibrantly, heavy with produce. Chickens, ducks, and geese were confined to a designated area, numbering in the hundreds. Additionally, there were rabbits, cattle, sheep, and pigs, all of which Jiang Haiyang had gradually acquired and nurtured from their youth. In merely a month or two, these tiny creatures had grown and begun to reproduce naturally. With a simple press of buttons, he harvested and cleared a vast expanse within his space. With a mere $1 million in taxes remaining, Jiang Haiyang felt much relief. Calculating the time, he realized it would not be long before he could amass a substantial sum while simultaneously settling his taxes. He began perusing the high-tech interstellar products available for exchange with federal currency. A baby sleep pod priced at 150,000 federal coins caught his eye. His finger hovered, filled with temptation. A postpartum recovery potion for pregnant women was listed at 50,000. How could he resist? With money in hand, it would be the first purchase he made. An energy vehicle? How impressive. However, the multitude of zeros following the price made him reconsider. Driving such a vehicle would likely land him a visit to the police station. Instead, he thought it wiser to look for practical items for his wife and children. Agricultural industry. Jiang Haiyang scrolled down to the final category. Plant growth acceleration potion, a seemingly trivial product without side effects. Note: high concentration potion, to be diluted for use on 2 acres, priced at 8,000. The growth rate of interstellar plants is astonishing. Citizens are advised to use with caution to avoid significant damage to structures. Goodness! What seemed trivial in the interstellar context was, to Jiang Haiyang, an extraordinarily advantageous product. Having grown accustomed to seeing items priced in the tens of thousands when exchanging for federal currency, he found this potion, at only 8,000, remarkably affordable. Moreover, it was of high concentration and could cover 2 acres when diluted. Jiang Haiyang exclaimed inwardly, "I must buy this." His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled. The more he explored, the more enticing the offerings became. The only viable path now is through aquaculture and agriculture. Jiang Haiyang's heart burned with fervor. One word: action. Not only must the space be well prepared, but one must also strive in real life. Otherwise, when the time comes to present something, a lack of sufficient funds may lead to exposure. Or should he simply confide in his wife about this space? Jiang Haiyang fell into contemplation. As days slipped by, the weekend arrived. Jiang Haiyang visited the small photo studio to collect his pictures. As he flipped through them, a smile gradually spread across his face. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little one with a finger on his lips and his wife covering her mouth while gazing at their photos. Little light bulb Jiang Haiyang recalled his boss's earlier request, asking Lu Wenxiang to select 2 photos meant for display in the shop for promotional purposes. "These are the 2 I wish to enlarge and frame for the shop. Please let me know if there are any issues," Lu Wenxiang said as he presented 2 selected photos to Jiang Haiyang. One featured the joyous family of 3 he had just admired, while the other captured him kneeling, cradling his wife's pregnant belly and kissing it. The sight of the second photo evoked tender memories within him. "All right, that's fine." Jiang Haiyang's approval brought great joy to Lu Wenxiang. While settling the final payment, not only did he offer a discount, but he also promised to take the child's 100-day photos for free once Jiang Haiyang's wife gave birth, provided they could keep 2 for promotional use in the shop. After leaving, Jiang Haiyang rode his bike back to the shop to prepare for the lunch service. Upon reaching the street corner, He found himself caught in a crowd. Disembarking, he pushed his bike through the throng. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted, followed by the resounding beats of drums and gongs. Looking up, he noticed that the shop, which had been closed for days, was reopening today. The words herbal cuisine were boldly written in elegant calligraphy. Staff members were outside promoting the opening, offering an 80% discount on meals for the first 3 days. Our herbal dishes are based on ancestral recipes from the palace, promoting health and vitality. Really? Recipes from the palace? I must give it a try. Herbal cuisine? It's merely food, yet it boasts such benefits? I wonder if the prices are steep. You are quite uninformed. Herbal cuisine can strengthen the body for ordinary folks and can also help remedy ailments. I remember there's a small restaurant around the corner that specializes in meat dishes. They say it has some benefits too. Is that so? What are the prices like? As Jiang Haiyang walked, he listened to the staff's enthusiastic boasts and the bustling discussions of the crowd. Upon hearing his own restaurant mentioned, he turned to look. We operate a reputable medicinal cuisine establishment, not one of those gimmicky little shops. You will discern this upon your visit. The remark struck a dissonant chord with Jiang Haiyang, leaving him somewhat unsettled. After all, we are all engaged in the restaurant business, and it is rather disheartening to encounter such a patronizing tactic. It appears that this so-called medicinal cuisine establishment merits a closer inspection to ascertain whether its purported royal recipes are merely fade or genuinely exceptional. However, the crowd is currently overwhelming, and he possesses several items in hand. He resolved to return when the throng has dissipated. After much effort, he finally navigated through the crowd and returned to his own establishment. Glancing around, he felt that his restaurant lacked 2 family portraits. Gradually, patrons began to arrive for lunch, albeit somewhat later than usual, primarily due to the congestion on the street, from which they had only just managed to extricate themselves. Little boss, the medicinal cuisine restaurant up front has opened. Chapter 92, Expanding Horizons, dining at the herbal cuisine restaurant after the lunch hour had passed. Jiang Haiyang chose not to return home, but instead ventured to the vegetable shop across the street. He intended to observe the shop for a while, and then, when evening approached, he would visit the herbal cuisine restaurant to indulge in its offerings. During this period, Jiang Haiyang made a habit to purchase a newspaper daily, eager to catch the first glimpse of his small establishment being featured in its pages. Little boss, did you know that a herbal cuisine restaurant has opened up ahead? Today, Lu Yang was in the shop, noticing Jiang Haiyang perusing the newspaper. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up. Jiang Haiyang, observing the flicker of concern on Lu Yang's face, smiled reassuringly. I'm aware. I passed by this morning, and several customers mentioned it to me as well. Seeing Jiang Haiyang remain unfazed, Lu Yang couldn't help but worry about the potential impact on his business, fearful that his friend might suffer a loss. Little boss, why don't I go ahead and buy a couple of dishes from there for a taste test? Know your enemy, know yourself, right? If that restaurant steals all the customers, what will we do then? Let them try. I cannot stop them. My little eatery cannot compete with them in a head-to-head battle. I merely opened it for enjoyment. Lu Yang, feeling somewhat discontented, invigorated Jiang Haiyang with encouragement. Little boss, why not introduce some new dishes and serve steamed rice? With your culinary skills, I'm certain your establishment will flourish and grow even larger. Haha, what ambition. Jiang Haiyang patted Lu Yang on the shoulder. I plan to expand my greenhouse vegetables and distribute them nationwide. I have high hopes for you. Work diligently. Absolutely. You can count on me. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to the task, Lu Yang declared passionately, pledging his loyalty to Jiang Haiyang. Just as Jiang Haiyang turned to resume his reading of the newspaper, Lu Yang suddenly realized something. Wait, little boss, weren't we just discussing the restaurant? I'll go fetch a couple of dishes from their place to sample. He began to head for the door, but Jiang Haiyang stopped him. No need. I'll go directly to the herbal cuisine restaurant to dine there. A little boss, are you personally going? That doesn't seem quite right, Lu Yang murmured, frowning slightly. What is wrong with that? I am simply going to dine there openly. Jiang Haiyang replied. But aren't they our competitors? Lu Yang attempted to interject. Jiang Haiyang interrupted him. Lu Yang, we must broaden our horizons. Lu Yang was left perplexed. Broaden our horizons? What does that mean? Catching sight of a customer approaching the entrance, Lu Yong quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Auntie, are you here to buy vegetables? Come in and take a look. We're the first in town to sell greenhouse vegetables." "Are these truly vegetables grown in greenhouses?" the auntie inquired. "Yes, auntie. You can see for yourself, and you can even sample some for free." As Jiang Haiyang sat at the front desk, listening to Lu Yong engaging enthusiastically with customers, he felt reassured about leaving the management of the shop in Lu Yong's capable hands. While Jiang Jie may not possess Lu Yong's charm with words, she was diligent and had a deeper understanding of vegetables. At times, discussions with clients revolve around culinary techniques, exploring how to best prepare vegetables to bring out their exquisite flavors. Jiang Haiyang expressed satisfaction with the 2 employees he had invited. As the clock neared 5, Xiao Lu announced, "Today, you may leave work early. I shall treat you. Let us venture to the herbal cuisine restaurant nearby." "Certainly," replied Lu Yong, beginning to tidy up. He set aside the less than fresh vegetables into a nearby basket and proceeded to clean up. Jiang Haiyang, pushing his bicycle, accompanied Lu Yong to the herbal cuisine establishment at the street corner, which was bustling with patrons. After securing his bicycle, they stepped through the threshold and were promptly greeted by a server. "Are there 2 guests?" "Indeed. Right this way, please." Although the restaurant was not yet officially open for dinner, it was already filled with diners, leaving only a few vacant seats. The server, evidently well-trained, attended to them as soon as they were seated, pouring tea and presenting them with 2 menus. "Once you decided what to order, simply call for me, and I shall take your order." Jiang Haiyang nodded, and the server departed to welcome new guests. As the 2 examined the menu, they noted its simplicity, devoid of unnecessary illustrations. Each dish title, rendered in elegant calligraphy, was accompanied by its primary health benefits and the corresponding prices. Beauty and nourishment porridge for 6 yuan, reinforcing beef soup for 8 yuan, angelica chicken for 12 yuan. How exorbitant! Lu Yong exclaimed. The 12 yuan dish was not even the most expensive. There were options priced even higher. Just a few selections could equate to his salary for 2 months. Boss. This. Lu Yong felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought of being treated to such an expensive meal by his employer. Yet, he was reluctant to suggest splitting the bill, as he found it hard to justify spending so much for a single dinner. Observing Lu Yang's unease, Jiang Haiyang understood the weight of his concerns. "Consider it a chance to sample the flavors of this establishment. You can provide me with your honest feedback afterward. But this is still too costly." Jiang Haiyang waved his hand to summon the server for ordering. 1 portion of reinforcing beef soup, Huangqi 9 steamed chicken, nourishing 1,000-layer tofu, and a replenishing porridge, please. The server noted down the order and reiterated it for confirmation. "Yes, those items, and please be expedient. Thank you." "Certainly. No problem," the server affirmed before departing. Once the server was gone, Lu Yong sneakily glanced at the total price. Goodness, this meal amounted to 36 yuan. His heart raced. This was not merely dining. It felt like spending a fortune. Conversely, Jiang Haiyang remained unfazed. Having been reborn from a future where herbal cuisine thrived, he recognized that such dining establishments were immensely popular. As the public frequented restaurants, dishes characterized by their mild flavors and therapeutic benefits naturally sparked a sensation upon their introduction, with prices significantly exceeding those at ordinary eateries. Thus, although the price may seem quite steep in the present context, when juxtaposed with future standards, it scarcely amounts to anything significant. Nevertheless, it is imperative to sample the offerings before arriving at a definitive conclusion regarding their worth. What he did not anticipate was the early emergence of medicinal cuisine, and notably, in a town rather than a bustling metropolis. It is essential to recognize that at this juncture, when basic sustenance has only just been addressed, the common folk have yet to embrace the concept of health preservation. Moreover, during this era, those who specialize in authentic medicinal dishes are often heirs to ancestral skills, as there are no dedicated studies in this field. Even those who aspire to venture into this business find themselves at a loss. The intricacies of dosage, combinations, and the potency of the ingredients present considerable challenges. Jiang Haiyang, aware of these shortcomings, refrained from aggressively promoting his meat establishment, relying instead on dubious means. A casual inquiry from someone knowledgeable in medicine would undoubtedly expose his ruse. Before long, the beef soup was served, followed by the 1,000-layer tofu and then the marinated chicken. The final dish, a restorative porridge, was still simmering as it required a gentle heat to prepare. Once all the dishes were presented, the waiter provided a brief introduction, merely reciting the effects listed on the menu. Please enjoy your meal. I will bring the porridge once it is ready. As the waiter made to leave, Jiang Haiyang posed a question regarding your beef soup, which is said to be enhanced with medicinal herbs for nourishment and vitality. Could you briefly elaborate on the specific ingredients used? On this inaugural day of business, inquiries of this nature have been made, yet they were typically casual. This was the first instance of encountering a guest who approached the question with such earnestness. Certainly, allow me to provide you with an introduction. Chapter 93, My Dear Wife. How I Miss You. The waiter enumerated the medicinal ingredients within the dishes. Although Jiang Haiyang was not an expert, he had conducted some research in the past. The explanations sounded plausible. Indeed, the price of these medicinal meals was justified. After the waiter concluded his introduction, Jiang Haiyang graciously expressed his gratitude. No need for formality. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to summon me, the waiter replied. Once the waiter departed, Lu Yang whispered to Jiang Haiyang, little boss. Although I did not fully comprehend, it seems quite impressive. Who would have thought such a humble bowl of congee and a plate of soup could hold such significance? Jiang Haiyang smiled, but chose not to elaborate. The proprietor of this medicinal cuisine establishment had evidently put in considerable effort. Yet maintaining it in this small town might prove challenging. Not many possessed the relevant knowledge. Despite the current bustling business, this was merely the beginning. Come on, let us stop analyzing and enjoy the meal, Jiang Haiyang urged, prompting Lu Yang to eagerly pick up his chopsticks. The flavor was rather pleasant, albeit slightly bland. For such an expensive meal, Lu Yang savored every morsel. Upon tasting it, he acknowledged that aside from its mildness, the taste was indeed agreeable. Yet, something felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint the issue. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yang appeared conflicted. Perhaps it's not that it's bad. It just doesn't quite reach the level of excellence. Upon voicing his thoughts, he himself sensed a contradiction. He glanced up at Jiang Haiyang and remarked, little boss, I must say, your culinary creations are far more satisfying, and this beef, regrettably, does not showcase your culinary prowess. Jiang Haiyang sampled each dish while observing the reactions of the patrons at nearby tables. Upon hearing Lu Yang's comments, he understood the underlying sentiment. Indeed, the high expectations set by the steep prices had raised the bar to an extraordinary level. A few meals of medicinal cuisine would hardly yield noticeable effects. For the average diner, it was akin to consuming ordinary fare. The flavors are indeed a touch bland, he mused. I truly appreciate your discerning palate. Ha ha ha. Let's not waste this meal. Of course, we must leave the plate spotless, Lu Yang replied. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Haiyang proceeded to the front counter to settle the bill. As he entered, a familiar figure emerged from the medicinal restaurant, presumably the owner. Jiang Haiyang recognized him, recalling what Boss Zhu had mentioned. This individual had dined at a small eatery previously. The owner also recognized Jiang Haiyang, offering him a brief glance before moving on. Jiang Haiyang shrugged it off, not giving it much thought. Upon exiting, Jiang Haiyang and Lu Yang parted ways as their homes lay in different directions. While Jiang Haiyang pedaled his bicycle, he could faintly hear some patrons who had just exited the medicinal restaurant murmuring, for such an expensive meal. If it weren't for the claims of health benefits and potency, I wouldn't have come. The flavor is rather mediocre, too mild. Indeed, it seemed glamorous at first glance. Yet charging such a high price while skimping on salt felt rather parsimonious. You rough fellows, indulging you is akin to wasting a precious treasure, akin to a cow chewing on peonies. How ridiculous! But go on. You think you understand, yet you do not pay? You consume the most, without a doubt. It feels somewhat ungracious to say so. Nonetheless, Jiang Haiyang has found solace. After today's meal, he realizes that his modest eatery's business will not only remain unaffected, but may even yield unexpected delights, regardless of how much he earns or the flattery he receives outside. Returning home is where Jiang Haiyang feels the most grounded and joyful. Wife, I am back. Zhu Shanyu. one hand supporting her waist and the other cradling her burgeoning belly, slowly approached the threshold of the main room. "You're back. Mother made pumpkin pastries. Come and taste." "Ah, that is wonderful. Don't come out. The wind is strong outside. I will be in shortly." Jiang Haiyang parked the car. Previously, these two little ones would weave around his feet upon his return, clamoring for meat. Now, they have become quite savvy, knowing that when the time comes, food will be served, and they hardly pay him any mind, engrossed in play. Jiang Haiyang held 2 pieces of meat, opting not to toss them directly into their bowls as was customary, but rather wave them before their eager eyes. The 2 little creatures lay in their nest, staring intently at the meat, not even blinking. Noticing their inaction, Jiang Haiyang swiftly withdrew the meat. "Wong Wong, where's the meat? Where's my dinner?" Dahei flipped over and stood upright. A flurry of barks seemed to question their master about his antics. Meow. Bai Xiao, who typically sprawled wherever, elongated her body, stretched lazily, and tiptoed over to Jiang Haiyang. For some reason, today he felt a whim to tease the 2. Perhaps it was his good mood? He placed the meat into their bowls. Just as they prepared to pounce on their feast, Jiang Haiyang pulled the bowls away. A huge question mark appeared on the faces of both cat and dog. "On my command, sit." They obediently settled into position. Jiang Haiyang nodded. Shake hands first left, then right. As he placed the bowls on the ground and was about to extend his hand for a paw shake, Dahei, spotting the bowls, lunged forward without hesitation, only to receive a gentle slap on the head from Jiang Haiyang. A with a precedent set, Bai Xiao behaved impeccably, following every command. "Bai Xiao is wonderful. Time to eat." Meow. Dahei, pressed down and filled with despair, stood up. "As a guardian dog, you need more training. You can't just think about eating all day." "Ah, Haiyang. Ah, wife, I'm coming." Hearing his wife's call, Jiang Haiyang tossed a haze bowl aside, washed his hands, and hurriedly entered the house. Chu Shanhua playfully pressed a piece of pumpkin pastry to Jiang Haiyang's lips, who promptly swallowed it whole. Grasping her delicate hand, he licked his fingers and fixed his gaze intently upon the petite woman before him. "Delicious," he remarked, causing Chu Shanhua's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she instinctively withdrew her hand. "You're being rather inappropriate." Jiang Haiyang feigned innocence, drawing closer to wrap his arms around her waist, resting his chin gently atop her head. "I merely stated how delightful my mother's pastries are. Why is that deemed inappropriate?" "You are aware of this, yet still feign ignorance." With both hands encircling her waist, he added, "My dear wife, I miss you." She replied, counting on her fingers. "There are still 4 or 5 months left, and then I must endure the full confinement period as well, my dear wife." Initially, Chu Shanhua did not grasp the implication until she sensed the changes in the man embracing her, her face blooming with a deeper shade of crimson. Jiang Haiyang. Chapter 94. The announcement. A week passed serenely. Although the herbal cuisine restaurant had initially witnessed a surge in business after its opening, the flow of customers gradually diminished, resembling the patronage of an ordinary eatery. In stark contrast, the meat shop run by Jiang Haiyang and Jiang, who exhibited an unexpected resilience, remaining unaffected in the slightest. The business of the sea anemone vegetable shop also began to flourish, transitioning from a stage where unsold, wilted produce had to be discarded daily to nearly selling out each day. Jiang Haiyang felt a pang of worry. His long-desired plan to purchase a small delivery van had been stalled, primarily due to the absence of a suitable vehicle. For days, he had been pushing a cart laden with vegetables to the town shops. With a sigh, he contemplated, "Mother, in this frigid weather, I've told you, I can handle the field work myself. You should rest at home." "Rest? Nonsense. I've already stated that your mother is still capable. We must quickly harvest the radishes and cabbages and store them in the cellar," she insisted. "Mother, I can manage on my own," he replied. "Stop dawdling. If we wait until the bitter cold sets in, the vegetables will freeze and become inedible," she urged. Turning his head, Jiang Haiyang noticed Shi Dainiu and his mother hurrying toward the field. "Good morning, Dainiu and Mrs. Shi," he greeted. The duo was engrossed in a light-hearted debate over who was more efficient in their work, oblivious to Jiang Haiyang's presence. "Ah, Haiyang." Mrs. Shi approached, her basket in hand. Upon seeing the vegetables piled on Jiang Haiyang's cart, she exclaimed. So many vegetables. Are you taking these to the town market? Yes, auntie. I'm delivering the vegetables from the greenhouse to the shops, Jiang Haiyang replied. Mrs. Shi, somewhat shy, smiled and said, Haiyang, I mean no offense, but I'm rather curious. Are you making a profit from the greenhouse vegetables? Jiang Haiyang detected a glimmer of interest in her eyes, suspecting that they might be contemplating greenhouse cultivation themselves. Initially, he had envisioned a collective effort among the villagers toward prosperity. With business flourishing, the community was no longer reluctant to share a meal. He suggested, before our visit to the greenhouse base, I heard of a village where everyone collaborated to engage in greenhouse farming. This method of cultivating vegetables will undoubtedly become a trend. Andy, you might want to consider it. Mrs. Shi nodded, contemplating his words earnestly. Shi Dainiu nudged his mother aside and approached Jiang Haiyang. To be honest, I've discussed the idea of starting a greenhouse with my mother before. However, we are somewhat apprehensive about the initial investment, which is why we wanted to observe how you are faring, he admitted, scratching the back of his head bashfully. I recommend, Dainiu, that if you're seriously considering this venture, you should visit the greenhouse cultivation base in Zhejiang province to gain further insights, Jiang Haiyang advised. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Very well. I shall take the time to visit later. Thank you, Haiyang. It's a trivial matter. Haiyang, we shan't delay you any further. Dinyo and I will head to the fields to harvest the vegetables. Do come by our home to visit when you have the opportunity. As Shi Dainiu and his mother walked away, Jiang Haiyang resumed, pushing his cart along the road. Young proprietor, come quickly and take a look. Our store has made it into the newspaper, and there's a splendid photo of Little Queer. It's truly delightful. Jiang Jie stood at the entrance of the store, holding a copy of the newspaper. Upon spotting Jiang Haiyang pushing his cart from a distance, she hurried over, clutching the paper tightly. Since it was still early, the street was devoid of customers, occupied only by shopkeepers and their employees opening for business. Jiang Jie's booming voice echoed through the quiet street, instantly capturing the attention of several onlookers from nearby shops, prompting them to lean in for a better view. A few friendly shopkeepers even stepped out to join her. Did I hear correctly? Young Zhang's store is in the newspaper? Indeed. Do tell us what it says. This is remarkable, Haiyang. With your name in the paper, it seems your business is destined for great success. Jiang Jie was promptly surrounded by curious patrons, all eager to glimpse the article she held. Upon learning that his daughter's photograph was featured, Jiang Haiyang set aside his cart and squeezed into the throng. Ah, Boss Zhu, kindly make way. I haven't even seen it myself yet. Jiang Haiyang exclaimed as he took the newspaper from Jiang Jie, spreading it open with both hands. Others gathered closely beside him to read along. Greenhouse construction. The first greenhouse vegetable store in Hongxia town. Haikouei vegetable shop, operated by Jiang Haiyang, a graduate of Capital University, returning to the village to start a business and pioneering a new agricultural industry. The glaring headline highlighted both the town's inaugural greenhouse and the name of the shop, Haikouei. Below, a brief introduction portrayed Jiang Haiyang as a university graduate returning to his roots to establish a business, detailing not only his greenhouse cultivation, but also his two retail establishments, lauding his high level of consciousness and dedication. Following this, the article discussed the pros and cons of greenhouse vegetable cultivation, outlining its costs and risks, and featured a charming photo of a small child joyfully holding vegetables from the shop. The origin of the shop's name was also briefly mentioned. Whenever the newspaper featured someone else's accomplishments rather than his own, Jiang Haiyang felt a deep admiration for the entrepreneurial spirit and diligent innovation of such individuals. His face flushed with pride. The journalist had indeed excelled in their craft. What seemed to be a simple exchange transformed into an articulate and uplifting article that not only inspired trust, but also engendered respect for the interviewee. As Jiang Haiyang finished reading the article, several literate shopkeepers surrounding him also took the time to peruse it, each offering him a thumbs up in praise. Despite having focused on educational pursuits over the past few years, they regarded those who were well-educated with a sense of esteem, never imagining that a university graduate from the capital would be among the shopkeepers lining their street. Observe how a person not only excels in reading, but also thrives in business, garnering attention in the newspapers. They're the pioneers of greenhouse cultivation in the town, demonstrating both courage and ambition. Jiang Haiyang felt a tinge of embarrassment as several business owners surrounded him, showering him with compliments. Ultimately, he managed to extricate himself only when customers arrived. Wiping away non-existent beads of cold sweat, Jiang Haiyang and sister Jiang unloaded the vegetables from a cart. They meticulously affixed labels to each item, arranging them neatly on the shelves. Gazing at the newspaper in his hands, he noted how his beloved daughter's smile radiated charm. Jiang Haiyang resolved to purchase several more copies from a newsstand, intending to keep them as treasured mementos. Perhaps he would even frame one to hang in the store. Without hesitation, he declared, "Sister Jiang, I'm stepping out for a moment. The shop is in your capable hands. You go ahead, young boss. I can manage just fine." Sister Jiang replied. Before departing, Jiang Haiyang earnestly addressed her. "I anticipate that business will certainly flourish in the coming days, and I appreciate your hard work during this period. If it becomes too overwhelming, do inform me. I can hire additional help. Rest assured, as business improves, our salaries will increase as well. While such matters need not be explicitly stated, it is understood." However, Jiang Haiyang's forethought and eloquent words were appreciated. Sister Jiang felt a sense of contentment. Despite his youth, the boss was remarkably adept at handling affairs and treated her and Lu Yang with respect. Filled with enthusiasm, Sister Jiang thought to herself, "Regardless of the workload, we are accustomed to hard work. When business thrives, both Lu and I will have plenty to do, and everyone will share in the joy." Excellent. Chapter 95. Proud of you. Jiang Haiyang exited the store and promptly placed a closed for rest sign on the door of the small eatery across the street. He then proceeded to the newsstand to purchase newspapers. "Boss, give me 20 copies of the Town Daily." With the newspapers in hand, Jiang Haiyang hurried home. Shortly after his departure, reporter Su Lily arrived at the vegetable shop, intending to share the good news with him, only to find he was already gone. Jiang Haiyang was in high spirits as he rode his tractor to the village entrance. Humming a cheerful tune, he made his way home swiftly. Along the route, he encountered Hu Jianya, who was returning from a long trip. "Jianya, you're back." "Yes, brother. This trip was lengthy. I was away for quite some time." Hu Jianya noticed the newspapers Jiang Haiyang was carrying and jokingly remarked, "Brother, are you wholesale buying newspapers? Why so many?" In a state of excitement,